behind me. I won't let anything happen to you.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Was in Overprotective Love Relationship with Alfia Movie 1. Before we start, please go support VicMarVaz for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Having been lovingly and affectionately cared for by his aunt since childhood, bellcranel would one day decide to leave home to fulfill his dream, to fall in love. Curiosity about the feeling called love would cause her rebellion, and ignoring future conflicts, she demands her release, which is denied by her beautiful aunt. The copyright belongs to Aomori-sensei. I have only made changes to personalities and time. Is it wrong to long for your nephew's love? Alfia would fight for that love. Prologue: after defeating your enemy, worthy of a catastrophe. These are the words that any person or semi-human would use upon seeing the scene. It was a battlefield, one where two rivals were locked in combat, one vying for victory and the other for defeat, one being the worst monster you could find, bringing nightmares and bad nights to young children, a completely deadly beast for anyone, and his rival, a human with white hair, a human with the guts and strength to face this calamity of dreams. The terrain where their struggle takes place could not be called a living environment, it was more one in full decay. They looked directly at each other with a tenacity that said, "I can keep doing this all day." Man and monster, living beings that have been enemies since ancient times. In this battle, one would die and the other would live. With a good distance between them, they lunged in a flash of speed, and in a short time their weapons collided. Neither advanced nor retreated. Their forces were evenly matched. The impact between their legendary weapons caused an explosion of air in their surroundings, making the flora shudder from the strong blizzards. So if they were evenly matched in their immense strength, how would the winner be decided? He would be the smartest. The human and the monster retreated, drawing their mythical weapons away, each analyzing the other and planning their next attack. If there was one thing humans were sure of, it was that in intelligence they won. He took a breath and at the same time made a decision that would guarantee him victory. The abominable and fearsome monster, ignorant of the humans' plans, merely growled and prepared one last attack, strategy and brute force. They both gave their most imposing war cry and ran towards each other, in search of an ending, in search of a winner. In a short time they closed the gap between them. The monster opted for a downward attack, raising its right arm, which wielded its legendary weapon, and directing it towards the human's head. The human, on the other hand, did something that went against all odds, using his left arm as a shield. The most fearsome monster's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the human use his free hand to absorb his attack. That shield of flesh really did look like an umbrella covering its wearer's eyes from the sun's rays. The attack destroyed the human's arm, but he stopped it. The beast's final attack was absorbed by the boy's arm and tenacity, and the human claimed his share. With his legendary-grade weapon gripped in his right hand, he stabbed the monster straight through the heart. As the monster felt the metal piercing its flesh and perforating its heart, it could only open its eyes wide and let out a sound of agony. The human was victorious, the monster perished. It soon turned to ashes, being scattered by the light current of air. Only the monster's magic stone remained, even after being pierced by the victorious young man's weapon. He fell unconscious from exhaustion, and everything went black before his eyes. His consciousness collapsed, entering the world of dreams. The sound of grass being pulled and earth being trodden faded into the deserted place, with a woman desperately searching for a white-haired human. His erratic breathing, caused by worry and anguish, did nothing to help as he shouted the name of the human he was looking for. It was Alfia, a beautiful woman with silver hair and heterochromatic eyes. She had been searching for a certain human for some time now, however, until now she had found no trace of him. This continued until, thanks to his highly developed LV-7 eyesight, he managed to spot a body lying in the distance. Yes, it was the human I was looking for. In less than a second he reached his target, moving at high speed and checking the boy's condition. "Belle," he exclaimed, her eyes filled with terror and worry when she saw him. He was in terrible condition, with cuts all over his body, his clothes torn, his left arm mangled. He quickly analyzed the field and understood. A fierce battle had been fought here and Belle had won, although he had not escaped unscathed. With extreme caution, he picked him up in his arms and then ran at monstrous speed to a cabin. Upon arriving, she went directly to her room, ignoring the two people who had also just arrived at the cabin. Apparently, they were also looking for the boy in her arms. Once in his room, he gently laid Belle down and sprinkled all the potions he had on him, but not before disinfecting his wounds and placing a sling on his injured left arm. After 30 minutes of treatment, the high-quality potions had finally taken effect, with Alfia letting out a sigh of relief. She stared at him in silence, a hint of worry and anger on her face. 2 days later, 2 days had passed since Belle had fallen asleep, and he had finally woken up, with his aunt's angry expression being the first thing that invaded his field of vision. A shiver ran through his small body as he saw those icy heterochromatic eyes subtly observing him. She was sitting in a chair next to the bed looking not very happy. The boy swallowed and tried to speak. You know what you did and the worry you caused me, right? But Alfia wouldn't let him and instead asked the newly awakened Belle a terrifying question. Poor Belle just lowered his head in apology and spoke. I'm sorry, Aunt Alfia. There was clear regret in her voice, so the overprotective aunt relaxed her expression and tenderly hugged her nephew. She couldn't stay mad at him for very long. However, he pinched her cheek as punishment, leaving it red as a result. 2 days later, 2 days had passed since Belle had fallen asleep and he had finally woken up, with his aunt's angry expression being the first thing that invaded his field of vision. A shiver ran through his small body as he saw those icy heterochromatic eyes subtly observing him. She was sitting in a chair next to the bed looking not very happy. The boy swallowed and tried to speak. You know what you did and the worry you caused me, right? But Alfia wouldn't let him and instead asked the newly awakened Belle a terrifying question. Poor Belle just lowered his head in apology and spoke. I'm sorry, Aunt Alfia. There was clear regret in her voice, so the overprotective aunt relaxed her expression and tenderly hugged her nephew. She couldn't stay mad at him for very long. However, he pinched her cheek as punishment, leaving it red as a result. It hurts. She complained through small tears. Alfia hardened her heart and ignored him, knowing that this was for her own good. So what monster did you fight? Finally, she asked curiously, wanting to know what kind of monster had left her cute nephew like that. That way I can exterminate their entire damned species, he thought to himself. She was filled with anger towards the kind of monster who had left her beloved nephew like that. Belle failed to detect his aunt's overprotective intentions, and upon hearing the question, his thoughts drifted back to the legendary battle he had won a few days earlier. Then he looked directly at his aunt. Alfia noticed that and sat back down in the chair by the bed, ready to listen to the story. Belle puffed out his chest in pride and spoke in a fierce voice. Auntie, I defeated a goblin. The shrill, childlike, and excited voice of a little Belle was heard. A goblin, I see, that's what I expected. 3 days are enough for me to exterminate everyone in this area, he thought coldly. Alfia's answer was gentle and unsurprising. A goblin was what she had thought from the beginning, since it was the only monster Belle could defeat. And yes, the epic battle had been between a goblin and a little Belle. The battlefield was located in a ravine where the boy had ventured out in search of a worthy opponent. Their legendary weapons were a club in the goblin's possession and a small dagger in Belle's. The dagger was truly the lowest of the low, worse than a third-class weapon, but in the eyes of the boy with a desire to be a strong adventurer, it was the coolest of the cool. She had found her on one of her many excursions that she made in the forest near her house, already hidden from her aunt. The cyclones formed by the clashes of their weapons were breezes that barely moved the trees beneath them, the dry grass. A goblin, a terrifying monster that is the source of nightmares for children, the worst beast they could encounter at a very young age. And a human without even having a Falna, only the training that his aunt had given him and with his young age won against that catastrophe. Truly a feat worthy of mention if we ignore the fact that a goblin is the weakest monster in the dungeon, and even more so if it was outside of it. Congratulations on your victory, Belle. It's incredible that at 5 years old you won against a goblin without having Falna. It was a kind congratulation from his aunt to a sweet little Belle, although something was missing. But if you ever do anything like that again, I'll make sure to tear out those eyes I hate so much, understand? Exactly, a menacing threat. Little Belle trembled and nodded fearfully, tears threatening to well up. His aunt was giving him a decidedly unhappy look. She also wondered what her father had done to earn so much hatred from her aunt. After that, he was hugged again, and when the other two people opened the door to the room and poked their heads out, he ran towards them. Grandpa, Uncle Zald. Alfia grimaced in disgust as she watched Belle walk away from her. The two mentioned saw little Belle running towards them and smiled at him. They were happy to see him recovered from his arm injury. Hey Belle, you went to extremes this time, huh? It was the comment of Zald, a robust man with short, dark brown hair combed back and gray eyes. The most striking feature was the scars on his face, giving him an imposing and terrifying appearance. Worthy of gluttony. Belle, tell me about your adventure. Your aunt already hit me for telling you adventure stories, so I don't see anything wrong with you telling me. It was the cheerful and worrying comment of his grandfather known as Zeus. I defeated a goblin, all by myself. That was little Belle's proud reply, but then he felt a blow to his head. Looking back, he could see his aunt with a vein throbbing in her temple. I already told you what will happen if you do something stupid like that again, and you old pervert, next time you won't get out in one piece. The two who had been warned broke out in a cold sweat, and Belle went to take refuge in the arms of his trembling grandfather, although it seemed that Belle was protecting his grandfather, being used as a shield by the old man. After an angry Alfia calmed down, everyone went straight to the table, waiting for the dinner that Zald would prepare for Belle's victory. Dinner had been stuffed baked quail, with Belle receiving 2 pieces for being the champion of the week. His eyes gleamed as he took the wing of the cooked bird and brought it to his mouth, ready to devour it. But his small arm had been stopped inches from reaching his target, and he saw Alfia to his right watching him serenely. "Belle, manners maketh a man," he remarked calmly. "I can't let you eat like primitive beasts in front of me." Belle turned his gaze from Alfia to the front, the other side of the table, and there were Zeus and Zald ferociously devouring their quail. Both had a mug of beer in hand, taking regular sips and exhaling the gas from the drink. A drop of nervous sweat slid down his forehead. He turned his gaze back to Alfia and nodded, implying that he would eat in style. "Okay, then say, oh." His aunt's affectionate tone confused him, seeing how she had already elegantly cut a portion of the quail with the utensils. He had a fork with the portion in his hand, pointing towards his mouth. "Say, ah." Again she gave that affectionate tone with a gentle expression, showing her happiness at feeding him. "I can eat by myself, but if I refuse, Aunt Alfia will be sad," thought little Belle. He gave up trying to refuse and opened his mouth, being fed by a happy Alfia. Dinner passed without incident, with Alfia feeding Belle and Zald and Zeus talking amongst themselves. Once they finished, Belle took the floor to recount his first real-life Todath battle. Zeus looked at him proudly, seeing the potential for a future hero and king of the harem in his grandson. Zald listened and watched proudly, fascinated by his adopted nephew's fight. And Alfia, she gave him a disapproving look, annoyed at how reckless he had been, yet she remained silent while listening to him. Seeing Belle's illuminated expression left her in a trance, bringing calm to her heart. Dinner was over. Zeus had a satisfied look on his face, and Zald was clearing the table and washing the dishes. "Belle, it's time for a bath, let's go." Alfia took his arm lightly, nodding a little nervously and following her. "I want to take a bath too," Zeus exclaimed, echoing through the cabin. Alfia looked at him over her shoulder, giving him a dead stare. "There's a stream 10 kilometers from here. You should start walking if you want to arrive before dawn," he replied icily. Zeus shuddered at the immense thirst for blood that the beautiful silver-haired woman emanated. But there's another one just 10 minutes from here," he commented weakly. "So what? I don't want you around when I'm taking a bath with my nephew," she said, continuing to walk with Belle beside her. "Just so you know, if you dare to spy, I'll gouge your eyes out." All hope vanished for the dejected Zeus. He could see Belle waving with his free hand and giving him a sympathetic look. "Belle, my grandson, enjoy the paradise that only you can see." Desolate tears emerged from the sad and proud old man. Lemon skipped. Chapter 1, Last Son of Zeus. Nephew family, what's the difference? The sun had risen, with the noise of the birds startling his ears and slowly waking him up. Her vision was blurry, so she rubbed her eyes lightly to clear it. One thing he noticed was that he was being pressed down, and once his vision was perfectly clear, what was in front of him were Alfia's breasts. She was using him as a Dakimakura pillow. She remained silent, knowing that her aunt disliked exaggerated reactions such as screaming out of embarrassment. So he silently struggled to free himself, but just as he was about to succeed, he was suddenly pressed against her breasts. His face was sunk so low that he was suffocating, struggling to get a little air in that terrain unexplored by mortals and immortals. Alfia smiled in her sleep, perhaps enjoying the tickling sensation caused by Belle's breathing between her breasts. Little Belle remained powerless against his aunt's monstrous strength, fainting within a couple of minutes. XXX. Her eyelids twitched, opening slowly. Alfia woke up silently, clearing her eyes, which were still blurry from just getting up. Her cheeks warmed slightly, feeling a faint breath between her breasts. She looked down and immediately noticed a sleeping Belle breathing lightly between her cleavage. A smile quickly appeared on her lips as she affectionately stroked the little boy's hair. "Good morning, Belle," he whispered gently. She also stopped hugging him, letting the boy's face emerge free from those enormous mounds. She found it endearing to see him asleep with his cheeks flushed. He approached her and kissed her forehead, then got up from the mattress and began to undress. She was wearing a one-piece white transparent double-layered pajama dress, the first layer having floral embroidery and the second layer being completely plain. When she was down to her underwear, she neatly folded her pajamas and placed them on the shelf to be washed later. She glanced back over her shoulder towards the bed, seeing little Belle still asleep on it. Unconsciously, a pout formed on her cheeks. She stopped looking at him and got dressed, then went to wash her face. Some time later, having woken up still alive after falling unconscious between his aunt's breasts, Belle had prepared to start his day. She washed her face and brushed her teeth, having used a small stool given to her by Alfia to reach the sink. And once she finished, she left the room with small steps until she reached the kitchen, which was actually closer than expected. "Good morning, Grandpa. Good morning, Uncle Zald. Good morning, Aunt Alfia." He politely greeted the three people seated around the dining room, all because of Alfia's instructions on how to be a man with manners. And it wasn't that he was fascinated by it. "If I don't do this, Aunt Alfia will scold me." He had his reasons, and nobody questioned them. "Good morning, Belle," Zald and Zeus replied. Alfia, well, she slowly got up and bent down to his level, stroking his hair. "Well done, Belle, here's your reward." Saying that, he kissed her on the cheek. "Thank you," the little rabbit simply said. Alfia nodded and returned to her seat, noticing the looks that both Zeus and Zald were giving her. "What's that perverted smile on your face, old man?" he asked irritably. If anything put her in a bad mood, it was the old man in front of her, Zeus. "Oh, nothing, it's just that I saw that Belle will have a good life in the future," he replied mockingly. That wickedly perverted and joking smile made Alfia raise an eyebrow in annoyance. I was about to tell him to get lost." "It's nothing, Alfia-sama," Zeus said, abandoning his perverted expression and bowing his head to the table. Zald beside him looked at him with blank eyes, noticing as always that his god was rather pathetic. "And you, do you have something to say?" Now it was his turn. He sweated a little when he heard the question. He took his eyes off the leaning Zeus and turned them forward, where Alfia was giving him a cold stare. He simply shook his head slightly, lowering his gaze to his coffee and warm bread roll, and began to enjoy it in silence. Can I sit down?" Belle's awkward and timid question reached the gray-haired girl's ears, causing her to look at him and nod. Apparently she didn't know what to do in the previous situation the adults had, so Alfia smiled gently and moved the chair next to her. "Yes, come to my side," she said affectionately. Belle obeyed and sat down next to her, waiting to be served his morning chocolate and his corresponding bread roll. Seeing that everyone was at the table, Zald got up and went to get the coffee cups and bread without saying a word while thinking about what had just happened. I suppose that idiot Silver would be proud, he thought. She smiled inwardly, though she was also concerned about Belle's safety. As the next member of the Zeus family, he will have to endure the danger of a woman, and in this case, the most dangerous one. She finished her train of thought and began pouring the coffee from the pot into the cups. Back at the table, Zeus was the next to speak, addressing Belle. "Are you ready to receive a Falna grandson?" Strangely, he had opted for a serious look, observing little Belle with his electric blue eyes. Alfia remained silent, as did Zald. They had no right to influence the child's decision. The man being questioned stared intently at his adoptive grandfather, his rubbered eyes fixed on his, and nodded firmly. "Yes, Grandpa, I'm ready." He imitated the serious attitude Zeus was giving, making him look a little funny and cute. When he gave his answer, there was a worried sigh and a happy snort. Alfia had her eyes closed, but her brow was slightly arched, implying that she wasn't too happy about Belle having Falna from such a young age. But apparently Belle had wanted to have one even more after having fought against that goblin. And the cheerful snort came from Zald, who merely gave slight nods with a faint smile. Zeus grinned toothily. "Gwahahaha, fine, then I'll be your god." She dropped her serious expression and laughed heartily, showing her joy at her grandson's decision. "Finish your bread and I'll give you a report before lunch, don't rush." He said that while taking a sip of his coffee, but even though he said he wasn't in a hurry, it was impossible to control the excitement Belle felt. Like a rabbit, he quickly devoured his bread and washed it down with his hot chocolate. Alfia gave him a disapproving look but let it go this time. After all, she liked seeing him with that adorable smile on his face. 10 minutes later. "I want to say something before you put your filthy blood on my Belle." Zeus. Zald, mini Belle. Breakfast was over, with Zeus and Zald up and Belle in the living room armchair awaiting his initiation as a son of Zeus. But Alfia, who had remained silent, interrupted before Belle could be asked to take off his shirt and turn his back, confusing everyone. "Do you have a problem with that?" he asked coldly. "And why are you surprised, Belle?" The little boy wasn't spared either. God and the dependent decided to shrug their shoulders, sitting back down as they chose not to question Alfia's actions. After all, if she said something was white, even black became completely white. "Okay then, let's go out, Belle, let's go for a walk for a while." Seeing that there was no interference, Alfia got up and went towards Belle. He gently took his hand and began to guide him toward the exit of the cabin, leaving Zeus and Zald alone inside. They looked at each other as the sound of the door closing echoed through the place. Then Zeus smiled proudly, with a suspicious gleam in his electric blue eyes. Zald simply sighed with an ironic smile. "Like father, like son," he remarked, a drop of nervous sweat trickling down his forehead. Zeus nodded in confirmation. Yes, the father went after Materia, Hera's favorite and a complete beauty, being a level 4. Now his son is going after his aunt, a level 7 capable of beating a level 9, being a 5-year-old child. He adopted a thoughtful expression and placed his hand on his chin. "Humans never cease to amaze me with their heroic feats." The captivated tone made Zald look at him in disbelief. "What feats? It's just Alfia with her Agrippina complex. I hope that when Belle grows up he doesn't reject her. I fear the reaction he might have." "Don't be a spoilsport, Zald. I'm sure Belle will reciprocate his aunt's love, and when that day comes, I'll celebrate seeing him go on his way." "If everything you've told me about your life on Olympus is true, I hope you're joking." Even if Belle had a sister, I'm sure he wouldn't go that far. Their conversation had taken a strange turn, with the man commenting on Alfia's obvious love for Belle and the god expressing gratitude that his grandson was following in his footsteps regarding incest. It was truly total chaos inside the old man's mind. But the harem Alfia will be a problem for the harem, was his last thought. They were holding hands as they gazed up at the sunrise, the cool morning breeze caressing their cheeks. Alfia exuded a melancholic aura. The white-haired boy didn't understand perfectly, he wasn't that perceptive, but he knew from Alfia's expression that she was sad. Belle. In a soft and welcoming tone, she named him while continuing to watch the sunrise. Perhaps he was seeing beyond that, beyond time. A place that was chained to the past and a fleeting memory of that catastrophic battle. Belle simply looked up at her, raising his gaze and seeing the profile of her delicate face. "You will be strong," she exclaimed confidently. It was then that her beautiful heterochromatic eyes looked at him, flashing a jade green and a silvery gray. They stared at him completely, directly into his rubbered eyes. "You will be very strong." She said it again, but Belle still didn't understand the complicated expression on her aunt's face. It was very rare to see her express that kind of emotion. "Aunt." Even when he called her in concern, Alfia's gaze did not waver in the slightest. "But you are too kind, your kindness is like that of my sister Materia, that's why strength does not go hand in hand with kindness." Belle, remember this. She crouched down until she was at the same height as him, taking his cheeks in her hands. His slender arms were covered by black gloves, but the palms of his hands still conveyed a comforting warmth. Belle's heart leapt. "Don't feel sorry for those who will never feel sorry for you." His words surprised him. "Do you promise me?" Did Belle notice that small, pleading glimmer in Alfia's eyes? She seemed worried about something, and although she didn't know exactly what, Belle nodded. "I promise." Relief was expressed on Alfia's chiseled face, giving a slight smile. He brought his forehead close and pressed it against Belle's. "Thank you." She stopped holding his cheeks and hugged him, conveying all the love she had for him, tightening her arms and refusing to let go. Little Belle returned the hug after a few seconds, although he was once again being suffocated by Alfia's breasts. "Grow up big and strong, I'll be with you every step of the way," he whispered lovingly. A couple of minutes passed like this, with Belle remaining silent as he struggled to breathe against Alfia's chest, while Alfia herself enjoyed the embrace. "Okay, let's go back to the cabin, we'll start your training from today." She said that once she stopped hugging him, getting up completely and taking little Belle's hand again. And the aforementioned reacted happily upon hearing it. "Yes, we'll train day and night." For some reason he was jumping around excitedly, which was a little worrying since he was so small and addicted to training. Alfia smiled gently, though a little amusement was mixed in. Ara, I see you didn't understand me, Belle. When I say we'll begin, it's because we'll really start training. It won't be anything like the casual lessons I used to give you." The white-haired boy's jumping stopped. For some reason unknown to him, a chill had run down his spine. He looked up, seeing his aunt looking back at him with a smile on her lips, but that smile exuded a disturbing danger. Belle got scared. It was similar to the time when he asked about his father, something he would never ask again in his life. He almost lost his eyes that day. "Since you desire a Falna despite having me protecting you, resign yourself. I will not allow you to back down." Saying that, he ignited something inside Belle. "Yeah, the little boy liked challenges. Well, should I throw you into a monster's nest and let you be dishonored? Or should I tie you to a rock and throw you to the bottom of the river to teach you a feeling similar to death?" He paled. Little Belle felt his face being stripped of its blood, becoming pale and dull as he heard those words. His competitive and lively attitude was eliminated in one fell swoop. Alfia had said them so naturally, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. There wasn't a single trace of the always kind, caring, and loving aunt in her. That's not training," he exclaimed, terror in his voice. "That's indiscriminate torture." Yes, Belle loved his aunt's training sessions because Alfia didn't really push him or treat him harshly. He was simply instructing him in the use of the sword. Belle has a wooden sword made by his grandfather, so the little boy never imagined what training by silence really was. "Don't be naive, Belle. If you don't see the boundary between life and death, you'll never overcome your limits." They continued walking towards the cabin holding hands, with Alfia speaking calmly and Belle trembling with fear. "To become a wonderful man, you have to overcome your limits 1,000 times. Ignoring the words of wonderful man, Alfia's concept of the word limit was very exaggerated and nonsensical. "What is the limit at the end?" Belle asked, terrified. Alfia smiled at his reaction. "Don't worry, Belle," she said, stopping in her tracks. Still holding her hand, Belle stopped as he turned his scared rabbit gaze towards her. "I'll be there every step of the way, I won't let you die," he smiled and tightened his grip on Belle's small hand. The terrifying atmosphere had changed to a welcoming one. "If the monsters harm your body, I will purify it with my own. If you drown in the river, I will revive you with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." Her cheeks burned. "I will always save you, my sweet Belle." The cozy atmosphere changed to one that was yearning and loving. If Zeus or Zald were watching and listening to this, the former would cry, completely captivated by the scene, and the latter would fall unconscious. That's why it was fortunate that they were completely alone. And then, why did Alfia seem so happy as she spoke those words? Belle didn't know. Why did she seem to be staring at him with her round, flushed cheeks? Belle didn't know. It was impossible for him to understand. The still young Belle didn't quite understand Alfia's feelings. That's why Belle uttered those words. If that's the case, please save me whenever I'm in danger, Aunt Alfia. It will be like that until I can protect you. Perhaps he still didn't understand Alfia's words, actions, and love for him, but one thing he did understand was that he loved that expression on his aunt's face. He loved seeing her happy. He gave her a smile that overflowed with purity and kindness, leaving her completely captivated. Her ruby-red eyes didn't seem to bother him right now. Then, because of that response, Alfia's arms lost their strength and her fingers slipped out of Belle's hand. The wind shook the golden wheat in the field where she stood, and her beautiful silver hair fluttered in harmony with that blizzard. A charming and enchanting glow covered her lovely heterochromatic eyes. She remained silent, speechless. So she gave a smile that made her look more beautiful the more you looked at her. They resumed their walk towards the cabin. The sound of the door being opened reached the ears of the old god and Zald, turning their eyes towards the entrance. "We've arrived," Alfia announced in a steady tone. She looked as normal as ever, but inside everything about her was exploding with different and unknown emotions. Belle was beside her, holding her hand. "I've arrived, Grandpa, I've arrived, Uncle Zald." Little innocent Belle waved, then turned his gaze towards his aunt, who looked back at him when she noticed his gaze on her. Before he could speak, Alfia nodded. "Yes, go and get yourself a status," she intoned softly, giving her permission. Belle didn't wait for a second indication, and letting go of his hand, he went to his grandfather and jumped into his arms. "Oh, I see you're excited, Belle. Well, let's take advantage of that excitement and begin your initiation as the newest member of the glorious Zeus familia." Preparations were made immediately. Belle was stripped of his shirt and sat down to show his back to Zeus, with Zald and Alfia watching the whole process. They couldn't miss the delivery of state by Belle. "Let's begin." Zeus's tone became completely serious. He took the silver needle resting on a small padded box, pricking his index finger and producing a small leak of his ichor. She instantly dropped it onto Belle's back, and the drop slid from top to bottom right onto his spine. "I, God of Lightning, grant you my blessing." The initiation rite had begun, with Zeus intoning the words in a solemn voice. An electric blue glow began to emanate from Belle's back. What? Alfia hadn't heard anything about this. Hera hadn't done anything like this when she gave her blessing. "It's a tradition in the Zeus family, we all go through it," Zald explained, noticing his absent-mindedness. That was enough for Alfia to understand. "Heir of thunder, heir of my will, champion of the king of the gods." Zeus continued his work while the electric flash increased in brightness. What? Zald was confused this time. Apparently Zeus was modifying the initiation rite. Lover of women, passionate about elves. Wandering traveler on the path of the harem, always fair, always honest. Yes, that said it all. Zeus had completely changed the initiation rite, making Zald look at him with incredulous eyes. "Is this really necessary? I'm about to tell that damn old man to get lost," Alfia whispered. "Don't worry, it'll be under control." Zald said that, hoping that Alfia wouldn't destroy this place and that Zeus would get down to business. "Oh, my son, grant my wish," and he was heard, "fulfill the world's desire. I know what the world needs, what people yearn for. Do not falter on your path, do not waver in your decisions." The light on Belle's back shone brightly. "Rise, last hero." The room was flooded with a blinding electric blue glow, taking about 7 seconds to disappear. A blazing lightning bolt flashed across Belle's small back, displaying his status data. Zeus observed the divine writing, noting that Belle had a skill in the skills section. That surprised him. But with a toothy grin, he took a sheet of paper and transferred Belle's state onto it, then gave it to the little white-haired boy. "Welcome to the Zeus fam. Along with Zald, you are the only active members." The sparkle in Belle's eyes was noticeable, causing Alfia to smile at how adorable he looked. Bellcranel state. Family Zeus, race human, level LV, 1 age 5 years, basic skills, strength I0, endurance I0, dexterity I0, agility I0, magic I0, development skills, none, magic none, skills, goblin slayer. Grants the user brute force upon activation. Immerses the user in a berserker state without losing control. Subdues goblin-type monsters and their derivative species. Killing goblins with the active ability increases growth rate. Activation chant, Sauka. Once again Belle's eyes sparkled and a joyful smile appeared on his small lips. At this moment he was grateful to his aunt for teaching him about basic reading. Although his classes were still in progress, "It's my state." She whispered with joy, "It's my status. I have my own status and a skill named after my first rival." Soon he began jumping and spinning with the status sheet in his hand. That. Alfia and Zald's surprise was evident when they heard the word ability. Zeus smiled at them in an amused and proud manner. "It's as you heard, he has a skill. I was surprised too. I didn't expect a skill born from a single battle. It must have meant a lot to him that his soul longed for a memory." Both adventurers listened to the god while looking at Belle still running and jumping. There was surprise on their faces. "Incredible," Zald commented. Alfia kept her comments to herself and walked over to the lively Belle, politely asking for his status sheet and reading it once she had it in her hands. When she finished, she smiled and moved her hand towards Belle's white hair, beginning to lovingly stroke it. "That's an incredible skill, Belle, you make me proud." At his compliment, the little boy's eyes lit up again. "Thank you so much, Aunt Alfia," she exclaimed happily. He wasted no time and hugged her, although due to his height he was circling the lower part of Alfia's dress, making the beautiful woman smile amusedly. So, "Hey Belle, come closer," Zeus said to Belle's curiosity and Alfia's displeasure. Young Belle obeyed and stopped hugging Alfia, making her even angrier with Zeus and headed towards his grandfather. "Yes." "What's wrong, Grandpa?" he asked curiously. Zeus smiled. "Belle, now that you're part of my family, you must know about the blood pact that everyone must abide by to the letter," he whispered. Belle listened attentively, waiting to learn about that mysterious blood pact. Once again Zeus smiled. "A harem, Belle, a harem. All members of my family must fulfill the obligation of having a harem." The white-haired man's eyes widened as if he had just heard the truth of the world. Seeing that his indirect persuasion was having an effect, Zeus continued, "To have a good ha." Satan version A chant interrupted the old man's words gospel. Zeus was sent flying, crashing through the wall of the cabin. Belle's eyes widened even more, but this time with terror as he realized his grandfather had disappeared from sight. "Grandpa!" he shouted in complete dismay and panic. Her white locks were fluttering due to the air waves caused by Alfia's magic attack. He wanted to move forward and go through that hole to help his grandfather, but a peculiarly strong grip on his small shoulder stopped him. Sweat began to fill his face as he robotically looked back up. There was Alfia looking down at him with icy, expressionless eyes. He remained silent. "Belle." She shuddered with fear. Something in his aunt's gaze made him tremble uncontrollably. "Listen, you can't have a harem that doesn't go hand in hand with a boy as kind, cute, good-natured, pure, and beautiful again as you." He was paraphrasing as he slowly descended until he was at their level. Zald was ignoring everything, going to get the tools to repair the cabin. "You must grow up to be a man who loves and gives his heart to only one woman." Again, that otherworldly tone did not allow him to deny lightly. All he could do was nod frantically in total panic. His sense of survival was coming to the surface, but curiosity was also born. "Aunt Alfia," he called out with fear and caution. "Yes, Belle." "W, what should the woman I should love be like? W, what should she have?" Belle was a very curious boy. In fact, he was so curious that his current fear was gradually decreasing as he questioned his furious aunt. But that anger in Alfia disappeared once she finished her questions. Her round cheeks flushed a noticeable red, averting her gaze as she loosened her grip on Belle's shoulder and began to play with her own fingers. "WL, do you want to hear my advice?" she asked with a shy and loving look. Belle nodded, wanting to know more about what the woman to whom he would one day give his heart might be like. Seeing her nephew nod in agreement, Alfia took a breath and replied, "I would recommend a woman with silver hair." Her blush deepened and she played with her hair. "That she dresses appropriately, is polite, and likes silence." She again slightly averted her beautiful heterochromatic eyes. "That she has one emerald green eye and one silver gray eye." Regarding her clothing, it could be a dress with a gothic design in black with green decorations. Also that she is always by your side. She had completely strayed from the path, being observed by Zald from a distance as he returned with the tools. "She's describing herself," thought the giant Zald with a complicated expression. Her eyes were blank. "And most importantly," Alfia continued, so caught up in her fantasies that she didn't notice the spectator Zald. Belle nodded, for some reason paying full attention and waiting for the most important feature, "that he loves you with all his soul." The affectionate, yearning, and loving tone completely permeated that last sentence. And Belle, the little one, was lost in the beautiful expression his aunt was giving him. "I understand, I'll make sure to find it." But he was still innocent, he lacked perversion. The melody of the kora produced by its 21 strings filled the air as it was the god Zeus who was playing it. He was skillfully producing melodic music, using his left hand to control 11 of the 21 strings and his right hand to control the remaining ones. Alfia, the grumpy one, is getting angry. A high note was presented in the musical tableaus of the kora, with Zeus singing passionately. He's a nervous wreck. He had become a bard or troubadour, narrator of poems or stories. And he broke the cabin. "Bring on Zald, the cabin repairman, baby, oh yeah." Right at that verse, Zald had appeared with some wooden planks and the tools to repair hammer and metal stakes. "He'll know what to do," she exclaimed, pointing at Zald. She was about to continue her harmonious sung story, but, "If you don't stop making noise, I'll smash that instrument against your stupid face, old man." Alfia's sentence left him completely frozen, millimeters away from his fingers reaching the strings of the kora. "Yes, I'm very sorry," she apologized and stood up from her seat, going to put away her kora before it was massacred. Alfia sat in a rocking chair in silence, with Belle sitting on her lap as she became a little bummed out by the now non-existent music. But Alfia began to stroke him as a reward. "Once Zald finishes fixing the wall, we'll begin our training after lunch," he informed her in a friendly tone, causing Belle to nod. "I'm a little nervous," the little boy said to himself. "I'll see what happens," and he left it all to chance. Chapter 2, Hellish Training, the Paths of Life. It was impossible. Belle couldn't believe what he saw in front of him, a cave. He really didn't think Alfia was serious about locking him up in a monster's nest. "Yes, it's a goblin nest," Alfia's calm voice sounded. "It will be your initiation, Belle." What? He couldn't even object when he felt himself being pushed into the cave. Once inside, he looked back, his eyes were dilated, and Alfia was sealing the entrance with a large rock. How on earth could he move something that size? Belle wondered. This will hurt me more than it will hurt you, Belle, but I will be strong, I will endure it for you. Having said that, the cave was completely sealed and the entire interior was plunged into terrible darkness. The shadows consumed the little rabbit. It was barely midday with the sun's rays striking Alfia's tranquil silhouette. She stood in front of the cave she had sealed herself with serene eyes and a calm expression on her beautiful face. You're dying inside, aren't you? Zald asked. He was also there as the trainer of the now captive Belle, and he watched Alfia's silhouette from a few meters away. She remained silent, her eyes fixed on the enormous rock she had placed to prevent Belle from escaping. Time passed and... It's time I'll go in for him. Not even a minute has passed, Alfia, that, for the first time the serene and refined woman had lost her composure. That can't be true, it's been a long time. No, exactly 1 minute has passed now. Never mind, I'll get him out of there. Saying that, Alfia took a step forward and placed her hands on the rock, ready to remove or destroy it. That way he won't grow strong. If you keep spoiling him, sooner rather than later it will become the cause of his death. And all action stopped. Alfia turned to stone. Dark, the whole place was too dark. Like the abyss represented by the sea, everything was flooded by grotesque shadows that consumed every inch of the cave. Little Belle couldn't tell the difference between the sound of his own racing heartbeat and the sounds echoing through the cave walls. The squeals and growls of the monsters mingled with the wet drops and the cracks that were forming. Fearful and taking slow steps, Belle advanced deeper into this nest. His aunt had said this was a goblin nest, so he had to find them and eliminate them. Fear is in the mind in the heart, and the heart strengthens me. The more fear I have, the stronger I am. He repeated his grandfather's words in a slightly broken voice, which helped to calm him down little by little. He may have defeated a goblin at the age of 5 with only slight instructions on sword handling from Alfia, but Belle was still that. A 5-year-old boy. Being in the dark and locked up had heightened the classic fear in children his age, claustrophobia and nyctophobia. Don't think about that, it's just a closed, dark space with a lot of goblins inside. It's nothing that dangerous. The little boy was convincing himself, performing an oxygenation to release the bad air attacking his lungs and calm his heartbeat. Yes, they're goblins. And it was through his very words of encouragement that he realized something. Of course they're just goblins. Her exclamation was too loud, echoing throughout the place. But he didn't care, not after remembering what he had become after receiving his Falna. And I'm a goblin slayer. He shouted and drew the small dagger that Alfia had given him for this first training session. The sound of the metal blade being waved rang out, accompanied by the crackling of his fingers holding it. It's time to hunt goblins. He started running, going deeper and deeper into the cave, and he didn't have to do it for too long because he glimpsed torches being held by sickly green arms. They had apparently noticed because of his earlier screams, but Belle did not stop. He continued moving forward, Sauka, and he shouted fervently to activate his ability. He immediately felt the energy beginning to move throughout his body, and he could now see clearly with his right eye. Its rubbered orb was emitting a bloody red trail, granting it some kind of night vision. He let out a war cry and leaped with all his might, swinging his dagger with great speed and cutting the trachea of the first goblin. The monster had not moved, remaining still like the others, being affected by the submission effect of Goblin Slayer. His back began to burn as he continued killing the monsters, but he shrugged it off and carried on with his work. He kept fighting and fighting and fighting, until there is not a single goblin left inside the cave. 3 hours had passed since Alfia had locked him in the cave, making his poor mind almost explode. She was suffering silently, struggling with his inner self not to destroy that rock of a gospel and go in for his cute nephew. He's in danger, he definitely is. He took a step towards the entrance. But I can't interfere, not if I want to respect his desire to become stronger. He took back the step he had taken. It had been like this since all of this had begun, moving forward and backward while the anguish was killing her. Zald remained silent with his eyes closed, equally worried about Belle but knowing that he would return. As a top-level adventurer, he knew the boy would be afraid, but that once he overcame and assimilated that fear, nothing would be able to stop his growth. This right or first challenge was to awaken the dormant ambition within him. And at the same time, it was to make him understand that ideals had to be strongly supported in order to be fulfilled and protected. It won't be long, he thought calmly. 3 hours had passed, so he would arrive soon. And of course the scream of a child no older than 5 years old was heard. I'm finished. He sounded exhausted but slightly excited. They both heard it, but Alfia was the first to act, moving with divine speed the rock that blocked the entrance to the cave. Once he did, as if the rock were made of paper, he saw the small white-haired boy covered in blood with a dagger in his hand. The once gleaming dagger was now completely covered in a dark red liquid, dripping drops of blood at short intervals. Belle. He mentioned the little boy looking down at him from his height. The boy smiled, as covered in blood as he was, he smiled. "I'm back, Aunt." Her voice was weak, possibly from tiredness, but it showed her joy. "He's back." Alfia's mind flashed to a scene of a grown Belle arriving home after a day's work, greeted by her in an apron and offered food, a bath, or Alfia's imagination. It was late. Night was about to make its presence felt in the vast sky. Suddenly, the sound of the door being opened was heard. "Big Belle, I'm here." "Alfia, Alfia, welcome, darling." The young white-haired man watched, fascinated, his girlfriend, who was wearing nothing but a pure white apron over her naked body. Alfia smiled flirtatiously when she noticed his gaze, taking both edges of her apron and lifting it to model it. "Alfia, do you like how I look, Belle?" Her seductive tone of voice made the aforementioned person blush. "Belle Grand, why yes, you look beautiful and hexy, Alfia." His sincere compliment made Alfia's cheeks burn a lovely red. "Alfia, Yufufu, thank you." She gave thanks and then prostrated herself at the entrance, placing her little fingers on the wooden floor and bending her back as she thrust her hips out. It was very similar to the doja. "Alfia, do you want to take a bath? Do you want me to serve you dinner? Or, end of imagination?" She shook off those thoughts and threw herself into a hug, her cheeks flushed. Zald proudly observed Belle's imposing appearance, but that pride turned to disbelief after seeing Alfia's reaction. Sigh. She sighed and looked away from that saccharine scene only on Alfia's part and gazed up at the sky. "What would your sister say, Alfia?" He seriously questioned himself. 5 minutes later. She stopped hugging him and began a quick check of Belle's entire body, looking for serious injuries, bruises, bleeding, and any scratches he might have, but he found none of that. "Are you unharmed?" she asked, surprised to see that the blood didn't belong to Belle. "Yes, I came out unharmed." The little boy replied in a proud tone. Alfia was speechless for a few seconds then. "So the monsters didn't dishonor your body and I can't purify it with mine?" The question came out automatically, confusing Belle and surprising Zald. Tusk. Then that peculiar click of the tongue made Gluttony slap his face, not believing all this. "Auntie, did you just swear?" asked the confused Belle. It was then that Alfia became aware of her unladylike reactions. A small red tint quickly appeared on her cheeks. "Oh no, I didn't," he replied suspiciously. "Anyway, it doesn't matter, the next thing will work." What? Without a doubt, his aunt was acting strangely, and for some reason that gave him a bad feeling. Alfia cleared her throat elegantly. "Let's move on to the second phase." Saying that, he stood up and began to walk, with Belle being held by his hand. "Zald, let's go to the river," he said without stopping. The aforementioned sighed wearily and stood up, following the incestuous pair, or the incestuous woman and her victim. They were heading towards the great mountain river where the second test of the day would take place. They had arrived, taking them no more than 10 minutes on a slow walk. The raging currents of the river were in front of the three of them as they stood on the bank observing their surroundings. Alfia saw a small pool formed by the currents and free of turbulence. "Okay, let's clean up your appearance first before that blood starts to smell." Alfia's calm and serene voice reached little Belle, making him nod. Nothing more was said and Belle began to take off his clothes, remaining only in his boxers and running towards that small pool. At a short distance, it leaped and dove completely underwater, then emerged from the surface. Her wet hair danced through the air as she scattered the crystalline drops of water. Her skin, once covered in red, had returned to normal, having a peculiar shine due to the reflection of moisture caused by water and sunlight. Her eyes were closed, enjoying the cool sensation of the water and giving a smile followed by an exhalation of joy. She took her wet hair and combed it back with her hand, squeezing out the excess water. The upper part of his body was the only thing visible, the rest being hidden by the surface of the water. Its beautiful Alfia was mesmerized by the scene. She had the sensation that something was dripping from her nose, but she immediately assumed she was imagining things and continued to delight her gaze. Zald stared in disbelief at Alfia, whose eyes were glowing and blood was trickling from her nose. Wasn't this supposed to be training? Since when did it become a show for this incestuous Shotaken? He sighed inwardly, calling Alfia by the name Zeus had recently given her. 10 minutes later. "Belle, this is the same as before. It's going to hurt me more than it hurts you, but I'll be strong and I'll endure it. I understand you're nervous, but there's nothing to fear. I'll be there to save you." Belle was tied to a huge rock on the riverbank and its strong currents. The reason he didn't respond was due to the fear invading his small body. "I don't have a knack for water. I don't have a knack for water. I want a knack for water." However, although her voice was sealed, her thoughts were as free as the wind. "I couldn't be so calm about the current situation. It was nothing compared to being locked in a cave with monsters. And he didn't even have a skill that brought him peace." "Okay, everything's ready." Alfia kissed him on the forehead, then placed her hand on his chest. "Good luck, Belle," she said and pushed him. "You glug 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 glug." The beautiful face of Alfia being distorted by worry was the last thing he saw. Then the river currents swallowed him up along with the rock. His body, submerged in the water, could not even be shaken by the currents, all because the rock tied to his body pulled him down to the depths. The lower I went, the darker everything became. The pressure increased and hurt their ears, which were invaded by a dull sound that threatened to burst them. He didn't know if only a few seconds had passed, and it didn't really matter. Being immersed in this place made him feel like he'd been there for years. His lungs began to work with the desperate circulation of oxygen within his respiratory system, running the risk of bursting as there was no way out. He shook his body and looked around. He could only glimpse small plants and stones around him, nothing to help him break free from his chains. Calm down, Belle, remember Grandpa's stories about the sea god. And all sudden movement stopped, leaving him completely motionless. He became one with the water, becoming just another body of water in this entire liquid abyss. Whether I drown depends on several factors. The energy I expend while suffocating, the number of times I manage to breathe, my physical condition, my age, and many other things. His grandfather talked a lot about a god named Poseidon and his advice for sailing the seas. It was on this advice that the boy's memories focused. Any normal person would take between 1 and 3 minutes to lose consciousness underwater. Those who fish and are still people without Falna take 3 minutes before falling unconscious while diving, and can last 25 minutes if they remain completely still. That was common knowledge in coastal areas where fishing was the main business and the most regular source of income for the economy. So the first thing to do is eliminate any movement on my body. By having my grandfather's Falna, I can surpass the established time. His survival instinct was working harder than ever, fighting to preserve his life in the face of the critical situation. My grandfather told me about a man who was revived after being underwater for about 1 hour and 5 minutes, so I can beat that time with my Falna as long as I stay calm. His limbs did not move. He had cancelled all movement to prolong his time, even if only by 1 more second. Time passed. From his point of view, he seemed to be in a neutral state. His body, his mind, his whole being felt like he was on a thin line that was neither life nor death. He shut down his consciousness, focusing on surviving. His eyelids were heavy, but he could feel the air passing through his breaths, circulating through his body and bringing him to life. His consciousness was returning, his vision becoming blurry and his hearing completely obscured. Once his vision cleared, the first thing he saw was a pair of beautiful lips lowering themselves towards him. No, he was going to his own lips, to his mouth. Yuwa was enough to snap him out of his semi-dead state. He tried to move his arms but discovered that he couldn't move them. They were completely weak. The same was true of her legs. Alfia, she's awake now. There's no need to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. His uncle Zald's voice barely reached his ears, and he began to regain his sense of hearing. Apparently his words worked because Alfia, who had her eyes closed, stopped a few centimeters away and opened one of her eyes. That beautiful silvery gray watched him. Then, Tuske click came from the silver-haired beauty. Her expression seemed displeased, and that displeasure was directed at Zald for interrupting her attempt to save her nephew. But seeing Belle's stunned face, he gave a kind expression and a gentle smile. Congratulations, Belle, you have passed the second test. Then he used his arms to lift him up, giving him light pats on the back to snap him out of his dazed state. A few minutes passed. He kept his gaze downcast as he absorbed everything and breathed fresh air for an unknown amount of time without doing so. True. How long was I underwater? His voice was hoarse. Alfia did not answer. She did not have the answer to his question. It hurt, but she was so distressed the whole time that her mind forgot to keep track of time. So he looked at Zald, waiting for him to speak. 2 hours, you were underwater for 2 hours. The answer surprised both nephew and aunt. Congratulations, Belle. You have experienced firsthand the struggle between life and death in that neutral state. The giant Zald congratulated him, showing his pride. And Belle, his thoughts now calm, smiled at her. Thank you, Uncle Zald. Alfia felt jealous seeing the smile directed at the idiot Zald. But he said nothing. He just remained silent and took Belle in his arms to carry him. Let's go home. We need 2 more tests before the day is over. It was true, the sky was a deep orange color, a beautiful sunset. It was 5:15 p.m., so they would have to hurry if they wanted to finish training before nightfall. 6:00 p.m., a calm and serene twilight. No, it wasn't about that kind of nonsense from a guy who shines in the sun. It was sunset, making the landscape shine with a yellow color from the rays of the sun as it sank in the west. 3 people were in this beautiful environment, 2 completely calm and silent, and 1 in particular who was unconscious. Don't you think you went too far? Zald asked the pleased Alfia. Absolutely not. Belle wants to be strong. The least I can do is help and support his desire, he replied immediately. The training session had ended with the last 2 tests having been completed half an hour ago. It was actually simple. Although he failed, he only had to defeat Zald and Alfia in a 1v1 duel, but little Belle couldn't. With Zald, he lasted a minute before falling unconscious, all because Zald himself wanted it that way. However, Alfia had not held back at all, sending him to the realm of dreams with a gospel. It probably took 1 second against the silver-haired one. As the shadows of both of them, illuminated by the setting sun, gradually lengthened, Alfia became lost in her thoughts while gently stroking Belle's white hair. The unconscious little boy was resting on her lap, which gave her a feeling of absolute tranquility. She was wearing a dress which prevented it from going directly onto her legs, but the sensation was still wonderful. Bellcranel was receiving a lap pillow from her Aunt Alfia. What do my eyes see? Is my nephew getting a lap pillow? And all the tranquility that Alfia had was eliminated by the shout of the newly arrived Zeus. Apparently he had already finished his work in the garden. But before he could tell her to shut up, Zeus got the floor when he saw Belle's deplorable state. He had no serious injuries, but just seeing his face full of exhaustion was enough to know it. His grandson hadn't had it easy. He slowly approached until he was about a meter away, looking down at the unconscious figure of little Belle. "Look what they did to my boy," she commented sadly. Neither Zald nor Alfia refuted his words, for they knew that Belle had pushed himself too hard and had even experienced the sensation of being between life and death. They just remained silent. Zald went to prepare the food and Alfia continued stroking her nephew's hair. She felt hurt with herself for having stood up against such atrocities, but she couldn't help feeling proud to know that she had overcome 2 out of 4. Zeus decided not to bother her and went straight to take a bath to get rid of the tiredness from work. 8:00 p.m. Dinner was ready and Belle had already taken his daily bath with Alfia. All that was missing was his status update. It was mostly out of curiosity. Belle couldn't stand the thought of waiting a week to find out what it felt like to have his status updated. That's why, and because it was her lovely nephew's request, Alfia allowed it, even though she knew there wouldn't be much progress in a single day. I didn't want Belle to get discouraged by Exilia's poor results, but there was no other way if he wanted it. And it was because of that idea that Alfia did not expect such a result. "Belle, what did they do to you?" Zeus asked, astonished by his grandson's condition. The aforementioned man trembled at the memories. "Grandpa, you wouldn't believe me if I told you." He decided not to traumatize his grandfather, keeping that suffering to himself. Once she received her statement sheet, all bad memories vanished and she began to celebrate after reading it and handing it to her aunt. Bellcranel state. Family Zeus, race human, level LV1. Age 5 years, basic skills. Strength IH 107, Resistance IH 138, Dexterity IH 117, Agility IH 127, Magic II 0, Development skills, None magic, none skills, Goblin Slayer. Grants the user brute force upon activation. Immerse the user in a berserker state without losing control. Subdues goblin-type monsters and their derivative species. Killing goblins with the active ability increases growth rate. Activation chant Sauka. Belle was jumping around with a huge grin. Zeus was jumping with him, joining in his excitement. Zald was laughing out loud, genuinely surprised but proud of the whole situation. And Alfia, she was watching her happy nephew. She had the statement sheet in her hand, but she wasn't reading it anymore. He earned 489 experience points in a single day while the tests were rigorous. That doesn't explain everything. She was looking for the logic in all of this. That strange ability says it increases the user's growth for every goblin or related species they kill. If that's true, how many goblins were in that cave? 10, 20, 30, or 100? Nobody but Belle knew. She smiled, she was happy for her nephew, and instead of asking about the number of his enemies. "Belle, dinner's ready, let's eat and go to sleep, we'll resume training tomorrow." He said those words in a calm tone. The white-haired boy nodded, running happily towards the table. Chapter 3, Prodigy. Belle, who the hell is Burrita? Bellcranel's log. Here's Belle on day 15 of month 2 of my training. After experiencing all kinds of atrocities at my young age of 5, I decided to leave proof of my existence for future generations. And after training every single day for 2.5 months, I came to only one conclusion. My Aunt Alfia is crazy. Well, it might actually sound bad if I write it that way, besides considering the great danger my life will be in if she finds out about this secret will. A better way to describe her would be a completely exaggerated and illogical aunt, or maybe she has logic, but she doesn't use the logic she should with someone my age. That would be the short summary of what I've been through since I received the Falna from my grandfather. Torture after torture. And that's why I'm running for my life right now as I write this. Yes, if anyone ever reads my last words, let me tell you that right now my little feet are running at top speed through the woods near the cabin, jumping over the roots on the ground of the tall trees and writing frantically. I am truly grateful that my aunt, who must be looking for me right now, taught me to read and write. Otherwise, I would not have been able to leave any trace of my existence. I think I strayed from my main objective, which was to write my last words before my Aunt Alfia found me. I still can't believe that a woman as beautiful as her could be so terrifying, really. Although, of course, I'm not referring to her beauty in an inappropriate way, I mean the undeniable kind. She is truly beautiful, even I with my short 5 years of life can see it. I've digressed again, my bad, sorry young explorer of the future who might read this. Now I'll write the important part, my morning workout in the Great Mountain River. I don't want to go to that place anymore. I feel like I could drown at any moment, and what really scares me is that my aunt for some reason wants me to lose consciousness and I don't know her reasons. I've concluded it's because of her. End of log. He was kicking his legs in the air, which made me realize that he was being lifted by the back of my shirt collar. Belle, and my aunt's very familiar voice made me tremble. Quickly, hoping she wouldn't notice, I slipped my small notebook into my pants pocket. The place, my crotch, it's the only safe zone where my aunt wouldn't look, I hope.
Auntie.
I stopped waving my legs and stood still as I looked over my shoulder back at my aunt's beautiful but annoying face. What do you think you're doing? Your training in the river is about to begin. The mere mention of the word river made my bones vibrate intensely, but I had to suppress my fears. No matter what trauma I have with water or the river, it doesn't compare to the annoyed look my aunt was giving me right now. I went for a short run to warm up. I had to try to lie. I didn't want him to know about my clandestine escape. She seemed to believe me because she carefully lowered me and relaxed her annoyed expression to a gentle one. I turned around to look at her, although I had to raise my face to align our gazes. I understand, that's very impressive. Well, since you're working so hard so early, today your underwater time will increase to 4 hours. Gods of Olympus, those who are still up there, please help me. My aunt informed me about my already hellish training while she lowered her body to my height, looking directly at me. She gave me a kind expression adorned with a lovely red in her cheeks, and I could only smile as cheerfully as I could fake. Of course, I was waiting for her to ignore the trembling in my little legs. Thank you, I'm very happy, aunt. I suppressed the urge to cry, giving her a smile so that my words would sound truly sincere. That's my boy. Now let's go, I'm sure it'll work this time. I still don't understand her objective, and noticing the joy in her voice in the last exclamation, I have to assume that it's important to her. Why yes, what a joy. She stood up and gently took my hand, beginning to guide me toward that nightmare called a river. Clearly, I wouldn't wish this training on my worst enemy. And if there is anyone else in this vast world suffering the same as me, I send them all my support. Stay strong, O great warrior. I could see the annoyance on my aunt's face, although it wasn't directed at anyone in particular. Perhaps she was berating herself for making a miscalculation. I don't know, I'm too young to understand how adults think. Although I swear I heard her mutter, why does he always wake up before I kiss him? Of course, I didn't understand what he meant by that either, so I followed my grandfather's advice on what to do when a woman is angry. Don't bother her more than she already was. Simple. Uncle Zald, can we start training until Aunt Alfia recovers? Making exact use of my grandfather's wise advice, I spoke encouragingly to the robust man sitting next to me. My Uncle Zald, a man who is 5 times my height. Sure, today I'll teach you about demolitions. He was also observing the tantrum my aunt was silently throwing, although unlike me, he seemed to understand the reason for that tantrum. Yes, let's begin. I got up from the wooden bases and skipped as I headed towards the training area. I arrived quickly since I was behind the cabin. Lately, that's the place where I spend most of my time, apart from that damn river. Cave exploration and goblin hunting stopped less than a week ago, all because he had wiped them all out within a 10 km radius. I don't know how much a kilometer is, but my Aunt Alfia said it was a long distance, so I gave up on continuing to look for goblins. It's the same old story, attack me and I'll take you down. My uncle threw a dagger which I caught nimbly, being at the top of LV. When I was able to catch it easily. Fine, get ready because this time I won't be merciful. I exclaimed arrogantly and lunged at my uncle. In my sprint towards him, I performed a repeated zigzag to act as a feint and take him by surprise. But since he was so tall, he only raised his right leg, which was my target, to stab, and dodged me. Then he kicked me, sending me rolling like a ball. Oh wow 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 wow. I simply spun around the earth, noticing how the world before my eyes spun at extreme speeds that made me dizzy. Hey, are you okay? I think I heard a few ribs break. When I finished rolling across the ground and ended up face up with the sky assaulting my blurry and confused vision, I heard my Uncle Zald's question and analysis. Oh, enjoy it while you can, man. Once I'm strong enough, you'll be the one in my place. Yes, I'm fine, my ribs too, I think. I lifted my upper body with difficulty, beginning to stand up and shake off the dust that had stuck to my clothes. Then I noticed something. Uncle Zald, weren't you supposed to teach me how to take down someone? You just kicked me like a ball. He smiled at my doubt. Come on, Belle, you should never trust the words of someone who will be your opponent. Okay, my grandfather taught me that I shouldn't be someone who practices revenge, but my grandfather isn't here right now, he's in the orchards. I understand, I'll learn my lesson. I smiled as politely as I could while scratching my hair, looking up at the enormous man who looked like a mountain. That's good, okay, how about we repeat it? You attack, I'll dodge, yes, I will do my best. We kept repeating that for quite some time. I'm sure my stamina will increase to the 3rd S, no doubt about it. And speaking of my stamina, if it weren't so high, I wouldn't be able to move right now. I am aware that my Uncle Zald does not use his full strength in our training. If he did, he would have died a long time ago. Unlike my Aunt Alfia, he does restrain himself when he attacks me, and thanks to that, I lasted an hour today. I was already exhausted, lying on the ground with my gaze towards the clear sky while my chest rose and fell with erratic breathing. You did well today, congratulations. Uncle Zald sat down beside me, congratulating me on my high performance. I could only manage a weak smile. It won't be long. I murmured with a touch of malice. My uncle noticed my evil giggle and looked at me strangely, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Won't he be here soon? Who? I didn't answer him immediately, it wasn't necessary. I smiled contentedly when I heard light footsteps. Uncle Zald noticed them too. Tilting my head to my left side, I saw the elegant silhouette of my aunt walking towards us. Her expression was being hidden by her silver bangs. My revenge had arrived. What happened here? I don't know whether to call it good or bad, but my aunt was extremely demanding when it came to my safety, even though that clashed with her training, but apparently she got very upset when someone else hurt me without her consent. That's why I made a face of suffering so that she would see me and get even angrier. Alfia, my uncle Zald still hadn't realized my plan. I asked what was going on. Oh well, Belle and I practiced takedowns, as part of his training. Oh, and why did they start without being under my supervision? I continued playing dead while they argued. I saw you were really lost in your own world, so I took advantage of the time to not finish so late today. Besides, Belle didn't suffer much. Look at him. Sorry, Uncle Zald, but I'll have to exaggerate a little. My expression of pain worsened and I squeezed my eyelids shut tightly, beginning to writhe while holding my ribs. I see it in very bad condition. What? I was fine a moment ago. Hey Belle, tell her everything's okay. I didn't answer him, I just moved my lips signaling that I wanted to speak but couldn't, and I also accelerated my breathing. Belle, hearing panic in her voice made me feel a little guilty. Zald, would you mind having some takedown training? Well, there's no going back now. I'll apologize to Uncle Zald later. Come on, Alfia, you know that training is useless if it is applied to someone who even transcends that teaching. It's absurd. I insist, show me what you were teaching Belle. I don't think that's a good idea. It's better to wait for Belle to recover, give him a potion, and start your part of the inter. Aunt Alfia. I interrupted my uncle's excuse, extending my small arm towards my aunt who had changed her expression from anger to concern upon hearing me. Belle, my sweet boy, how are you feeling? Do you want me to heal your wounds? In response to their questions, which were uttered with concern, I shook my head slightly. I would like to see them training so I can learn more. I used my final cards. Squinting with difficulty, I could see my aunt's face. Somewhere between anguished and proud, but purely beautiful. Belle, you're so hurt and you still want to learn more. I'm proud of you and of course I'll grant your request. I felt his warm hands caress my hair and my cheek, making me break into a light smile. First take this, I can't let you stay in this state for one more second. As he said that, he placed a bottle with a bluish liquid on my lips, making me drink it slowly. My body recovered after that, receiving a kiss on the forehead from my aunt and heading to the wooden bench while I waited for the fight to begin. My uncle Zald was noticeably nervous. Are you ready, Zald? Why yes, remember this is training, we shouldn't overdo it. Was there a rule like that? My memory's failing me right now. They slowly began to approach each other, exuding their imposing auras of high-level adventurers. I had the feeling that the sky was falling. And well, actually my revenge wasn't so much about that. What I really wanted to see was a duel between my two coaches. Uncle Zald is very reserved and modest, but he is actually super strong. That's why I triggered these events to see which of the two was stronger. I swung my legs while I sat waiting for the great battle. Yes, this will be a true battle of titans. Just like Cronus and his children in the story of Danmachi that my grandfather told me, I have to admit that I feel guilty. No, saying that guilt is eating me up inside would be a better definition of how I feel right now. Dude, does it still hurt? This isn't something that will go away with simple potions, Belle, poor man. Yes, in the end the powerful Uncle Zald had received a beating from my Aunt Alfia. Although her deplorable state indicated that it hadn't been a simple beating. In reality, it was a one-sided massacre perpetrated by my aunt. Even though I was so scared and terrified to see the sack of potatoes my uncle had turned into, I ran to his aid. I used my small body to protect my uncle's enormous body, which was trembling, possibly from a seizure, imploring my aunt to stop the barrage of blows she was mercilessly unleashing. That's enough, he's already dead. Those were my words as I gave him a pleading look. Note something like that, XD. I remember my aunt's fist had stopped inches from my face when she noticed me in the line of attack. After a few more pleas and scolded puppy dog faces, she gave a strange expression as she took her white handkerchief and used it to cover her nose. After that he nodded, stroked my hair, and walked quickly into the cabin. Give her potions, I'll wait for you in the bathroom to rinse you off. That's what she said before disappearing from my sight. I am sorry, man, I didn't think all this would cost you a beating. I sincerely apologized, showing my regret to Uncle Zald lying on the ground of the training field. He smiled with difficulty, perhaps because of the pain. So you actually did it on purpose. Another weight of guilt fell upon my already lying and small shoulders. Why, you could say so, I admitted my guilt. Perhaps I was expecting a scolding or something like there is no honor in your actions, but it wasn't like that. Ah ha 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 ha, I understand, that's very clever of you, very scary and sinister but very clever. He let out a laugh and then raised his trembling hand to stroke my hair being so small he didn't need me to kneel. Aren't you upset? I asked, shocked. Why would it be? Using all sorts of tricks to achieve victory is valid. In this case, since you couldn't defeat a much stronger opponent, you simply made them face a much stronger one. It's good that you know your limitations and don't let arrogance corrupt you. He was praising me for my strategic skill, or in this case, my intellectual judgment to be able to analyze the situation well and based on that choose to retreat or continue fighting. Although I switched places, putting my aunt in mind so she could beat up my uncle. But Belle, I am going to ask you one thing. His raspy voice brought me back, interrupting my thoughts. Yeah, please don't do it again. I'm sure if you hadn't interfered, I would have died today. Alfia is on another level. She's the final boss. Remember that, promise me. The fact that she said it with such seriousness in her voice and face made me fear my aunt even more than I already did. As partners in sharing that fear, I nodded firmly. Of course, it won't happen again. Okay, now go with her. I don't want her to get upset about delaying your arrival at the bathroom. I'll suffer the consequences if that happens. Yes, see you at dinner, man. By the way, what's for dinner tonight? Yesterday your grandfather hunted a couple of rabbits, so I thought I'd make them into a stew with vegetables. Oh. I was a little discouraged to hear that those poor rabbits had fallen before Grandpa's bow, but I shook my head slightly and nodded. Okay, I've never tried rabbit, but there's a first time for everything. I turned around and ran on my little legs to the bathroom where my aunt was waiting for me, but not before hiding my logbook under the mattress. A relaxing ripple ran across the surface of the water in the bathtub where Alfia submerged her naked body up to the level of her breasts. The surface of those shiny bumps floated slightly, giving it a unique appearance to the eye. He gently ran his hand along one of her legs, lifting it out of the water and then submerging it once more. It was a quiet day, she murmured softly, watching her reflection in the water. Although I couldn't kiss him. That reflection of her beautiful face was adorned by a pout on her cheeks and a noticeable red tint. Her plan to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation as an excuse to join their lips and be as close to a kiss as possible always failed. Somehow Belle always regained consciousness before she could act. It's as if someone or something is preventing it. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and seriously wondered if this was the work of some deity who was just hanging around ruining her plans. If that's the case, I will destroy that deity if necessary. He murmured again, using his hands to brush water onto his face. Auntie, can I come in? Belle's voice pulled her from those dangerous thoughts, making her turn her gaze towards the door as her cheeks turned slightly flushed. Her eyes shone with happiness. Yes, come in, Belle. Her voice became excited and loving, nothing like the previous otherworldly one that planned to eliminate a deity. With permission granted, the door opened and closed again, leaving Belle inside. Alfia smiled gently as she watched him begin to undress. She didn't look at him with lust or worldly desires, no. She wasn't that kind of sick woman with silver hair. She looked at him with such love that even the goddesses of love would pale in comparison, with such affection that she could have figuratively pierced the boy with her gaze. Great, everything's ready. Belle's exclamation brought her back, noticing that the white-haired boy had jumped into the bathtub. The splash caused the water to get out of control, splashing everywhere, including Alfia. Belle exhaled in relief as his head emerged from the water. Belle, His aunt's tone made him tremble, causing him to look at her. She seemed a little displeased, so he hesitated to approach. I told you not to play in the bathtub, right? Little Belle shrank back in fear as he nodded and unconsciously moved as far away as possible. Noticing her fear, Alfia sighed and then gave a slight smile, the kind that reassured the target of this. I'll let it slide this time, so come and give me a hug. The gentle tone and smile worked, causing Belle to approach her and hug her from the front. Alfia cuddled him in her arms, burying the little boy's face between her bare, wet breasts. Although she stopped when she discovered that Belle was choking, so she sat him on her lap and pressed her breasts against his small back. She used her hands to spray water on her nephew's body and gently stroke him, making sure to clean him completely. You're about to level up in just 2 months and 15 days, she spoke suddenly. That's impressive, worthy of a prodigy. The praise he gave always moved Belle, nodding at his words and then looking up to smile directly at him. Possibly not, it's certain that you could level up tomorrow. It's just a matter of intensifying my fight with you a little and you'd succeed, but... She paused, now stroking Belle's wet hair. But, asked the little boy, don't you want to have your first adventure and level up? She blurted out the question, triggering a great surprise that was reflected in Belle's wide eyes. An adventure. Her small lips trembled at the word. Yes, fighting an enemy you've never faced before and defeating them even at a disadvantage, that's the kind of adventure I'm talking about, where you put your life on the line and fight with nothing but fighting spirit. One where you enjoy the combat and take pride in having done it, just like that first goblin. It was very unusual for her aunt to talk so much, but she was doing it, speaking gentle, firm, and encouraging words, touching every fiber of Belle's being with every sentence he said. Is it okay if I have her? Can I have an affair? Alfia was also well known for her tendency to overprotect him and keep him away from danger except for that river. Of course, she smiled radiantly. Of course you can have an affair, Belle. For many, such permission might sound insignificant, but for Belle it was something from a different world. Unbeknownst to her, she was face to face with her aunt, shedding tears that silently fell down her cheeks, running all the way to the bathtub. Then he lunged towards her, wrapping his small arms around her neck and rubbing his cheek against Alfia's. "Thank you so much, Aunt Alfia, I love you very much. No, I adore you." He didn't hesitate to show his love, making the silver-haired girl blush as she gladly accepted the hug. "Me too, Belle." There was a slight stutter in his voice. Once they both stopped hugging, much to Alfia's dismay, Belle asked with interest, "What kind of enemy could I ask for?" He intoned excitedly. Alfia thought about it for a moment, then answered, "It can be whoever you want, but I would recommend that you don't choose one that is much higher than your leg. Remember that even if you are a prodigy, you are still a LV1." Belle nodded in agreement, bringing his small hand to his small chin and giving a thoughtful expression. The fact that he rubbed his chin and raised an eyebrow made him look very cute in Alfia's eyes, who smiled affectionately with a blush on her cheeks. Maybe, he finally decided. Could it be a minotaur? Alfia couldn't deny her surprise, but she relaxed her face and spoke. "Make your case," he said in a soft but firm tone. Belle understood immediately, since this happened every time he asked for or suggested something. Alfia always asked him for a valid reason. "I want to fight a minotaur like the hero Argonaut did," he exclaimed excitedly. "I want to experience what that hero experienced. It's one of my favorite stories Grandpa tells." Alfia sighed inwardly. She had already imagined something like this. That old man and his hero complex. He didn't mind if his beloved nephew wanted to become one. What bothered him was that he was being indirectly influenced to do so. He would save himself the question, "Do you want to be a hero?" because he already knew the answer. Belle did not want to be a hero. "All right, if you want to fight a minotaur, I won't deny you, although it won't be so easy to find. Are you willing to wait longer to level up?" "It doesn't matter, I'll wait as long as necessary to face my rival," he exclaimed in response. Alfia smiled gently and nodded, thus sealing the agreement between the two. "Okay," Alfia said, getting up and emerging from the water. "Now let's finish up. Would you do me the favor of washing my body?" The water's surface came up to above their knees, so everything above was completely exposed. Alfia was turning her back to him as she got out of the bathtub, showing off her buttocks, legs, and straight back. But the white-haired man had no inappropriate feelings. He accepted that his aunt was physically beautiful, but no lust or perversion crept into his eyes. "Yes, I'll help you," she replied as she got out of the bathtub. Alfia took a seat on a bench, and Belle soon began to cover her with soap. Back, arms, legs, abdomen, and chest. 5 days had passed since then. Belle had received a status upgrade where all his skills except magic were SSS, astonishing Zeus and making Alfia proud. And right now the 5-year-old was listening to a story told by his aunt's beautiful and calm voice, especially that of the Argonaut, the boy who dreamed of being a hero. Belle was torn between what was more incredible, the story itself, or that his aunt had agreed to read him something that wasn't part of his academic education. Although it wasn't the first time he had read or heard the story, each time he did so he became more fascinated by the feats that this hero of old had accomplished. Defeating a minotaur without Falna was incredible to the ears of little Belle, who had almost died fighting a goblin and won from the surface. He lost himself in the story and his aunt's harmonious voice, feeling content on the beautiful woman's lap when the story ended. The story had ended. "How did I do?" Alfia asked. "Wonderful, you're amazing at reading heroic tales." Faced with her nephew's unquestioning praise, the silver-haired woman smiled happily as her cheeks flushed. "Thank you," she said in a loving tone. She laid the book down beside the bed and gently stroked Belle's hair on her legs, soon remembering something she had to give him. "Belle," he intoned to get her attention, "there's something I want to give you, something I want you to use." Little Belle climbed off her lap and onto the bed, watching Alfia get up and head towards the desk. She lowered her top for a few seconds where her buttocks were visible and stood up again, now with a white book in her hands. The book matched the white pajamas that covered her body. "Is it a heroic tale?" Belle asked. Alfia giggled as she sat on the edge of the mattress, with Belle doing the same beside her. "It's not all about heroic tales, Belle," she said gracefully, then cleared her throat. "It's a grimoire, one that was given to me in the Hera Familia a few years ago." He handed the book to Belle, who received it in his small hands. "Wow, a grimoire." Alfia smiled at the gleam in Belle's eyes. However, "Aunt Alfia, what is a grimoire?" The smile on Alfia's lips faded. She sighed wearily, remembering that she had never mentioned a grimoire to her, so he explained the most essential things, making Belle excited to a whole new level this time. "Does that mean if I read this book I'll have magic? That's cheating. But it's amazing, I want to read it." He contradicted himself a lot, but only because he was still a child. Alfia understood his eagerness and nodded, giving permission for him to begin reading it. "But aren't you going to give me a prize?" he asked with a hint of annoyance in his voice. That caught the attention of the excited Belle. "A prize?" he asked. "Yes, something only you can give me." A blush appeared on her cheeks and her eyes sparkled. "Perhaps." She hesitated to say it directly, especially when Belle looked at her with intrigue, making him look so innocent. A kiss. But he mustered up his courage and said it. It was almost a whisper, but Belle managed to barely hear it. A kiss? She asked innocently. He put his chin in his hand and began to think, fixing his gaze on his aunt who seemed slightly nervous about something. Belle didn't understand, but Alfia was inwardly regretting having made such a request. Her deep blush and the steam rising from her head betrayed her. She even closed her eyes tightly, knowing she couldn't wait for Belle to just say okay and kiss her. That's fine, but that's how it actually was. Her heterochromatic eyes opened wide, looking at the smiling, nodding child. Did I do it? He couldn't help but think. She patted both cheeks to check that this wasn't just another one of her dreams, and indeed it wasn't. I was in reality. Was it really that easy? He couldn't help but wonder if all he had to do was ask for it, thus avoiding all those double-edged plans he had come up with River and Caverns. She forced herself back to reality, her cheeks burning and her eyes filling with embarrassment but nodding nonetheless. Be gentle, she said, closing her eyes again. She leaned down towards Belle, puckering her lips cutely to receive her reward. Her heart was beating at new speeds, her body felt hot for some reason, and a blush had already invaded her ears. She waited a few seconds, her lips eagerly anticipating it, but what she felt was a wet, soft, and warm sensation on her right cheek. She slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Belle in front of her. There, I gave you a kiss on the cheek. The white-haired man announced with a smile. Alfia felt cheated, but for some reason her heart kept slowing down and her blush kept fading. Her body temperature was also rising. Did you like it? Belle's question brought her back. In their eyes, one could see the anticipation of a grade. I'll take it, even though it offends me a little. This is enough for now it is. Alfia smiled radiantly, enhancing her already exceptional beauty, and nodded. It's not what I expected, but I'm satisfied. I liked it a lot, Belle. She couldn't stand it any longer and caught the little rabbit in her arms, burying Belle's head in her breasts. Alfia was lying down, glancing sideways at Belle, who had fallen asleep as soon as he began to read the grimoire. It was one of the parts that he didn't explain. What magic will you get, Belle? He wrapped the little one up and surrounded him with his arms, opting for the spooning position with Alfia behind him protectively. Sweet dreams, tomorrow will be a new day. She also closed her eyes, but not before giving him a kiss on the cheek, blushing and smiling lovingly. After that, he fell asleep. Everyone except Zald was in the cabin's living room with Belle shirtless and showing his back to Zeus. I was receiving a status update. Belle was especially impatient this morning, for he had woken up screaming about a strange dream in which he turned into a powerful lightning bolt. Those words had given Alfia, who was waiting patiently in front of Belle, an idea. Belle, you make me more proud every day, Zeus spoke without warning. You already have magic. Then he stood up and exclaimed with his arms raised. Yes. Belle joined him, also raising his arms in the air in a sign of victory. They started jumping around the place, shouting things like burn people and burn monsters, ranting mostly. Then in their moment of happiness they were interrupted. How noisy, Alfia made that individual comment. And since Zeus knew perfectly well that he wasn't his favorite, he immediately fell off, leaving only the euphoric screams of little Belle. Aunt Alfia, can I go outside and try it? Can Aizu? Belle ran towards her and begged with pleading eyes. Making an adorable face and giving teary eyes was enough to break Alfia's will, making her nod. Belle didn't notice the blush on her cheeks, but Zeus did. Okay, you can go to the forest. Shall I come with you? He gave her permission and asked. No need, thank you so much, Auntie. Belle declined the company and ran out the door. I'll be back in a bit. He said nothing more and disappeared. Now, amidst the silence of the cabin, an uncomfortable Zeus was being examined by Alfia's cold gaze. I think I'll go to the orchard, it'll get late. Not so fast, old man. Without even giving her a chance to move because of the aura she was giving off, Alfia spoke again. I need to make one thing clear. Stop implying that Belle wants to be a hero. He just wants to be strong because he finds it fun. He's a kid. He's not obligated to join the fight for humanity. He uttered more words than he would have said in a whole month, but he only emphasized how important this was to Alfia. Zeus swallowed hard, then nodded and sat down. So what will you do if he decides to become a hero of his own volition? Isn't it obvious to support him? I will support him in everything he wants as long as that wish is his own. She was firm in her response, making the old man smile. I see. Again he was running through the forest, although unlike a few days ago, this time he wasn't running away. I was hunting, looking for prey that would fall victim to my new and brilliant magic. Using my senses enhanced by the state, I sharpened my hearing and detected even the rustling of the air as it hit the leaves. Soon a crack came, possibly a branch being stepped on by something. I stopped running and turned towards the direction of the sound, being as stealthy as possible while jumping over logs or roots. There it is. It was a monster that was rarely seen around here, a dogman. According to my Aunt Alfia, wolfman-type beastmen have been discriminated against because of their resemblance, not in appearance but in race. Whether you're a wolfman or a monster, if you're here it's because you're unlucky little dog. I gave a malicious smile, approaching on tiptoe and circling around him until I was behind him. I extended my right palm and attacked him without hesitation. Reiku. I recited my name, magic, firing a powerful electric beam that went straight to the target, electrocuting it and turning it to ashes. Woo. I stared in shock at the steaming palm of my right hand, observing with wide eyes how incredible magic was. This is incredible. From now on, I'll be a master of lightning, gohahaha. Then I looked up at the vast sky and shouted, proclaiming a title that sounded great to me. Reiku, 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 and I let myself be carried away by the emotion that ran through my veins. I shot towards the sky to prevent a forest fire, watching with stars in my eyes as the lightning bolts disappeared among the wandering clouds. After shooting wildly for a while, I fell to my knees when I felt a headache. My eyesight. My vision was equally blurred. The last thing I managed to see were the edges of a beautiful dark dress with green decorations on its hems. Chapter 4, Little Argonaut. Belle, no, we can't, I'm your nephew. Alfia, just close your eyes and imagine I'm not your aunt. His consciousness had fallen into a very deep and dark place, but little by little everything became clearer, to the point that with difficulty and exhaustion he opened his small eyelids. The first thing he saw after his vision cleared was the beautiful face of his aunt, who kept her eyes closed. My hair. She realized her hair was being stroked. It was a pleasant, enjoyable, and relaxing sensation. She's nimble with her fingers. The little boy was fascinated by his aunt's dexterity. After finally emerging from the pleasant trance, she noticed the back of her head was resting on something very soft. It felt like very thin, comfortable fabric, but there was definitely something very soft beneath those layers of stitched thread. I'm in his lap, he concluded effectively. He tried to get up, but something immediately prevented him. Belle, how did your first zero mind feel? Alfia's melodious voice reached his ears, letting him know that the hand on his small chest preventing him from getting up was hers. Zero mind, what is that? Her voice was a little muffled because she had just woken up from unconsciousness. It is the effect or consequence resulting after using magic without measuring the mind supply in the attacks and using it without any restraint. In short, you fall unconscious after spending all your mana reserves. I hope you learn from this mistake. Something like this in the middle of a battle and you're dead, Alfia concluded. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for compromise nor being soft. It was exactly how a wake-up call should be. I'm sorry, it won't happen again, he said in a regretful and guilty tone. Of course it won't happen again, she emphasized. Because I'll teach you everything you need to know about controlling magical power and magic itself. So get ready, Belle. All about magic, does that mean I'll never faint again? Not exactly, Alfia smiled kindly and continued. Mana isn't infinite and the amount you possess depends on the individual. But if you learn to filter what you need, you can extend how long you use it. Also, the power of your magic will increase as you level up. Alfia stopped speaking to pause, perhaps choosing her words as carefully as possible so that Belle would understand her. And of course, she continued to stroke the little boy's soft hair on her legs. As I've told you and as you know, he continued, among the different races are humans, dwarves, hobbits, Amazons, beastmen, elves, gnomes, and so on. Each one has distinct characteristics that set them apart. For example, elves have a great affinity for magic. Still on his aunt's lap, Belle stood thinking for a few seconds, observing the calm expression on Alfia's face. Auntie, I'm a human, right? The question was silly and typical of children. Alfia was taken aback, but she smiled. Yes, you're the cutest human. Why? So how strong is my affinity for magic? Can a human surpass elves? His question was understandable. With the new title Belle had given himself, Master of Lightning, it was clear that he wished to have a greater affinity with magic than anyone else. No, Alfia cut that thought off. Humans are the weakest of all races. We weren't born with the keen senses of the beastmen, the martial arts of the Amazons, the strength of the dwarves, or the affinity for magic of the elves. She told the whole truth to avoid giving the child any illusions about her legs. So I'm the weakest? Belle asked, his voice dejected. So what was the point of being a lightning master if he was going to be weak? I might well think about that. That's what Alfia was there for, to reassure him that weakness wasn't a bad thing. She wouldn't allow that dejected expression on her cute nephew's face to last more than a second. Besides, Belle had lowered his head, hiding his eyes with his white hair. Belle, answer this, his voice was serious. Why are you lowering your head? She sounded displeased, as if the mere fact that Belle did that bothered her. Belle uncovered his eyes and looked at her again. I repeat, why are you lowering your head? Belle hesitated a little before answering, but as he did, saying, because I am, he was interrupted by Alfia. You're not weak, we're weak, he clarified firmly, surprising the little boy. We're weak and we always have been. Alfia gave a small smile that adorned her serious expression. Yes, nothing has changed. Perhaps he was remembering something about the past while speaking about weakness, Belle. I'll say it one more time, we are weak. After all, there still existed that being that stood above all species, that black nightmare that tormented the entire world. Despite all that, Alfia continued speaking with that slight smile and serious tone. The proud weaklings who always chose to challenge those who sat back and boasted of their strength. You must declare that you will live as a weakling, fight as a weakling, and face and defeat the strong as a weakling. The sparkle in Belle's ruby eyes betrayed his fascination with words, leaving no trace of his previous depressed state. Now that he thought about it, being weak didn't sound so bad. His Aunt Alfia made it seem like something he should be proud of, so he remained silent and continued listening. Because of what we once were and because of what we will always be, Alfia was about to finish. You must accept that we are the weakest race, because we were born with nothing and for that reason we can become everything. With such touching and encouraging words for someone like Belle, Alfia remained silent without saying anything more. Besides the incredible amount of words he said, his silence meant more than just tiredness. I was waiting for a response. Aunt Alfia. Yes, Belle. She finally opened her eyes, revealing a beautiful silver and jade green. Please teach me everything about magic. I want to be the weakest strong. And then one day I will be everything. I will become so strong that my name will reach the heavens. Again, as his age showed, Belle found wish after wish to become strong. Fun, curiosity, admiration. So many valid reasons in Alfia's eyes simply because it was Belle who had them. Sure, I'll teach you everything. Alfia didn't hesitate to answer positively, giving a loving smile to the white-haired boy on her lap. Let's begin training then, until Zald arrives with your opponent. He let Belle get up while mentioning to Zald that 5 days ago he had gone out in search of a minotaur. Yeah. Belle didn't hesitate to answer cheerfully as he was taken by the hand by Alfia, both of them starting to walk towards the training field. Alfia herself hadn't moved Belle from the forest where he had fainted, so they would walk for a few minutes to get there. Minutes that the silver-haired woman used to speak affectionately with Belle. Aurario, intermediate floors of the dungeon. 5 days had passed since he had been sent to look for a minotaur, and no matter how much he searched in the surroundings of the village or further afield, he found no trace of one. I had no other choice but to come here. Zald sighed, observing the interior of the room on the 17th floor where he was located. He had been training a minotaur for a whole day, but in the end he had to find another one since that same pupil had committed suicide with his own hands. How on earth does a monster commit suicide? He asked, completely bewildered. In his hand he wielded his great sword which had already claimed countless monsters since he had entered this place. Another horde. Their attention was soon captured. He had entered a new room with the walls creaking and tearing apart, giving life to new monsters. It was a pack of minotaurs. I hope I'm lucky. I really want to go back, she said, her voice filled with hope. He brandished his weapon and it didn't even take a minute to finish off most of the monsters, which made him lose the hope he had placed in this pack. However, clank. The last minotaur had barely stopped the edge of his great sword. Oh, Zald asked, intrigued. He wasn't using even 5% of his strength, but he knew that the minotaur that was holding and struggling with his dungeon weapon had potential. You're fine, you'll be one of the steps Belle will overcome. With great ease he exerted force in his grip and pushed the monster back, breaking the weapon it had. I'll train you for the next 7 days, push yourself or I'll eat you alive. Without saying anything more, he drew a spare sword and threw it at his new pupil, beginning his intensive training. Bellcranel's log. Yahoo! Second page of my possible will. I would like to begin with an explanation of my incomplete previous message, and the reason was because of my Aunt Alfia. Yes, he caught me during my escape, that's when I died. Haha, relax, I managed to survive. I used my secret arts of lying to be able to give a good excuse for my early career, and well, she believed me and 15 days have passed since then. The reason I wrote this again was because I will soon have a death match with a rival that Uncle Zald brought for me, so I might die, although I hope not. I'll give it my all. I also want to mention that 10 days before Uncle Zald arrived, I received intense training on the basics and essence of magic. It was tough. Aunt Alfia is really strict when it comes to teaching. Sometimes I didn't sleep at night. Well, it wasn't all theory. The part I liked the most was the practice where I got to use my amazing magic. Oh, I hadn't written it down, had I? Well, I recently acquired a powerful lightning magic. In short, I'm a lightning master. But putting aside the interesting things, I will write that my training consisted of increasing the mana container. That's it, the rest is really boring. I just focused on making my magic more powerful. Now I'd like to write more, but I have to prepare for my grief. And besides, what if Aunt Alfia finds me writing this? I don't want to imagine what he'll do to me. I don't think my payments will be enough to appease his potential anger. Are you wondering what this payment thing is all about? Well, it's a bit strange, but I had to pay for my magic classes in various ways. The first few days it was all about kissing her on the cheek, which was far too easy for me. I wish everything paid off like that. Then he demanded massages, which I also did not refuse. I had no experience giving them, but with the repeated times I did it, I can now consider myself an expert. First it was on her back, then her legs, her rear end too, and last night she told me to go on her breasts. Being a masseur is really good. My little hands felt good on my aunt's body, and even better knowing that I was helping her with her aches and pains. Well, for now I'll say goodbye. I hope to be able to write again if I don't die at the hands of my new rival. End of log. Everyone was in the training field, watching a huge steel box surrounded by chains that was in the center of the arena. This same box, which looked like a treasure chest, was constantly moving, making it clear that what was inside was anything but treasure. The deafening roar that came out made it clear to Belle what his rival was. "Are you ready, Belle?" Alfia's voice pulled him from his thoughts, making him look up and nod at the woman who was looking down at him because of her height. "All done, Aunt Alfia." "I understand, then good luck," Alfia said, backing away to one of the wooden benches. He took a seat and observed the small back of the white-haired boy. "Come on, Belle, kick his ass." Zeus's cheers echoed through the place. The old man was also sitting on one of the benches, watching with excitement the next battle that his divine eyes would witness. Of course. Belle glanced over his shoulder and gave a thumbs up. The confident smile on his face was obvious. "This is just one more step, Grandpa." Belle was wearing a small, light armor that had been brought by Zald from Arario. It had a silver design with obsidian-colored black stripes. Alfia in particular was fascinated by how she looked. That smile, that hair, that figure, oh my god, it's better than I imagined, it's gorgeous. He took a white handkerchief and wiped the line of blood running down his nose. "Okay, I'm going to release him. Belle, whatever happens, give it your all, understood." Zald's voice, which had positioned itself beside the enormous box, called to everyone, with Belle nodding slightly and drawing his twin daggers. "Understood." The daggers flashed a beautiful crimson red against the sunlight. They had also been a gift from Zald, who said they were tough enough to cut through the flesh of the Minotaur. With Belle on guard, Zald nodded and easily broke the chains surrounding the metal coffin, causing the doors to fly off with a loud, muffled noise. The monster had smashed them to pieces with one blow and began to walk slowly. "Wow, this is a Minotaur," Belle's thoughts spoke. He stared at the 2-meter monster, causing a bit of nervous sweat to begin to surround his face. It looked like a mountain from his point of view. I think he's 4 times my height." He sounded like a rabbit challenging a giant. He noticed that the Minotaur was not paying attention to him, instead turning his gaze towards Zald, Alfia, and even Zeus. Damn it, that offended him. "I am your opponent." He quickly put on one of his glasses and extended his now free hand towards the monster bull, looking with burning resolve and exclaiming, "Reiku." An electric beam shot towards its target, successfully striking. The Minotaur was attacked in the chest, being electrocuted and slightly immobilized by the electric shocks that traveled throughout his body. His red eyes lowered to the ground, focusing on the small rabbit that was staring at him angrily. "Did you like that, bull?" he asked with a challenging smile. Belle's next opponent took a step in his direction, exhaling condensed air from his wide nostrils. He was annoyed. "Oh, I made him angry." The Minotaur stomped his feet, creating a gust of wind. He stretched out his long, powerful arms and, raising his bovine snout to the air, roared, "Vyuo." The terrifying roar made Belle step back and draw his other dagger, taking a defensive stance and analyzing his opponent. "Here it comes." He was surprised by the monster's speed. He had to roll to the side to avoid the downward impact, successfully dodging it but being sent rolling further by the shock wave. What strength. He got up from the ground with a surprised expression, realizing that this monster was different from the ones he had killed before. But she smiled happily. Ignoring his enemy's strength, he launched himself at full speed, aiming for one of the Minotaur's legs. "You're slow," he thought to himself as he felt the tearing of flesh. He had successfully cut through his enemy's flesh. He did not stop running and moved away from the Minotaur's range, observing its movements again. But the monster was no longer there. A shiver ran down his spine and he threw himself to the right, feeling an immense thirst for blood. An instant later, the Minotaur's fist had created a crater where Belle had been standing. That was fast. The little rabbit quickly got up and walked away. "So you were holding back, huh?" he said, his guard up. A snort from the Minotaur was the answer as he walked slowly towards him. Belle smiled. "You're not the only one holding back, you underdeveloped bull," he yelled, then his eyes blazed. Sauka. His Goblin Slayer ability did not work against races other than goblins or their derivatives, but the increase in physical strength and the semi-berserker state it provided should not be forgotten. "Now let's fight to the death, rival." Exclaiming with euphoria in his voice, he ran towards the Minotaur with both daggers firmly in his grasp. The monster did the same, roaring with anger and reaching behind its back and drawing a second-class great sword. Belle grinned at that, putting strength into his small legs and jumping high enough to be face-to-face with the monster. Their weapons clashed, causing a flash of dancing sparks that soon disappeared into the air. A small shockwave spread around them. "Ha ha ha ha." Belle's amused giggle surprised his observers. He seemed to be enjoying his fight. Alfia sighed with a slight smile on her lips, looking at Belle, who was sent back as he broke the struggle with his enemy. Being much smaller, it was to be expected that he would be the one to give way to the clash of forces. "Vyuo." The monster roared again and began to unleash a barrage of slashes at little Belle. He was limited to dodging by centimeters, using his small figure to slip through the gaps left by his opponent, but his good luck didn't last long. Gah! Belle felt the monster's fist on his chest. The fist covered him completely and was sent rolling. Thanks to the fact that she had used her small arms to cushion the fall, she was able to stop her advance, getting up with difficulty and noticing a tremor in her legs. He groaned in pain. What's wrong, my legs? Why are you trembling? We're just getting started. He rewound his memory to figure out the reason for that blow, noticing that the Minotaur had used a feint to divert his attention from the left fist. That was clever, he praised as he took a breath. The blow had been strong, causing him to lose his breath for a few seconds. This didn't look good for me. My opponent, who was watching me right now, was very strong. I could feel it with that single blow I received. I realized that the breastplate of my armor had been destroyed as well as the waist section. I also felt Aunt Alfia's worried gaze on my back. Curse. I took my twin daggers in a reverse grip, focusing my gaze once again on the Minotaur. How kind of you to wait for me. Without saying anything more, I launched myself at full speed towards the rival who underestimated me to the point of giving me time to catch my breath. The only thing I could do to respond to that was to make him regret it. I used all my strength, sneaking through its openings and successfully cutting little by little through its reddish flesh. His roar of anger made my ears shudder, resisting the temptation to cover them with my hands and continuing my onslaught of attacks. But no matter how many cuts he made, none were permanent. Furthermore, he was gradually gaining ground on me. I was forced back by the impacts of his greatsword, which were becoming increasingly difficult to dodge. He was being overwhelmed by his brute strength. View. That roar distracted me for just 1 second, which my rival used to kick me with great force. Jihaya. I felt the burning sensation in my throat and saw the blood spurt from my mouth. Then I let the blow push me away. I groaned in pain as I rolled over, covering my head with both arms, my daggers still in my hands. I don't understand. I'm using all my strength, all my speed, all my knowledge of strategy and attacks, but he destroys all of that with brute force. I tried to get up but fell onto one of my knees, clenching my teeth tightly to endure the pain. It was my first and last mistake. Looking up, I saw him. The Minotaur hadn't given me any recovery time this time. I could see the edge of the great sword descending towards me. Everything slowed down, the sound disappeared, and my senses shut down. I could feel a puckering of my lips, a clue that I had let out a soft giggle. So this is as far as I go. It was a crushing defeat, like the one Aunt Alfia gave Uncle Zald. I smiled inwardly as my whole life flashed before my eyes, even though it was brief since I'm 5 years old. So it was a good life. The last thing I saw before closing my eyes was the beautiful, long white hair cascading down the face of a beautiful woman I don't know. Clank, am I still alive? I slowly opened my eyes and noticed my Aunt Alfia's dress swaying in the breeze. The edges of her back revealed a glimpse of her skin, but it was mostly covered by her silver hair. Are you okay? Her melodious voice pulled me out of my trance, making me nod. Why, yes, I'm fine. I remained tucked under her back, watching her hair sway in the gentle breeze. I also noticed that the Minotaur had remained motionless. Perhaps because of the cold look that Aunt Alfia was surely giving him. Zald, don't let it move. My aunt's annoyed voice sounded, with Uncle Zald acting and standing in front of the Minotaur. Belle, why yes. She had turned around and knelt down to be at my level. Do you want the battle to stop? I don't understand. Stop the battle. Are you saying it's over? I mean, if you want to rest, Zald can take care of that beast. In short. I carefully observed the serious face he was giving me. I could feel my pupils contracting. Do you want to give up? This was no joke. No, I exclaimed without hesitation, trying to get up but falling back onto my knees, still unable to catch my breath. Then get up. I was surprised again. Her answer had left me speechless, and I remained silent as I looked at her. I didn't want to say it, but I had to. I can't get up. Saying it hurt more than the blows of the Minotaur, but it was the truth. My right leg wouldn't respond. Then you have no choice but to surrender. I won't give up. I don't know why the word surrender bothered me so much. I know it's not wrong to acknowledge the weakness that plagues you, but no matter how much I think it's the right thing to do. I refused to surrender. I lowered my gaze and fixed it on my right leg, ordering him to stand up. Belle, my aunt's touch made me lift her up again. His hand was on my small shoulder. I focused all my attention on her. If you don't want to give up. As if logic were on his side, he stated the obvious. Then get up. Sweat began to drip from his face due to the fluctuating heat, and the voices of those who would face each other echoed in the air. The roar of the Minotaur and the painful groan of little Belle. Zeus, from his seat, asked the heavens. What challenge will you bring him this summer, Mr. Destiny? No one heard his murmured words. The old man watched his grandson and Alfia, who was giving him a little support. Everything centered around them. My leg isn't responding. No matter how hard I try, it won't move. I think it's broken, he announced with great regret, making it clear that his rival's blows were no joke, at least not to him. There is an opportunity, Alfia refuted all his comments. Belle opened his eyes wide. Alfia smiled at him and placed a hand on his cheek. Even if there's always someone who opposes what you do, she intoned in a kind but firm voice. Even if you make mistakes, and even if it's frustrating, keep trying. Belle understood that this could fit any situation, but he knew that the main objective was to motivate self-improvement. The next thing Alfia said would confirm it. Never give up. Don't let Belle felt a strong desire to never disobey his aunt's words. This moment end like this. Don't let your adventure end this way. Push beyond your limits and Belle, if you do, you will fly. Wait, fly? I feel like I've said that before. The white-haired man's thoughts were connecting. Instead of just words to motivate, Alfia wanted to convey that passion that made you feel like you were flying. Belle got excited and said, "Gwa." Filling his heart with happiness. Was that all she could rely on, Mr. Fate? Can you hear it? He asked gently. Belle unconsciously pricked up his ears, noticing the roars of his rival who was still waiting for him. Answer me, demanded the Silver Beauty. Why yes, okay, so. Yeah, he tilted his head slightly, awaiting the final words with a serious expression. That made Alfia let out a soft giggle and smile gently. Even without bumping and stumbling, he said gently, you have to become stronger, be persistent, get back up and try again. He removed his hand from Belle's shoulder and cupped the remaining cheek. Never give up, never stop running like that and go beyond your limits. That's how you'll fly. That again, why do I feel like I said that recently? Belle felt the word fly was all too familiar, but he shook off that thought and continued listening. This is your first defeat, and they will continue to increase over time, starting with the next ones, but even if you feel that bitter taste in your mouth, you must get up. Remember, losing is not the same as giving up. As long as you don't give up and you persevere, then. The silver gray and jade green of her eyes had a bright flash as her lips formed a smile. Someday I'm sure that. Hello? Now I remembered. The white-haired boy's ears stopped hearing any kind of sound, even Alfia's words, but she focused on the movement of her lips. So perfect and aesthetic they formed the words, your name will reach the heavens. That's what he meant by flying. The little boy fought back tears. So what's your answer? Oblivious to the pain in his leg, Belle stood up. Aunt Alfia, I feel the same way you do. Now that I'm here for you and for those who have supported me, I don't intend to fight a fight I'll be ashamed of. He gripped his twin daggers tightly, giving a resolute and determined look. How cool is that? Alfia screamed internally at her sweet nephew's words. Now that you've said it, do it. I'll give you a prize if you win. She managed to hide the blush on her cheeks from his words, standing up and starting to walk back to her seat. Zald, who was holding back the Minotaur, also returned to his seat when he saw that everything was all right again. The battle between monster and human had resumed. They were separated by a distance of 10 meters, with both of them looking directly at each other. The Minotaur's snort echoed as he focused his red eyes on Belle, who returned the fierce gaze. Hey, the boy's high but firm voice sounded. Belle got into a fighting stance, planting his feet firmly on the ground. I will come with all my power and destroy yours. He exclaimed confidently. He was in bad shape, with most of his armor broken and his right leg possibly fractured, but he wasn't backing down. The monster who had been at the top on the 17th floor versus the human who had started from the bottom. His final battle was about to begin. The swaying of a leaf in the wind served as a timer, and once it fell to the ground. Salka. Belle activated Goblin Slayer again, but with more intensity this time. She had used it all at once, pushing it to the limit. GH. It was too risky to use full power because of his small body. While his statistics helped him, it wasn't enough. Even so, Belle had decided from the restart of this fight he would not use tricks if he wanted to win it. I'll go and cut it off head-on. The Minotaur, sensing the intensity of his gaze, knew he would attack head-on, so he released his great sword and got into quadrupedal form. He knew from his animal instincts that if he managed to repel the attack of his human enemy, he would win. He knew it deep within his monstrous being. This was no joke. Vuoo. He roared to match the intensity of his rival. Belle felt the shudder run through his body from such an imposing roar. I'll only be able to use one attack, so I'll have to give it my all and put everything I have into this strike. He would use all his knowledge and combine it for a single attack. With all the power acquired by Goblin Slayer, he took a step and began his advance towards his rival. The Minotaur did the same, beginning his great charge. For the monster, close-range battles were his specialty. He knew that if he fled at this moment, he wouldn't know where to fight then. They both continued moving forward as if everything were in slow motion. This is my way of showing respect to my rival for bringing me this far, and a test for myself. Belle's ruby eyes shone with great intensity and determination. I'll attack him with my strongest Reiku. His rival was preparing to hit him with his strongest attack in equal measure. I don't care if this fight was arranged by my uncles, I don't care about anything anymore. The distance was 1 meter. It's not that I want to be a hero by repeating the feat of the Argonaut or anything like that. He never found a reason or motive to want to be a hero other than his grandfather's stories. I will bet my entire being, and I will defeat this proud warrior. I simply wanted to win. The blood vessels in his eyes couldn't withstand the rush of adrenaline and burst, with lines of blood running down the boy's cheeks like tears. and he noticed that the Minotaur's charge had no openings. I knew it then that my rival was strong and the fact that I'm not that good. Now that I know, I just have to gather everything I have. His bones began to creak. I will fight even if I can't anymore. His hands, gripping his daggers, began to bleed from the pressure as his bloodshot eyes searched for an opening to attack. If I have 1 second, that will be enough. The distance reached 0. I will give my all and win. He managed to position himself beneath his rival and avoid the sharp horns that were aimed at piercing him. I'll go all out. He pointed both daggers at his chest and plunged them in. Vyuyo, Reiku. The electric flash illuminated the place as a great roar resounded. Once everything calmed down, the faint sound of cracking sounded, with both of Belle's twin daggers filling with cracks and turning to pieces. Then a rough, heavy sound struck the ground. Zeus, Zald, and Alfia watched with proud smiles, the only figure who could barely stand. His body was covered in blood, and in his hand he still held the hilts of his daggers, blood dripping from the grip. Heavy, erratic breathing was all that remained of the previous crash and flash. Belle, who was swaying slightly from left to right, raised his right hand to the sky in a fist, still holding the hilt of his dagger. The fight was over, ha 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 ha. Whoa. He shouted victoriously towards the sky. He had destroyed his rival with a single attack, plunging both daggers into the beast's chest to strike with his magic stone and then using his magic to electrocute its interior. He used the speed he so often boasted about to destroy brute force. At this moment, his enemy, the Minotaur, lay on the cracked ground, returning to the ashes without even a final roar. Bellcranel was the one left standing. Bellcranel state. Family: Zeus, race, human, LV, 2 age, 5 years, basic skills before fighting the Minotaur. Strength, SSS 1150, Stamina, SSS 1179, Dexterity, SSS 1137, Agility, SSS 1199, Magic, 889, basic skills after fighting the Minotaur. Strength, SSS 1150, SSS 1240. Stamina, SSS 1179, SSS 1279. Dexterity, SSS 1137, SSS 1217. Agility, SSS 1199, SSS 1307. Magic, 889, S 999, basic skills level up. Strength, I0, Endurance, I0, Dexterity, I0, Agility, I0, Magic, I0, development skills. Diving, I knew magic, Reiku. Lightning element magic with rapid cast, skills. Goblin Slayer. Grants the user brute force upon activation. Immerse the user in a berserker state without losing control. Subdues goblin-type monsters and their derivative species. Killing goblins with the active ability increases growth rate. Activation chant Sauka Argonaut Nu, right to automatically charge for an active action. Ox Slayer Nu. Exponentially increases all abilities when fighting raging bull-type monsters. Physical defense increases exponentially upon activation. Activation chant Creta de Minus. A year had passed since that battle. The only thing worth mentioning was the joy of the little white-haired boy at having leveled up thanks to his adventure, and the 2 incredible skills he had gained through his bravery. Then, after 3 days in which Belle recovered from his resulting injuries, he had woken up being embraced by Alfia. Immediately, the silver-haired girl asked, "What is it you want to ask me?" with a great blush on her cheeks and excitement in her beautiful eyes. All that hope was shattered when Belle replied, "I want to go on vacation with everyone," causing Alfia to shed tears of blood. That's how the child prodigy took a year off in a coastal area. His fear of the river was no longer present because he now had a skill that helped him with that. Although at first he was terrified when he saw the immensity of the ocean, he overcame it after 3 days of trying to put his feet on the shore. So he enjoyed every day with his grandfather, with Zald, and with his aunt who would surprise him at night modeling a bikini. Belle even spent his 6th birthday in that coastal area, receiving different gifts from each of his relatives. Present, am at home. The animated shout of the 6-year-old white-haired boy reverberated throughout the cabin as he opened the door. Behind him followed 3 people, Alfia, Zald, and Zeus. They had returned to the cabin on the mountainside after a year of vacation in a coastal area. Belle quickly hopped nimbly like a rabbit all over the place, placing the souvenirs he had collected all over the interior. Then he stopped in front of the wall of the room, seeing there the bright scarlet-red horn perched on a base. It was the trophy of his victory over his newest and most powerful rival. "My training starts again. I'm eager to fight another worthy opponent." He raised his little arms and shouted with encouragement in his voice, making his eyes shine brightly as a cheerful smile adorned him. His training to reach level 3 would begin tomorrow. Chapter 5, Accidental Hero. A Dryad. My name is Bellcranel, and right now I'm about to die at the hands of a giant wolf. I was missing an arm, my right eye was pierced by claws, my once white hair was now painted an intense red. At almost 7 years old, I once again faced death head-on. Yes, that's me. You might be wondering how I got here. Well, this is my story. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Belle's training had stretched to 6 months, just days away from his 7th birthday. His LV-2 state was about to reach triple S. However, there was a problem that the little white-haired boy had gotten himself into. Her personal logbook, which she had been writing for almost 2 years, had been found by the person who should never have found it, his Aunt Alfia. The beautiful silver-haired woman read each of the pages, where Belle recounted the atrocious training he endured day after day. His complaints about that damned river. His insults towards Alfia, such as crazy, exaggerated, without common sense, and more of the sort. The parts of his beach vacation where he recounted how each night Alfia would assault him wearing a daring swimsuit, describing her as a strange exhibitionist aunt. The training sessions after his vacation ended, where he was forced to ingest different types of poisons to develop a good resistance to them. Where Alfia would throw him into the sky to give him the sensation of levitating and ascending from one second to the next. When he was pushed off a 30-meter-high cliff by Alfia without hesitation. Naturally, those descriptions were also peppered with minor complaints about his manic aunt. Belle remembered the empty smile on Alfia's lips that widened into a grim and very dangerous one with every page she read. That's why Bellcranel decided to run away from home before his aunt finished reading the logbook and consequently punished him. So it all ended like this, having fallen approximately 35 meters into an underground cave. He had been running north for a day, using all the speed his level 2 state gave him to get as far away from his aunt as possible. The little boy was lost in his thoughts, still running and muttering "I'm dead" during his long run. That's how he ended up lost in a vast forest he had never seen before. He was tempted to go back the way he came, but the mere thought of having to face his enraged aunt put that thought out of his head. Seriously, where the hell am I? He looked around, and the only thing he noticed was the beautiful and intense green color of the vegetation. The place was filled with immense trees that measured 100 times his height or more. From his position, he even saw one that pierced the skies. If I climb that tree, I'll be able to determine my location. Belle, almost 7 years old, decided to move towards the center of the forest where that colossal tree was located, with the goal of climbing it to relocate. With that said, he started running again and went deeper and deeper into the dense forest. He rarely encountered monsters, however. They were no match for the white-haired LV-2 in the end. With his short sword, a gift from his aunt, he cut the throats of beasts with ease. Goblin, harpy, and kobold. None of them posed any danger and were eliminated by the edge of his jet-black sword. "Ha, get out of the way, you useless lot." Wielding with only his right hand, Belle swung his sword rapidly, giving him a glimpse of a black circle between his fingers that decapitated everything near the blade. He got a little excited, which made him get sidetracked and forget his goal of climbing the central tree. Then, after deciding to eliminate all the monsters in this dense forest, he stepped on a false bottom and fell. When she felt nothing firm under the soles of her little boots, she made a face of disbelief as her body gave way to gravity. His small body fell for a few seconds, then hit a hard, rock-like surface and bounced back. Then it continued to fall. His bewildered scream turned into a terrified one as he felt the blows piercing his armor. It rolled, it bounced, it hit. It looked like a ball in the game called Arkanoid, bouncing off the bar and destroying the opposite of the same bar. Gah. And finally, the dull, thunderous noise that his body made when it hit rock bottom sounded, taking the air out of his lungs. Og. He struggled to catch his breath, his pupils bulged out of their sockets, and his limbs were convulsing. It was a new experience for him, but after 5 minutes he managed to catch his breath and control his agitated body. "Phew, I thought I was going to suffocate." Lying on his back against the cold ground, he stretched out his arms and let out a breath as loud as a sigh. "I wouldn't forgive myself. Dying in such a shameful way, it would be worse than choking to death while eating a sausage." His eyes wandered for a few minutes, focusing on the small illuminated spot that appeared to be the hole through which he had fallen. 35 meters. When he calculated the height of his fall, he let out a tired sigh. "Lightning and thunder, how am I going to get out of here now? There's no way I can jump 35 meters, and I don't know if it would be good or bad luck if my aunt finds me." Now he was in trouble. If he didn't find a way out soon, he was sure he would die of hunger or be killed by a monster if there were any in this place. He wasn't worried about the strength of such beasts. He was worried about the fact that he couldn't fight eternally in a nest with possibly dozens, hundreds, or thousands of monsters. "What a problem I've got myself into, how stupid of me." He stood up and dusted himself off, looking around for where his sword had fallen and sheathing it after finding it. "Well, all that's left for me is to find a possible escape route. I have to conceal my presence as much as possible to avoid being attacked." Saying these words with complete naturalness, he ventured slowly into the dark underground cavern, although with every step he took the place became darker. Sauka. But it was no inconvenience for the white-haired man, activating his ability that granted him a type of night vision in his right eye, leaving a trail of bloody red. He walked slowly in until his small figure was lost in the darkness. Alfia was in a state of hysteria. A day had passed since Belle had run away from home and she still couldn't find him anywhere. Of course, it was all due to his own carelessness. It would be impossible for Belle to lose to her or even overtake her in a sprint race, yes, impossible. The problem was the shock she received upon finishing reading the entire logbook of her beloved and cute nephew, one where he described her as a senseless nudist tyrant. Then by the time she came to, Belle was gone. Zald had gone out hunting and Zeus was in the orchards, so they both had no idea about the location of the little white-haired boy. By the time they returned to the cabin, they found a silent Alfia standing at the entrance. She was upset, angry, furious. The aura emanating from her beautiful body frightened and alarmed any living being within a 500-kilometer radius. One solution Zeus proposed was, let's track their footprints. However, Zald replied, he received training to cover his tracks, thus eliminating the tracking option. Who the hell is stupid enough to teach a 7-year-old child hiding techniques? Zeus shouted angrily. As Belle's adoptive grandfather, he was more than worried. His grandson was more than capable of surviving a threat such as assaults, attacks, or kidnappings. The problem was common sense. He was basically a kid who could kill a grizzly bear with one hand outside in the open where many ordinary people lived. Zeus hoped no idiot would anger him. He didn't want to be held responsible for the life of a mortal, and in response to his question filled with disbelief and annoyance, Zald replied, Alfia, well, there's nothing that can be done, it was inevitable. Zeus twisted his arm instantly. He was aware that if he made Alfia angry more than she already was, he would be sent to Olympus without hesitation. I'll find it. Both Zald and Zeus were surprised by his tone of voice. Then I'll hit him, cold and emotionless, a maiden with a broken heart. His footsteps created echoes that resonated through the walls of the cavern. After walking for hours, he had realized that there were no monsters in the place. He also understood that this place would be his grave as he could find no way out, so he lay down and leaned against a rock. Hello, mere mortals. Welcome to Exposing the Family with Hermes and Zeus. Today we're going to talk about old Hades. He really had nothing to do, so he started singing one of the many stories his grandfather had taught him until he died of dehydration or boredom. However, before he could begin to recount the darkest secrets of the god of the underworld, a jade-colored glow caught his attention. He turned his gaze to the source of such brightness, recognizing the area as the roots of the great tree on the surface, towards which he had been heading earlier. He had climbed those roots to try to get out on the ground, but apparently many meters of thickness separated him from the surface. What's that? He stood up and drew his short sword, remaining alert for any possible attack. He walked for minutes, making the brightness increase more and more. And once he reached the roots he had previously climbed, he discovered the cause of the shine that was now hurting his eyes. A snotty girl. She was a girl. What on earth is a girl doing embedded in a root? His body was embedded or attached to the central root in a cruciform shape. His eyes were gently closed. His hands were buried in the root, as were his legs, leaving his head, torso, and most of his arms exposed. And naked. Is she an exhibitionist like my aunt? There was also the detail that her body was exposed, showing her flat chest and clear abdomen. Her hair was long, falling down her sides like waterfalls of a beautiful light jade color. Who's there? Suddenly, a female voice, soft as the whisper of the morning breeze, resonated in his mind. What's going on? Is this the famous schizophrenia that Grandpa talked about? He was becoming conflicted, but his horrified eyes noticed that the girl's eyes were slowly opening. Her eyes were a lovely soft jade green. When those beautiful eyes met Belle's stunned and impressed ones, a silence surrounded them. They seemed to have connected their souls in such an intense clash of gazes. Then, after a few minutes of silence, I'm sorry to wake you, he said, sheathing his short sword. She turned her back after an apology and began to walk away from the central root and the very suspicious girl. His words stunned the little girl, giving her a desperate and pleading expression. Wait, please save me, she pleaded, staring directly at the back of the white-haired boy who was slowly walking away. I refuse. The rabbit-like child's response horrified her, bringing tears to the corners of her eyes. Why, I'll do anything. She had been imprisoned for centuries. She simply longed for her freedom once more. She yearned to gaze upon that beautiful blue sky she so loved to contemplate. However, Belle was very rational. His steps stopped, standing at a distance of 10 meters, then he looked back over his shoulder at her. Then, with calm and rational eyes, he declared, Listen, no one in their right mind would release someone who is obviously sealed down here. You could be very dangerous. Belle gave his reasons slowly, making the girl increasingly desperate. But I'm a girl. You'll leave a little girl locked in this dark place. I'm not the kind of fool who gets into trouble over a girl, brat. Belle immediately denied it and then, with the coldness of a 7-year-old, explained, Seriously, I just want to die peacefully in this place. I don't want to be labeled as the guy who saved an obviously sealed girl and it turned out to be a catastrophe that ended up destroying the world. You understand? Saying that, he turned his gaze forward and walked on. I'm busy waiting for my death, don't cause me any more trouble. He finished his farewell. The girl shed tears as she watched him walk away. No, it's not my fault, please wait, I was betrayed and sacrificed. Belle's steps stopped instantly. Sacrificed, that word echoed through her mind without her even mentioning it. He didn't know if the girl was telling the truth, but her desperate and suffering voice was genuine, even he could tell. After thinking about it for a bit, he frowned and turned around. Lightning and thunder, he cursed himself. He walked back toward the central route, letting his words flow as he approached. You were betrayed and sacrificed, huh? The girl's tears stopped when she saw him approaching. His calm, somewhat childlike face gave her peace and hope. He seemed like a good person to her. That doesn't explain why you're sealed down here. Even if you're telling me the truth, why did those who betrayed and sacrificed you lock you up down here? The distance between them shortened, they were separated by 1 meter, and Belle raised his gaze to connect with hers. Because of the rabbit's small size and the fact that she was embedded a little high up, the view was like the hypotenuse of a square triangle, and to Belle's words the girl did not respond, lost in the beautiful ruby of her eyes. Hey, are you listening? If you don't want to talk, I'm leaving, he blurted out. His bored tone snapped her out of her trance, then she answered. I am a dryad from the ancient era, an extremely powerful. I trained very hard to help my sisters with the seal of the Wolf of Chaos. His words were imbued with nostalgia and melancholy, so much so that it even slightly infected the white-haired man. But he was also surprised to hear the name of his race, being a spiritual one likened to the gods. But one day my sisters said that it wasn't necessary, that I should simply form the core of the seal, and I objected to that. Core of the seal, is it some kind of ritual? He asked, but the dryad did not answer and continued with her story. They became angry, and because I am extremely powerful, they betrayed me. Unable to convince me or kill me to seal me away, they let time pass and lower my guard, then they brought me here while I slept and sealed me down here. How complicated, Belle thought. There were a lot of words and he wasn't understanding most of them, but he asked about something that confused him. What do you mean by saying they couldn't kill you? The girl gave a sad smile. I heal quickly. When I'm hurt, I heal immediately. Is that what you mean by being extremely powerful? Regeneration was incredible according to Belle, but it wasn't so great as to consider oneself invincible. The girl understood his thoughts, giving a solitary smile and answering. That and the fact that I can manipulate mana infinitely, I don't even need a chant. Seriously, that's like cheating. The surprise overwhelmed him and he exclaimed, but then he lowered his face and looked at the ground, thinking for a while. If that's true, you're practically immortal like a god without his sealed arcanum. He paused for a moment, weighing the possibilities of whether this girl was truly the final boss or not. She's definitely suspicious. I don't want to be remembered as the human who doomed the world. That's not fun at all. Yes, Belle wouldn't risk such a scenario happening. However, please help me, the girl called him. Her voice sounded so lost and desolate. Lonely, desperate, sad. He looked up and aligned his eyes with hers. Her ruby eyes examined the depths of that beautiful light jade green tainted by sadness and loneliness. After thinking for a few minutes, he sighed. What on earth am I about to do? He scratched his hair and drew his short sword, then cut the roots. The girl was surprised by his action, knowing that with a simple sword she could not break his seal. So, Ryuu. From his right hand, holding the hilt of his sword, rays shot out, adhering to the metal and traveling along the sharp jet-black blade. Yes, his short sword was not a simple sword. Its material was made from a black dragon scale and had the property of magical conduction. Ryuu. Once again, Belle conjured his lightning magic. The electrical energy traveled through the leaf and permeated the root that held the dryad girl, beginning to burn the wood. Ryuu. A third spell was enough to completely crack the root, slowly peeling away the scabs and freeing the girl. Wait, didn't he say something about a chaos wolf? It was too late by the time he thought about it. The root eventually cracked and broke, completely freeing the dryad. Since she was slightly elevated, she fell due to gravity. Belle was crushed by the little girl's body. Honestly, how stupid of me to do that. That's why I'm not the kind of fool who saves someone just because she's a pretty girl. Besides, that brat didn't tell me anything about a 7-meter wolf chained up down here. It's useless. Blood left my body after a few seconds. The wound on my severed arm expelled a large amount. He was clearly dying. And what an irony that that damned monster didn't deliver the final blow, leaving me to die as his interest in me faded. Don't underestimate me, you bastard. So what if I'm missing an arm? So what if my right eye was pierced? So what if my blood runs through my body? Yes, none of that matters. If I'm going to die, I'll die fighting. As long as my sword doesn't break, why should my soul? Yes, it makes sense if I'm going to die. I'll take you with me, I'll drag him to hell. I will not let my death be so pathetic as to die at the hands of a damned giant dog. Ha ha. He's making fun of me if he thinks I can't stand up. I will rise up, I will kill you, and in the end I will laugh and cry out at your defeat. And that girl, oh, what does it matter? Why not be a hero for fun? Just this once, even if it was by accident, I will be your hero. The little dryad had fled, leaving the bloodied and dying Belle lying on the ground. However, her intention had been to act as bait, to lure that fearsome beast away from the kind, yet complicated white-haired man who had saved her. I won't let. She activated her magic power, letting it flow through her small body and make its presence felt in the cavern. I won't let you kill him. Then, like ants to sugar, the 7-meter wolf stopped its claws that would take Belle's life and followed her. The girl ran as fast as she could, using the elemental wind to accelerate her escape. Behind her, a wolf's jaws opened, then it let out its howl. He curled the fingers of his one arm, feeling the hilt of his short sword and squeezing harder. Now that Belle remembered and had made up his mind, he spoke. What had Grandpa said? Oh, right, what it takes to be a hero. He lifted his weary, languid body. Blood began to gush more from the wound on his elbow due to the strain of the effort. However, he stood up. There is no need to draw a sword, raise a shield, or heal others. He raised his gaze, searching in the distance for that monster that had left him in his miserable state. Through his left eye, he saw it. It was enormous, covered in silver-gray fur as sharp as daggers. His eyes flashed a fiery orange, as did his jaws. His claws as sharp as his sword, his body wrapped with the chains that once sealed him. He was the perfect representation of a monster. Only he who is willing to risk everything can be called a hero. Seeing that fearsome monster, Belle took a step. Their legs trembled from lack of blood, but they didn't buckle and they continued to advance step by step. Protect your allies. Rescue the damsels in distress. Get on the front lines. At some point, the bells were already ringing. It's okay to break down, to be discouraged, to cry out in pain. He who claims victory in the end always rises from the vanquished. His back was burning. Go for your dream, shout it for all to hear, whoever does. Yes, that's the only one who will become a glorious hero. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he swung it forward as he placed his feet in a powerful stance. Her rubbered eyes moved and focused on the shape of the terrifying giant wolf that was chasing the dryad girl. The mistreated little boy unleashed his ambition, be stronger. He let his aspiration burn. He let his ambition roar, then limit release. He reached a level called the despair of a warrior. A temporary state in which the conditions of the environment combined with emotion overloaded the grace contained within the blessing of a god. The power of the abilities increased exponentially during a limit release. A roar that would cut through the clouds and pierce the skies. A shout intended to drown out the howl of that giant. Ping, ping, ping. Flashes swirled around Belle's body, then the sound of bells. Gong, gong. It became the sound of a holy bell tower. She kept running away. The wind swirled around his small, naked body, giving him enough mobility to escape the wolf. He had been like that for about 10 minutes, but when he got far enough away, the wolf would return to the position of the wounded white-haired man. Everything had turned into a deadly tugafor. So, what? The unmistakable sound of bells echoed through the walls of the cavern, filling the place. Time seemed to stand still for her and the wolf. They stopped moving, turning their eyes towards the place where that child was walking towards them. The sound of the bells filled the girl's ears and reached her heart. The white hair was reflected in her eyes. Words were not necessary. I needed time for that light to cut through the darkness. The giant wolf detected the threat in that ringing, revealing its fangs and claws to finish off that dying young man. But the dryad did not let that happen. He used his mastery of mana manipulation and conjured powerful blizzards that ruined the monster's run. 3 minutes. Belle stopped his small, weak steps when he realized how much time had passed. She had been waiting patiently, her rubbered left eye staring straight ahead. In the middle of his vision there stood the silver giant. His body was held back by an incredible wall of cutting wind, but the red glow in his eyes pierced through that same wind. Then he shook his sword and imagined it, the trigger that would unleash his ability, the vision of a hero. And from among the many stories that his grandfather had told him, he chose the Avenger Vidar. That god who killed the Fenrir monsters whose fangs had pierced his father, Odin. The deeds of the god Vidar were etched into his mind's eye. Then Belle leaned forward confidently. You little brat, get out of the way. He leaped forward, cutting through the cavern. He was on a trajectory toward the wolf. Even more bells rang as his black sword was bathed in its own white light. Even the blood flowing from his wounds seemed to propel him forward. The dryad immediately ceased using her magic and stepped aside. Her pale jade-green eyes caught sight of the young man's face. She was full of belief, hope, and a desire to support him. Go. Belle increased his speed even more. Nothing could stop him. Defeat him, hero. Oh. The wolf's burning eyes noticed Belle's advance. He roared with a mixture of anger and fear as he ran towards him and prepared his claws to cut him down. The wolf was ready to strike. I'd already destroyed this brat once, so I'd do it again. The distance was getting smaller and smaller. The powerful wolf's body loomed over his small existence, a presence that could crush him at any moment. At the same time, power flowed into his grip, adrenaline coursed through his veins. Focusing every ounce of his soul into the sword, Belle leaped into the air and let out a shout. H-A-R-A-K-U. Impact explosion. The dark cavern lit up with an electric blue-white light, causing the dryad to cover her eyes. When the terrifying sound stopped and the blinding light faded, the landscape that presented itself to the dryad was incredible. The wolf was missing 3 of its 4 limbs. Its head had disappeared along with most of its torso. He cut it. and right in front of the finished beast stood Belle. White smoke billowed from his black sword, having withstood the charge of Argonaut. Belle lost his balance and used his sword as a cane to support his emaciated body, falling onto his right knee. All astonishment vanished from the Dryad and she ran towards him, ready to use her healing magic to save her hero. Then when he reached the body of the white-haired man, the earth moved. Shhhhh. Terrified, as if she had remembered something, she turned her pale jade eyes toward the headless, limbless beast. It just can't be. The wolf was regenerating. Yes, how could I have been so stupid as to forget something so important? The reason they used her to seal the beast was because in some way they were similar. Infinite regeneration. Like the girl, she was impossible to kill. A beast from the ancient era. Despair flooded his small body, making him tremble uncontrollably. She herself wrapped her arms around the wounded and almost dead Belle, wanting to protect the child who had saved her, or at least he had tried. Then when the jaws of despair opened to devour them. Blessing of the root of evil, curse of my birth. God the Father, forgive me, for I am about to devour the last supper of the gods. Two imposing voices banished the despair. Greed, tongue of enclosed flame. Eat, burning fangs. A 2-meter-tall man in jet-black armor holding a great sword in his right hand, Rhea Ambrosia. The cavern was flooded with intense flames born from hell. My original sin devoured half my body. It's not difficult. There is no purification. There is no salvation. A silver-haired woman in a gothic dress, walking with a terrifying expression and staring her icy eyes at the monster. The resonance of this celestial sound is my sin, the trumpet of the gods, the lyre of the spirits, melody of light, the seal of sin. Beloved by the miniature garden, my destiny is shattered. His singing was delivered with divine speed. I hate you. The compensation is here. Destroy everything with proof of my sin. Weep, holy bell tower. The air around him twisted and the space itself cracked. Genus Angelus. Then the earth itself trembled. Silence reigned in the place, as did the tears. Alfia was on her knees holding the lifeless body of her beloved nephew. Her skin was cold and the brightness in her beautiful ruby eye was fading with each passing second. Belle, the silver-haired woman, hugged his bloodied body. She could have taken off running with the little one in her arms in search of a healer, but she knew it. As a level 7 veteran, one who had seen rampant death, she knew that Belle had less than a minute left before he died. Then, thanks to the shock and terror that this caused her, she cried. She cried uncontrollably for the second time, like a child abandoned by her parents on a dark and cold night. She hadn't shed a tear in years, not since the death of her beloved sister. Her sobs turned into screams so loud they burned her throat. Then, as Zald watched from a distance with great sorrow and pain on his face, a voice rose up. And I can save him. It was the girl, the dryad with light jade-colored hair. Alfia briefly looked away from Belle, glancing at the girl with a mixture of distrust and hope. If you lie, I'll kill you, he blurted out. She wouldn't allow them to joke about something as important as her nephew's life. Her cheeks, red from tears, twitched and she glared furiously at the little girl who still had nothing covering her body. When Alfia stood up and made space, she approached Belle and knelt down. Then, with great loneliness and gratitude, he sang, Belle. That woman had called him that, so he assumed it was his name. You granted me my freedom. The chance to see that beautiful sky I long for again. But if that selfish desire comes at the price of your beautiful life, then. The young woman lowered her face, getting closer and closer to Belle's, and when the distance was sufficient, she whispered with the force of the wind, I give you my freedom. She joined her lips with those of the white-haired boy, beginning an awkward and tender kiss. Zald watched in disbelief, and Alfia did the same. Then she exploded. You snotbrstdbrats, I'll kill you. She was ready to rip the head off that insolent girl who had stolen her nephew's first kiss, but then. Spiritual union. The dryad separated her lips from Belle's and intoned. Just centimeters before Alfia's arm could squeeze the girl's neck, she disappeared. A jade-green flash blinded them for a second, illuminating the cavern's darkness. That same light was concentrating on a single point, Belle's inert body. After a couple of minutes, Alfia opened her eyes in shock. Belle's arm was regenerating at a monstrous rate. Her eyelids opened, revealing her 2 ruby eyes intact and shining brightly. His wounds disappeared without a trace. Why do I feel like I died, but I survived? When his childlike but serene voice reached Alfia's ears, she jumped up, hugged him, cried, and screamed, Belle, Eek! Oh no, he found me. The white-haired man was terrified when the memory of his logbook being discovered came back to him, trembling with fear. Huh. But Alfia wasn't punishing him. She just hugged him, letting her tears fall on him and murmuring his name in a desolate yet happy tone. 2 days later. He had been forced to spend 2 days in bed as a form of rest by Alfia, with no way for him to refuse. Then when those boring days were over, his status was updated. Welcome to LV3 Belle. Zeus's cheerful and proud voice echoed through the room, surprising the white-haired man. Level 3, but I didn't defeat them. That doesn't matter. It was enough to be considered a feat, a very incredible one if you ask me, the old man replied. Zald and Alfia were also in the room, their faces beaming with pride as they nodded in agreement with the old man's words. Zeus is right, Zald said. That dog had the power of a LV7. I'm surprised you even lasted against that. Level 7, that's crazy, Belle muttered, but I didn't really do much. When that thing broke free from the chains, I couldn't even perceive its speed, it was too fast. Belle confessed that he hadn't actually put up much of a fight against that wolf. When I realized it, my left arm and my right eye were gone. Then I was wounded so many times I lost count. Yes, it was thanks to that dryad who held him back so that he could deliver the blow charged with Argonaut. Then Belle remembered that beast's infinite regeneration. By the way, Uncle Zald, how did they defeat him if he could regenerate indefinitely? That was a good question. He found it strange that such a monster could be defeated so easily even if they were his powerful uncles. I ate it, Zald replied. The answer was simpler than she expected, making her eyes roll back. He stopped seeing the smile on his uncle's face and turned his eyes towards the statement sheet that Zeus had pierced. Bellcranel state. Family Zeus, race human spirit. LV, 3 age 6 years old, turned 7 tomorrow. Basic skills before fighting the wolf. Strength SS 1099, Stamina SS 1077, Dexterity SS 1057, Agility SS 1099, Magic SS 999. Basic skills after fighting the wolf. Strength SS 1099, SSS 1145. Stamina SS 1077, SSS 1199. Dexterity SS 1057, SSS 1187. Agility SS 1099, SSS 1199. Magic SS 999, SS 1079. Basic skills level up. Strength I0, Endurance I0, Dexterity I0, Agility I0, Magic I0. Development skills Diving IH, Abnormal Resistance I knew Magic. Reiko. Lightning Element Magic with Rapid Cast. Skills. Goblin Slayer, Argonaut, Ox Slayer, Fenrir. Exponentially increases the user's abilities when fighting wolf-type monsters. Increases user speed exponentially upon activation. Activation chant, Vidar Fenrir, Spiritual Union. Union of the Soul, the user acquires the powers of the spirit during activation. Activation chant, Spiritual Union. Belle smiled as he finished reading his status, happy to have become a little stronger than he was yesterday. Then, seeing the graceful smile on her nephew's face, Alfia spoke. Belle, tomorrow is your 7th birthday. Let's go to town to buy what we need, okay? The silver-haired woman got up from her seat, walked over to Belle, and took his hand. Understood, he replied. He did not resist his aunt's grip, and together they headed towards the cabin's exit. Yes, finally I'll see the blue sky. You're such a pain, trainee. Hey, don't be rude to me, Bells. Both aunt and nephew left the place, leaving Zald and Zeus alone. Chapter 6, Determination, Up with the North. More than a week had passed since Belle's 7th birthday, and after the celebration and receiving his gifts, he was subjected to a hellish punishment when Alfia remembered everything related to his logbook. It wasn't as extreme as beating him to a pulp, however, it wasn't as gentle as a pinch on his cheeks either. Yes, the punishment was to spend 1 week sitting on his legs with 3 blocks of a strange and incredibly heavy metal. The way he was fed was developed with Alfia feeding him. Another thing that could be mentioned is that for his needs, he would have to lift himself up with those same blocks on his legs on his back, which was not easy for him. Belle really wanted to know where on earth Alfia had gotten those things that weighed as much as a mountain. He was never answered, but when his punishment ended, he had to spend 3 whole days in bed due to the numbness in his legs. Alfia took care of him during those 3 days anyway. But now, just as they were about to have lunch before starting the little one's training, there was a knock on the cabin door. An attractive man, with black hair with a silver-gray streak and an aura of divinity surrounding him, was on the other side. When Zeus recognized him and let him pass, Belle knew it the moment he saw him. A god, why does it bother me that he's so handsome? Belle, I don't think that's a good line of thinking. Huh, be quiet, trainee, it's annoying having your voice echoing in my head. Are you really a 7-year-old boy? You're so rude and cruel to your savior. Weren't you the reason I almost died, you idiot? Well, yes. While the white-haired man sitting in his chair was arguing with his spiritual companion, the man identified as a god went directly to greet everyone. The problem arose instantly. The mysterious god, now inside the cabin, greeted each of those present. He began with Zeus, followed by Zald, and finally Alfia. However, unlike the handshake he performed with the 2 men, with Alfia it was different. The god took Alfia's hand, then knelt on her right leg and went straight to kiss her back, causing everyone to gasp. Alfia was even about to send him flying if it weren't for someone who got there first. Plop. A small hand slapped the god's cheek before he could deliver the kiss, causing him to fall onto his bottom on the wooden floor. Zeus, Zald, and Alfia opened their eyes in surprise, seeing the god who was completely confused. Apparently the slap had been considerably strong. He was bewildered, bringing one of his hands to his bruised cheek and looking up at the one responsible for such an act. There was Belle, looking down at him slightly with eyes that seemed to be looking at garbage that had been preserved for centuries. Because of his still small height and the fact that the god was seated, their heights were almost equal. A gentleman does not touch a lady without her consent, he declared. Again the god was surprised. It was rare for a child's voice to sound so terrifying, and even more so when combined with the hostile look Belle was giving him. Even the hostility itself had become tangible to the eye and covered around his small body like armor. To everyone's eyes it seemed unreal that Belle was acting so aggressively, well, to almost everyone. Kaira, Belle's jealous. That means he doesn't want anyone but him to touch me. Yes, Alfia was internally bursting with excitement. Her cheeks had turned a lovely, almost imperceptible pink, and even her eyes radiated emotion as she gazed at Belle's small back. And as for the god still sitting on his butt, what the hell, he was still impressed but noticeably puzzled. It's been a while, Erebus, shall we have a seat? Zeus had to intervene to bring him out of his trance, giving him a hand to help him up and guiding him to the cabin's living room. Belle was guided by a smiling Alfia to the same place, and behind them came Zald, who was smiling slightly. When everyone had taken their seats and prepared to speak, the god identified as Erebus was once again surprised. Facing him was Alfia sitting with a happy face on the sofa. The odd thing was who was around the woman's waist with both arms, as if protecting her. Alfia maintained a slight smile, stroking the little boy's white locks of hair. Grrrrrrr, is he growling? Zeus, this boy is rather peculiar. It was strange, too strange. The white-haired boy was showing clear hostility towards him for some strange reason, and to add to that strangeness he was growling at him, something similar to a wolf marking its territory. He's my grandson, his name is Belle. I apologize for what I said before, but I would try not to offend him. You could be promoted. Huh, Erebus said. Now that he thought about it a little more, the slap he'd received was actually a bit too hard. He was sure a kid like Belle couldn't cause that kind of damage. Despite his age, Belle is a level 3, Zeus blurted out. There was a certain proud tone in his voice, accompanied by a smile. Erebus watched him, seeing the old man rubbing his beard and then looking at Belle, who was still growling at him. I see, her lips curved. When you think about it, why wasn't he so surprised? That's what I would expect from Zald and Alfia, he thought. He didn't need to be a genius to know how the furious white-haired werewolf boy who exuded murderous instinct towards him had reached such a level. So Zald spoke this time. What brings you here suddenly, Erebus? Yes, regardless of whether Alfia was paying attention to them because of her soaring emotional state from feeling protected by Belle, Zald wanted Erebus to get to the point. The person being questioned rested his elbows on his legs, crossed his fingers in front of his chin, and gave a malicious smile. I want to talk to you about the Evolus initiative. Following his words, the atmosphere became heavy. This time Alfia paid attention, sharpening her gaze but still stroking Belle's hair. Speak, Zeus declared. Erebus nodded and began explaining his elaborate plan, one where he would use them to bring chaos to Arario, thus enabling the heroes to rise up against despair and defeat it. Everyone paid attention, listening carefully to the details, everyone except Belle. The boy in question had entered into a conversation with his spiritual companion after the words Evolus initiative. Hey Belle, can I ask you something? I'm sure you wouldn't stop bothering me if I refused, so go ahead. Hey WL, don't you think you were rude to that deity? Oh, the dryads must hold the gods in high esteem, I suppose. Yes, after all, even if I am descended from spirits, I am still linked to the gods for having sent such beings to the aid of mortals. I understand, however, don't let that get to you. The gods are even more normal than you might think. My grandfather is a perfect example. He's a complete pervert. I can't deny it. To think that Zeusama actually has such a personality. Like I said, you shouldn't take it too seriously. My grandfather told me a lot of stories from when he was on Mount Olympus, and of course, he told me about his acquaintances. Thanks to that, I can discern the personality of a god, or at least get a sense of it. So you hit him because you thought he was mean. What personality did you figure out? A genocidal maniac. There was silence in his head after he gave that answer, which did not surprise Belle. Such a reaction from trainee like silence was expected. One might even wonder why a 7-year-old child possesses such excellent judgment and reasoning. Although of course it was all due to the lessons he received from Alfia. Etiquette, manners, excellent judgment, and intellectual development. Then some voices sounded, come back, come back. The voices of Alfia and Zard brought him back to reality, drawing his gaze towards the god who had a look of surprise on his face. We're sorry, we're sorry. Once again the two powerful adventurers spoke in unison, this time with a tone imbued with sadness. Belle was a little confused, but trainee, who had been paying close attention to the conversation, gave him a summary of everything. Oh, he thought. Looking at Erebus again, he noticed that he frowned for a moment before giving a smile. They don't have to apologize, he seemed to be lamenting something. Nice to meet you, Belle, he said as he stood up. With a relieved expression, he said goodbye to the others and left quickly. The white-haired man simply waved one of his hands in farewell, still a little uneasy from the heavy atmosphere. The place fell silent for a while, which Belle did not like. A couple of days passed after that visit by Erebus. Belle had resumed his training with Alfia, which consisted of developing magical resistance. Naturally, such training consisted of Alfia bombarding little Belle with gospel, which left him completely drained by the time sunset fell. On this particular day, Belle had not gone through that training, which allowed him to take a walk with his aunt. They crossed the sea of wheat that stretched out around them, watching the sunset descend. Enjoying the breeze that caressed his cheeks and hair, Belle turned his gaze towards the woman who was holding his hand. It was, of course, Alfia. The beautiful woman was looking at him with a smile, beginning to slightly part her soft lips. "How did your training with Zald go?" he asked. "Great, my pancakes don't burn anymore, and I've stopped confusing sugar with salt. I haven't burned myself with oil either." The reason the training she provided was ignored today was because of the cooking classes she was taking with Zald. It was in fact at the request of Belle himself, who had shown curiosity about his uncle's culinary skills. "I see," said Alfia. "Would you make me one tomorrow? I'd be happy to eat something cooked by you." Belle nodded excitedly. "Yes, I'll make you fall in love with my food." Alfia let out a soft, gentle laugh, nodding at Belle's statement and continuing her walk through the wheat field. When they arrived at the perfect spot to appreciate the sunset, they both took a seat on the ground. Belle was carried onto Alfia's lap by her, his hair being gently stroked. As they watched the sunset, the young man asked, "Aunt Alfia?" "Yeah." Alfia immediately paid attention, noticing Belle's doubtful tone. To the god who came a few days ago, was it right to send him back? As Alfia expected, Belle was not ignorant about the things Erebus mentioned. The young man had also noticed the mood of both adventurers, one being somewhere between regretful and sad. "Yes, that's fine," she nodded calmly. "I chose you. Leaving you and choosing evil is impossible." "Bad." Belle understood it completely. He had heard about it in the hero stories his grandfather told him, in the classes Alfia gave him, and he might even have discovered it on his own. The woman understood Belle's question, beginning to explain thoroughly in a calm but distant tone. To absolutely destroy everything, to plunge order into chaos, to create existences that challenge justice. And then to murder many people. Murder, he couldn't help but get excited. As an adventurer, he killed many monsters, which was not at all unusual. However, Alfia was referring to people, to beings like him and her. Yes, to become the stepping stone to the next generation hero. By taking things precious from many people, being hated, earning their resentment, and then leading them towards self-improvement, we would entrust them with the future, in order to save the world. Belle knew Alfia's story before she arrived 4 years ago, accompanied by Zald. She belonged to the Hera family, one of the most powerful families in the past, along with the Zeus family. He learned of the failure that both families presented before the last great mission, the abomination incarnate, the one-eyed black dragon. And regardless of all that, Belle was happy from the bottom of his heart. He was glad that Alfia and Zald rejected that path of becoming villains and stayed with him and his grandfather. They chose the path where they wouldn't be hated by anyone, so he felt relieved. And yet, but because we didn't choose evil, the world will probably be destroyed. Belle tilted his face, aligning his gaze with Alfia's as she looked down at him. His face showed regret. Despite not being the target of anyone's hatred and not bearing the mark of a sinner, she seemed ashamed of herself for not being corrupted. Alfia sighed. "The last hero will probably not be born." A voice of shame that Belle had never heard before and an ephemeral expression like none he had ever seen. Why was Alfia so sad? Belle knew. It was impossible that he didn't know. That's why. She uttered the words she never thought she would utter. "If that's the case, I'll become a hero." Alfia's expression changed to one of surprise. "I will become the ultimate hero. I will kill that black lizard." Saddened by her aunt's state of sadness, she looked at her determinedly with her rubbered eyes. Alfia's fingers lost strength and slid off Belle's cheek and hair. The wind shook the golden wheat just like her silver hair, making them dance with the breeze in an enchanting way. A quiet sound was produced, and little by little, Alfia's eyes began to moisten. What the twilight heard was by no means an empty speech, but a promise that the boy made to himself. "Perhaps at some point I would curse the choice of this day. Perhaps when he realizes the size of the burden, he will feel desperate. Even so now, no, even if he became like that still he." "You're being a bit insolent, Belle." I would be proud to record the smile that appeared on Alfia's face at this moment. A couple of crystal drops fell onto Belle's face, Alfia being the cause. She was so excited and happy that she cried. Like a hero, he gave a smile to the most important woman to him, pointing to hope. He showed her the future. He aimed for that ideal, embraced a desire, and from today onward set out on that path, becoming a hero. "Since you talked about being a hero in front of me, resign yourself to it. I won't allow you to back down now. Yeah, then starting tomorrow, your workouts will triple in difficulty." Triple. Alfia smiled at the sight of her nephew's pale face, stroking his hair again to calm him. "That's why just a little longer we're going to be together." A beautiful smile that radiated love and affection was enough to dispel the terror in Belle's mind. "Yes," he replied. He knew the meaning behind those words. After all, it was the reason he could take cooking classes with Zald. On those days of the week like today, Alfia would lock herself in her room and not come out all day. Belle could barely hear anything, but he always noticed a faint smell of rust when night fell and he slept next to his aunt. While they shared a smile, Belle decided to ask about it. However, Alfia beat him to the punch. Belle, strangely her voice had become soft and serious, changing to a contemplative gaze towards him. Yeah, think carefully about what I'm going to ask you now. The young man on her lap nodded. Do you know why you were born stronger than others? She pointed out her abnormal and rapid growth in relation to her status. Belle seemed to think about it for a bit, opting to answer in a way that was like, because I'm awesome. However, don't know, his aunt's gaze made it clear that this was a serious matter, one that implied a life lesson for him. Alfia formed a slight smile, to help the weak and innocent. Listen carefully. Perhaps she was somehow giving him guidance so that he wouldn't get lost on the path to power and be consumed by it. Or perhaps it was simply a way of telling her that the way she considered carrying out a massacre of those weak and innocent people was wrong. Those born with more talent than others should use their power for the good of others. One should not use the power bestowed upon oneself to harm or take advantage of others. The gentle caresses on his hair calmed him, allowing him to pay full attention. It is the obligation of the strong to help the weak. It is a duty they must fulfill, don't forget it. With surprised eyes, Belle nodded. Such seriousness in her aunt was a little unusual. Understood. Because of that, he responded with the same sincerity. He understood that Alfia wasn't telling him to go out and defend everyone. No, she meant to extend his hand when someone in front of him needed it. Of course, it was necessary to judge whether the person was good or bad, innocent or guilty, weak or strong. What? Suddenly, Alfia lifted him from her lap and instantly brought him to her chest, gently embracing him. Belle detected a certain sadness and sorrow in the hug. I won't live much longer. Her heart ached with pain and her eyes widened in surprise. Alfia's fading tone only increased the pain in his chest. He knew immediately what Alfia meant. It was for the same reason that she let him take cooking classes while she locked herself in her room. After all, the number of times Alfia coughed had increased. Belle knew that she often coughed violently in places where no one was around. This didn't only happen in her room, even while receiving training from her. She would suddenly stop and walk away so as not to be heard. I also knew that red blood was mixed in with it. Now, Alfia might have said some nice words to him and something about enjoying the time she had left with him, but he didn't even let her continue. I won't let you leave me, she declared. Alfia felt Belle's heavy breathing on her cleavage. However, there was also moisture seeping through the fabric of her dress. I was crying. I want you to stay by my side forever. I won't settle for anything less. I won't tolerate it. For the first time in a long time, the little boy was acting like someone his age. A frightened 7-year-old boy who refused to sink into loneliness. Alfia smiled slightly, stroking her beloved nephew's hair and pushing him further towards her cleavage. Even if you wish it, the separation will inevitably come. Don't forget that. Alfia knew that her lifespan was enough to see him grow up and even a little more, however, that was all. I wouldn't accompany him much beyond that. So gently and delicately stroking her nephew's hair, she wanted to make him understand. I didn't want to keep the secret until the end and cause her more pain. I said I won't allow it, and his words fell on deaf ears. Belle, it's not something you can avoid, Tar. I can do something, he interrupted. Alfia was a little confused when Belle lifted his head from her cleavage, standing up and staring at her. Her ruby-red eyes shed tears, but they burned with a beautiful and fiery will. Do you remember the Dryad trainee? Alfia nodded. After all, she had witnessed the moment of the spiritual union, and she couldn't forget the wretched woman who had stolen her sweet nephew's first kiss. She was supposed to be the one to experience that first kiss with him. If I can fully control its power, I'm sure I can heal you. Belle swung his hand in the air, as if slapping the cruel fate that wanted to snatch his aunt away. The woman's eyes widened. It will take time, maybe even years, but I will control its power and save you. So I can have you with me, so you won't leave my side, so we can walk and talk every day. Determination, will, indomitable spirit, everything elevated to such great and immense heights that it was hardly believable. Belle. Alfia's cheeks turned a lovely pink. The sunset had ended, but the remaining trails of the fiery sunset settled behind the white-haired man. So you'll let me heal you and stay with me for the rest of our lives, Auntie. The young man dried his tears, then extended his right arm towards the seated woman who was staring at him. Her blush deepened. Her eyes of different colors exuded emotion and shame. He reached out to take Belle's arm, but it was trembling slightly, possibly from excitement. Is that a proposition that... Belle's eyes turned white, staring at Alfia, who had moved her hand away and cupped her cheeks to control the immense blush on her face. Kaya, Belle proposed to me. Now she was talking about things Belle didn't know, but her lips formed a smile when she saw that the sad and regretful atmosphere in her aunt no longer existed. Belle, I'll say it one more time, your aunt is very strange and has a serious problem. I can't deny it, but she loves me very much. That's why she's important to me. Yes, that's the strange thing and the problem, that he loves you so much. I don't understand. What's wrong with my aunt liking me? It would be strange if she didn't. Forget it. Again, Belle's inexperience in such matters worked against him. When her inner conversation with her spiritual companion ended, Belle wanted to bring her aunt back to reality. Aunt Alfia, Aunt Alfia. He waved his hand in front of his face, but it had no effect. Apparently, Alfia was in her own fantasy world, muttering things like wedding night, honeymoon, many children, etc., etc. It was only after 5 minutes that he managed to bring her out of her trance. "And how many years do you think it will take you?" he asked. He looked happy. Having been freed from such a burden as resigning herself to death and leaving Belle alone seemed to have made her very happy. "Trainee, how long has it been?" "Maybe 10 or 20 years. Even with me teaching you, it won't be easy." "I understand." 5 years, Auntie, I'll achieve it in 5 years, he replied. What? Belle, I told you that 10 to 20 years is how long it would take a normal person to learn with me as their teacher. 5 is impossible. You said it yourself. That's the time it would take a normal person, however, I'm a prodigy. You're very arrogant. There is no arrogance if there is truth. Then I'll eagerly await those 5 years, Belle, Alfia replied, oblivious to the conversation between Belle and Trainee. She was smiling in a way that made her look more beautiful with every second I looked at her. Belle did the same, returning the smile in a childlike and adorable way. Yes, I won't fail. For a moment there was a spark between them. With Alfia sitting and Belle standing, the little boy asked for all the information about the illness she suffered from, which the woman did not refuse. They returned to their initial position, with Belle resting in Alfia's lap and the latter enjoying the sensation and stroking her hair as she explained. Note: graphic description BV. The next day in the early morning, Belle got up before everyone else at 5 in the morning so he could begin his training with spiritual power control. He was currently sitting in the lotus position, one that allowed him to completely relax his body. The position was perfect for performing breathing exercises that helped to achieve maximum relaxation. Now what? I've relaxed every part of my body, Belle asked Trainee. You say you want to heal your aunt, so we'll begin with regeneration and healing magic. Aren't they the same thing? You're wrong. The first is part of me, regenerating any wound on my body without my consent. The second allows me to heal another person if I so choose. Then show me the second one. It's the one I need to cure my aunt's illness. Denied. Belle had a twitch in his closed right eyelid. Even his concentration was slightly disturbed. Relax. I mean, it's not possible. Completely controlling my power isn't easy. You'll have to master regeneration to the point where it activates automatically if you don't want your little body to explode from the excess power. Do you mean I'll die if I don't master regeneration? Ding dong, that's right. Although I'm sure that once you're fully developed there won't be any need for such a thing, I suppose a 15-year-old's body would be enough to withstand it. Are you obsessed with strong, sculpted bodies? Fufufu, for the first time, he gave a malicious smile. Imagine dying without having gotten properly ripped, Fufufu, how silly. That's cruel even to me. Couldn't you have said it in a nicer way? How delicate, then it must be. What a misfortune it is for a man to grow old without having known the beauty and strength of which his body is capable. How about that? Very philosophical, poetic, I would say. Anyway, I don't plan to wait that long. I said I would cure her in 5 years, and in 5 years it will happen. I know, that's why I said you should start with regeneration. It's not a bad idea to have that power anyway. Okay, how many powers do you have? Counting my regeneration, 4 wind magic, healing magic, nature control and regeneration. Control of nature, that sounds very powerful. Something like that. I said nature, but really it's just control over plants and things like that. Being a dryad, I can control everything related to flora. It would be amazing to use it to grow the crops in Grandpa's gardens. Hey, are you going to use my power for that? I don't see any problem, so yes. Now I want to know if I understood everything correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. Will regeneration allow me to heal any wound, even if my head is blown off or my heart is pierced? Bad. It's one thing with me but different with you. Having your head blown off would prevent you from properly using your mana flow, so avoid that. As for the heart, yes, it will definitely regenerate if pierced. The same goes for severing your limbs. As long as they don't block your flow and mind supply, you'll be able to regenerate. So my weakness is the head, I understand. With healing magic, I can heal any wound in others and even illnesses, right? That's right, but as I said, it won't be easy. In your aunt's case, you'll have to restore every muscle fiber in her body, including her organs. In fact, it's good that you have your lightning magic. I can help you control it completely so you can heal her. Will my magic be necessary? Oh, yes. Your aunt's illness affects both her muscles and her brain. Could we call it muscular dystrophy? I shouldn't tell you this, but what does it matter? Alfia's muscles will slowly begin to fail. By not moving her body, her muscle strength will decrease. The disease will constantly rob her of all the power from her muscles until she finally loses the freedom of her heart and lungs. Belle did not answer. With your magic, Reiku, we can save her. Muscular dystrophy is a disease where the muscles don't move the way one wants. Signals from the brain are transmitted to the muscles through electrical signals. That's where your magic comes in. Will I use it to send electrical energy to her brain? That's right. With my help, you'll be able to control bioelectric fields, so it might be possible to send signals to the muscles by some means other than through one's neural pathways. My head hurts from so many words I don't know. In fact, that was the case. Trainee was probably talking about things the world shouldn't know, but that's precisely why Belle was so grateful to him. Anyway, I'm counting on you, Trainee. Leave it to me. Now, with the magic of the wind, what could I do? I use it to create hurricanes. You could do the same. You could also use it as an enchantment around your body to enhance your defense, agility, and strength. Oh, that's amazing. I'm starting to get excited. And what about control over the plants? It's practical. You could manipulate tree bark to create any kind of weapon. In fact, it's very common for elves to carry such weapons. We could return to the forest where you found me and obtain some wood from the large tree. I already have my sword, but it would be nice to have more. What else could I do? I don't know, it's absolute control over the flora. Use your imagination, Belle. You could tie people up with vines and reinforce them with magic so they can't escape and things like that. I see how useless that skill is. Hey. So how long will it take me to master your 4 powers? You say that in 5 years you'll master regeneration and healing. As for everything else, maybe you'll die before that happens, haha. When I turn 14 then. What, are you serious? Well, very seriously. Upon giving his answer and finishing everything he wanted to know, Belle activated the ability that allowed him to make use of such spiritual powers. Spiritual union. A trail of wind swirled around her, lifting nearby leaves and making strands of her hair dance. One of the things that changed in him was that when he opened his eyes, one had turned an intense jade green color. The same thing happened with her hair. The roots remained pure white, but the tips turned a light jade green. Her body was covered by a green miasma, being the magical power of the dryad. Okay, don't tense any muscles or you'll have internal bleeding. I told you not to tense any muscles. Your lungs exploded. Her body fell and she undid the lotus position she had been holding, complaining of the infernal internal pain she was suffering. It was only thanks to Trainee that she gradually applied her healing magic to him, trying again when he recovered. This is nothing compared to what my aunt is going through so again. You're very stubborn for someone so young. Okay, as I saw in the comments of the previous chapters, sorry for not answering them, my free time has been a bit tight. I saw that many had doubts about Trainee's powers and how it would affect Belle in that. That's why I've brought this part, to make it perfectly clear everything Belle will be able to do when he fully masters Trainee's power. I also revealed the reason why I added Trainee to the story. Curing Alfia was much better than simply saying she overcame her illness with the power of love. XD 1 year later, 5:00 a.m. From then on, Belle would get up early every day to train his spiritual power, which was granted to him thanks to his connection with Trainee. His training lasted 7 hours, ending at 12:00 p.m. in the day, and after eating he would begin his second training with Alfia to gain magical resistance. That training, where he was bombarded by countless gospels, lasted around 4 to 5 hours so that Alfia would not exceed his limit and overload his body. Then once Alfia was resting in her room after training him, Belle would take cooking classes with Zald, where they would go hunting in the forest and prepare dinner. The hunt usually took them about an hour and a half, and they spent 2 hours cleaning, skinning, and cooking the prey: rabbits, ducks, deer, etc. And finally, at 8:30 or 9:00 p.m., Alfia would wake up from her rest and take a bath with Belle before dinner. Zeus kept to himself, focusing on the wheat fields and vegetable and fruit orchards to maintain a good monetary income. Of course, the old man took advantage of the little time before Alfia went to sleep with Belle to tell heroic stories and give advice to the white-haired young man. And finally, in a funny way, Belle reached level 4 on his 8th birthday. Thanks to Alfia's training, he had obtained the magic nullification skill, which made it clear that the little boy did not like being hit by magic. As a developmental skill, he had obtained one that Zeus, Alfia, or Zald had never seen before, being luck. Of course, their stats were as high as usual, reaching 3S in most of the 5. The reason or feat by which he managed to get the level up was a serious confrontation with Zald. This time the white-haired boy did not want to go on vacation, saying that he would not do so until Alfia was cured. 1 year later, Belle's 9th birthday. The passage of time had given him a growth spurt in terms of his height, reaching a measurement of 150 cm. His training was the same with respect to spiritual magic, but the one for obtaining magical resistance, which turned out to be magical nullification, changed to sword handling. With Zald it was the same, receiving cooking advice. He already considered himself a professional cook, but his uncle had said that the world of gastronomy was vast and extensive, so he continued with his classes. And now, being LV4 with stats above a, Belle was in the room with the others. A trip to the Far East, he asked. Alfia had told him that as a birthday present she would take him to the famous hot springs in the eastern lands, which impressed him. However, Belle continued with his training. He was halfway to mastering healing. He had already completely mastered regeneration, which had taken him these 2 years. Now he hoped that in 3 years he would master healing magic. Don't worry, it'll only be a couple of weeks, Alfia noticed on her nephew's face. Besides, I need to go get more branches from the sacred tree, and the elf who sells them to me is there. Lo? Belle understood easily. Alfia had her illness associated with her disease that weakened her at an accelerated rate, causing a loss of health and mind and a 5% decrease in all her abilities. Although it did not cure her, a branch from a sacred tree in an elven forest which possesses a great amount of magical power improved her condition. Okay, she exclaimed excitedly. When will we leave? Can I help you pack your clothes for the trip today? Belle shook his head, saying he could do it himself. Grandpa and Uncle Zald should also pack their things. I'll help them, he said, looking at the two mentioned. They just gave nervous smiles to the young man. Is something wrong? Asked. He received no answer from his grandfather or uncle, but from Alfia. They won't be coming, they have things to do here, so it will be a trip for the two of us, just the two of us. She smiled at him in a tender and radiant way, which made Belle smile and nod. Okay, then I'll go get my things ready. I'll wait for you here, Alfia said. The woman waited for Belle to enter the room they shared, and when he did, she looked at the pair of silent men. They looked away as his icy eyes pierced them both. Bellcranel state. Current. Family Zeus. Race human spirit. LV4 age 9 years. Basic skills before fighting Zald to the death. Strength SS 1033. Stamina SS 1042. Dexterity SS 1021. Agility SS 1099. Magic SS 1189. Basic skills after fighting to the death with Zald. Strength SS 1033 SSS 1152. Stamina SS 1042 SSS 1199, Dexterity SS 1021 SSS 1173, Agility SS 1099 SSS 1199, Magic SSS 1189 SSS 1277, Basic Skills Level Up, Strength a 899, Stamina a 878, Dexterity a 885. Agility S 979, Magic S 999, Development Skills, Diving, H Abnormal Resistance, IH Luck, I Knew, Magics. Reiko. Lightning Element Magic with Rapid Cast, Skills. Goblin Slayer, Argonaut, Ox Slayer, Fenrir, Spiritual Union, Magical Cancellation, removes magic and mana in a predetermined area with the user as the central point. Activation Chant Magical Nullification, Note. I wanted to leave his current state so that Belle's power scale doesn't have gaps in the story, blank spaces in short, so that there's no misunderstanding when I do more time skips. Alfia had used the chariot that Zeus had in the farmer, a gift from Hermes, to undertake her journey to the Far East. Beside him in the passenger seat was Belle, staring wide-eyed at the surroundings as they drove along. It took them about 4 days to reach the vicinity of their destination, of course, taking into account the stops they made to rest at night. And then Belle looked to his right and narrowed his eyes. Auntie, isn't that a carriage? Alfia stopped the horse that was leading them by the reins, halting the carriage and looking towards the place where Belle was pointing. Yes, and the monsters are getting closer. It wasn't unusual for them to encounter the occasional monster on the surface along the way, which Belle would eliminate, so it made sense that a carriage would be attacked. I'll go help, huh? Without even waiting for her aunt's permission, Belle jumped out of her seat and began running at top speed towards the wagon. Alfia smiled slightly as she watched him run to the aid of a stranger, proud of his kindness. It took him no more than 3 minutes thanks to his state, which at the same time spoke of the considerable distance he traveled. When he stopped and drew his short sword, he managed to see a palom getting out of the cart and running away from the monsters. Will he abandon his transport? He wondered. If that was the case, then there were no problems. The hobbit looked like an aristocrat because of his clothing, so he probably didn't care about the damage to his property, which he could easily replace. Just when he decided there was no reason to act, he heard a female scream from inside the cart that was being torn apart by the monsters. A woman, he didn't need anything more. In less than a second, he eliminated the 20-meter distance between himself and the cart and began to decapitate the monsters. The goblins, kobolds, arpy, and more were powerless against him. When he finished his work, he took the carriage door handle and ripped it off as if it were made of paper. Are you okay? he asked. As she peered inside, her vision was assaulted by beautiful golden hair, fluffy fox ears, and a tail that trembled with fear. Her ruby eyes met the terrified jade green ones. Hero. Tears streamed from her eyes and her lips trembled, but all that stopped when she saw Belle's figure coming to her rescue. The two young people, one 9 years old and the other 11, looked at each other for a few seconds. Chapter 7, Bellcranel. Bondage. The colors were fading for her, everything was turning a dull, pale gray, a color that tormented her, plunging her into an abyss of despair and hopelessness. Haruhime, an 11-year-old Renard girl, had been accused of ingesting an offering to the gods at her parents' house. Her aristocratic family, so proud and bound to old customs, had no choice but to hand it over to the one who had originally brought the offering, a hobbit. Haruhime's innocence prevented her from seeing the conveniences and coincidences intertwined in the incident, which made her accept her parents' decision. Luckily, or perhaps not so luckily, the hobbit treated her like a princess. He had the manners of a gentleman, which made Haruhime see him as one. Perhaps I could be happy with this kind and chivalrous person. Naive, Haruhime was very naive. Halfway out of the Far East, the cart she and the chivalrous hobbit were traveling in was attacked by surface monsters. No problem. Haruhime was sure that her knight would save her. No problem. Even as the hobbit knight ran off and left her alone in the cart as bait for the monsters, Haruhime believed him. She believed he would return. I was sure he'd come back with help. Yes, that was it. He wasn't abandoning her, of course not. He was just going to get help. The sounds of the wood being torn apart made their trembling ears twitch with fear. Its fluffy golden tail trembled uncontrollably, its pupils contracted, and the beautiful jade green of its eyes shed tears. He will not return. Faced with the harsh and cruel truth, Haruhime burst into tears. Her thin, soft limbs trembled, so she hugged her body tightly to try to control that trembling. However, the roars of the monsters that were slowly destroying the carriage and would soon enter and devour it did not stop. If the roars didn't stop, neither would its trembling. Miraculously, its trembling ceased, as did the roaring. Like the calm after the storm, everything outside had become silent. Then it happened. The door was forcefully torn off, and a silhouette entered Haruhime's vision. Blurred by the outside lighting, all she could make out was beautiful white hair and bright rubbered eyes. Hero. Far East Hot Springs. A pleasant warmth that caused drops of sweat to run down her beautiful naked body, the temperature of the water that stimulated the pores of her skin, and the steam that rose throughout the place. Alfia was at the hot springs house, currently taking a bath to relax the tension in her body. She had already obtained branches from the sacred tree to delay her illness as much as possible, so all that remained was to enjoy the hot springs with her cute nephew. However, there were drawbacks. And to think that Belle would add you to the family. Alfia turned her gaze forward, observing a shy young woman with golden hair and jade-green eyes. It was Haruhime, who after being saved by Belle had clung to him like a bear to honey. Of course, when Alfia saw Haruhime hugging her Belle, she exploded in anger and murderous intent. No one of the opposite hex could hug him except her. That's what he thought and believed with all his heart. Listen carefully, brat. Belle is mine and mine alone. I'll accept you into the family, but that's all you'll be, just family. Now that you're his family, you can't look at him romantically, understand? There was a lot of menace in his voice. The words came out like sharp knives that could cut through even obsidian. Nod, nod, nod. Haruhime simply nodded wildly. She had told her story, so Belle had told her to come with him and his aunt, but she was really considering going back to the monsters to be with the silver-haired woman. Conclusion: Alfia was very beautiful but very, very terrifying. Good, it's good that you understand. Now come, I'll wash your hair. When she saw that Haruhime would not be a problem for her affair with her nephew, Alfia smiled warmly, beckoning the young woman closer. La Renard timidly approached. She was somewhat afraid of her, but she was more afraid of what would happen if she didn't listen to her. Of course, it was all in his head. When she reached a distance where Alfia could reach her with her arm, she knew immediately that her life was not in danger. Rather, she felt safe. You've been through things that someone your age shouldn't experience. Hostility was replaced by the understanding of a loving mother. Don't worry, everything will be all right. The murderous intent gave way to a comforting sense of security, embodied in the affectionate touch with which he moistened her golden hair. Yuha. Her jade-green eyes welled up with tears. A lump formed in her throat as Alfia's arms wrapped around her from behind, embracing her protectively. No one will ever abandon you again. Yua. The young princess saved by a hero was comforted by the hero's mother or future lover. It was night, only a few hours having passed since he had taken a bath with Haruhime. Alfia, her body glistening from her recent shower in the hot springs, flashed a flirty smile. Belle. Facing her was Belle, lying in the bed they would share. Perhaps their plans for a vacation for the two of them were ruined, but that didn't change the fact that they could rent another room for Haruhime, thus getting some alone time with their nephew. What's wrong, Aunt Alfia? Lying on his back against the mattress, Belle turned his gaze towards Alfia and asked with a mixture of doubt and innocence. He showed no disturbance at having Alfia's semi-naked body in his field of vision, implying that for him the exhibitionist syndrome that his aunt suffered from was already something normal. Let's play something okay. Alfia showed no displeasure at that rejection reaction. Its purity and innocence were something she loved much more. Although I'd be lying if I said I didn't wish Belle was a little perverted. It's already night, what could we possibly play at this hour? Anything fun. Walking slowly towards the bed, Alfia laid her well-formed bottom on the edge of the mattress. Her flirtatious voice confused Belle, as did the excitement that radiated from her eyes. It looks like a beast observing a defenseless rabbit. What are you saying, trainee? It's better if you don't understand, Belle, believe me. Okay, what do I have to do? What are the rules? His spiritual friend's words confused him even more, so he simply asked directly what he should do. Well. Alfia smiled triumphantly, and a dangerous glint appeared in her eyes. With her body covered by seductive semi-transparent white lingerie, she lay down beside him. Do you see those ropes and bandages on the table in the back? He pointed with his thin, soft index finger toward the corner of the room, his melodious voice guiding little Belle like a piper guiding cicadas. Yes, I see them. She had to take a seated position on the mattress, directing her rubbered eyes towards the nightstand in the corner of the room. You have to take them, tie me to the bed, and block my vision then. So you can do whatever you want to me, or do whatever you want. Belle had a bad feeling when he was told, tie me to the bed, but he understood the theme of the game after do whatever you want. Okay, I'll take care of it. She smiled and nodded, then got up and ran to the table. Phase 1 complete. Well, this was bound to happen sooner or later. I'll just enjoy it and go with the flow. Alfia wasn't proud of her actions at the moment, but it had been something impossible to avoid. After all, she was eager to experience Belle's lustful touch. Belle may have been 9 years old, but he was still a man after all, and Alfia was not unaware of the bewitching and sculpted body he possessed. Yes, she was sure that only she could unleash the lust hidden in her nephew's purity. I'm nervous. But Alfia was also a beginner when it came to lust or bondage, so while her cheeks burned and her eyes radiated embarrassment, she waited. Ready? Hiya. Her lips released a gasp of surprise when one of her hands was pulled upwards and encircled by a rope. Badum, badum. Her heart was assaulted by a frenzy of emotions. It's already started. In a short time, Alfia's 4 limbs, arms and legs were tied to the 4 corners of the bed. The game begins, Aunt Alfia. The last thing her excited and embarrassed eyes saw was the smiling face of her cute nephew. Seeing that, she surrendered herself body and soul to whatever might happen from now on. She was mentally and emotionally prepared for anything Belle wanted to do with her vulnerable and seductive body. I finished. His world turned completely black when the blindfold was tied in front of his eyes, obstructing any trace of vision. Losing his sight momentarily helped him maximize his remaining senses, one of which was touch. Her white, glowing skin would heighten the sensations to the maximum when lovingly touched by Belle. At that moment, she felt a beautiful softness and moisture gently brushing against her cheek. She managed to stifle the hexy moan that wanted to escape from her trembling lips. His body received an electric shock just for a kiss. Ha ha ha, he began to breathe heavily, inhaling and exhaling in an excited manner. Somehow the bondage worked perfectly, arousing her with just a kiss. The excitement of not knowing what would happen next sent her soaring through the air. What will it be now? My breasts, my legs, She didn't dare think about that last part, but just imagining it warmed every fiber of her skin. Waiting for what would happen next, that's all it remained, just waiting. Seconds and minutes passed, but she wasn't touched. Her body was not being explored by the hands of her cute nephew. Belle was taking too long to make his move, and suddenly... Zay, 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 zay. The light snoring and murmuring of someone sleeping next to him invaded his ears. Belle had certainly abided by all the rules of the game. He had tied her up and done what he wanted. In this case, sleep. Alfia remained completely silent, her face covered in a deep red. Apparently, the kiss on the cheek was a good-night kiss. I looked like a stupid pervert. She was filled with shame, refusing to remove the blindfold from her eyes. Strangely, she did not want to see her nephew's peaceful and beautiful sleeping face. It would only make her feel more ashamed and humiliated. Therefore, Alfia swallowed the humiliation and slept just as she was, with her limbs tied and her vision obstructed. What? Looks away. 5 years have passed since then, and Haruhime has been very happy with Belle and her family. It was difficult for her to overcome her shyness with everyone, but once she was completely comfortable with everyone, she asked to attend Belle's training sessions. After all, she was secretly in love with the white-haired boy. Haruhime, aware of Alfia's strange love for Belle, took it upon herself to become strong so that she could claim her hero. Currently, at the age of 16, he was LV3 at the end. Belle had experienced other level increases along the way, and at the same time had managed to control trainees' power 100% a few weeks after turning 14. Power scale, time. Level 1 to Level 2 upgrade 3 months, 5.5 years old. Level 2 to Level 3 upgrade 1. 5 years, 1 year of beach vacation and the remaining half-year training, 7 years old. Level 3 to Level 4 upgrade 1 year, 8 years old. Level 4 to Level 5 upgrade 1 year and a half, 9 years and 6 months old. Level 5 to Level 6 upgrade 1, 5 years, 11 years old. Level 6 to Level 7 upgrade 2 years, 13 years old. Current level LV, 7 for a year, 14 years old. Their level increases had been prolonged and taken their due time, but they were still records unrecorded in history. Belle suspected he would have been level 8 if he hadn't gone on that beach vacation, but he wasn't really complaining. What he liked most were the magic and skills he had acquired, all of course with each level increase he had. In addition to possessing Trainee's spiritual powers, he already had his 2 remaining magics apart from Reiku, his lightning magic. It was also interesting how he leveled up the remaining levels he now has, which, unfortunately for him, were not powerful monsters. Well, yes, they were monsters if it was about power, but they didn't really look like one. Zald and Alfia. They were his opponents to test him, where their battles were not the most peaceful. In fact, they could well have left the ground where they fought against Belle Baron. Now, as the inconsistent player he was, Belle could already beat them in a 1v1. All that was missing was his test to reach level 8, a 1v2 battle, although it was difficult as he had not yet passed them. Bellcranel state. Current. Family Zeus race human spirit. LV7 age 14 years basic skills. Strength a 819. Stamina a 821, Dexterity a 815, Agility S959, Magic S999, Development skills. Diving B abnormal resistance, A luck, A spiritual healing, A magician, A swordsman S magics. Reiku. Lightning element magic with rapid cast, Edelweiss. Super long chant gravity magic, absolute control of gravity. Activation chant. The seraph's wings shine brightly, and the brilliant light is a pure white that reveals all sins. Pure white is proof of purity, a brand is the result of one's actions. The result is the future is uniform time. Conformity is everything is created by the past is the cause is. One is sin is humanity, humans fear is guilt resides within oneself. If there is something within yourself that you despise, the wings of the seraphim will reveal your sins and purge them from within. Twin Wings Edelweiss. Heroes Rise. Long chant level up magic, the user temporarily gains a level boost. Activation chant. Mysteriously in this reality, I earnestly seek the great gate of the gods. Discreetly and respectfully I beg you in this way, please listen to my plea calmly and serenely. I speak to you with humility, gods surrender as fast as lightning. Heroes Rise. Skills. Goblin Slayer, Argonaut, Ox Slayer, Fenrir, Spiritual Union, Magical Cancellation, Copy. Ability that allows you to copy movements seen the first time. You cannot copy physical attributes. Heroes Haki. Unleash the fighting spirit against intimidation. As I said before, it was difficult to sort out their status and power scale, but in the end it turned out well, I think. In any case, there shouldn't be any objections since I thoroughly developed the type of training he underwent to gain such power. Present. 2 years had passed since Belle had managed to eliminate Alfia's illness. From then until now, everything was peace and quiet. He had also eliminated the strange poison that was eating away at Zald from the inside. Belle got up as usual, washing his face to shake off the sleepiness and brushing his teeth. He also decided to take a morning bath. Today he wouldn't train with Alfia, Haruhime, and Zald because they would have a visitor, one that Belle liked very much. Not only did he tell her fantastic stories in Arario, but he also brought with him some crunchy potato croquettes called Jugamaru-kun. He told him about powerful adventurers like Warlord, Braver, Kenki, Nine Hell, etc., etc. That visitor was the god Hermes, a good friend of his grandfather and a complete pervert just like his grandfather. He would come by repeatedly on his travels around the world, bringing the latest news to the excited Belle and Haruhime. Although Hermes was not well received by Alfia, but despite not being well received by his aunt, Belle eagerly awaited him so he could taste the wonderful Jugamaru-kun that he liked so much. He and Zald could replicate the recipe and make them richer, but those from Arario maintained a special essence, something like the taste of adventure. Ha, how nice it is to take a bath in the morning. It's been ages since I've had a bath, Trainee remarked. Does it feel so bad not to take one for so long? Belle mocked her, idiots. Huh, are you mad? It was a joke, you know. I don't care, you're usually very cruel to me. Don't say that, you know you're my best friend, my soul sister. I love you so much, damn it. It was a novelty that Trainee showed resentment over his jokes, so Belle didn't hesitate to clarify how much he valued her. However, Could you say something nicer, you stupid rabbit? A vein throbbed on Belle's temple. He hated being compared to a rabbit. He only tolerated it from his aunt. He was sure that if anyone other than Alfia called him a rabbit, he would electrocute them with his strongest Reiku or turn them into mush with his gravity magic. All right, but it was Trainee who told him he couldn't hit her. Not because I didn't want to, but rather because I couldn't. She did not possess a physical body, and hitting herself was not an option since Trainee did not receive any harm. That being the case, he thought for a while and declared, "Our friendship is two souls inhabiting one body, two hearts inhabiting one soul. That's the kind of relationship we have. Do you like it?" "Yes, much better." "Okay, then let's go. Hermes is coming today." Belle finished showering and came out of the bathroom with a white towel wrapped around her lower body, showing off her weltoned upper body. His height reached 172 cm, which was acceptable to him. Once she had dried her entire body and dressed, she left her personal room, which she had demanded as a birthday present when she turned 13 so she wouldn't have to keep sleeping with her aunt. Alfia naturally refused that gift. She insisted that they continue sleeping together for the rest of their lives, refusing to stop sleeping with him. But with some luck and support from the majority, his private body was built by him, Zald, and his grandfather. "Good morning, Aunt Alfia." Walking through the living room to the kitchen, she saw her aunt sitting in a dining room chair. She was silent with both eyes closed. Alfia slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at him, then looked away while making a cute pout and ignoring him. "Not today either. I thought he'd let his anger subside after a few weeks, and it's already been a year." Belle smiled bitterly. "What did you expect? You didn't budge on your idea of a room to yourself, even when she begged you on her knees, crying, to keep sleeping with her." In due time, Trainee understood Alfia's feelings more or less and supported her, or as much as he could. "Even if you put it that way, a room was necessary. I need my space." It was normal for Alfia to start ignoring him or giving him the silent treatment in the form of a tantrum for a year now, of course. At the end of the day, she always demanded his goodnight kiss on the cheek, but her annoyance was noticeable. He brushed aside Alfia's tantrum and walked towards the dining room, ready for breakfast. When Alfia noticed that, she turned her head even further away and increased her pout, implying that he was not welcome. Belle ignored the warning and sat down opposite her, closing his eyes and remaining silent so as not to anger her. "He's ignoring me. Doesn't he care that I'm giving him the silent treatment? Doesn't he care about my immeasurable love for you, Belle?" Of course, it had the opposite effect. Alfia got very upset when her nephew, her adorable and cute nephew, ignored her. She increased her pout, puffing out her cheeks and looking at him questioningly. Although she did not complain, she did not want to speak to her silly nephew who did not want to continue sleeping with her. The awkward silence was not long in coming, but it disappeared as quickly as it arrived thanks to a third person. "Good day, Belle-sama, Alfia-sama." Haruhime greeted the two cheerfully, giving a smile that made her look even more beautiful and highlighted her maid outfit. "Good morning, Haru." Alfia returned the greeting, smiling for a second and then going back to her tantrum the next. "Good morning, Haruhime, you look very pretty today too." "Eaa wabababa." Belle greeted and praised her, causing Haruhime's eyes to swirl and a big blush to spread across her pretty face. She had been attacked unexpectedly, so she couldn't keep up appearances and was ashamed like a lovesick girl. Jigra. Satan version Haruhime was interrupted gospel. Magic cancellation. The magical block of sound that was heading towards Belle's face vanished instantly. It all happened in the span of a second. Alfia had reacted to Belle's words, getting angry and not hesitating to send him flying with a gospel. But Belle had enough reaction speed to counter the gospel with his magic nullification. "Auntie, that's dangerous. Did you want to blow my head off?" Belle smiled amusedly, watching the angry Alfia staring at him with puffy cheeks and tears in the corners of her eyes. "You're ignoring me now, Haru, and praising her. How can you expect me not to want to blow your head off?" The quiet and peaceful Alfia had turned into a bundle of jealousy. Perhaps it was because she no longer had her illness, but lately she talked a lot, especially with Belle and Haruhime. "You ignored me first, so it's fair," Belle retorted. He already had a routine where he would make Alfia angry so that she would stop ignoring him. Alfia herself seemed to realize this, opening her eyes slightly in surprise at the possibility. "Did you do it so that he would talk to you?" If that was the case, then it was very romantic, at least that's how she saw it. Belle, unaware of how Alfia interpreted his actions, smiled and nodded. "It feels awful that my lovely aunt always ignores me, so I had to take drastic measures," he confessed. Perhaps he should feel bad for having used Haruhime to achieve his goal, however, what he had said was true. He simply killed two birds with one stone, that's how Belle saw it. I wouldn't ignore you if you'd just come back and sleep with me." Alfia tried to deflect the loving gesture Belle had made for her imagination, but her cheeks, covered in a lovely pink, betrayed her. Her beautiful eyes reflected shame. "That I'm sorry, but I need my space too, Auntie." Belle overlooked his aunt's attitude and explained about the room, which made Alfia's embarrassment disappear and her anger return. Silence returned to the place. "Belle-sama called me pretty." and Haruhime remained in her fantasy world, dazed by the praise she had received. His body unconsciously took to the side of the silent and annoyed Alfia, who was once again ignoring her nephew. Belle could only sigh and smile bitterly, remaining silent. So, bam, the cabin door was thrown open with a bang. "I've arrived," and Hermes' voice echoed through the place, dispelling the silence. "Where's my good friend bellcranel?" Behind him came Zeus and Zald, who had received him on the outskirts of the village. "Make way for an old man," Zeus remarked. Zald simply entered in silence. Different looks were directed at him when he entered, for better or for worse. Haruhime's kindness, Belle's cheerfulness, and Alfia's murderousness, who demanded their silence. "How long has it been?" "Almost a year since I last saw you." "Tell me, have you leveled up yet?" "Yes, it's been a while, and no, I haven't leveled up, Hermes." Right now everyone was in the dining room, except for Zald, who was preparing breakfast for everyone. Haruhime was chatting with Alfia, and Zeus was listening to the conversation between Hermes and Belle. "That's not very encouraging, is it? You still can't defeat Zald and Alfia-sama at the same time. It should be easy for you." "It's easier said than done." "Anyway, that can wait. What I want to know is..." "Kyukuku, did I bring that?" Belle nodded, looking at him seriously. "Of course I brought one. You'd hit me if I didn't, wouldn't you?" At the moment of the exclamation, Hermes got up and ran towards the entrance of the cabin, opening the door, going out, and after a few minutes, going back in. Tada. When he got back to the dining room, he placed a basket in front of Belle and pointed at it with both hands, similar to Will Smith pointing at bald Jada. The presentation was good, so Belle, with great anticipation in his eyes, opened the basket, revealing the contents. Woo! The interior seemed to glow with a beautiful gold, similar to opening a treasure chest. Then when the glow dimmed, the cracks were visible. A lot of Jugamaru-kun, piled high on top of each other, from regular to special with sauces and dressings. "Thank you so much, Hermes, it was definitely worth the wait." She didn't hesitate to take one in each hand, tasting them and shedding tears of happiness at the exquisite flavor. "It's nothing, although I must admit that they taste better when you buy them. On the way here they get cold and lose a little of their flavor. That doesn't matter, nothing that can't be solved by heating them up again." Belle was a lover of those famous potato croquettes, especially if they came directly from that city that his aunt wouldn't let him go to. It could be considered a consolation prize, the whim of someone extremely strong to appease their desire to run away from home and leave their family behind. Bellcranel was not insensitive, but he was sure that if he did not control his desires, he would not hesitate to go out at night to head towards that place, the center of the world. Schedule. "I was bored, but only in the realm of adventure. There were no longer any strong rivals to face apart from his uncles. He wanted to find ferocious creatures like that minotaur that pushed him to his limits, or that voracious wolf he could not defeat." Yes, Belle was bored, but he had a plan. "Hermes, how are things in the city?" With his thoughts in order, he asked Hermes, who was looking at him with his characteristic smile. That same smile widened when she heard his question. "Well, Otter Warlord hasn't leveled up again, just like you. After defeating the monster Rex Balor, he hasn't gotten a trigger to reach level 8, I see. My future rival is still at the same level as me, exactly, but unlike you, he's been LV7 for 4 years. Belle smiled at that, an indescribable emotion coursed through his body and gnawed him to the core. "It doesn't matter, it won't be fun if it's easy. Have you heard anything about the others?" Leaving aside the topic of the most powerful adventure in that city, Belle moved on to the possible future opponents. Really, he just wanted to know about those things that would allow him to become stronger. She desired strength, an absolute strength that would decimate even that beast, the black dragon that her aunt could not defeat. He needed to keep his promise. "There are many candidates, Belle." Hermes' smile turned into a crescent moon, his bright teeth peeking out. "Kenki, Braver, Vonafreya, Nine Hell, Elgarm, Amazon, Jormungand, Vanargand." Belle's body trembled with excitement as he heard each alias of those powerful adventurers. In fact, it was also one of the reasons why he wanted to go to the city, the desire to have an alias. One who was better than all the others, worthy and deserving of it. Celestial Emperor wouldn't be bad, what do you think, trainee? "Well, he's cute, I admit it." "I can't wait to fight them all," Belle whispered with an eager smile. His conversation with Hermes was very quiet to avoid Alfia overhearing them, although Alfia herself was in a conversation with Haruhime, which was very useful to Belle. By the way. Another whisper came from the god. Belle paid close attention. "Soon the low-key familia will embark on an expedition to conquer the 59th floor. The dungeon, huh?" Hermes touched a nerve in the boy. "More than fighting strong adventurers, having an amazing alias, or trying freshly made Jugamaru-kun, I wanted to delve into that place. The only dungeon in the world, one where countless monsters lurked in its depths. Very soon I will conquer it." Ambition to reign and decimate every creature in that place consumed him from within, setting his soul ablaze. His aunt Alfia, along with her family and that of his grandfather Zeus, had already conquered that place. However, Belle never asked for details about it. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Someday that moment would come. That moment was today, Belle was sure of it, so he smiled with enthusiasm and excitement. Hermes smiled as he saw the burning flames reflected in the ruby-red eyes. Just as they were about to talk about more things, Zald arrived. The food is ready. Breakfast was a heavy one, mostly because of the visitors, consisting of chicken stew in red sauce with a side of rice cooked in a bain-marie. Zald mostly served the dishes to everyone, however in Belle's case it was Haruhime who got up and served him. She proclaimed herself to be the boy's personal servant. Anyway, while everyone was enjoying the food and chatting amongst themselves, Belle spoke, Aunt Alfia. He walked over to the only person who was silently enjoying their meal. She looked up, observing him with the annoyance of a child looking at a cat that wouldn't let itself be petted. Or a rabbit, what is it? Belle could see a pout on her left cheek, the same cheek that was painted a pretty pink. That tender and beautiful blush highlighted the enchanting sparkle in her eyes. Silver and Jade watched him, waiting for his words. Please let him depart with Hermes for a rare. The utensil, a spoon, slipped from Alfia's fingers and fell with a clatter to the wooden floor, making a dull noise that slowly echoed through the room. That, with a face full of disbelief, he asked, as if he were seeking confirmation of what he had heard, hoping he had misheard. Belle clarified that reaction. I want to go to Arario, please give me your permission to leave today. Forgetting all misgivings or abandoning her state of indignant towards him, the features on Alfia's beautiful face distorted. His face reflected fear and pure pain. Chapter 8, Arario, good hip movement. The dry sound of the spoon falling to the floor stopped. The same sound acted as the trigger for time to flow normally again. That. With a face full of disbelief, he asked, as if he were looking for confirmation of what he had heard, hoping he had misheard. Belle clarified that reaction. I want to go to Arario, please give me your permission to leave today. Forgetting all misgivings or abandoning her state of indignant towards him, the features on Alfia's beautiful face distorted. His face reflected fear and pure pain. Leave, do you want to leave my side? The beautiful woman was lost in an abyss of bad thoughts, feeling the passage of time stop for her. As her two beautiful colored eyes blurred from reality, the external reactions were not insignificant. The other four, Haruhime, Zeus, Zald, and Hermes, who had their spoons in hand pointing towards their mouths, dropped them. They looked towards Belle, who maintained a calm expression and determined eyes, making it clear that this was no joke. Zeus, Hermes, Belle. A chill ran down the spines of the three men at the table. Fear overwhelmed them as the atmosphere turned cold and heavy. Turning their gaze to the source of such pressure, they saw Alfia emanating an incredible murderous aura and bloodlust. Apparently, he had returned to reality. The murderous intent emanating from her delicate and beautiful body was directed towards them, who were the cause of this rebellion in Belle. Zeus for telling him those stupid things about being a hero who saves pretty girls. Hermes for coming and being a source of information for Belle and telling him that nonsense about Arario. And finally Belle, who had made a really stupid and tactless request. Belle, can you say that again? I didn't hear you properly. Of course it was a lie. This question was more of a warning or a subtle message that conveyed you have to retract. A subtle hint to make his insensitive nephew reconsider his request. I want to go to Arario maybe tomorrow. I'll go back with Hermes. A hint that went unheard and was not even considered. Hermes could feel Alfia cursing him, implying that he wouldn't get out of here in one piece. O Almighty Father, to you I command my supplication. Hermes quickly began to pray to his father god, even though that same father god was sitting next to him with the same fear and destiny. I see, ignoring the fear in the others, Alfia continued, so I heard correctly. Much of her characteristic calmness had returned to her, and with cold eyes she pronounced Belle's sentence. My answer is no, you can't go, now be quiet and eat. Not caring about being selfish, for the first time he put his own desires before Belle's. It was a cold, mellow response with a tone that did not accept complaints or rebuttals. Why? But this time Alfia's threatening tone was ignored. Belle didn't understand why his aunt was so opposed to the idea of going to Arario. I'm already a level 7 and I can take care of myself. I know how to cook thanks to Uncle Zald, and I'm also very discreet. It was rare to see Belle exclaiming in a somewhat desperate tone. If you're worried about me getting a bad god, you don't have to worry. I don't need them to remove Grandpa's Falna. I can come once or twice a year to have my status updated. So please let me go, Aunt Alfia. Bam, a bang on the table by Alfia's fist left the whole place silent. My answer is no. Both his face and his eyes were etched with annoyance, showing his irritation at Belle's words. Such a reaction simply triggered the same irritation in the boy. Why? I just want to get stronger. I don't want to be caged in that place anymore. He couldn't help but explode, jumping up from his seat and slamming both hands on the table, shouting loudly and leaving everyone in silence. The wood cracked. The same thing happened with Alfia's angry face, which fell to pieces at the sight of her nephew yelling angrily at her and glaring at her. Her eyes widened, her pupils trembling slightly as Belle's angry face slowly burned into her retinas. The surprise wasn't just hers, but also that of the others, who remained silent and looked at Belle in disbelief. All eyes were on him. Hey Belle, you need to calm down. Even Trainee, who was observing from within, noticed the palpable fury in his spiritual companion. Oh, he realized it too late. He had let the blood rush to his head. When she noticed and looked at her aunt, her throat went dry at the scene. She was trembling and looked like she was about to cry. "I'm sorry. Belle, you're a fool, a fool." Alfia didn't let him apologize, shouting at him as she got up from the table and ran to her room. Small tears escaped from the corners of her eyes, vanishing into thin air. After the rough sound of the door being closed, what remained in the place was an awkward silence. Belle. Belle, Belle, Belle Sama, Belle. They all looked at him and called his name, letting him know what he had to do next. I know. He had never yelled at his aunt before, and he himself agreed that it wasn't the best way to handle an argument. He inhaled and then exhaled, starting to walk towards Alfia's room. Honestly, this chapter was really difficult for me. I don't know why, but that's how it was. XD. Standing in front of the door, he knocked lightly. "Auntie, it's me. Go away, I want to be." He didn't care about the refusal that came from the other side, and taking the doorknob, he turned it and went in. "Permission. I told you I want to be alone." Belle was met with an attack from a pillow, although he easily dodged it by taking a side step. She turned her gaze towards her aunt, who was completely wrapped up in her bed, not even showing the tips of her fingers. That was quick, Belle thought. Throwing a pillow and then covering himself with his blanket at a speed he could barely perceive was a feat only his aunt could accomplish, and even more so now that he was completely healthy. This is not the time to think about that. Shaking off his thoughts, Belle walked until he was close to the bed, then took a seat on the edge. "I'm sorry for yelling at you. It was the heat of the moment, that's what I'd like to say, but I'd be lying. It's just that I was annoyed to see you so unwilling to accept my request." There was no need for Alfia to answer him. Belle knew perfectly well that she probably wouldn't speak to him for a few days or weeks. But that was okay, I didn't have to answer her or talk to her, I just wanted her to listen. I've felt a bit trapped, like I'm in a cage that doesn't allow me to spread my wings. He wasn't referring to simply getting to know the town where he grew up, as he himself had visited a coastal area and the famous Far East. "I want to explore all my capabilities, discover new limits and surpass them, and if I stay here, there's no way to get a new challenge." His first opponent, a goblin. His first rival, a minotaur. His first enemy whom he could not defeat was a giant wolf. From a young age he had faced situations beyond his capacity, so breaking those limitations that bound him to his weak self, he overcame such desperate situations. "Here I can't grow anymore. Aunt Alfia, I'm sure you know this, but not even you or Uncle Zald will let me level up. That's impossible." Alfia was still hidden in her magical barrier protecting stupid rabbit's sleeping blanket, but Belle noticed the slight movement in her. She had reacted to his words. "You see, I'm not interested in being a hero, nor am I passionate about saving pretty girls in the dungeon or other places, much less do I want to etch my name in history." Things like money, fame, women, all those things were banal topics of little importance to Belle. He was a passionate and extroverted boy with many personalities, someone who loved fighting strong opponents, seeking fun adventures, and enjoying the simple things. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the subject of love, but he hadn't yet found the woman who met the characteristics his aunt had given him. "But there is something I long for." He stopped his train of thought, lowering his gaze to the white mound above the bed Alfia wrapped up. Then, in a soft voice, she sang, "I want to keep my promise to you." I wanted to see a smile on Alfia free of impurities, such as regret, pain, or fear. Despite always smiling when she was with him, she always seemed so distant, as if a part of her was still on the battlefield. Truly, his soul continued to struggle against the dark nightmare. "So would you allow me to fulfill my selfish desire, Auntie?" There was no answer for him, however. The white mountain Alfia wrapped up slid down the mattress until it was a little further on the opposite shore. He was making room for Belle to lie down next to him. "What?" Although Belle didn't understand her actions, he tilted his head as he looked at her. He swore he heard a disappointed sigh from under the blanket. "I'm cold." Then his aunt's faint voice reached his ears. "Are you cold, even if you're bundled up?" The next thing that happened was that Alfia took off her blanket and threw it into a corner of the room. She curled up again into a fetal position with nothing but her gothic dress on her body. The silver bangs of her hair covered half of her face, leaving only her lips visible. "I'm cold," she said once again. Belle was about to tell her that her dress was still enough to keep her warm, however, Trainee stopped him. "Don't even think about it, she's capable of getting naked." Having no other options, Belle shrugged and slowly lay down on his back on the mattress. His gaze was fixed on the wooden ceiling, wondering what would happen now. As the seconds passed in silence, it was broken by the soft sound of Alfia slowly approaching Belle. When he was close enough, he hugged him. "I told you I'm cold, you silly rabbit. Did you want me to hug you? Why not say so? Your density level is incredible, Belle." She seemed annoyed, but not in the sense of palpable anger emanating from her. She seemed more like a child throwing a tantrum after dropping her lollipop. Not knowing exactly what to do to make the pout on her aunt's cheeks disappear, Belle raised one of her hands and began to stroke her silver hair. Gorogoro. It seemed to be working. Alfia's expression relaxed and her pout disappeared. Her lips formed a sweet smile as she purred softly. She moved closer to him, tightening the hug and resting her right cheek on his chest. "I'm sorry for being so capricious and selfish." He apologized. She would normally ask for a reward like a kiss for making her angry or something similar, so Belle didn't expect an apology. As she herself had said, Alfia was very capricious. The mere thought of you leaving me crushes my heart and causes an even worse pain than my illness caused me. Ignoring his bewilderment and surprise, Alfia continued whispering words. She began to explore his chest with her fingers, gently caressing it. The heat her body emitted, despite wearing her dress, was comforting. Perhaps it was my fear of loneliness that made me react that way, but I'm not lying when I say I don't want you far away from me. Now he was conflicted. Without a doubt, she was very good at putting him on the ropes. Whispering delicate words in his ear, caressing his body with great love and affection, cornering him with the simple scent of his skin. She was the only person with whom Belle could not act confidently. Belle, why yes, do you want to get away from me? He repeated it again, his aunt always cornered him. And no, that's not it, you know, I want to find a new power source. I just said all that a moment ago. Really? I only heard you say that you want to get away from me. Who did you listen to? He swore he heard her laughing mockingly. I would have taken the idea of leaving without saying anything. Even just now, as Alfia ran her fingers over his chest and rubbed her cheek against it, he was slightly irritated. Trainee, any options? In cases like these, she would turn to her trusted spiritual companion. Just kiss her and stick it in. A language. Yes, his spiritual companion was also a useless person who simply made silly and stupid comments. He wished with all his being that he could take physical form so he could hit her. Fufu, your scent is very pleasant, Belle. Gods help me. The boy ended up being a pillow for his lively aunt who no longer showed any signs of being angry. 3 hours passed. At that time, Alfia had fallen asleep from Belle's caresses on her hair, not caring that he was using her as a rabbit pillow. Of course, Belle remained silent the entire time, staring at the wooden ceiling as he seriously considered running away tonight without telling anyone. However, just minutes before he could make a final decision, Alfia woke up. The soft, sigh-like breathing intensified slightly, then rubbing her eyelids with her left hand, she looked up foolishly. Aligning his sleepy gaze with Belle's tired gaze, he smiled. Good morning, darling. It's already 1 p.m. and my name is Belle, not darling aunt. Heh, I want to tell you, honey, does that bother you? She seemed to want to imitate the waking up of a newlywed couple in love, which was possibly the cause of her flushed cheeks. Without a doubt, Alfia was very capriciously cute. Now that she was awake, it would be impossible for her to get out of bed, Belle. The silence was dispelled by her sweet voice. She seemed happy, but at the same time imbued with a certain loneliness. Yeah. If I told you there was a way to let you go, what would you say? What would that form like to know? She remained silent for a few seconds at his quick response, making sounds with her lips as she looked at him inquisitively. Her jade green and silver gray eyes shone beautifully in the dim darkness of the room. If you can pass the final test, I'll let you go. And like a needle bursting a balloon, Belle's chances suddenly became impossible. That's unfair of you, Alfia. Wanting to demonstrate his seriousness, he called her by her name. Alfia reacted with a blush that was impossible to hide, while her eyes filled with embarrassment. She loved it when Belle called her by her name. It let her know that he saw her as a woman and not as an aunt. Even so, despite the few times she was called that, Alfia forced her racing heart to calm down. Why do you say it's unfair, Belle? I can't win against both of them at the same time, you're lying. Alfia narrowed her eyes, observing Belle's serious face. There were traces of him wanting to hide something. You said it yourself, defeating me and Zald at the same time won't give you the level boost. Do you know why? Because you can easily beat us, right? The atmosphere was filled with a heavy silence, caused by Belle's failure to respond. Meanwhile, on the side of the others, Haruhime had been busy cleaning the table and washing the dishes, while Zeus and Zald went out into the corridor of the cabin along with Hermes. Do you think Alfia will give him permission to go to Erario? Hermes turned his gaze towards the men sitting beside him. The 3 of them were rocking in rocking chairs, observing the landscape in front of them. In response to her question, Zeus narrowed his electric blue eyes and stroked his beard. My intuition tells me that Alfia will completely refuse. She doesn't want to be away from Belle after all, an assertive and insightful response. It's as you say, Zeus, Zald continued. There's no way Alfia will let Belle get away from her. It's simply impossible. Hermes simply remained silent in response to their answers. Squinting his orange eyes under the brim of his hat, he considered a possibility. Belle was presented with a not very pleasant situation. Why do you think that? He asked. If he thought about it, it was a bit silly of him to expect that Alfia and Zald wouldn't find out. However, there was still a small possibility that they would. Belle, are you treating me like I'm stupid? That's a bit rude of you. Now he was completely sure he had been discovered. He had no words to say, much less an excuse to get him out of his current predicament. When Alfia noticed that, she began, You've never used your gravity magic, the one with which she could even control air pressure. You haven't used level-up magic either, that which propelled him one step further in his current power structure, and much less your spiritual form, that temporary state where he could wield various powers linked to his spiritual companion. We've beaten you so many times because you wanted it that way, so Belle, why do you refuse to beat us? If you accept my suggestion, you would only have to defeat us and leave for that city. However, you don't. What is your reason? Leaning against his chest and looking up at him, Alfia narrowed her eyes. She had been asking herself the same question for some time now, and now that she had the opportunity to find out the answer, she wouldn't back down. What is the reason you even reject your freedom, Belle? He kept insisting. I wanted to know. Perhaps her whim or curiosity compelled her, but she knew it was something very important to Belle. It's you, huh? An unexpected response. As she observed her nephew's serious face, Alfia was shocked by the reason. She still didn't understand, but as her eyes opened wide, her cheeks began to turn a lovely pink. The reason I'm holding back is you, Alfia. There he was again, calling her only by her name. Wait, just wait a second. She couldn't stand it. Now her face was filled with an intense red color that reached all the way to her ears. She lifted her head from Belle's chest and, taking a sitting position on the mattress, stared at him intently as she questioned. What do you mean by saying I'm the reason? I don't understand. Is it something romantic or something bad? There was no room for rationality in it. Worried about whether it was her fault or not, she demanded a clear explanation. I mean, I don't want to hurt you. If going to Arario means hurting you, I'd rather stay locked up here. I'll find another way to gain more powers. The explanation, the simplest possible. So easily predictable, so childish, so absurd, so selfish, so romantic. Alfia's eyes turned into stars, one jade green and the other silver gray. A rather comical sight considering her ever-changing emotional state, since moments before she had been angry with the cause of her current emotion. Ooh, Roman 2C, that's a good reason why you've left me speechless. She couldn't help the stutter in her voice, her tone brimming with happiness. She truly couldn't stop loving Belle. It took her a few seconds to calm the intense blush that covered her entire face, and when she managed it, she lay down again next to Belle. He rested his head on the rabbit's chest and, using his arms, wrapped them around its abdomen below and above. He said nothing, simply listening to the harmonious beating of Belle's heart, thinking seriously about what he would say next. She definitely didn't want him to leave her, even if it meant Belle couldn't keep his promise to her. Finally, when he decided which path to take, he spoke. I have conditions. Conditions? About what? About letting you go to Arario. Belle lifted his gaze from the wooden ceiling, lowering it to his chest where Alfia's face rested. She didn't look at him. Instead, she closed both eyelids as she continued to enjoy the beating of her heart. Are you serious? Do you think I'm joking? Saying it that way, Belle understood. She only joked about it when she spied on him bathing or tried to sneak into his room to sleep with him. I definitely wouldn't joke about any topic other than spying on him or stalking him. What are those conditions? I had no other option but to respond to their demands. Running away at night without telling anyone was still tempting, but he certainly didn't want Alfia to feel sad because of him. When he asked about the conditions, Alfia's lips curved into a cute and mischievous smile. She stopped hugging him and with ease, disregarding her long gothic dress, climbed astride him. What are you doing? Belle asked, looking at her with a blank stare. Fufu, it's to make sure you don't refuse. It's definitely not so I can feel your nether regions against me. She widened her smile, looking at him with amusement. Pressing both palms of her soft hands against Belle's chest, she demanded her requirements. First condition, I will go with you. There's no way I'm letting you go alone to that city where there are so many women. Ignoring the softness of Alfia's bottom rubbing against his lower waist, Belle closed his eyes and gave a thoughtful expression. Okay, he agreed instantly. Fine. Second condition, you will sleep with me again. I refuse. Forget about going to Arario. Okay, I accept. Another victory for Alfia. Smiling with delight, she hummed a little before thinking of one last condition, also swaying her hips a little, trying to annoy Belle. It worked when he grabbed her by the waist, stopping her movements. I'll put you down if you keep moving like that. Muo okay, HMPH. Fool. So are those the only conditions? Belle ignored the insult she whispered, asking about any remaining possible conditions. Of course not, there's one missing. Stopping the suggestive movement of her hips, Alfia thought for a moment about a condition that would serve to strengthen her intimate relationship with Belle. As much as I want to, I know he won't agree to give me good morning kisses on the lips, so. There were so many options, but they all ended up being something vulgar. I know, a light bulb seemed to go off above her head. A date, I want a date a week. A date, what's that? Is it edible? Is it a pet? Well, I have no problem with that then. Are you serious? You're completely wrong. I was surprised that Belle didn't know the meaning of the word date. Did he only care about becoming stronger? Well, I couldn't blame him. After all, she was the reason for Belle's quest for power. A date is, well, you go out with someone and visit fun and quiet places. Quiet places are also common, and you end the day with a kiss. Sometimes you spend the night together. Her cheeks turned a lovely pink and her eyes revealed a certain shyness and embarrassment. Of course, all this information had been obtained from several books that Alfia had been reading for some time. She was always gathering information so she could use it against Belle. I see. On the other hand, Belle considered it to be a fairly accessible condition. It's just a stroll, a kiss on the cheek, and sleep, she thought. Okay, I accept. Are those all the conditions? Yes, I suppose so. If I think of any more, I'll let you know. Then you would have said that I would have to obey all your whims, Aunt. Belle's eyes turned white once again, and the only response he received was a sweet smile from Alfia. It will be tomorrow, now I just want to sleep. Of course, you'll start sleeping with me from today. Refusing to get off her waist, she simply lowered her upper body and rested on top of Belle, snuggling into his chest. Good night, darling. Her face reflected happiness in its fullest splendor, even though it's 2:00 p.m. Using his internal clock, Belle thought ironically as he accepted his aunt resting on him. The heat emanating from her body was comforting and very pleasant. When he felt Alfia moving her legs and hips suspiciously again, a simple "I'm going to put you down" was enough to make her say, "Then stroke my hair and stop moving." Heeding her request, Belle stroked her soft silver hair until she fell asleep with a satisfied smile. 2 days later, they were already halfway to the city. After Alfia woke up on top of a sleeping Belle, she left the room to announce her decision to the others. Of course, everyone was surprised, but they also enlisted in the adventure. Just 1 day later, they fixed the carts and packed everything for the trip, leaving the cabin desolate. There were 2 carriages, the one Alfia had used to go with Belle to the Far East 5 years ago and Hermes' carriage. In the first one there were only Alfia, Belle, and Haruhime, the latter because Alfia didn't want Haruhime to share transport with the pervert Zeus and Hermes. In Hermes' chariot there were only men excluding Belle. Currently there was 1 day left to reach their destination at the gates of the great dungeon city. One day, haha, there are so many things I want to do that I don't know where to start. I want to visit the dungeon. Exclaimed Trainee, that worries me somewhat, Belle. It was barely dawn, and while Alfia slept next to Haruhime in the carriage driven by Zald, Belle had moved to Hermes' carriage. He was next to the god who was guiding the horses at a slow pace. Well, I know there will be a lot of problems when people in the city find out about me, but I already have some possible solutions. And those are they. With the snores of Zeus sleeping inside the transport as a background sound, Belle declared, "A war game, that's what it's called, isn't it? Will you use violence?" Well, my aunt has always said that violence is not an option but the solution. Feeling sorry for Belle's possible goals and a little guilty for being the main cause of his trip to Arario, Hermes let out a dry laugh. As he gazed towards the distant but nearby city walls, Hermes informed him, "You know, there's something I haven't told you about, something that will grab your attention more than otter." "What is it?" Turning away from the tower that pierced the skies, which was visible even from his current distance, Belle turned his gaze towards Hermes at his side. Hermes did not take his eyes off the road but answered in a clear and calm voice as if he were telling a legend. "There are rumors, or rather stories, about a monster in the dungeon. A monster in the dungeon. What's so strange about that?" Smiling at Belle's confusion, Hermes clarified, "They are called irregular. Roars have been heard shaking the walls of the deep floors. There have been tremors at several levels below the water capital and few people have seen it. And what kind of monster is it? A black minotaur." Belle felt a strange feeling take over his body. For some reason he had a vague feeling, but in the end he left it as a simple memory of his old rival, the minotaur who had granted him level 2. Anyway, Hermes now had his full attention. The curiosity that always plagued him won out instantly, and smiling slightly he asked, "Could you tell me all about that minotaur?" It was just a feeling, but Belle was sure that the word irregular meant that the beast was powerful. Staying true to the phrase, "If it's strong, I'm interested," Belle listened attentively to the information from a smiling Hermes. "You see, 5 years ago." What he was told was the tragic story of a family being massacred by an irregular. The only survivor was an elf named Tempest, who had said something about a nightmare monster that murdered the irregular. Telling each part of the story, Hermes continued until they reached the city gates. Depths of the dungeon, unknown floor. A beast, a being that made even its own mother, the dungeon, tremble. Walking through the countless corpses and imposing an overwhelming presence, he had a strange feeling. A feeling. The rumbling of the earth traveled throughout the room, making the walls creak and shaking the ceiling. Caused by slow but powerful footsteps, the origin of these gradually stopped. A colossal body to the point of being terrifying. Adorning its fierce and savage appearance were 2 blood-red horns on its head. The monster stopped, raising its gaze to the wall of the room. It was looking beyond, toward the surface. He's coming. He had a feeling, or rather a hunch, that the boy he always dreamed about, the one who had once defeated him, was approaching. He sensed that his rematch was getting closer and closer. Remembering the white hair and rubbered eyes, the beast formed a ferocious smile and resumed its walk. Everyone was awake, about to go through the Falna inspection to prevent spies from entering the city. And just as their turn came, Belle activated his ability, Magical Cancellation. The magic stone device used to locate the Falna of a god lost its functionality an instant later. When everyone had been checked without being discovered, Belle deactivated his ability. Welcome to Arario. The guard, possibly someone new since he didn't recognize Alfia and Zald's faces, welcomed them before letting them. A smiling Belle walking beside a silent Alfia who clung to his right arm. To her left was Haruhime, wearing a white ceremonial dress with ruby-red decorations that enhanced her beauty like a shrine maiden, forming a soft smile with her lips. Note, this will be Haruhime's outfit. Why? Because I liked it. A smiling Zeus walking beside his friend Hermes making plans to visit the pleasure district. And finally Zald, walking behind everyone as he observed the city he hadn't visited for years since he had come for a minotaur for Belle. Walking through the city streets and catching the curious glances of passers-by, Alfia asked, "So what will you do first?" "Of course I'll go to jail." Belle's radiant smile made the silver-haired girl blush, and with a soft sigh she released the arm she was hugging. "Okay, we'll focus on finding a home. Don't do anything crazy, okay?" Understood. With a military bearing, Belle heeded his aunt's warning. Saying goodbye to the others, he was stopped by Haruhime, who was looking at him with some emotion. "Belle-sama, would it be possible for me to accompany you?" Belle stopped all action, looking into her friend's pleading eyes. If he thought about it, Haruhime was a level 3 towards the end of her journey. However, he was sure he wouldn't be able to keep up with her in the dungeon. After all, his goal was to go down to the deepest floors, but he certainly couldn't refuse the lovely Renard. Ready to give in and accept Haruhime's request, his word was won by Alfia. "Stop, I'll need your help to organize our new home, Haru, whatever it may be." Stating the obvious, the sparkle of excitement in Haruhime's eyes disappeared, lowering her head in disappointment and giving a understood in response. Belle looked with a pained expression at the dejected Haruhime, but he knew that if he said anything to help her, Alfia wouldn't let him go to the dungeon either. So taking Haruhime as a sacrifice, Belle thanked her internally and then promised, "Then we can go together, okay? It's about time you leveled up to LV4 after all, don't you think?" His words seemed to work, for the sparkle in Haruhime's eyes returned as she looked at him and nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I'll be eagerly awaiting it, Belle-sama." The radiant smile was enough to let Belle know that everything was all right. Saying goodbye to everyone once more, the boy set off towards the Tower of Babyl, heading for the dungeon entrance. Chapter 9, Encounters in the Dungeon, First Disciple. Every part of her body overflowed with immense amounts of emotion and happiness. As he ran at an abnormal speed and adrenaline coursed through his body, Belle formed an eager smile as he reached the stairs leading to the dungeon. There were 2 guards with the emblem of an elephant's head on their armor, possibly ensuring that civilians did not enter the dungeon. "Belle, do you think they'll let you through?" Trainee considered it problematic, so it was something he should be concerned about. After all, Belle hadn't even considered going to the guild to register as an adventurer, let alone being a legal resident of the city. Well, I had passed through the gates correctly and complied with all the security protocols, but he had sabotaged Falna's detectors so he could sneak in as an ordinary citizen. "Cuckoo, don't worry trainee, nothing will happen." Even so, despite being illegal, however strange that sounded, Belle showed no distress whatsoever. Her outfit consisted of a custom-made black suit with red decorations, a gift from her aunt not long ago, which would seem like an unsuitable outfit for entering the dungeon, but none of the guards said anything as he walked past calmly and began to go down the stairs. "Oh." Trainee was filled with amazement. "You just need to show enough confidence and arrogance, and the adventurers here won't consider you ordinary. Besides, I have my short sword, so that's enough to pass me off as just another adventurer in town." In fact, Belle was correct. Arario was a city whose main resources were the magic stones of monsters, so the most common profession was being an adventurer. In short, it would be impossible for any guard to identify or remember all the faces of the adventurers in the city. "Oh, I see. And there's no one more arrogant and confident than you, right?" That was rude, trainee. But she was right. The only reason those guards were there was to keep curious people away, who would give themselves away by a nervous attitude. Having achieved his goal of passing with great confidence, Belle finished descending the stairs and placed both feet on the floor of the dungeon's first floor. Kyufufu, so this is the famous dungeon. It looked like an ordinary cave, warped and damp walls, dim lighting, and a macabre atmosphere. However, for Belle it was very little. "The cave full of goblins that my aunt threw me into when I was 5 years old was better than this," he thought. "I don't know whether to be happy or worried about that, Belle." Common sense wasn't something Trainee expected from Belle, so he decided not to delve any further into the matter. Anyway, the exploration had now begun. "What kind of monster will you throw at me, dungeon?" He formed a smile as he looked around, waiting for his enemies to attack him. Belle had no knowledge of the dungeon, so the type of catastrophic beast that would attack him was a complete mystery to him. Chap chap. A splash rippled through the space. "Here it comes." Belle drew his sword. "I'm nervous," Trainee simply observed. Crack crack, then the sound of walls cracking. Grrrr. A growl filled with murderous intent reached his ears. Belle looked down the corridor from which the monstrous roar originated, and there he saw the shadow that gradually grew larger. "Good heavens, is my first opponent here a giant?" I couldn't have been more excited as the shadow kept growing and growing. After a few seconds of waiting, the owner of such an imposing shadow appeared before Belle's excited eyes. Yellowish-green skin, canines smaller than the little toes, deformed and pointed ears, yellow eyes and a nose bigger than his horrible face. Skinny legs, frail arms holding a rotten club, a scrawny body, and a belly bigger than his nose and head. The weakest monster in the world, a goblin. It was impossible for Belle to mistake him. After all, 9 years ago he had fought to the death against one on the surface. A damned goblin. Their spirits plummeted. The goblin had been born just over a minute ago. Right now he was walking through the dungeon corridors, heading towards the intruder who was hurting his mother. For this small newborn goblin who was hoping to find a rookie to torture, reality hit him with a hard slap. Standing before him was a rabbit so terrifying that its mere presence made his bones tremble. GGRRRR. He tried to intimidate him, but it didn't work. The fact that he looked at him with disappointed eyes was not a good sign. Possibly that rabbit was angry. Oh no, was I disappointed in him? Wasn't he monster enough to instill in him a sense of danger? That was terrible, terrible for the little newborn goblin. With her body filled with a feeling of helplessness for not meeting the minimum requirements for that rabbit, she made a decision. The goblin took his own life. The rabbit would probably understand his message, that he would give up this life to return stronger in another and thus be a worthy opponent for him. Under the disappointed gaze of that supreme rabbit, the vision of the small, newborn goblin turned dark. Did he commit suicide? This was no longer a damn joke. As he watched the blood trickle from the goblin's head, Belle's anger escalated to unimaginable heights. Are you mocking me, dungeon? Had he come here just to be introduced to a goblin? Worse, did he come so that the goblin would commit suicide after introducing himself? Belle, you should calm down. She completely ignored her spiritual companion's suggestion, and with bloodshot eyes she murmured, Hero's hacky. All the pressure and intimidation he could exert as an irregular LV-7 spread throughout the first floor room. It was a good thing there weren't any top-level rookies around, or they would have been overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure of Belle's killer instinct. Without a doubt, falling unconscious in the dungeon was not a good thing. A worse outcome would have been if they had died from the immense pressure. Apparently his message had been delivered because the floor, walls, and ceiling began to shake while a high-pitched noise was produced. The dungeon was screaming, Hey, isn't this bad, Belle? Whether it is or not, I hope this time he sends me something worthwhile. Why are you so arrogant, you stupid rabbit? This time he wasn't even bothered by being called a rabbit. He didn't have time for such trivialities. Anyway, there was no going back, so Trainee remained silent while he waited for the scream from the dungeon to stop. The sounds of the rock creaking and the walls breaking lasted a couple of minutes, then as if nothing had happened, there was silence. A terrifying silence. The same silence as 5 years ago. The funereal calm before the calamity, a damn lizard made of bones. What Belle was presented with was a type of skeletal dragon. He certainly looked stronger than a goblin, and I had a hunch that he was extremely fast for this level. Belle had to admit that at least his new opponent's sharp claws were worthy of clashing with his sword. It doesn't seem very scary, Belle. Trainee put his thoughts into words. And he was right, the monster with deep red eyes like blood looked no better than a goblin in front of Belle. Then he heard a rattling sound as if something were shrinking in order to break free with more force. And a second later, the monster disappeared in a blur of speed. It's fast. Belle admitted that this thing could very well have killed him if it was at LV2, which made it clear that it was strong enough. However, bored, before the sharp claws could reach Belle's neck, a single swing of his sword sliced the monster in two. Belle was a LV7 and an irregular one with many trap abilities. His simple base strength was enough to tame this strange beast. This is rather disappointing. Is the entire dungeon really this easy? Why don't you try going down more floors? You might find stronger enemies. True, that's a good point. But before he could take another step into the depths of the dungeon, he screamed again. He seemed to be upset. The floor, walls, and ceiling shook again, representing the dungeon's opposition to Belle entering it. The same monster appeared before Belle again, now accompanied by a large army of goblins. Are you serious? Just because there are many of them doesn't mean they're strong. A massacre began seconds later, just above the first floor, the prayer chamber. Uranos, a human silhouette covered by a black hood, was panicking. Fells, the specter of the guild, was for the first time laying his hands on the founding god of the city. The old god had collapsed on his great stone throne, so he was shaking his shoulders to bring him back to reality. When the god's wrinkled eyelids seemed to open again, he weakly managed to formulate a prayer. A monster has arrived in the city. A few minutes passed and the massacre was over. I didn't know those things were so common on this floor. Seriously, I think I've developed a slight respect for this place. I don't think that's the case, Belle. He had lost count of the bony lizards he had killed, but he was sure it was more than a dozen. Anyway, now he was bored and leaning against the wall of the first floor of the dungeon. Apparently, the dungeon had learned the hard way that nothing it commanded at this level would cause Belle to break a sweat, so it had ceased all hostile acts against him. On the other hand, Belle was seriously considering whether to go down more floors or return to the surface to challenge the Freya family. I don't want my heart to be broken like that again. What could I possibly do, god of fun? Why do you sound like a woman who's just been cheated on, Belle? In any case, it implied that her heart could not bear another disappointment like the previous ones. That was the reason for their internal debate about going down more floors or not. Why don't we wait until the little one wakes up? For now, relax a little. Alfia said not to do anything crazy, remember. You're right, okay, I'll wait for this kid to wake up. He bumped his fist against the palm of his other hand, crossed his legs in a lotus position, and observed his patient. She had used her spiritual healing magic, so it was certain that she would wake up soon. He felt life returning to him despite having left it recently. The heat, a sign of his vitality, circulated once again throughout his small, monstrous body. GGRRRR, I was confused. Didn't he take his own life a few minutes ago? Oh no, was he so pathetic that he couldn't even kill himself? That was terrible, you're finally awake, kid. A voice reached him, turning his yellowish eyes towards the source of the sound. He saw it. He was the ultimate rabbit. What was happening? Did he bring him back to life even though he was already dead? Impossible. Did he revive him just to kill him with his own hands? How cruel, GGRRR. He wanted to growl threateningly, but it sounded more like a whimper. The supreme rabbit, no, the deity of rabbits, smiled at him in an amused way. Was this a way for divine beings to amuse themselves with mortals? I'll call you Pepe. Whatever the answer, it seemed he already had the blessing of a divine being. If Belle was honest, he had acted out of mere whim and boredom, so the goblin called Pepe wasn't so wrong about the fun of divine beings. When he had finished massacring all those lizard-like monsters, he had used the spiritual healing magic that his connection with Trainee granted him, then revived the goblin who had taken his own life. Bringing him back from the precipice or moving him away from the gates of hell would be a better way of putting it. Although he had acted on a whim, Belle felt that the goblin's suicide had a deeper meaning than simple fear of facing him. Perhaps the goblin was ashamed to appear before him being so weak, so perhaps he intended to return stronger in another life. How are you feeling? I made sure all the pain was gone. After mentioning his name, he asked about his health, although he received no response other than a confused grunt from Pepe. Hey Belle, isn't this taboo? Maybe, but what does it matters? I figured. Now, even though he couldn't communicate with Pepe, that didn't mean he didn't understand him, or at least that's what I hoped. I will train you. I understand your determination, so I will make you the strongest monster on this floor. GGRRRR. Pepe seemed to understand his intentions as he showed no hostility whatsoever. In fact, he had sat down with his legs crossed just like him. Okay, it seems you understand me. First, let's have a philosophical lesson. Belle crossed both arms in front of his chest, closing his eyes as he thought. Then he smiled, raising his ring finger towards the ceiling of the floor. Listen, Pepe, he who regrets what he does only manages to be twice as miserable. He only hoped he would understand his message, which stemmed from his previous suicide. After all, he didn't want a disciple who would take his own life when faced with an insurmountable situation. No, I was looking for a pupil who could face those insurmountable situations head-on and overcome them. A short time passed, and compared to the Pepe of the past, the current Pepe was a little stronger. Belle had lent him his short sword to train with, but had to give him a throwing knife when Pepe couldn't carry it. And having achieved a better form than before, Pepe was ready to face another goblin in this same place. All in order to be crowned the strongest on this floor. However, looks like we have company. It seems so, Belle agreed with his spiritual companion, turning his gaze towards one of the entrances to the room where he was. There was a woman there. Her face was covered by a green lotus-shaped hood. She wore an adventurer's outfit with boots that covered most of her legs, and she wielded a wooden sword. Only her beautiful sky-blue eyes were visible to Belle. Great, this is perfect. The boy smiled, getting up from his seated position and pointing at the new guest. Pepe, she will be your rival. Show off your newly acquired skills in this 15-minute span. GRRRR. As he had previously demonstrated, Pepe managed to understand it in his own way. Belle proudly watched as Pepe assumed a battle stance and took the wooden blade in a reverse grip. Was it really okay to give him one of the blades crafted from that tree? Come on, he's my first disciple. It would be a disgrace as a teacher if I didn't give him a good quality weapon. Perhaps this time Trainee was right, since the wooden knife that Pepe was now carrying was from the tree where Belle had rescued it. In short, it could be considered a top-tier weapon. Come on, Pepe, show your warrior pride. He disregarded the origin of the blade and encouraged his pupil. The young woman looked at them, a little confused, not understanding anything about the current situation. Perhaps she was just passing through, so it was normal for her to be confused when suddenly a human ordered a monster to attack her. Whether that was the case or not, Pepe launched his attack. Gaa. This time his growl turned into a roar worthy of a monster. At a speed abnormal for his species, he approached his opponent's legs. Belle had told him that against tall opponents he should always aim for the legs. Still holding the wooden blade in a reverse grip, he launched a slash at the woman's right leg. However, Pepe was beheaded. Again, the same feeling of helplessness took hold of his body as his short life passed before his eyes. Was this their limit? Would he die without fulfilling the rabbit god's expectations? Pathetic. From the depths of his monstrous being, the small, reborn goblin lamented his weakness, and as his whole world turned a desperate black, he had a wish. If I am reborn, I swear, I will live up to my master's expectations. His ambition to seek strength and his desire to make the rabbit god proud did not die even at the gates of hell. Once again, his world turned completely black. This was a new feeling. Pepe. Belle swore that for a moment his heart stopped. Before his eyes, right in front of him, his pupil had been murdered. The scene of Pepe's yellowish-green body turning to ashes was slowly seared into Belle's visual retinas. It wasn't sadness, nor was it disappointment. He knew that if he were to grieve over the death of his disciple, it would be nothing more than an insult to his memory. Disappointment wasn't part of the issue. After all, Pepe had followed every one of his tips on battle tactics. It was my fault. The guilt of not being good enough as a teacher pierced him like icicle spears. Cold, it was a feeling that was too cold. Pepe demonstrated his bravery and courage. The result was due to his enemy being overwhelmingly stronger. Then that cold feeling was invaded by warmth. Damn it. Belle fixed his gaze on Pepe's killer. You'll pay for it, you'll pay for it. His blood began to boil, letting anger take hold of him. You will pay for killing Pepe. Its roar startled the woman, who had become alert upon sensing imminent danger. But Belle wouldn't attack her, that would be too easy. Hero's hacky. So he made the dungeon tremble again. It displayed enough power to be categorized as a top-level threat. Of course, he made sure that his intimidation did not affect the woman. It wouldn't be revenge if she fainted. Crack, 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 crack. There was no scream or wail this time, which he found strange, but the creaking of the walls was enough. That meant that a large number of monsters were being created. This ends here. With his final verdict, Belle pointed toward the alarmed woman. Behind him was an army of goblins. A whole gang of Argentinians thirsting for revenge for their fallen brother. Sauka. With the short activation chant, Belle gained control over all the goblins and made them attack the woman. The result, the Argentinians were massacred. That young adventurer was very strong. Impossible. Belle, it's best to withdraw for the time being and develop a better strategy. Trainee, as War's advisor, suggested to her. She seemed to be enjoying herself. Ignoring the gracious tone of his spiritual companion, Belle accepted her advice. He looked one last time at the murder of Pepe and his brothers, pointing at her with his index finger. This won't stay like this, you hear. 1 second later, it disappeared at an incredible speed. If they told him he was dreaming, Ryuu would completely believe it. What just happened? She was only visiting the graves of her beloved companions from the Astria family. However, she had encountered a boy with noble attire, white hair and red eyes. When she entered the room where he was now and saw him playing with a goblin, she thought he was an apprentice tamer testing his techniques. But she didn't expect him to order that goblin to attack her. He is strong. There was also that other issue. After killing the goblin named Pepe, the boy seemed furious to such a degree that he made the entire first floor of the dungeon tremble. What was someone with such power doing playing with goblins? She didn't know. She was sure he had done something when he released all that pressure density so that it wouldn't affect her. Otherwise, she would be unconscious now. And to make matters worse, he had said that this wasn't over. Was that boy now an enemy? I didn't know either. But deep in her soul, she prayed never to run into him again. I'd better come back another day to visit you girls. It wasn't safe to go down to the 18th floor. After all, the direction that boy had taken was to descend through the dungeon. Turning on his heels, Ryuu returned to the surface. 50th floor of the dungeon. Belle had to admit his mistake in judging the dungeon so quickly. Apparently, it had just been a misinterpretation on his part that they were underestimating him. He simply had to go down far enough until the monsters posed a little danger to him. His journey here was long, and he himself did not know on which floor he was currently located. But he had encountered different types of enemies, among the most curious being those rabbits that for some reason irritated him and the skeleton monsters that used shields, spears, swords, and axes. I think it's time to go back. Yes, Alfia won't be very happy if you take too long. She'd had enough, so for the time being she would stop playing with the dungeon and return to the surface. After all, the next thing on his to-do list was to challenge the most powerful family in the city. By the way, trainee, what do we do with all those stones? You didn't bring anything to carry them with, so it's fine if you leave them like the others. He had to shrug and agree with his companion. After all, it would be impossible for him to carry all the stones without a backpack. Okay, let's head back then. We also need to try the local Jugamaru-kun. At your service. Silly girl, I'm the one who's going to walk. Why are you acting like you're putting in any effort? Hey, what? Ignoring trainee's complaints and insults was very easy, so turning on his heel, he went back the way he had come. It was unfortunate for him, who was unaware of the floor managers, that none of them were on their respective floors. The series of footsteps, as if a parade were taking place, did not stop for a second as they advanced through the dungeon. Captain, there are also countless magic stones on this floor. Raul, a member of the Loki family, stopped his feet at the entrance to the 36th floor. He was directing the return to the surface of the family, so as on the previous floors from the 50th, he was warning about the magic stones. So on this floor too, just like on all the previous ones. Raul will do the same, start packing everything up. Yes, sir. Beside him appeared a small figure, a blonde, blue-eyed hobbit who watched the scene with concern and gave orders. What do you think, Finn? A dwarf soon arrived at his side, witnessing the same scene. Gareth, this is strange. It's a well-known rule that it's forbidden to leave the magic stones uncollected. Gareth nodded at the hobbit's words. Leaving the magic stones in the dungeon was considered a high-risk crime since monsters could eat them and become abnormally strong. This could very well trigger several irregulars. Finn, who could have been the irresponsible one? Besides us, the only other familia capable of reaching the deep floors up to the 50th is the Freya familia. Could they have done it? The dwarf spoke again, mentioning the possible culprits. I wouldn't be so sure the Freya family aren't dungeon lovers, and even if they had been here, they wouldn't be capable of doing this, because you said so. Because the penalty for something like this is worse than destroying a city district. They would never cause trouble for their goddess. Finn narrowed his eyes as he watched his lower-level companions collecting abnormal amounts of magic stones. The thumb on his right hand began to hurt, which gave him a bad feeling. Could something have happened on the surface while we were here? He wondered. I couldn't think of anything that could explain this other than it being another monster, but that was unlikely. Finn, another voice came forward, Reveria. The high elf nodded, standing beside him and observing the others who were cleaning the place. Were there also items on this floor? Yes, an abnormal amount too, just like magic stones. Reveria's expression remained with its typical tranquility, however she was just like her comrades in arms. I couldn't find or think of anyone responsible for this whole situation. If we look on the bright side, all this will be enough to cover the losses of this expedition. Those caterpillar monsters destroyed a lot of equipment. Gareth's joke made Finn smile bitterly. Their expedition had been cancelled due to the unexpected appearance of a new species, which melted expensive weapons like Tiona's Urga. Repairing and replacing all the weaponry would be no small feat. I suppose you're right, he agreed with his friend. It was an estimate, but if he put together the countless quantities of stones and items, the windfall gains would exceed hundreds of millions of volleys. He seriously wondered who would be lucky enough to drop such a quantity of items. Captain, we've finished cleaning this floor. Raul's tired warning pulled him from his thoughts. All right, let's move on. Let's get back to the surface, family. As everyone else set off again, Reveria remained in place for a moment. She stood observing the now clean area where there had once been a sea of magic stones. Who? That was the only question on the high elf's mind. For some reason, she had a bad feeling about all this, which kept her in a state of displeasure. I had a hunch that the person responsible for this irregularity would be a troublemaker. Reveria, is something wrong? Eyes, no, it's nothing. Come on, let's go back to the surface. Under the gaze of the Princess of the Sword, Reveria began her walk. The Loki family continued to encounter the same abnormality of magic stones and items until the 27th floor. It was more work for support staff like Raul and the lower levels, but when Finn told them that everything would be divided equally among the entire family, spirits certainly lifted. Floor 18, Riviera Forest. What do you think? Wouldn't a nice bath be good? I can spot a lake in this forest. Ah, a swim in a lake in the middle of a forest. It reminds me of centuries ago when I still had my physical body and was free. Don't say depressing things, you'll ruin the bathroom. Having finished his mini excursion through the dungeon, Belle found himself walking deep within the Riviera forest. It was thanks to his connection with Trainee and everything related to nature that he was able to find out about the existence of a lake in this place. Having been in the dungeon for some time, he came to the conclusion that cooling off a bit wouldn't hurt his body. Trainee, do you hear that? Hear what? The wind swayed the leaves of the trees that shielded him from the light of the magic crystals on the ceiling of the floor. However, there was a different sound mixed in. He was sure he wasn't far from the stream, but what he heard wasn't the sound of running water. It was more like a liquid being poured onto something. Perhaps a monster. It was quite possible. With his curiosity gradually growing about what kind of monster he would find in this forest, he walked towards the sound of water. He came across a pile of logs but simply stepped over them. His steps were lighter than a cool breeze, almost imperceptible. Soon after, everything around him began to take on a light blue hue. Trees rose like pillars all around, and a line of crystals showed him the way forward. The forest opened up and revealed a pond. "Hugh, this is a nice view," Trainee commented. All words and comments vanished from Belle as he fixed his eyes on the center of the mass of water. There was a fairy in front of his eyes, an elf woman with unparalleled beauty. She wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing, only her milky white skin. Her slender back was facing him as he washed her body. She would scoop up water with her hands and carefully lift it above her head before letting it run through her beautiful hair. It was a chance encounter straight out of a storybook with a beautiful water spirit. Blip blip. The water made soft splashing sounds as the fairy moved. She had a slender but muscular body and long, pointed ears. It looks familiar. Are you serious? He didn't understand Trainee's outburst of annoyance, but as Belle tried to recognize the elf in front of him, she turned around. Note, do you think Wattpad will restrict it? I hope not. Her beautiful sky blue eyes met his rubbered ones. She seemed surprised, as if she didn't understand why he was in this place at this time. But all confusion vanished a second later. Her delicate face turned red, possibly from shame mixed with anger and indignation then. A flash of light. A white blade was thrown at high speed with the aim of killing him. That's dangerous. But Belle stopped it between her index and middle fingers. Phew foo foo Belle, this girl has a very cute body. Trainee, stop being so vulgar. Now she certainly wanted to know about the moment when her partner had become so malicious. Had Alfia infected her? It was a possibility. TTE. What? The elf woman's soft stutter brought him back to reality. She seemed to want to tell him something while covering her most intimate parts with her arms. TTE MMA. Another thing to emphasize was his face full of anger. Oh no, Belle, it's going to explode, you must do something. Trainee seemed to be right this time, so taking a step forward and pulling the blade from between his fingers, he interrupted her. It kills you. Wait, his outburst left him speechless, so he seized the opportunity and thought of the best solution for the current situation. Think, think, think. Even he was not so insensitive as to overlook the fact that the young elf felt humiliated by being seen in such a way. It was similar to when his aunt spied on him in the bathroom. That is. The best idea he could have thought of came to him. He looked up at her, looking only into her eyes. I know what you mean. I won't even make excuses like saying I didn't see what I did see. So. He didn't hesitate and took off his suit, or at least the top part, revealing his weltoned abdomen. What if I take my clothes off too so we're even? Looking at her, waiting for a positive reaction, Belle waited patiently as the woman's face became increasingly distorted. Ah ha ha ha, Alfia will kill you if she finds out about this, and that girl too. For some reason, Trainee was laughing, but Belle paid no attention to it, simply focusing on the person in front of him who was looking at him with an unreadable expression. And no, the reaction was completely negative. At incredible speed, he approached the shore of the lake and took a wooden sword with the clear intention of cutting it. Yuho, what now? Trainee asked. Ha. Belle sighed as he watched everything in slow motion. Somehow, although I expected a positive reaction, I understood that it was completely normal for a woman to want to kill you after seeing her naked. Nothing like this had ever happened to her before, since her aunt never showed any displeasure when they bathed together. In fact, she became very upset when she stopped bathing with her. Either way, between letting the punch connect or stopping it, Belle opted for the second option. That's enough, you'll hurt yourself. He moved his index finger upwards and all movement of the elf girl was stopped. His expression showed confusion and disbelief. The humiliation faded into the background when he felt his body being held in midair. Her ankles and wrists were wrapped around a type of vine, raising her in an X shape. Another vine wrapped itself around the tip of his sword and tore it from his hand, throwing it to the shores of the lake. What is this? She used all her strength as a level 4, but it was useless. The vines didn't even tighten as she struggled to free herself. Listen, it's a bad idea to mess with me when I'm in the woods. It's practically my playground, you know. I'm telling you this as payment for seeing you. The strangely calm and out-of-place voice in such a situation made her look straight ahead. There was the boy, already fully dressed, looking at her with bored eyes. Time seemed to stand still as he deciphered the terrible feeling etched on her refined face. Then, put me down, my body, don't look at my body. Do you intend to defile me, scum? She remembered being completely naked and in an X position where her limbs were restrained by incredibly strong vines. I tried to struggle again, but again I could do little. Stop. Those vines are imbued with my magic power, not even my aunt's strength could break them. Oh, and about your body, I'm sorry. His indifference could be considered a good thing since he wasn't looking at her lustfully or with ulterior motives. He wasn't even looking at her body, he was just making eye contact and nothing more. He raised his index finger again, pointing upwards and then to the right, finally to the left. What? Several leaves and flowers along with thin vines were swayed by a magical wind and settled in front of her, then covered her body. It was a swimsuit made only from nature, something that accidentally enhanced her beauty like an elf. Okay, luckily I have good taste in clothes, so I hope you like it. Without even noticing the disbelief that assailed her, he undid the spell on the vines and freed her. Then he knelt before her. I will pierce my heart as an apology. He couldn't even react when the white-haired boy drew his sword and pierced his heart without hesitation. Ryuu no longer knew what the hell was going on. Of course, it was all planned by Trainee. She had told him to fake his death and wait for the elf to leave so that he could regenerate the wound in his heart, thus avoiding the problem. Certainly, a great plan, but hey trainee, he's still here. I know, I was supposed to run away after seeing your dead body. She hadn't left, on the contrary, she had drawn her sword and begun to heal him. The plan had failed. Hey, are you still alive? He had been treated with healing magic several times, but Belle continued to play dead. After all, he didn't want to deal with the young elf who would surely confront him after he revived him. However, one thing he had to praise was that his healing magic called Noah Heal was top-notch, as it had closed the wound in his heart in time. Hey, snap out of it. Belle didn't understand why he was trying to save him. He was supposed to let her drown in her own blood for having seen her naked, but even now he found himself administering first aid. The thin, soft hands pressed against his chest in an attempt to get him breathing again. Hey, just drop it, I'm fine. Perhaps it was because of the genuine concern she showed that Belle stopped pretending, slowly opening her eyes and speaking in a low voice. The pressure on her chest stopped instantly, and the young elf looked at him with surprise that then turned to relief. Thank goodness, he murmured. She seemed calm, with no trace of anger on her face, which made Belle sigh, knowing that nothing troublesome would happen. Perhaps she had liked the swimsuit he had created for her. Now he imagined it wouldn't be so easy. The relieved and gentle voice turned into an icy and deadly one. Haha, you celebrated too soon, Belle. Those eyes just exude murderous instinct. It's a pleasure to meet you, elf girl I don't know. Belle disappeared from the scene without even giving the elf a chance to react or blink. I should have done it from the beginning, he thought. In any case, the result was one where he could not cool his body in the lake. When Ryuu lost sight of him just like 2 days ago, all he could do was bite his lip. Just as I had thought, that rabbit-like boy was strong. He didn't even have a chance to grab his sword before he was gone. Her eyebrows furrowed at the memory of past humiliation. Her completely naked body in the sight of a man, something that would leave her scarred for life. She couldn't even get married, although, well, it's not like she had any intention of getting married anyway. But as he thought about that, he looked down at his body, seeing the clothes he still had on him. There were only 2 sheets covering her breasts and more covering her lower body, which made it clear that it was a bikini. She had even placed a pink flower as decoration. You'll pay for this. As his face turned bright red with humiliation, Ryuu swore to take revenge on that rabbit. A second later, she took off her bikini and dressed in her adventurer's clothes. Note, in case you wanted to know what Ryuu looked like in the outfit made by Belle. A few minutes later. Belle was already walking on the 10th floor, although he didn't know exactly which floor he was on. He simply went up the floors and killed monsters until he reached the surface. At that moment, he had another encounter, a short, blood-red head of hair swaying with the movement. It was only for an instant, but Belle had seen her out of the corner of his eye as she crossed the corner of a corridor. Apparently, she hadn't seen him, but that didn't matter. One look was all it took for Belle to know. She is strong, was his conclusion. He didn't know who she was, but he simply followed his instincts and without hesitation advanced at great speed and positioned himself behind the woman. Hi, my name is Belle, shall we fight? Perhaps it was because she had been caught off guard, but the woman had reacted very violently, swinging a red sword with strange eyes as decorations towards him. However, it wasn't difficult to dodge the attack. I will take that action as a yes. An excited smile formed on Belle's lips as his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Combat mode, trainee said. That instruction from his spiritual companion made it clear to him that while he was in combat mode, he should not show compassion to his opponent, even if she was a woman. He drew his short sword and took a fighting stance, analyzing his opponent. Shall we begin? He asked. Who are you? She ignored him and asked her own question, her emerald green eyes with a jet-black elliptical pupil fixed on him, observing him from head to toe. Now that he thought about it, his suit was rather battered and torn from his time in the dungeon, so he was giving a bad impression as a gentleman. While she was worrying about that, trainee spoke. Hey, Belle. What's up? Don't you think that girl is dressed in a very erotic way? The fact that she asked him such a thing so seriously made Belle roll his eyes, and then he looked at the unknown woman's clothing. As trainee had said, much of her white skin was uncovered, and the area of her chest maintained open areas that increased the view. But contrary to agreeing with her partner, Belle became exasperated. What did I tell you about stopping being so vulgar, trainee? He was worried that this would become a habit, as had been demonstrated with the elf recently in the Riviera forest. But it's true, just look at her showing off her ample bosom in that tight, revealing outfit. She's practically begging to be called erotic. Could it be that you're jealous that she has breasts? Impossible, and what makes you think I don't have breasts? He felt bad for her, so he decided not to remind her about the day he found her, where she was literally naked and showing off her chest, which was as flat as a board. It doesn't matter, I'll kill you. The cold, expressionless voice of the erotic woman reached his ears. Apparently she had grown tired of waiting for an answer. What? Oh, that was right, I was facing an opponent right now. Belle, don't get distracted from the fight. What kind of rookie are you, huh? Wasn't it your fault, you idiot? His fighting style returned an instant after he called out to him, dodging the sword's sharp attacks with a grim aesthetic and launching a counterattack. Clank. However, Belle's expression showed genuine surprise. It was a second after disbelief filled his face that the sound of the explosion echoed through the dungeon room. Boom. Why, you must be joking. A few meters away from him was the woman embedded in the wall, showing an expression of pain while her sword lay in pieces on the floor. Hey, weren't you supposed to be strong? His eyebrows furrowed as he approached the stranger, feeling the same sensation as the time the dungeon sent him a goblin. I was disappointed. Upon reaching the young redhead, he grabbed her right foot and pulled it away from the wall, then pulled her back, forming an arc in the air with his body and slamming her to the ground. Bam! Once again his body was embedded, only this time in the dungeon floor. She tried to get up, but the sole of a shoe pressed against her abdomen and forced her to remain still. Opening her eyes with difficulty, she could say nothing in front of the cold and calculating rubbered eyes of the white-haired boy. He seemed to be analyzing her thoroughly. Finally, he seemed to sigh after looking directly into her eyes. Hey, you're not human, are you? You give off an aura very different from any race I've ever seen. Fine, you don't want to talk. But don't worry, I just need to open your chest to see if you have a heart. Slash, the swift slash of the black sword traced a vertical cut across the woman's chest, causing blood to gush out and revealing a golden magic stone. Revis was in trouble. Today I was simply taking a tour of the upper floors of the dungeon, heading towards the secret entrance to Knossos. However, she had been attacked. I had no idea who the boy was who was now opening his chest with a thin vertical cut of his sword. She was extremely strong and with a simple clash of swords had sent her flying against a wall. So I was right, this is a magic stone and a very different one from the monster's stones. Hey miss, what are you? He spoke. Revis didn't know what would happen next. He couldn't even move his body because of the strong pressure of the leg on his abdomen. But one thing was certain, this white-haired boy was much stronger than her, and now her life was in the palm of his hand. And suddenly, the creature's regeneration was healing the cut on her chest, surprising the battered young man in a suit who was holding her down. Her eyes, red as a beautiful ruby, fixed on the magical mist that covered her wound and slowly closed it. Hey. Then she let out a funny little laugh. You have regeneration, I see. You're not human, but you have the appearance of one. However, you're not a monster, but you have a magic stone. Are you some kind of hybrid? An emotion that Revis hadn't felt in a long time. I was scared. This boy on top of her presented a mysterious yet bloody atmosphere as if he were a beast in search of prey. Mahahaha, perfect, then my feeling about you wasn't wrong. Revis was filled with a cold sweat and a dark premonition. He sheathed his jet-black short sword, then lowered his body and grabbed her by the neck with his right hand. Jiga. His airway was blocked by strong pressure. It seemed as if I were in a space with no oxygen at all. You can get stronger, right? Answer me or I'll break your trachea so badly you won't be able to regenerate it. Her fun and curious personality vanished, revealing a dangerous glint in her eyes. Crack. His neck was being squeezed in such a way that if more pressure was applied, his head would be torn off. Nod, gaha, heya. Cough, heya. A violent coughing fit gripped her as her neck was released from the tight hold, feeling a burning sensation similar to being consumed by the flames of hell. Fine, then I spare your life, I'll let you live. I'll come back here later, by then I hope you've grown stronger. The pressure on her abdomen disappeared, as did all the animosity in the air. My name is bellcranel. It's a pleasure to have met you, future rival. I eagerly await the day you surpass me. By then I will have surpassed you and taken that strength. Revis weakly managed to lift his face from the floor and looked at the back of the boy who was now slowly retreating from the place. Displaying an expression full of anger, he declared, I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. The boy stopped. His suit, which made him look like a nobleman, was torn here and there, but it still did not lose its elegance. He turned his face and looked at her over his own. At that moment, she smiled. I would be offended if you didn't. He looked so happy and excited, showing how eager he was for that day to arrive. For Revis, who was lying on his back on the dungeon floor and unable to move, that smile was the most terrifying thing about the unknown boy with white hair. Luck. That was the last thing he said before disappearing. Alone in the place, waiting for her strength to recover, Revis let out a painful groan. This humiliation would not leave her in peace until she could tear those rubbered eyes from that boy's sockets. Yes, after all, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing after such an overwhelming difference in power was thrown in his face. Wait. At that moment, something came to his mind. How did my energy run out with just one blow? That was a mystery. Currently, Belle was curled up in a ball on the 5th floor of the dungeon. He was in very serious condition and his life was in danger. I haven't eaten anything in a long time. His stomach was growling, complaining that he hadn't been fed delicious food for quite some time. By the way, how long have I been here? No idea, maybe a few hours. That's right, then let's go back now. My aunt will be angry if I take more than a day. Deciding that he had no time to waste, Belle got up from the floor and started walking towards the next floor. He was sure it wouldn't take him long to reach the surface. However, there was something extremely strange. "Hey trainee, don't you think everything is very quiet and deserted around here?" "Now that you mention it." Belle looked around, observing the desolate place. There was no monster or sign of any adventurer, but a second later, a roar traveled throughout the place. View. The furious roar brought back nostalgic memories of the past for Belle, which made him shudder with emotion. He turned quickly towards the source of the roar, watching with a smile the beast that was slowly approaching him. His footsteps were heavy, making the dungeon floor tremble. "Ah, I think I'll cry with emotion." "Belle, do you have a fetish for minotaurs?" "Trainee, I wish with all my heart that you could take physical form so I could hit you." "Hey." He stopped paying attention to his spiritual companion, then looked at the monster in front of him. They were separated by about 3 meters, the bloodshot red eyes fixed on the bright ruby-red ones. Belle kept smiling, remembering his battle from almost 10 years ago. The scene of his last strike back then came to his mind, a strike charged with all his lightning magic. That would be a good option, he murmured. He didn't know if seconds or minutes had passed, but now the Minotaur was running towards him. Although for Belle it was like seeing everything in slow motion. A feeling of sadness overwhelmed him, for he knew that a Minotaur no longer even came close to him, something he greatly regretted since he considered him a great rival. View. The Minotaur's muscular arm rose and, forming a fist, came straight down to strike Belle's face. A final, faint smile formed on her lips. "This is a sign of my respect, rival." Belle extended his arm, opening his fingers and stopping the Minotaur's powerful blow with the palm of his hand. Then he conjured Ryuu. An electrical discharge with the ferocity of lightning and the burst of thunder turned the monster to ashes. Her scream of agony dispersed along with the electric waves of magic in the air. Observing the mountain of ashes, he bent down and took the magic stone and put it in his pocket. "Okay, let's go back." With nothing else to do and an indecipherable expression, Belle began his journey. She felt a couple of glances, however, she no longer had the energy to meet more people for the day. He needed to take a bath and eat until he was full, hoping to get rid of the bitter taste in his mouth. At a considerable distance, a human girl with golden hair and eyes stood motionless as she watched the boy's back walk away. It had the appearance of a cute and cuddly rabbit, however, it was a very aggressive one that had reduced to ashes the Minotaur it was chasing. Aizu wasn't someone who took an interest in the city's adventurers, however, she could swear that the young rabbit wasn't an adventurer from Arario. Who is it? Due to the previous display of power, it was certain that he was someone strong. Perhaps he was responsible for the large quantities of magic stones in the deep floors. "I didn't know, Tusk. Hey Aizu, let's go, that idiot took care of the last Minotaur." Behind her, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, was a grumpy Bite, clicking his tongue and starting to walk away to join the rest of his family. Aizu nodded, turning around and following his family partner. The breeze of fresh air hit her cheeks, causing a pleased smile to appear on Belle's lips. "I almost feel like I was stuck in there for days," he murmured. He started walking away from the dungeon entrance, but then he felt a presence walking beside him. Haruhime. To his right, where the presence had been, there was nothing. However, he knew of someone with a peculiar magic that allowed him to conceal his form. "Yes, Belle-sama, I've been waiting for your return to show you the location of our new home." As he walked, Haruhime ceased to be invisible and revealed herself to him with her typical kind smile. Her attire, which made her look like a sanctuary priestess, only enhanced her beauty. Belle just looked at her for a second and then nodded in agreement with her previous words, assuming it was a good reason since she would possibly get lost in this city before finding the place where she would live from today onwards. "I see, thank you very much. It's been several hours, so I'd like to take a bath and eat something." Sighing wearily, Belle murmured those words. At that moment, Haruhime stopped, staring at him with concern reflected in her beautiful jade-green eyes. "Are about that, Belle-sama." What's wrong, Haruhime?" He found it strange that she acted with such a fearful attitude. It has been 4 days since he entered the dungeon. That time seemed to stand still for Belle, who stared incredulously at Haruhime. "Yuho, Alfia's going to kill you, Belle." Chapter 10, Coincidences, Professional Massage Therapist. "I see, so that's what happened. I'm sorry about Pepe-sama, Belle-sama." "Oh, don't worry, it was my fault, really. That adventuress seemed very weak to me, but only to me. Because of my mistake, I sent Pepe up against an opponent who was way out of his league." Now they were walking through the city streets, heading at a calm and steady pace towards the new home where they would live from now on. Belle was terrified of what he would have to suffer at the hands of his aunt for having disappeared for 4 days. However, resigning himself to his fate, he decided to tell Haruhime about his exploration in the dungeon. Young Renard was amazed by Belle's descriptions of the monsters, though she was also jealous when she heard about the encounter with the elf on the 18th floor. Finally, he offered his condolences on behalf of the now deceased Pepe, Belle's first disciple. After a brief silence, they crossed a corner and continued down the alley towards the next street. "By the way, Haruhime, Yes, Belle-sama, do we have to hold hands? Haruhime seemed unwilling to answer him, however she had tightened her thin, soft fingers intertwined with Belle's, implying that she did not want to separate. I'm doing this for your own good, Belle-sama, she explained with a sweet smile, for my own good. Yes, if I leave him alone he might get lost or something might catch his attention and then he'd leave without even telling me. It's my duty to escort him properly to Alfia-sama. I see, she had to agree with him. After all, he was right. He knew himself perfectly better than anyone, and he knew that if he saw someone who seemed strong to him, he would jump in to challenge him to a duel. Besides, he was happy to see Haruhime smiling so happily, so he would simply go along with it this time. Naturally, they attracted the attention of passers-by. Seeing a girl dressed as a priestess next to a boy dressed, a little worn but as a nobleman, was not an everyday occurrence. They continued for a couple more minutes until they reached an area where people were scarce, which put Belle on alert. Isn't he leading you into a trap, Belle? Trainee remarked. You're not helping me, you know that. He would never distrust or doubt Haruhime's loyalty, but that didn't eliminate the instinct of caution he had developed since childhood. As he was seriously pondering where on earth his new home was, a scream reached his ears. It sounded like a little girl screaming in pain, and it had been just a few meters away, in the alley at the back on the next corner in front of them. You damn brat, give us all your money. Oh, that's a magic sword, right? Hee, who did you steal it from? It doesn't matter if we take it, right? It appeared to be a robbery and there were several male voices. Belle-sama, what do you want to do? Belle was sometimes concerned about Haruhime's dependent personality, who always limited herself to asking or waiting for orders. She truly was the perfect image of a personal maid. Well, my aunt has always told me that my strength is to help the weak. Stopping thinking about that problem and deciding to solve it later, Belle smiled. Let's go and say hello. Letting go of Haruhime's hand, he began to walk slowly towards the source of the screams. The young Renard nodded, following behind him and pulling a pair of golden fans out from under her chihia. The blows fell upon his small, battered body, kicks and punches, impacting his legs, stomach, and face. Lying on the cold floor in a fetal position trying to protect herself with all her might, Lily cursed the world for the millionth time. I suppose this is Lily's place. If someone gave her the choice between destroying or saving the world, she was sure that without hesitation she would choose its destruction. From the moment she was born, misfortune had never left her, clinging to her like an incurable disease that would condemn her to death. Hey, you idiot, where's your treasure? Another kick landed, sending her tumbling a couple of meters. She was sure that today could be the day of her death. After all, her family colleagues were not the type of people who would let her live after getting what they wanted. Although they weren't the type to let her live if they didn't get what they wanted. Either way, the result would end in his death. You damn brat, I'm talking to you. Excuse me, could you stop? Oblivious to the shouts and insults filled with hostility, a new voice interrupted the one who appeared to be the leader. This voice was calm and in a way refined. Showing an expression of pain, Lily opened one of her eyes with difficulty. Her blurry vision took a while to focus, but when everything cleared up, what she saw was a boy in somewhat worn noble attire, and behind him a beautiful young woman dressed as a priestess. Perhaps they were master and servant, possibly, idiot. Even in such a situation, Lily insulted the white-haired boy who maintained a smile as he slowly approached through the alley. He was probably your typical rich kid trying to be a hero. That type of person was the type of person Lily hated the most. For someone like Belle, the situation was very simple. They were just idiots who took advantage of those weaker than themselves in order to obtain extra rewards. That type of person was the type of person Belle hated the most. Hey, you'd better go back, idiot. Don't try to play the hero, pretty boy. His relaxed smile did not change even after he received a warning about who appeared to be the leader of the assailants. About 2 meters away, Belle stopped. He stared at the 4 men who were looking at him with hostility, and Haruhime remained silent to his right, a step back. Belle, what are you going to do to them? Trainee's witty remark caught his attention, sounding as amused and inquisitive as ever. I don't really know. Would it be okay to break their arms and legs? Hey, that's really mild. It's an innocent girl lying there beaten up. Now, if he could choose who was more cruel, Trainee or Alfia, Belle would confess that it was a very difficult decision to make. Hey, Moss, isn't that girl behind the idiot gorgeous? You're right, she has a nice face. She's completely covered up, but I can still see her erotic curves under her clothes. Listening to the thieves' vulgar comments, Belle seriously wondered if people were simply idiots by nature or if they did it on purpose. Trainee, you know what? That will let my aunt's apprentice deal with this. That sounds fun. It was impossible for him to know what kind of smile Trainee was making, but he was sure it wasn't a very nice thing to see. He stopped thinking about the possibly eerie smile of his spiritual companion and spoke to the girl beside him. Haruhime, yes, Belle-sama, you can delete them. At your service. This time he was not bothered by Haruhime's absolute obedience. He knew perfectly well that she was not the type of woman who enjoyed vulgar compliments. That's why it was the perfect opportunity for her to vent. As Haruhime took a step forward, Belle put both hands in his pockets and stared at the stage in front of him. Her eyes, unlike the calm smile on her lips, showed such serenity that it was almost frightening. I hadn't intended to be so cruel at first, but all kindness had taken a back seat when they looked at Haruhime with lustful eyes. Oh, do you think you're going to hand her over so we'll let you go? Ha ha ha, how funny. This guy is truly pathetic. Hey, let's accept her request. It's been a while since I've had fun with a cute girl. 3 of the 4 began to laugh, however. Haruhime did not stop her slow walk towards them. The pair of golden fans in her hands were sealed, resembling small golden pods. When the 2 meters of distance shortened, she focused her jade-green eyes on the ground, showing a small, kind smile. However, the kindness she exuded was not directed towards any of the men in front of her. It's time for punishment. It was her way of thanking Belle for understanding her feelings, as she herself had felt offended by the comments made about her. No one other than Belle-sama is allowed to see me like that. The pair of fans opened in opposite directions, causing a small explosion of dust and air that spread through the alley. Then the punishment began. As a level 3 trained personally by the strongest human in history, Haruhime showed no mercy and cut them all down with the edge of her fans. What the hell, faces decorated with deep lines that never stopped bleeding. And no. Deep cuts that reached the bones, piercing through muscles and tendons. Stop. A pair of thumbs flew through the air as their owner's desperate scream echoed through the cold alley. The crunching of crushed bones was compared to the crackling sound of flames. The battle didn't even last 3 minutes and ended up looking more like torture than anything else. Although one of the 4 was missing whom Haruhime had not eliminated, Monster. The man was lying on his buttocks as he backed away with the help of his trembling legs. Dragging his body across the rocky, dirty floor, his face contorted with terror at the sight of all his unconscious companions and the pretty girl standing in the middle of it all. Such beauty in her face did not match at all with the blood spattered on the walls of the alley. She was rather even more terrifying than a monster. Pity, please let me go. Her body felt a chill as her back hit the alley wall, indicating that it was the end and a dead end. Tears began to flow from her eyes when she saw the young priestess approaching slowly. He felt like he was about to wet his pants if he hadn't already. Are you okay? However, the monstrously strong girl stopped when she was right in front of the girl he had been hitting earlier. He knelt in front of her and began to recite some kind of magic, beginning to heal her wounds. She's amazing, don't you think? He. Being ignored by the beauty of the temple, Moss turned his face with great speed to his right, seeing there the white-haired boy leaning against the same wall where he was. The boy's rubbered eyes didn't even look at him. They were simply focused on the scene of the young priestess healing the injured girl. She's amazing, don't you think? The question was repeated, which put him on alert. He felt that if he didn't answer he could pass through the wall he was leaning against. That kind of feeling was instilled by the voice of the boy with white hair. Why yes, it's incredible, please let me go, I beg you. He let out a somewhat regrettable exclamation, nodding repeatedly with such force that his head began to ache. The young man with a noble appearance smiled. Right. You have a good eye, really. His being so kind was simply terrifying. Her voice refused to come out to thank him for the compliment, so she just kept nodding. You know, my aunt once told me that the strong exist to protect the weak. What do you think about that? The tension wasn't suffocating, but I couldn't help wishing it were instead of the pleasant atmosphere this boy gave off. But whatever he wished for, now all he could do was answer and agree 100% with what the white-haired young man said. Your aunt is very wise. Really. Wow, you're really good with words. He let out an amused chuckle, looking up at the sky split by the alley. Yes, she is very wise. He seemed to be thinking about the woman he was talking about, so Moss decided not to interrupt those thoughts. After a couple of minutes, the boy extended his left arm forward, forming a fist with his hand. Your name is Moss, right? I heard it from one of your colleagues. Why yes, I see, so Moss. With his left arm still extended forward, the boy stopped gazing at the sky and for the first time looked into his eyes. If I ever see you bothering someone weaker than you again, I'll rip your head off. Is that clear? This time the suffocating pressure that Moss desired was present, and he could swear that he almost died of fright. Nod. Unlike the times he allowed her to speak, her voice refused to come out, just like the air trapped in her lungs. Cold sweat all over his body dampened his clothes, making him look like someone who had just come out of the sauna. Once again, the boy smiled. Excellent, if that's the case, then there's no problem. Oh, that's right, heal your friends before they bleed to death. I understood. Bomb. The outstretched arm had finally moved, albeit in the direction of Moss's chest, hitting him directly and sending him crashing through the wall he was leaning against. Of course, you'll do it after you manage to get back on your feet. Their lives depend on you, you piece of trash. He wasn't sure if his last words had been heard, as the man named Moss was possibly unconscious. Belle had heard the crack of breaking ribs, so it was likely that it would take him a few hours to get up. Well, vigilante justice is over. It was fun. Trainee's comment helped him not to feel guilty. Now both were accomplices in what had just happened, although so was Haruhime, who had taken care of most of it. "Haruhime, how are you?" She got up from the ground and walked over to Haruhime, who was already standing while calmly observing the girl lying on the floor. "Your life is not in danger, Belle-sama. All your wounds have been treated and I made sure that no bones were broken." "I see, you're amazing, Haruhime, thank you." No, it's not really anything that great." She had begun to blush, which made Belle smile as he understood that she was embarrassed by being flattered. He had to stop looking at her and give her space to return to normal, so he took the opportunity to sit on one of her knees to talk to the girl who looked like a child. "Hey, can you get up? We can take you home. Just tell us the way and we'll take you back to your family." He could clearly hear a derogatory, ironic laugh coming from the young woman's small lips, which confused him. "Is everything all right?" he asked. He wasn't very good at communicating, not because he was bad at it, but simply because he found it annoying. But this time he made an effort. I can take you home, just tell me the way." "Leave me alone, idiot." All his efforts were rejected by the cold words of the girl who huddled his body in a fetal position. Huh. He had to process what had been said for a few seconds, showing his surprise at the ingratitude of the damsel in distress. "Who does this brat think she is? I even saved her." Trainee let out her disgust. Belle ignored the screams and Trainee's obvious lie that she had saved the strangely mature girl. She also raised one of her hands to stop Haruhime, who seemed to want to confront the ungrateful girl. "I understand," she smiled, having no other option. He had come to the conclusion that he possibly had no family and nowhere to call home, so it was only natural that they called him an idiot after everything he said. He stood up and began to walk slowly towards the exit of the alley. "My name is bellcranel. If you're in trouble and need help, don't hesitate to contact me. Consider me a last resort, whatever it is, I'll fix it," he said in a calm voice without stopping his walk. Haruhime gave one last look to the girl lying on the ground who refused to look at them. "Belle-sama doesn't lie," she whispered before following Belle's lead. Lily remained completely silent after the pair of strangers left the alley. "I didn't know how much time had passed, but I knew I had to leave here as soon as possible." "Idiot," he murmured again as he slowly stood up. He was surprised that his wounds were completely healed and that he felt no pain, but at no point did he send his thanks to the young woman dressed as a priestess. Shaking the dust off her body, Lily began walking towards the place where she was currently taking refuge. "If you're in trouble and need help, don't hesitate to look for me." For some reason, her body trembled with anger as she remembered the words of the white-haired boy. "Take me as a last resort, whatever it is, I'll fix it." Maybe it was the way he said it, boasting and proclaiming with complete confidence that he could pull her out of the shitty life she had led since birth until now. Idiot. Once again he insulted him. He was definitely the type of person Lily hated the most. "You damn idiot." But for some reason she was crying. The building in front of him wasn't exactly what you'd call a mansion, but it was definitely 100 times better than his old cabin. "Haruhime, I know that Grandpa and my uncles had their emergency savings, but..." 2 stories high and 4 blocks wide, it was a house large enough to host a festive event with more than 100 guests. "How did they buy this place?" he asked. Haruhime seemed amused as she watched him, possibly because of the disbelief on her face. "It's a gift from the god Hermes. He said that Zeus-sama, Zeld's-sama, Alfia-sama, and you didn't deserve to rent a room in an inn." The surprise was impossible to hide. "I see. Hermes certainly knows how to give gifts." He couldn't help but smile ironically, thinking about the god with the traveler's hat who he liked very much. Isfi will surely beat him up for buying this place with his family's savings. "That's probably true, Belle-sama." He sent his thanks to Hermes and also to his old acquaintance Isfi for such a thoughtful gesture on their part. But putting aside all details and gratitude, Belle swallowed hard and broke out in a cold sweat. "I really don't want to go through. I feel like if I crossed that door I could die, I really do." Haruhime beside him formed a bitter smile, looking at him in a complicated and compassionate way. "If you're asking for my advice, I'd say don't keep her waiting any longer, Belle-sama. It could get worse with every second that passes." "Why, you're right," he agreed with her and nervously looked at the house. It gave off a terrifying aura that gave it the appearance of a haunted house, releasing a suffocating pressure in the surrounding area. Will Grandpa still be alive? That was possibly the most terrifying thing, not knowing if his grandfather was still alive because of the suffocating pressure. "Don't worry, Zeus-sama went out with Hermes-sama 2 days ago. They said they were going to paradise, though I didn't quite understand them." Haruhime guessed his thoughts, giving him information that made him sigh with relief. Now that she knew her grandfather was out of danger, she could no longer make excuses to postpone the inevitable. "Okay, here I go." He mustered his courage and took the handle of the wooden door, unlocking it and slowly opening it. The creaking of the metal hinges only helped to increase the suspense. "I'm home." Finally, he took a step inside, making the wooden floor creak and said a low greeting. "Bomb. A moment later, he felt a blow to the back of his head, causing him to fall onto the wooden floor. The world began to spin. Ah, did I get weak after not sleeping, eating, and drinking water for 4 days? In any case, he was now losing consciousness. Perhaps it was because her guard was down after finally arriving at her new home, but the monstrous strength of her aunt could not be ignored. A surprise attack from her would surely be fatal for anyone. Good evening, Belle. The words of his spiritual companion were the last thing he managed to hear before his consciousness faded. Elsewhere, an unconscious Belle was being dragged by a very annoyed Alfia towards her room. Another Amazon collapsed onto the bedroom carpet, joining her fallen sisters. The place was a spacious room, large enough to be called a master bedroom, and the atmosphere was filled with the scent of musk. The pink and purple tones used for lighting gave the place a more erotic style, and that added to the gasps of the numerous Amazons, human and semi-human, scattered throughout the room. On the large bed, on the sofas, and on the extensive carpet, the number could easily exceed a couple of dozen. Okay, here's another one. Next one. Standing imposingly and proudly among all the women was Zeus, displaying a fierce smile as he stroked his beard. She had been here for 2 days since she had left with Hermes to escape Alfia's wrath, and right now she didn't even know Hermes' location. She was probably in the next room having fun just like him. There aren't any more. He stopped thinking about his faithful friend when he noticed that his call had been ignored, causing him to become confused. This place was supposed to be teeming with prostitutes. Excuse me, dear customer, a dogman entered the room. It is with great regret that I inform you that there are no more ladies available in this area. They are all working in their respective brothels. He was bowing slightly in apology, but that wasn't really what worried Zeus. He slowly approached the woman with excellent attributes, and once the distance was eliminated, he hugged her around the waist and pulled her towards him. And you're not available, sweetheart. What? Dear customer, I am the manager of this brothel. Sadly, I cannot offer you my services. The woman seemed to blush, breathing heavily as she placed her hands on Zeus's bare chest. It was panting, and despite denying its services, its fluffy, beautifully black tail moved in a mesmerizing way. Don't overthink it, it'll only be a couple of hours, you'll love it. Her light green eyes shone for a moment with ecstasy. The breaths escaping from her fleshy lips were becoming more and more visible, denoting her excitement at the extreme closeness. Finally, if I am good enough for you, dear customer, I will gladly offer you my services. Excellent. A wide grin spread across Zeus's face, revealing his white teeth and making his electric blue eyes sparkle. In a flash of speed, he undressed the woman, leaving her completely naked and not hesitating to caress each of her seductive curves. She boasted a large backside and a pair of soft, firm breasts adorned with beautiful pink areolas. But unfortunately, after giving it to her with great intensity and making her moan for 10 hours, she too fell exhausted, unable to keep up with him. Despair fell upon the god, so with great fervor and passion, he shouted the name of the only prostitute who could keep up with him. Bring Ishtar to me. Her eyes shone with an intense electric blue. Her eyelids trembled slightly, announcing her imminent awakening. He felt a great dryness in his throat, which made him want to drink large amounts of water to hydrate himself. But the most remarkable thing was that he felt immersed in a sea of softness. His back, his limbs, and his face. How long was I asleep? He wondered. He wasn't entirely clear about things and didn't fully understand his current situation, but he was sure that he hadn't bathed before being attacked by his aunt. So, why does my whole skin feel wet? She looked like she had just gotten out of the shower, which confused him. Oh, you're awake, Belle. You know, things happen that no mortal should ever see. Seriously. You have to pay for my dryad therapy. A trainee. Greetings and complaints flooded his head when he had enough strength to restore communication with his spiritual companion. But he didn't pay any attention to it. Right now his blurry vision had finally cleared completely, although for some reason he couldn't see anything in his field of vision. Soft, sweet moans sounded above his head as he moved, which made him imagine the place where his face was currently submerged. Alfia's breasts. Damn, are you serious? And they were completely exposed without the slightest cloth covering them. The softness and firmness caressed his cheeks and his face sank deeper when a pair of slender arms encircled him. Alfia was using him as a pillow, wrapping her long, slender, soft legs around his. Now he had confirmed it, his aunt was completely naked, and he was wearing nothing but boxers. Aunt Alfia, MMMMMM. Finally, she decided to speak, trying to get away from her aunt's breasts and using her arms to move away from her. But Alfia, still asleep, simply frowned cutely and tightened her grip on him. They were in a tugafor where whoever was stronger would emerge victorious. Damn it. Obviously, Belle had greater brute strength, but he was sure that if he exerted more force than necessary, he could hurt her. That was the last thing he wanted, to hurt the most important woman in his life. So he stopped struggling, surrendering to his aunt's grip and being once again sunk into her large, round breasts. Now what? He was cornered, and because of his refusal to want to hurt her, he would die of suffocation between her breasts. Belle, I have a solution. Bite the thing in the center of the pink halo. It's the only way to avoid suffocating on Alfia's breasts. Trainee had come to the rescue, but not with the best possible solution. Trainee, that's it. Listen to me, you stupid rabbit. Do you want to die without being able to keep your promise to her? Is that what you want, you useless albino? She was screaming with great passion, but Belle could detect the slightest grace in her words. It was probably one of his jokes, but in reality he knew it was the only way to get out of this precarious situation alive. Having no other option, she began to slide her lips in search of the target. He felt Alfia's heartbeat, as well as her sweet gasps every time he sailed over her breasts. In a moment of luck, he managed to climb to the top of one of the twin mountains, barely able to see the pinkish peak. Auntie, please forgive me for what I'm about to do. Feeling guilty about her actions, she opened her mouth and pressed her lips against the nipple of her right breast. He exerted enough force to wake Alfia up, but also taking care not to hurt one of her sensitive parts. Finally it only took 2 seconds for a hexy and lascivious moan to escape from Alfia's trembling lips. Then, opening her eyes and understanding the situation, she screamed with embarrassment and excitement. Kaya. Her excited voice perfectly matched the intense red that flooded her cheeks and the tips of her ears. Belle, what did you just do? At least give me some warning so I can mentally prepare myself, although it felt good. He was muttering nonsense, but Belle didn't really care. On the other hand, Trainee. Mission accomplished, Belle, mission accomplished. Shut up, idiots. Belle's face had been freed, allowing him to breathe. Now freed from his aunt's arms and legs, he was able to lie down freely on the mattress, staring at the ceiling as his chest rose and fell. Alfia had moved away to the corner of the bed, hugging her body with great embarrassment and blushing more and more while her eyes gave off a strange emotion. For some reason, she was breathing erratically, panting with excitement. After begging her enough times to lose count, Alfia had finally agreed to his request to get dressed. Although what she was wearing barely passed as an outfit that completely covered the seductive curves of her body, it was a semi-transparent coral baby doll. Well, don't you have anything to say? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been in the dungeon for so long. It was my fault for losing track of time. Right now, Alfia was sitting on the mattress just like him, crossing both arms under her cleavage and raising it even higher than it already was. His face held an angry and indignant expression. Is that all? I was so worried, you know. I slept alone for 4 nights. 4 nights, Belle, is that what bothers you? Right now her eyes were blank, staring in disbelief at Alfia, who was maintaining a position of indignation over things like having slept alone. She felt guilty, yes, but she really would have preferred to hear something like, I thought you'd never come back, or I thought you were dead. I had no idea how to react to a claim of I slept alone for 4 days. Of course that's what bothers me, Alfia reaffirmed. After all, it's impossible for you to die in the dungeon, am I wrong? No, smiling was inevitable, you're not. For someone like Belle, dying on the 50th floor was simply absurd, and he couldn't help but be grateful for the absolute trust Alfia placed in him. Thinking about the situation again, he asked, so am I forgiven? He did his best to sound remorseful and sorry, looking expectantly into Alfia's eyes. She seemed to have been shaken by the sudden question and surprise attack. She was biting her lower lip, looking at him with many mixed emotions. The minutes seemed to last forever, but after closing her eyes for a second and opening them again, Alfia answered, You're too cute and cuddly, you're using it against me, you sneaky rabbit. He didn't mind her calling him that. After all, she was the only one he allowed it to her. She was the woman who had raised him with so much love after all, so for Belle, Alfia was the most important thing in this world. Okay, I forgive you. Exclaiming with a smile, she threw herself at him and hugged him, laying him on his back against the soft mattress and pressing her large cleavage against his chest. Thank you. You're welcome, darling. My name isn't darling. It's okay, sweetheart. Now he was in another predicament, one where Alfia was stroking his hair and rubbing one of her cheeks against his. Her soft, squishy breasts, which were covered by nothing but a thin cloth, were also a problem. In the end, he had to endure being a full-size pillow for half an hour that Alfia spent hugging him. Auntie, one question, did you clean my body? Yes, why, all. Everything. Her lips formed a mischievous smile, looking at him with a certain amusement. He had to ask for a clearer explanation about that type of cleaning, which later made him regret such a request. It turned out that Alfia had used a towel moistened with room-temperature water, cleaning every inch of her skin. Please don't do that again. Why, it reminded me of when you were a child. Is that wrong? I wouldn't be if I were still a child, but now I'm 14, I can clean myself up. I see. Even so, I don't mind. If I have the chance, I'll do it again. He had to keep quiet and not comment further on the matter. He knew perfectly well that he would never win an argument with her. But now that she mentioned the bathroom, she remembered that she needed to take a shower so she could relax. I'm going to take a bath, can you let me go? No, because Alfia began to hum, which didn't bode well for Belle. It seemed she was starting to act capriciously again. I don't want to stop hugging you. If you want to take a bath, get up and go, but I'm not leaving your side. Oh, and I want a massage after the shower. As she had thought, Alfia had now chosen to behave like a capricious 15-year-old girl. There was only one possible reason for all of this to be happening. Is this my punishment? He asked, Fufu correct. He hit the target. He had already found it strange that he was forgiven without being forced to comply with Alfia's incoherent demands. I thought I had been forgiven, he murmured. MH, being forgiven doesn't exempt you from punishment, Belle. After the massage, we'll go exploring the city. It'll be our first date. She looked very excited, and I could tell just by looking at the smile on her lips. On the one hand, he was happy to see her so cheerful, but on the other hand, he was a little scared of how terribly cruel she could be. Understood. In any case, now all he had to do was comply. After taking a bath, with Alfia clinging to him and refusing to let go, he went to the room where he had woken up and opened the closet. Inside, all his clothes were carefully arranged. These were the custom-made suits that Alfia had given him. He formed a smile. Haruhime must have done it, she thought. He had to thank her mentally since she always helped him with things like this. He took a hook that held his entire suit and placed it on the mattress, then took the towel wrapped around his waist and began to dry himself completely. First her hair, then her body. Hey Belle, why do you have so many identical suits? While she was drying off, Trainee spoke. She seemed intrigued by the fact that she wasn't looking for a different style of clothing. You see, my grandfather once told me about a man who bought all his clothes in the same design, color, and style. He did this so he wouldn't waste time thinking about what to wear each day. I liked the idea and copied it. It's that simple. I understand, that makes sense. Oh, your friend grew up again. Please don't mention it. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. Because of the comment about his manhood, Belle had to hurry and put on his boxers as quickly as he could. One thing that did bother him was that Trainee was with him at all times, which prevented him from having a completely private and personal space. Once he had his boxer shorts on, he dressed slowly and carefully. The suit in particular had to be positioned correctly to avoid wrinkles in the fabric, so he was as meticulous as ever. Hey, you still need to give Alfia a massage. Trust me, the suit is going to get wrinkled. You're right. But it was already over, so she sighed and headed towards Alfia's room, who was waiting for her massage. He went out into the hallway, and it didn't even take him a minute to be in front of his aunt's room, since it was the room next to his own. Auntie, it's me, I'm coming in. Forward. Turning the doorknob and walking towards the bed, what he saw on the mattress was Alfia completely naked, lying face down. Her white, shiny skin was captivating to behold. I'm ready, please be gentle. Her lips were curved in a happy smile, her eyes radiating great emotion. He nodded in agreement with her words and, taking off his shoes, straddled Alfia's legs, then began his work. He took the small bottle on his right and smeared the oil between his fingers, then placed both hands on Alfia's lower back. He was 1 centimeter away from touching her butt, but it wasn't a distraction for Belle, who with great agility and skill began to slide up and down. Ah, they're right there. Please don't make strange noises. His soft, sweet moans made him nervous, but he had no choice but to accept his punishment. After the massage, the appointment was the last thing on bellcranel's troubled day. Alfia had left about 5 minutes ago, saying that they would meet at a place called the Love Square, as according to her that was essential for the start of a date. However, even if I say that, how on earth am I going to get there? I'm new in town. Belle had absolutely no idea about the location of that square. He paced around his room for a few seconds, then went downstairs to the first-floor living room and sat down on one of the sofas. She overthought it, feeling panicked with every passing minute about the punishment she would receive if she stood up her aunt. Belle-sama, are you all right? Your face is pale. A miracle for Belle, who was on the brink of falling into the abyss of perdition. Haruhime was like a miracle fallen from the sky. Haruhime. He looked at her with a clouded gaze, giving her head a very tender tilt as he showed his confusion. Belle, who felt pathetic for always depending on his faithful companion Renard, swallowed that pity and asked, would you like to go with me to the Love Square? A direct attack. She was waiting for an answer, but the first thing her hopeful and pleading eyes saw was the extreme blush that was taking over Haruhime's entire face. Even the squeal that came out of her lips was adorable. Her jade-green eyes exuded embarrassment, as well as shyness mixed with excitement. Finally, the most remarkable thing was its fox tail moving from side to side on its back. All of that ended up confusing Belle, leading him to finally understand the reason for his reactions. Could it be that you don't want to go? I suppose you have things to. Why, you're wrong. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that it was so sudden. It's not fair, Belle-sama. Haruhime interrupted him, exclaiming in an embarrassed voice. She glanced around, making herself look even prettier. If it's all right with me, I gladly accept your invitation, Belle-sama. Finally, to Belle's delight, Haruhime gave a small bow after calming her agitated emotions and accepted. Great. Then let's not waste any more time and go. He quickly got up from the sofa, then took Haruhime's hand and started walking towards the exit. Be Belsama, you're being very bold. He ignored Haruhime's murmurs, who kept pace with him while cupping one of his cheeks with her free hand. He just walked around, smiled, and asked questions. By the way, can you be my guide? I don't know where Love Square is. His priority was meeting his aunt, so he was sure she wouldn't mind him bringing Haruhime with him. Alfia had said she was going with one person, but it was surely quite normal for her to go with two women on the famous dates. Haruhime tilted her head slightly in confusion, then answered, "Of course, please don't let go of my hand." Now that she thought about it, she knew that Belle shouldn't even know the name of the square they were heading to. She was confused, but she wouldn't question the reason for the opportunity to have a date with Belle. Right now he was happy to have completed the reconnaissance of the entire city in the first 2 days of his arrival. If they wanted to describe it in one word, that would be radiant. Alfia exuded such a bright and beautiful aura that it blinded every man who looked at her. Of course, a single murderous glare from her was enough to deal with vulgar stares. It won't be long. Her lips curved into a beautiful smile. She was currently standing in front of the fountain in Love Square, wearing her famous black Gothic dress. Her hair looked shinier and silkier than usual, making it clear that it had been freshly brushed and washed. Everything was set to be the perfect date, so I was sure nothing would go wrong on this day. So the rumors were true. It's been a long time, Miss Alfia. May I ask the reason for your visit to the city? But the heavens presented their obstacles. A voice mentioned his name, making him look towards its source. There were 8 people there, 3 men and 5 women. It took him a few seconds to remember them, showing an irritated expression on his face when he recognized most of them. Loki's children, huh? Get lost, I'm waiting for someone. She stopped watching them and looked ahead once more, eagerly anticipating seeing a head of white hair swaying in the wind. For her who was waiting, the same voice spoke again. Please forgive us if we didn't make ourselves clear, Miss Alfia. The hobbit with blonde hair and blue eyes sharpened his gaze. Your family was banished from Arario along with that of the god Zeus. Please leave, we do not wish to resort to violence. He struck his golden spear against his small shoulder, using it as a warning. The werewolf and the bearded dwarf stood on guard, as did the Amazon sisters along with the young elf and the human with golden hair and eyes. Alfia looked at them again, frowning with great irritation. She was furious that they were bothering her on her first date with her Belle. You're noisy. She liked silence, and no one other than Belle was allowed to disturb her with loud, unpleasant voices. Be quiet. He sharpened his gaze, revealing icy eyes that cast a cold heaviness over the atmosphere. At that moment, everyone, even the high elf who had remained silent and on the sidelines, stood ready to attack. Finn had given all the available information about the silver-haired woman when the rumors reached his family 4 days ago, so they were prepared. Even at LV7, it would be easy to suppress her between 7 first classes and 1 second class as long as they knew all her magic and abilities. Furthermore, his illness was information that the guild possessed and consequently that they knew about. Without wasting any time, the fastest member of the team launched himself forward. The action seemed to break the sound barrier. Then, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Time seemed to stand still. Bomb, the first one fell. Unfortunately for them, Alfia was not alone. Get lost, I'm waiting for someone. Alfia's words flooded Finn's mind, and he opened his eyes wide as he stared at the newcomer. A boy who looked young, perhaps around 15 years old. His hair was a beautiful white color and his eyes an intense ruby red. His attire was like that of a nobleman, and the presence he commanded simply by being in front of them was chilling. I repeat, what do you think you're doing? He seemed annoyed, perhaps even enraged. Standing on Bitez's back, who had been knocked down before he could even get close to Alfia, the boy looked coldly at them all. Bitez's body, which acted as a carpet for the young man, began to crack the ground beneath him. Grr, Ahurdik. Bitez let out a scream in pain. He was being crushed, which sent a chill through Finn's entire body. What kind of monster is this boy? His thumb didn't even hurt. He seemed to have lost the sensation of pain, suggesting it might have been cut. 1 second later, when they did not respond, the executives of the Loki family were killed. Unbeknownst to them, they crossed a line that should never be crossed, threatening what was most precious to him. Alfia, Chapter 11, Death Sentence. Deaths, kidnappings, what are we in Latin America? The day was perfect for a date. A beautiful, clear blue sky, temperatures below unbearable levels, fresh air, and a cheerful atmosphere filling the streets. Walking side by side, Belle and Haruhime headed towards the Love Plaza. It hadn't taken them long thanks to Haruhime, who acted as the perfect guide through the paths of the big city. Belsama, we've arrived. The Love Square is just down the street. Haruhime, who was guiding the white-haired man, stopped walking and pointed to the street in front, indicating that his destination was on the other side. Belle looked in the direction and nodded, as relaxed as ever. Perfect, let's not waste any more time and go. It stopped without even being able to finish his sentence. He caught the faint aroma of food. And it wasn't just any meal, this smell. Belsama, Haruhime tilted her head in confusion, looking at the boy with her eyes closed, inhaling the air around her. He seemed to be analyzing his breathing and after a few seconds suddenly opened his eyes with a gleam of excitement. There's no doubt about it, this scent belongs to the Jugamaru-kun, he exclaimed like a child in a candy store. He looked all around while using his dynamic furcival vision, meticulously observing every corner of the place where he stood. Finally, his eyes stopped at the street corner to his right, watching the trails of vapor rising into the sky. There. Come on Haruhime, let's eat something before we go to my Aunt Alfia's. Hiya, I get it, Belle-sama. He took Haruhime by the hand and led her towards the potato croquette stand, ignoring the embarrassed and surprised voice of young Renard. They walked briskly, and in less than a minute were in front of the potato stand. Watching the young woman serving, Belle ordered in an excited and eager voice. Miss, 2 Jugamaru-kun with special dressing, please. He extended his hand and showed his index and middle fingers, causing a nervous smile from the saleswoman. 2 Jugamaru-kuns are coming out. However, with a contagious smile, she began preparing the order. Belle was amazed by the skill with which the young woman prepared everything, soaking the stuffed potato in beaten egg and then coating it with a layer of breadcrumbs. The crunchy sound of the potato and bread as it fell into the oil was captivating. Completely anxious, Belle returned to see Haruhime, who for some reason had been completely silent since he asked for the Jugamaru-kun. Hey Haruhime, you're going to love the one with the special dressing, seriously. You've only tried the plain ones, you see. Speaking eloquently, he turned his face to the right, where Haruhime must be. However, Haruhime, the Renard girl, was not there. He was confused, having no idea why she would disappear, so he spun around in a 360-degree turn to look for her everywhere. Almost at the end of the turn, he glimpsed a girl in purple clothing carrying a young priestess like a sack of potatoes. She remained silent, not believing that all this was happening. Haruhime had been kidnapped without her noticing, all because she was excited while waiting for her Jugamaru-kun. No, that wasn't the problem itself. It doesn't matter if she's a woman, I'll break all her bones. Of all the things Belle hated, much more than being called a rabbit was when his family was hurt. And Haruhime was part of his family. Miss Jugamaru-kun, I'll be back in 2 minutes. With his back to the potato croquette stand, Belle notified the woman who was making the Jugamaru-kun that he was going on an errand. She simply said okay and went on with what she was doing. Belle inhaled, then sighed. Okay, let's go. He took a single step forward, the same step which he took back the instant he took it. Bomb. A large axe slammed into the cobblestones of the street, cracking it and sending debris and dust flying. The attacker was an older man than Belle with a stocky build and brown skin. Your intentions are obvious from miles away, he said to the stranger. The mysterious enemy seemed surprised that he was dodged, but he soon recovered and jumped back, moving on. He raised his guard, looking at Belle with eyes full of anger. A second later, 4 other people arrived and stood beside him, implying that they were his companions. There were 2 women and 2 men. One of them had a long fringe that covered her eyes and the other had 2 braided pigtails. The rest had oriental features, as did the others. You damned noble despot, how dare you keep her as your slave? Shouted the man with the axe. Belle, unwilling to understand what he meant or what he was being accused of, simply issued a warning. I'm not interested in your story. If they're not going to move, I won't be responsible for their lives. Belle knew perfectly well that his appearance could be deceiving, especially when he could completely hide his presence. However, he would show no mercy to those who attacked him, much less to those who stood in the way of rescuing Haruhime. He looked at them one last time and, noticing that none of them backed down, declared, "You brought it on yourselves." He walked slowly, or at least that's how it seemed to him. What? The burly man with the axe looked surprised when Belle suddenly appeared in front of him about half a meter away. Without saying a word, Belle grabbed him by the back of the neck, then smashed his head against the cobblestones of the street. Bomb. The explosive sound was followed by debris, dust, and blood scattering. The first one had fallen. I was excited, really, this was like a date. Miss, 2 Jugamaru-kun with special dressing, please. He thought it was very cute that Belle acted like a little boy shopping in a big candy store. She curved her lips into a slight smile and waited, watching as Belle's eyes slowly began to transform into ruby-colored stars, looking at the Jugamaru-kun's preparations. I wanted to say something to try and embarrass him, however, before I could utter a word, she was charged. She was so focused on Belle that she wasn't really paying attention to the outside world, so it was easy for her raptor to carry her like a sack of potatoes. Her body was bouncing, indicating that the person carrying her was running at high speed. Haruhime's eyes widened in shock as Belle's back grew smaller and smaller. I will not allow. Luckily for him, it was a level 3 towards the end of the path. You're ruining my date with Belle-sama. She quickly and with difficulty reached into her ceremonial priestess's robes, pulling out the pair of golden fans. Then, Haruhime, don't worry, you're safe now. I'll take you to our headquarters. A strangely familiar voice, or rather the way of speaking, reached the ears under Haruhime's hood. I could hardly believe this was real. Mikoto-sama. Looking over her shoulder, that's what she saw was long black hair tied in a ponytail. The girl identified as Mikoto also looked over his shoulder, giving him a nostalgic smile. Don't worry, the boys will make sure that nobleman doesn't follow us. Everything seemed like a fairy tale, an unexpected reunion with a childhood friend. Haruhime felt like crying from emotion, however, something prevented such feelings. Her mind went blank, processing what Mikoto had just said. I hoped I had misheard. No, she desperately wished she had misheard. After all, confronting Belle was the stupidest idea possible. Mikita-sama, when you say the boys, you mean Aokasama, Chigusa-sama, and the others, exactly. They're happy to see her again, they'll meet us at headquarters. Her joyful smile did not affect Haruhime, who remained completely silent. A second later, her beautiful face paled, all the blood had vanished. Mikita-sama, we must return. It was only now that he made use of his strength as a LV3, breaking free from Mikoto's grip and falling to the ground on his feet. Under no circumstances should you confront Belle-sama. Haruhime, don't know what are you talking about, he's just a nobleman. Aokadono and the others can handle him. No, Mikita-sama, you're mistaken. He didn't have time to explain anything to her, so he grabbed Mikoto by the wrist of her right arm and pulled her. Mikoto was shocked when she was easily swept away by Haruhime's unexpectedly monstrous strength. Let's go back or they will die. She was nothing like the quiet, calm Haruhime who always radiated an air of tranquility. Right now she was as desperate as she possibly could be. He used all his speed, dragging Mikoto along, who was screaming in surprise. Then he crossed the last corner, having in front of him the scene of Belle slamming Aoka's face against the pavement. And no. He had arrived late. Even from the distance that separated them, Haruhime felt that the blow had been considerably strong. He had no doubt that she would fall unconscious if she received that blow. Belle-sama, please don't hurt them. But he didn't care and kept running, shouting as loudly as he could to the point that his throat was burning. After slamming the burly man's face against the ground, the next one was the girl with a spear, the one with a long fringe that covered her eyes. She looked shocked, staring at her now unconscious partner. Oh, Aoka. He didn't have time to finish, and in an instant he was in front of her, ready to send her flying with a punch to her stomach. Belle-sama, please don't hurt them. At the same time as he heard Haruhime's pleading voice, his fist stopped just a millimeter from the young woman's stomach. She had narrowly escaped injury. However, the gusts of wind caused by the centrifugal force of her blow sent her tumbling a couple of meters along the ground. Haruhime. He was confused, but when he saw Haruhime approach the girl lying on the ground and begin to heal her, he guessed that she knew them. The crucial part was when she began to murmur his name with extreme concern, showing signs of wanting to cry. I've ruined it, haven't I? Yes, it seems so, but don't worry, power is meaningless if it's not used. Right now, only trainee was giving him comfort. As I had suspected, it was all a misunderstanding. When Haruhime told them about Belle's level, all of Renard's eastern comrades certainly lost the color in their faces. They seemed remorseful, although fearful might be a better description. As it turned out, Haruhime's friends had thought that Belle had her as his slave, all because of the rumors they had heard years ago when young Renard was given to a hobbit by her own parents. Being victims of their impulses, Mikoto and the others wanted to save her as they had done once long ago. I see. Belle nodded and gave a short reply, looking at the big man who had recently regained consciousness. He looked at her forehead where she had mainly hit the ground, but the wound had already been healed by Haruhime. Even so. I'm sorry, big guy, that must have hurt, he sincerely apologized. The man gave a complicated expression without saying anything in response. Belle, you traumatized him, don't make things worse. The situation was becoming awkward, which Belle disliked. Being watched so fearfully by others was not fun at all. Seriously, Haruhime. Because of that, he decided to go with plan B. Yes, Belle-sama, wouldn't you rather spend the day with your old friends? Don't worry about me, I know where the love square is. He made his proposal while adding a guarantee, which was that he already knew the address of her destination thanks to her, also that Haruhime would accept. She looked at him doubtfully, glancing between her friends and him, her expression one of indecision. Seeing this, Belle decided to give her a push. Come on, it's been a while since you've seen them, hasn't it? I'm sure they'll want to know about you these last few years. She gave him a smile, implying that everything was fine and that there was nothing wrong with being capricious once in a while. It only took a few seconds for Haruhime's lips to curve into a lovely smile. If you say so, Belle-sama, I'll take your word for it. He bowed his head slightly as a sign of gratitude. Belle nodded and said goodbye both to Haruhime and to the others who were keeping a safe distance away. Okay, see you tonight at home then, have fun. Yes, see you tonight, Belle-sama, please have fun with Alfia-sama. Haruhime approached him, extending a small bag held in her hands. The metallic sound rang out as Belle picked up the bag. Here, this is so you can buy any Jugamaru-kun you want, Haruhime. He felt the urge to cry overwhelm him, completely moved by his friend's kindness and gentleness. With smiles on their faces, they both said goodbye. Belle watched them walk away until they turned a corner, then he let out a tired sigh. Hey kid, are you going to want the Jugamaru-kun after all? They're going to get cold. The young saleswoman from Jugamaru-kun called out to him, a little cautious but acting confident enough to speak to him. Belle's mood lifted. With a smile from ear to ear, he approached the woman and took the pair of potato croquettes. "How much do I owe you, miss?" "That's 60 volleys, young man." The transition was carried out successfully, ending in a scene where Belle cried tears of joy over the exquisite taste of his potato chips. He fell to his knees, taking constant bites, being watched by the woman who was strangely smiling. Perhaps she felt proud after Belle repeatedly told her, "Your Jugamaru-kun are the best." Note, let's hope Wattpad doesn't delete it XD. After enjoying a couple more of Jugamaru-kun, Belle headed towards the place where Alfia was waiting for him. According to the agreed time, he was right on time, which was a good sign for him as he did not wish to be punished again. It was extremely difficult to take a bath with Alfia attached to him all the time. While thinking about that, she visualized her aunt a few meters away. She stood before the large fountain in her beautiful Gothic dress, and her hair seemed more enchanting than usual. However, she was not alone. For some reason, there were 8 more people. They seemed to be talking to Alfia, although she was ignoring them. At that moment, while they were talking, one of the strangers launched an attack. A werewolf was about to hit his aunt. His body blurred, and in a flash of speed, he was already soaring above the werewolf, ready to crush him. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Time seemed to stop. Everything was in slow motion, or you could even say that the world had frozen. Levitating in the air, right above the one trying to attack Alfia, Belle let his body succumb to gravity. The result: bomb! The soles of his shoes struck the wolf's back, slamming him down onto the cold pavement. Using the first fallen one as a rug for his feet, Belle turned his angry gaze towards the remaining ones. The blonde-haired hobbit in particular watched him very carefully, his large eyes trembling slightly. Glancing over everyone else, Amazon, dwarf, elves, and human, Belle asked once more, "I repeat, what do you think you're doing?" He was upset. Anger was consuming him as he watched complete strangers trying to attack the most precious woman to him. She knew perfectly well that there was no one in this city who could stand up to her aunt, but her emotions wouldn't listen to her rationality. Without realizing it, he was exerting immense pressure on the werewolf beneath his feet. "Grr, ahurg." But he didn't bother to let him go, even after hearing his cry of pain. Now he was exasperated, growing increasingly irritated at not getting an answer. "I didn't want it to be like what happened before with Haruhime, which turned out to be a big misunderstanding. But this time it was slightly different because he had picked up on everyone's hostile intentions towards his aunt. I didn't know much about the different cultures in the world, but if there was one thing I was sure of, it was that attacking someone was not a greeting of any kind." Knowing that, he looked at them coldly and without thinking twice unleashed his murderous intentions. The next instant, the strangers experienced their own death. He gave them the perfect punishment for having attacked Alfia. The reactions were different but terrifyingly similar. The young man, no older than 15, standing before their eyes was so intimidating and imposing that he made their hair stand on end. Then when he asked the question a second time and they didn't answer because of the trance they were in, his eyes caught a demon-shaped miasma rising above the boy. 1 second later, they actually died. Recoil. For Reveria, it was catastrophic. As the best mage in all of Aurario, she had an incredible skill in sensing the flow of magical power in people. This gift or skill backfired on him this time. He felt like vomiting. His head hurt like 1,000 hells, his limbs trembled like small bells. Run away. He knew immediately that the boy in front of them was not someone they could beat. "He's a monster we can't win." As the corners of her eyes watered and her beautiful facial features distorted, Reveria tried to alert her companions. The mountain of magical power emanating from that boy's body was, so far, the most immense he had ever witnessed in his long life. His power is far superior. But his attempt remained just that, something in vain. Not even her voice could be formed. The moment she felt the pressure on her, the eyes of the white-haired young man turned as icy as the coldest winter. Then, his head was cut off with extreme precision. As her eyes widened, an icy sensation ran through every fiber of her skin, then the sensation turned warm, slowly turning cold once again. It was, without a doubt, the feeling of dying. Death whispered in his ear that his time had come. Her mind screamed, despaired, lamented, and cried in complete agony. From his fragile and weak throat, nothing but blood could pass. Recoil. It was like levitating in complete nothingness, or similar to taking your last breath underwater. Everything felt so light and at the same time so heavy. His mind went blank, his limbs lost strength, and his breath refused to come out. Finn, who was experiencing firsthand the suffocating pressure that the young man with white hair and red eyes emitted, felt cornered. His thumb, which usually alerted him to dangers, was dead. He felt no movement in any of his fingers, but his thumb in particular felt as if it had been cut off. That was definitely bad news. Staring incredulously at that human-shaped monster, her lips curved into a slight, bitter smile. Heh. While cursing his bad luck, he stared into the boy's cold eyes. Then, his body was reduced to pieces of flesh that were smashed against the cobblestones of the floor, painting it a dark red. Recoil. The greatest threat or the worst misfortune, that was Gareth's opinion, though he couldn't move any part of his body. His eyes stared fearfully at the mountain before him, so imposing and immovable. His throat was dry, and his thick beard bristled with every passing second. Truly, his seasoned adventurer's instincts told him that this time he shouldn't go on the adventure. Unconsciously intimidated, the last thing his eyes saw were the boy's cold eyes. 1 second later. Not even his thoughts could form the stifled scream before his body was split in two vertically. Her eyes, her mouth, her nose, everything was separated, leaving viscous lines of pinkished stuck to both edges of flesh. Recoil, magical and spiritual power perfectly blended. Aizu, who had spirit blood running through his veins, knew it instantly. It was similar to a magnet being attracted to metal. She couldn't even raise her rapier to try to attack him. She simply remained motionless as death approached and took her away. At that moment, when the boy's cold eyes pierced her, she was dismembered alive as her face distorted with pain and despair. Her vocal cords produced no sound, however. Her beautiful golden eyes cried out her pain to the four winds as the light slowly faded. Death dragged her to the depths of hell. Recoil. His beastman instincts were screaming at him to flee this place, warning him that the being who used him as a doormat was his natural enemy, a werewolf, and the one pressing him against the ground to the point of cracking it, a wolf hunter. That was the feeling his animal instincts told him to have. However, while his instincts told him that, it was useless if his body did not accept his commands. Unable to do anything, when the boy standing on his back acted, the werewolf was skinned alive. Her amber-colored eye sockets spun as blood trickled from her bloody red skin. Then, unable to say anything, his brain went into shock and he died. 1 second of pain, an agonizing experience of 1,000 years. Recoil. Both experienced warriors who knew the scene of death perfectly let out an ironic smile. Her features distorted as her insides spilled onto the cobblestones of the street, causing a sound similar to a splash. As their lives were taken from them, the scenes of everything they had experienced since birth flashed before their eyes. As their skin turned pale blue, their bodies fell backward onto the bloodied floor. Death, 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 recoil. Alfia felt true terror, and before Belle could even act, her heart stopped from the terrifying pressure. He died of fright. Recoil, 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 tap. They all fell to their knees, their bodies completely drained. Ace. Incredulous, not knowing what had happened. For some strange reason, they were alive. There was no mistake. Finn ran his hands all over her body, noticing perfectly that she was in one piece. It was no longer the mountain of shredded flesh it had been a second ago. As confused and beside himself as the others, he slowly raised his gaze to the young man who was looking down at them, still standing on a fainting bite. Others who had also lost consciousness were Tione, Tiona, and Alfia, the latter fainting long before everyone else. As LV3, it was too much for her body and mind to experience. So, his mind was clearing, and searching for possible answers, he couldn't even find a clue to any. Finally, after a few seconds where nobody said or did anything, the young man spoke. What, have you never experienced murderous intent? The explanation for everything that happened was so unbelievable that it was absurd. Did he make us see our death with only murderous intent? That was another level, one that he and his family had not yet reached. Alfia closed the short distance between her and Belle, landing on his left side. If I were being honest right now, I couldn't say I was worried about Loki's children because that would be a complete lie. In fact, I was very excited right now, after all. This is just like in the books I read, where the boy protects the girl from the vandals who wanted to rob her. Filled with emotion, Alfia internally celebrated that one of her wishes had finally come true. Now all that was missing was the date, the kiss, the intimate night, the wedding, and a family life. Getting closer and closer, Alfia. She encouraged herself. On the other hand, Finn and his family companions had finally come out of their shock. Bate had been kicked by Belle, so he was also a little disoriented and was standing next to them. Riveria supported a flaccid and trance-like Alfia, while Gareth lent his shoulders to the Amazon sisters who were still suffering the effects of their previous death. Finally, Aizu, who had finally managed to draw his rapier, showed no signs of attacking. Everyone stared at him, slowly raising their guards in case the mysterious boy attacked them. However, Belle did not address them. Are you okay? Who are these people? Did they hurt you? He was heading towards Alfia, the woman who was to his left, his arms around hers. She gave a slight smile, then answered, I am now. She seemed to have answered only her first question, as if she wanted to emphasize that the most important thing was that Belle was already with her. After looking at him with great love, Alfia turned her indifferent eyes towards Finn and the others. They are members of the Loki familia, and no, they didn't hurt me, we were just chatting about old times. Finn's blue eyes widened as he listened to her, not understanding why Alfia was covering for them. What was obvious, though, was that he offered them his pity. Oh, really? Belle looked worried, terrified that he had misunderstood things again. Yes, really, Alfia smiled as she replied. But don't worry, I'm sure they appreciate the new experience you gave them. Besides, He was giving her reasons not to feel guilty, which was working as Belle gradually showed relief on his face. Then when Alfia paused, she looked again at all of Loki's dependents. It's braver and its top executives, I'm sure this is nothing to them, don't you think so? Belle's eyes widened, showing genuine disbelief. Didn't you feel their strength? It's obviously them if you think about it clearly. Of course, thanks to his instincts and experience, he knew that the people in front of him were strong just by looking at them. However, he never expected them to be famous adventurers like Braver and his fellow executives. Surprised, he looked towards the now-known Loki familia. The family kills giants. I had heard stories about them, many in fact, among the most notable being their discoveries in the dungeon. He owed everything to Hermes, who was his trusted informant. Guided by that information, he looked carefully at each one. Braver. He mentioned the first one, who was exactly like the description Hermes had given him, blonde, blue eyes, short, a spear, and an aura of leadership. Finn could only twitch when he was mentioned. Elgarm. Again, it was exactly the same. A bearded dwarf with great charisma who was always scratching his beard, although right now he wasn't doing it. It was possibly because his arms supported the Amazon sisters. 9 hells. Definitely Hermes had not exaggerated when he said that Reveria was an elf whose beauty rivaled that of the goddesses. Belle admitted that she was the second most beautiful woman he knew, Vanargand, an impulsive werewolf who always barked and attacked first. Hermes had said that, and as he saw it when he wanted to attack Alfia, Belle had to conclude that it was the perfect description. Amazon, Jormungand, Princess of the Sword. Girls in skimpy clothes, an expressionless young woman, they were all exactly as Hermes described. Finally, Belle's eyes fell on the elf leaning against Reveria Lefia. He tried to remember, but no matter how hard he tried, the appearance didn't ring a bell. And who are you? He finally asked. He clearly saw the incredulous look on the young woman's face, but he didn't really pay it any mind. After all, he had something to do. He reached under his suit and pulled out a sheet of paper and a pen, then separating himself from Alfia for a moment, he approached the executives of the Loki familia. Please, can I have your autographs? I'm a fan of your stories. Indirectly, Zeus and Hermes had saved the Loki family by making him a fan of heroic stories and dungeon tales. With a radiant smile that would charm any woman, the boy asked them for their signatures. They were lost. First they had been murdered and now they were being asked for their autographs. To top it all off, it was the same boy in both situations. The imposing and intimidating presence was nowhere to be found in him. Now he only gave them a refreshing smile. However, for Finn that was even more terrifying. He no longer felt fear towards the white-haired boy, but that was the point. How was that possible? She has a kind voice and a gentle smile. To think that not feeling fear would be so terrifying. Her skin tingled as she thought about it, and with a trembling hand she signed the part of the paper that Belle pointed to. It was the same with everyone, same feeling, same sentiment, and same thought. The last one was Reveria, who in order to sign had passed Lefia into Aizu's arms. While the beautiful elf was signing, Belle spoke. By the way, Miss Reveria, the stories I've heard about your great beauty were not at all exaggerated. I'm very pleased that you agreed to sign. He was kind with the same tone of voice and his characteristic smile which snapped Reveria out of her trance, who couldn't believe that the boy who had murdered her moments before was now praising her so directly. She is undoubtedly the second most beautiful woman I know, and even more so sincerely without a trace of ulterior motives. My name is bellcranel. He extended his hand to greet her properly. Nice to meet you, Miss Reveria. Another thing to highlight was the word señorita. Among acquaintances and strangers alike, no one called her that. They often used old lady, my lady, sama, etc., etc. Furthermore, it was a word free of impurities, only genuine kindness intentions. Reveria had many reasons to reject his greeting and ignore him, such as the fact that he was related to Alfia, who was an exile from the city. Another possibility is that the young man named Belle had unleashed complete hostility towards them, and had even made them experience a terribly unimaginable death. Finally, he was someone monstrously strong who didn't appear in any record she had read. The pleasure is all mine, bellcranel. However, despite all the reasons he returned the greeting. Perhaps it was because he didn't want to offend someone who had decimated them with nothing but murderous instinct. If he were to get angry, he might very well destroy all his friends. No, Reveria immediately denied that possibility. He doesn't look like that kind of person. What? It was more of a feeling than anything else, but for some reason I had no doubt that it was true. Just centimeters from touching Belle's hand, someone interrupted. Slap. Belle's hand was repelled by a blow from Lefia. You filthy human, who do you think you are to dare touch Reveria-sama? Along with the cry of an annoyed Lefia, the hearts of her companions stopped for a second. They turned their necks robotically, staring blankly at Lefia, who had been carried away by her elven ways. Perhaps she wasn't so attached to such customs, but it was impossible to stand idly by when her princess was about to be touched by a human. Reveria-sama is a princess, a mere human like you can't even hope to be worthy of shaking her hand. Do you know what you were about to unleash? Making all the elves in the world your enemies. Someone please shut Lefia up. Finn was forming a dry smile, worried about what might happen. Oh, Belle, who had remained silent, opened his eyes at that revelation. Enemy of all elves. That sounded great, at least to him. Hey trainee, how likely is it that I'll level up if I face every elf in the world? Are you kidding? It would be an insult if you didn't level up, at least that's what I think. I see. His heart began to race, increasing the emotion that gradually overwhelmed him. But he had already jumped the gun quite a bit, so he would confirm it first. He ignored the furious Lefia, who seconds later had turned pale upon realizing how she had acted and headed towards Reveria. Is that true? He asked seriously. All I needed was a yes, that's true, to be able to act. It would be a very low thing for him to do, but it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. The moment he confirmed it right here in front of everyone, he would hug her. Of course, it would be very rude and vulgar of him, but he would make up for it with whatever Reveria asked of him. For the anxious Belle, the answer was, of course not. Reveria's lovely smile was followed by cruel words that broke her heart. Excuse Lefia, she often says incoherent things when she's nervous. Nothing she says at that time should be taken seriously. Even Reveria herself didn't know why she was denying the undeniable truth that the scene where all the elves turned against Belle could actually happen. He only felt that need to deny it firmly, like a sixth sense guiding him towards survival. Oh, what a shame. His guard didn't let up even when Belle was surrounded by a gloomy aura as he put the sheet with all the autographs into his suit. He looked seriously depressed. Even his handsome face was distorted with sad features. Had he done the right thing by denying it before? Clearly, yes. Just when I wanted to say something to pull him out of that emotional state, Belle shook off all that bad vibe in a matter of a second. Her smile and calm face had returned, now seeing them again. Well, what can you do? He muttered, anyway, now that I have their signatures, it's time to fight. In fact, while he was calmly saying that, Reveria felt the same panic she had felt before when she experienced her own death. Not only her, but everyone else became equally tense. Oh, that's right, we still haven't greeted each other properly. Belle changed the subject again, downplaying the confrontation. Miss Reveria, now I may take your hand. He gave the impression of being very polite but terribly tactless. Perhaps he could sense the tension between her and her colleagues, but he was very likely to simply ignore it as he extended his hand to greet her again. With nothing to do, nothing to say, or nothing to think about, Reveria simply extended her hand to return the greeting. They had gotten off to a bad start, and however strange and changeable the situation was, Reveria understood that Belle was not a bad kid. Then, I've had enough. Alfia grabbed Belle's free arm and pulled him back long before he could even touch Reveria's hand. Belle, have you forgotten this is our first date? I won't let you fight, not today. Alfia confronted Belle like a mother correcting her imperious son. Pointing at him with her index finger, she complained that he was neglecting her on the day that was supposed to be the center of attention for him. He had even meticulously dressed up for it. No one or no woman would be happy if their partner or date ignored that fact and left them out. Besides, Alfia's brow furrowed adorably. I don't want him to touch any other woman, much less that elf. Her jealousy increased, as did her pout, as she glared adorably furiously at the callous Belle. I guess you're right, sorry, I got carried away. He smiled awkwardly, which made her cold heart melt in less than a second. Her cheeks turned a lovely pink, then she looked away while muttering silly rabbit at Belle. Yes, she was angry, but in fact she had heard very valuable information while Belle was talking to Loki's children. He said that Elf was the second most beautiful woman he knew, so that means I. Her body shuddered at the mere thought of that possibility. Of course she was angry, jealous, furious, annoyed, and indignant at the way Belle was praising another woman, but am I the first? Badumps. Like a maiden in love, her chest leaped with excitement, according to the simple theory that it was so. If that was the case, well, she wouldn't mind forgiving Belle's visual and verbal infidelity this time if she gave him a kiss in return. Let's go, I don't want to waste this day any more than I already have. But of course I would ask him in private. Perhaps that kiss would turn into something more intimate and passionate, which certainly wouldn't bother him. Oh, okay. He did not resist and obeyed. Then Alfia took his right arm and wrapped hers around it, just like a couple in love walking through the park. That's right. Belle glanced over his shoulder. The fight is postponed because of my appointment with my aunt, but don't worry, I'll be at her headquarters tomorrow so we can fight. See you then. He turned to Finn and the others, who were still as they had been at the beginning. He received no response but took her silence as an okay, then slowly walked away with Alfia. The back of the boy named Bellcranel disappeared from his sight as soon as he turned a corner along with Alfia. It was then that Finn spoke. We will have to consider changing the location of the headquarters. He said that in a tone that made it clear he wasn't joking. The others nodded unconsciously. Finn, we need to warn Loki about Bellcranel. A meeting must be held with the guild leader and a judgment must be passed. Of the few among them, Reveria was the one who was able to formulate a plan to follow. The hobbit nodded, turning on his heels and walking towards the Twilight Mansion. Reveria, Gareth, Bitet, Tiona, Tyone, Lefia, and Aizu followed behind him. 5 hours later, twilight was descending, bathing the city in a pale red light. After having strolled through the most attractive places in the city, having lunch at a cafe, visiting the shopping district in search of souvenir accessories, and finally escaping a kiss that Alfia demanded, Belle found himself at the last place he would visit that day. Of course, getting rid of Alfia had been difficult, but in exchange for the kiss on the lips, he had offered her 10 on the cheeks. Although one of those 10 kisses had to be on the neck, which made him very nervous when Alfia's cute moan came out. Finally, Anyway, thanks to the sacrifice he made, his aunt had agreed to let him out for a maximum of 3 hours, just enough for him to arrive in time to sleep with her. And right now, what he had in front of him was an immense wooden gate. The place was like a fortress, surrounded by large concrete walls and layers at every point. So what now? Do we wait for someone to open the door so we can sneak in? Trainee sounded impatient, as if he were waiting to see something interesting. Belle smiled at her question. Don't be silly, in cases like these, one should always opt for the traditional approach. And what is traditional? Her smile widened from cheek to cheek, slightly revealing her teeth. Tap, instantly it hit right in the middle of the double gate. Bomb. The immense double wooden doors flew inside. Dust rose, and the thunderous sounds of wood being torn to pieces adorned the once silent space. Walking and entering enemy territory, Belle invaded the headquarters of the Freya family, the Folkvanger. Before him lay an immense green sea, and upon it, great numbers of warriors who were fighting before he arrived. Right now, all eyes, incredulous, surprised, and furious, were looking at him. I apologize for the intrusion. With a smile full of excitement, Belle drew his short sword. A free-for-all began. Chapter 12, A New King, he found her. The view was beautiful, maintaining a majestic essence. A vast green sea illuminated by the golden glow of the sunset. The same rays of the sun that descended over the horizon cast the shadows of more than 100 soldiers. All eyes turned to him, who had invited himself after knocking down the entrance. Belle couldn't contain his excitement. I apologize for the intrusion. Her lips curved into a smile as she drew her short sword, twirling it a couple of times before gripping it firmly. He observed all his future opponents, who initially looked at him with disbelief that eventually turned into hostility. Intruder, they're attacking the temple of the goddess. Don't let him leave here alive. The swords, spears, axes, daggers, all were pointed towards the skies before falling in the direction of Belle. They were sentencing him. Heh. Belle bared his canines, savoring the murderous intent emanating from his enemies. They're level 4 and below, however they have a lot of experience. She felt an electric current rising on her skin. Come on, let's fight to the death. He assumed a battle stance, raising the edge of his sword against his 100 opponents. That was the beginning of the battle. Confuse it. A half a bit led the charge, mobilizing all the adventurers to the attack. 30 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3, 2, 1, the attacks echoed. He had to dodge all the blows coming his way, so many that counting them was pointless. He took a few steps back, then took another. Using his short sword, he plunged into the whirlwind of sharp metal blades that sought his head. Splendid, his techniques against humans are incredible, if only they were a couple of levels stronger. It was unfortunate, but there was nothing I could do about it. He just had to enjoy what was within reach, and in this case it was a semi-hobbit. The one who had led the attack against him, you first. He deflected about 10 cuts, then extended his left hand toward the half-a-bit. The target tried to move away, but it was useless. His face was trapped in Belle's hand. The pressure he exerted with just his fingers was terrifying. Let's fly, aha. He spun around on his heels, spiraling with the half-a-bit's body and striking those closest to him. Then he released his grip on the little man's face, causing the centrifugal force to send him flying through the skies until he crashed into one of the 4 walls surrounding the headquarters. Tree. Even at this distance, the sound of the concrete being cracked could be heard, one less. With a smile on his lips, Belle spun his sword like a propeller, forming a jet-black circle in his right hand. Then he conjured, Reiku. It was a single electric blue flash, however. The appearance of this single flash gave the impression of an electrical storm. It was blinding and deafening for those closest, who were sent flying while their charred bodies emitted smoke. Around 13 enemies had been defeated with that simple magic attack without chant. There was no time for impressions. Belle quickly approached an elf, using the palm of his left hand to grab him by the face and slam him against the grass. Oh, with the back of his head buried a few inches in the earth beneath the grass, the elf groaned in pain. When Belle noticed that he had fainted, he exerted force on his arm and pushed him forward, causing the elf, still with his head in the ground, to form a furrow that separated the grass. A second later, they all crowded around him, slashing with their swords and axes, spears seeking to pierce him, as well as arrows that showed evidence of being imbued with poison. Haha, looks like I'll have to get a little serious with you guys. They hadn't even scratched him, but Belle admitted that the skill with which they handled their weapons was commendable. Besides, there were still about 100 enemies left. If he could speed things up, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Okay, I'll show you one of my magic tricks. After proclaiming his intentions to the four winds, he sheathed his short sword and instantly sent one of his enemies rolling on the ground with a punch to the chest. He was able to perfectly capture the harmonious sound of the bones breaking. The melody of death sounded a second later. The seraph's wings shine brightly, and the brilliant light is a pure white that reveals sins. He took a couple of steps back, then spun around in the air and connected with a flying kick to an enemy's jaw. The thunderous sound of bones breaking was captivating. He's conjuring something up, stop him. Whatever happens, don't let the spell end. The members of the Freya family knew that the invader was dangerous after seeing what a concurrent chanting was doing. Dancing with great skill on the battlefield, it seemed very easy to do. Pure white is proof of purity. A brand is the result of one's actions. 3 opponents with double swords approached to cut him down, but it was useless. He disappeared and reappeared inches from them, holding the heads of 2 of them in his hands and smashing them against each other. The streams of blood began to rain down on the green grass. The third one was incredulous, so he sent him flying with a closed punch to the pit of his stomach. Gah! His breath was taken away before he could take to the air. The result is the future is uniform time. Conformity is everything is created by the past is the cause is one. It was a spell with an extremely long activation chant, but it didn't seem to bother him. He simply continued to conjure and strike his opponents. Fugu. From the top of the hill, a couple dozen men and women unleashed a flurry of magic spells. Apparently, Belle wasn't the only one preparing his magic. Heh. But it wasn't a problem. With the sky illuminated by the sunset that seconds later was blinded by the bright flames and the resplendent rays, Belle murmured, magical cancellation. One of her favorite skills and the main reason why she had an advantage over Alfia. 1 meter from impacting the place where it stood, the meteorite of condensed and mixed magic disappeared without a trace. Disbelief filled everyone. Did he eliminate magic? It was absurd even for them. One is sin is humanity. Humans fear is guilt. Guilt resides within oneself. Something that terrified them was witnessing firsthand a spell skill change being performed as if it were the simplest thing in the world, a adequation. But it didn't matter if they were impressed, frightened, or simply speechless. He was an intruder in the temple of his beloved goddess. The consequence was his death. Even if only one of them survived, that white-haired boy in noble attire had to die. If there is anything within oneself that one despises, the wings of the seraphim will reveal one's sins and purge them from within. But the resolution in them came too late. The last line of the spell had been finished. Twin wings Edelweiss. A transparent white dome extended over the entire headquarters of the Freya family to the point of completely enclosing it. At that moment they all fell. No one could stand in the condensed mass of gravity that flooded every inch of the enclosed space. The battlefield was flooded with the cries of lamentation from the warriors. XXX. Taking into account the whims of his goddess as a point of comparison, this was by far one of the most complicated. They had returned from their long journey in the desert and were escorting their disappointed goddess to the headquarters of the family. Apparently she had failed again to find her otter. Damn it, we should have killed that brat. Alan, speaking quietly enough not to be heard by Freya, uttered those words to no one in particular. It wasn't necessary. The response came from Otter. The great bows walked slowly, careful to ensure nothing happened to his goddess. His stoic face was visible through the hood he had worn in the desert. Whether they had fared well or not, they now moved on to the stage where Freya would become depressed for a whole day before restarting the search for her otter. Yes, that's why no one expected the huge double wooden gate of their headquarters to be completely destroyed. Freya, who was in the middle of everyone to be protected, was surprised. Had they attacked his family in his absence? He couldn't believe it. His children quickly formed a circle around him. Freya-sama, please do not make unnecessary movements. Escorted by a wall of strong adventurers, they advanced at a slow pace. As they entered the headquarters, each of them was speechless. The once beautiful green sea now resembled a wasteland with countless furrows across the land. More than 100 adventurers were embedded among the earth and the burnt grass, one on top of the other, but all with their consciousness extinguished. They looked like small mountains of human flesh without even moving a muscle in their body. Broken weapons, worn edges, cratered areas, and the occasional adventurer embedded in the distant walls surrounding the headquarters. What the hell happened? Alan's face filled with disbelief. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like the result after a 100% guaranteed conquest. There were light bloodstains, but it seemed that no one in particular was in danger of dying. They simply gave the impression of being asleep. Otter. Hedon's voice pulled Alan from his thoughts, directing his gaze towards the aforementioned. Otter was looking towards the top of the hill. Alan did the same. They've arrived. Apparently they were traveling. Welcome, executives of the Freya family, a boy. She didn't look older than 15. She had white hair and ruby red eyes. He wore a black suit with red decorations as his attire. He was sitting in a lotus position on the grass that still remained undisturbed on the top of the hill. Next to him was a half-abit who had fainted. Alan, Hedden, Hogni, the Gulliver brothers, and Otter knew it just by looking at him. That boy was responsible for all the disaster caused at his headquarters, and he was strong. XXX. Freya's silver eyes, as beautiful as precious jewels, lit up when she saw the radiance of the boy's soul sitting on the hilltop. So transparently white, a strangely violent and ambitious purity, it was a perfect mix, like watching a star die. There seemed to be a small emerald green dot, but the transparent white overshadowed everything else. I found you. This time I had no doubt whatsoever it was him. They are Otter, XXX. I welcomed them, which for me was a polite way of saying hello. Having gained everyone's attention, I stood up. I suppose you're no longer needed, thanks for the information. I looked at the unconscious half-abit's body, then kicked him in the abdomen, sending him rolling a few meters away from me. He was the same one I had thrown against the wall of the headquarters, and he had informed me about the location of the executives of the Freya family. I was surprised to learn they weren't in town, but I was glad I waited a little while. It was very lucky that they arrived today. Okay, now with you all, eh? I turned my gaze towards the bottom of the hill, right at the entrance where there used to be a gigantic wooden gate. I was completely surprised. The sharp point of a silver spear was 3 centimeters from piercing my right eye. I perfectly sensed the murderous intent and the immense bloodlust imbued in that attack. Everything slowed down. Haha, interesting. What? I held the tip of the spear with my index finger and thumb, stopping at 1 centimeter from touching my eye. The cat man exclaimed in surprise when he saw that his attack was stopped by nothing more than my fingers. Well, actually, I was faking it. The power of the attack and its speed had cut my fingertips, but my passive regeneration took care of that. I looked at the cat man. His aura completely demonstrated that he was strong. He might even be superior to braver. You're Vana Freya, right? Hermes wasn't lying about your speed. It's impressive. I couldn't help but praise him. It was simply impossible. I was impressed in every sense of the word, however. But you're still very slow, at least for me. Exerting pressure on my fingers that held the tip of the spear, I drew my arm back, pulling the catman towards me. Having achieved my goal, I extended my free arm and grabbed him by the neck. Go to sleep. I didn't hesitate for a second and smashed it against the grassy ground. Tree, gah. The result was a thunderous sound. Cracks spread at least a couple of meters in all directions, and a slight rumble lingered in the ground for a few seconds. I don't think it was my imagination, but I felt the vibration of a couple of bones breaking through my grip on his neck. Perhaps his vertical spine suffered some damage. Oh, but to my surprise, the intense, murderous gaze that never lowered in the slightest continued to watch me, as if he wanted to kill me with just the intensity of his eyes. Awesome, I was overcome with emotion. I knew it. They were more experienced than the low-key familia. The determination that drove them was different. I could feel it just by looking at the aura emanating from their bodies. If that's the case, then I can't hold back. It would be a complete lack of respect for you, wouldn't it, kitty? My smile widened. I wasn't sure, but I don't think it was a dignified appearance. That was what happened when my excitement for the battle took control of me. I increased my grip on his neck. The effect was noticeable as the catman's face began to turn blue. Her legs thrashed back and forth, sometimes hitting my stomach. She swung her arms at my face, trying to hit me. It was useless. All I had to do was dodge it and squeeze his neck harder. Now he could clearly see the blood-red, inflamed veins corroding his eyes, but the intensity of his gaze still did not diminish. This adventurer, even if he is going to die, shows no weakness. Reminded me of myself years ago when I had my fight with that giant wolf. But now that I look back, that was foolish. Just like this catman, I was about to die for not thinking things through and finding a better way to get out of my grip. So many ways to do it, and he always chose the path of death. It's stupid, yes, but it's still admirable. I expressed my sincere feelings. At that moment, I was ready to tighten my grip on his hand and tear his throat apart. Die honorably, catman. Her eyes reflected back to me the reflection of death. I was fascinated, so. A black line flashed by so fast it looked like a jet-black blur. It was the cut of a sword, and its target had been my arm, successfully severing it from the elbow down. He was confused. He had definitely dodged the edge of that sword, but he had still been cut. Was it some kind of magic spell? Had I known, I would have activated my anti-magic ability. That hurts. My eyes opened slightly, then I jumped back, moving away from the new opponent. I first noticed my severed arm still gripping the neck of the cat kneeling in the grass. The catman began coughing painfully after tearing off my forearm and throwing it several meters away from him. Then I turned my gaze towards the person responsible for my severed arm. A dark elf. I hadn't seen one since the last time my aunt ordered those sacred tree roots. He carried a black sword. One look was enough to know it was imbued with a curse. That was definitely bad. Perhaps it was related to the way my arm was cut off. but I didn't really think much of it. What impressed me was seeing a dark elf. According to my Aunt Alfia, they had gone to war with the white elves and died in battle. Unless, are you the king of the dark elves? A gleam appeared in my eyes, but when I asked him, the elf didn't answer. If I remembered Hermes' information correctly, he was the adventurer nicknamed Daneslave. You have dishonored the queen's throne. Prepare yourself, heretic. Hogni the Dark will send you straight to the gates of hell. What did he say? My admiration for the king of the dark elves vanished as soon as I heard his strange words. Belle, I think he means he's going to kill you for entering his headquarters. Really? And what am I supposed to say to something like that? Leave it to me, repeat this. I listened attentively to Trainee's words, nodding slightly once he finished. By the way, stop the bleeding before you start fighting again. I don't want you to faint in the middle of a battle. Understood. I did what was suggested to me and then pointed at the dark elf with my intact arm. Hogni the Dark, ruler of the shadows, I bellcranel, last son of lightning, accept your challenge. Prepare yourself, I will unleash the wrath of the heavens upon your dark inferno. The response I received to my words was a look of complete astonishment on the face of Hogni the Dark. The atmosphere somehow became pleasant. What were all these roses in the air and the white space that enclosed only the two of us? It was as if for a couple of seconds a mutual understanding had been established between us. What was happening? Didn't he understand what I said? That was bad. I'd be embarrassed if he looked at me like I was some kind of freak. Bellcranel. But luckily for me, it was just my imagination. I'll remember that name. And as if the atmosphere had drastically changed, he pounced on me. His speed was considerably impressive, and when he was close, he swung his sword with my neck as the target. He wasn't joking. His intentions to behead me were genuinely true. I took a step back to get out of the cutting range. Now I must counterattack him. I felt unwell. It was a feeling similar to forgetting something important, like a sixth sense. Something that was alerting me to a gap in the whole situation. In this case, I listened to my instincts and took a couple more steps back. Then I pulled one of the wooden daggers from my suit. Clank. I couldn't believe it. Something invisible was striking the edge of the dagger. Now I could clearly see how my arm had been severed. Does the curse on your sword invisibly extend the blade's length? You are very perceptive, last son of lightning. Accept the praise of Hogni the Dark. Ah, I need one of those. It was incredibly cool. But no, it would be very rude and not at all elegant to steal it. I'll have to ask for the contact information of the person who created it. Well, now that I know the trick, your slim chances of victory have vanished, Lord of Shadows. I don't think so. You're missing an arm, and the side effect of my victim abyss will soon take away your mobility. Really. Unfortunately for you, my abnormal resistance is at a impossible. I strained my arm, deflecting the blade of his sword away from me. I tucked the wooden dagger under my robes and drew my short sword. Without stopping, I slashed at him. Clank, clank, sparks flew as I gained ground. I was easily making him back down. It was a shame. His swordsmanship was splendid, his stances and his defense fascinated me. If only it were one level stronger. It was a good battle, Hogni the Dark. I imbued my fist with magical power, then I conjured. Reiku. All the electrical power passed to the blade of my sword, then I cut through space. I swung the edge of my sword vertically from the bottom up, lifting piles of dirt and grass. Sparkling sounds that thundered directly into my ears filled the entire place. The magic wave struck Hogni the Dark One directly, but I knew that wouldn't be enough to knock him out, so paying my sincerest respects, I used all my speed. I sheathed my sword with divine speed, what gaha, and I plunged my fist into his chest. The blasts of air dispersed the dust raised by my previous magic attack, and Hogni the Dark went flying backward. When it landed, it rolled several meters, crashing into the opposite wall behind me. The battle was over. XXX. Do not interfere. Those had been the words of his goddesses when Hogni had gone to Alan's rescue. They genuinely never expected to feel that it would have been better to disobey their goddess. Hogni had been defeated, but Freya still wore a fascinated expression as her lips curved into a smile. It's perfect. After saying those words, she unveiled her face, which had been hidden by the hood she wore. The blanket covering her body also fell away, revealing her figure clad in a daring outfit. I love you. The brightness that radiated from her eyes became amazing. She longed with all her heart to have that boy in her arms, to unite with him, to be one and all for him. Freya-sama. Otter, I'll take care of it from now on. Bose, along with the white elf and the four hobbits, kept to themselves, but they were clearly on alert for the boy who was now slowly coming down the hill towards them. Her ruby-red eyes were focused on the figure of the goddess. Okay, here's another one. Hedon let out an inward sigh. In the end, no matter how strong a warrior was, they all fell to their knees before the beauty of their goddess. It was an inevitable result. XXX. He had a bad feeling, why don't they come? I was puzzled. He had just defeated Vana Freya and Hogni the Dark, but the other executives were not coming to the rescue. Well, if they don't come, then I'll go. He began to descend the hill. The soles of his shoes crushed the deformed grass, giving the appearance of a desolate wasteland. At that moment, as she descended the hill to confront the remaining executives, the female figure removed the hood that covered her face. The lower part was also dropped, revealing her curvaceous body covered by a rather revealing outfit. It just can't be. His throat was dry, he was breathing heavily. About 5 meters away from the beautiful goddess, Belle began her analysis of the perfect partner according to her aunt's descriptions. I would recommend a woman with silver hair. Alfia's soft voice echoed in his head, describing to him aspect by aspect what the ideal woman for him would be. Belle looked at the goddess and with great visual delicacy observed her beautiful silver hair falling like a waterfall down her back. That she dresses appropriately is polite and like silence. He lowered his gaze to the goddess's clothing. He couldn't consider it right, but what was right in the first place? Besides, he hadn't spoken much since arriving, so he definitely liked the silence. She exuded an aura of high class like that of a queen, so she definitely had to be polite. Regarding the clothing, it could be a black dress with a gothic design and green decorations. He had to accept it. That was indeed a gothic outfit. There was only the small detail that its decorations were red instead of green, but red was a color that Belle liked. That he loves you with all his soul. Being sensitive to glances, Belle was able to say something with some certainty. Oi, trainee. What's happening? Isn't that look she's giving me so longing? That's like loving me with all her soul, right? If you put it that way, yes, maybe. I understand. Another requirement was met. There was only one more to go, and then I would ask her to marry me right here. As if signaling, her aunt's voice sounded one last time. That he has one emerald green eye and one silver gray eye. He slowly looked into one of her eyes. It was a beautiful silvery gray. Badam, her heart was racing, going through the process of falling in love at first sight. She felt her cheeks gradually blush. Then it was time to check the remaining eye. He slowly looked at the other one and... Thud, Belle fell to his knees on the ground. Damn, it's silver gray too. He slammed his remaining arm against the ground in great frustration. He felt defeated, having tasted the harsh reality after waking up from a beautiful fantasy. By a hair, by a very small margin. He fixed his gaze on the ground where he rested his knees and hand, thinking about the things that had happened to him so far. If only you had one emerald green eye, you'd be perfect. My aunt could accept you, but no, you have two silver ones, they're very beautiful, but. Was she crying? Maybe. He had been waiting almost 10 years to find the woman who would accompany him for the rest of his life. Naturally, she would become frustrated after almost finding her ideal partner. Will I die alone? Don't worry, Rabbit, you've got me. Only trainee offered him comfort, which cheered him up a little. Taking a deep breath and regulating his breathing, he managed to calm down completely. Well, it's not the time for regrets. He said to himself, if I've already waited 10 years, what's another 10? Wise words, boy, wise words. However he met his future love, what mattered to Belle now was the present. The present moment where the executives of the Freya family were standing in front of him. I wouldn't waste this opportunity. XXX. Suddenly, the brightness of her soul had increased dramatically. It was blinding. The boy had stopped about 5 meters away from her, observing her with rather impressed eyes. Her rabbit-like appearance made Freya's heart leap, but another effect it had was that her cheeks were blushing as she was observed so closely. Didn't I even have to use charm? He wondered. The handsome boy seemed dazzled by her natural beauty. First it was her hair, then her clothes, her essence, everything. She was being examined down to the last corner of her body. She was genuinely embarrassed. Its executives remained slightly alert, probably quite certain that the boy was now a mere puppet guided by his carnal desires. Then, thud, the sound of a pair of knees hitting the ground pulled them from their previous conclusions. Freya opened her eyes wide as she noticed that the radiant glow of her soul had returned to its original state. It was still more beautiful than any other brilliance seen before, but after having seen the previous one, it was impossible not to desire it. Then the rabbit boy began to beat the grass with his remaining hand, muttering things about an emerald green eye and about his aunt's acceptance. He even seemed to be crying. Are you okay? He couldn't help but ask. He was worried about two things. One, who showed no concern whatsoever for her severed arm, gave the impression that she had even forgotten about it. The other was his sudden change in attitude towards her. It gave her a bad feeling. The boy, her otter, lifted his face and looked at her. Small, crystalline tears lingered in the corners of his beautiful rubbered eyes. Why, yes, I'm fine. Even her voice was soft and gentle, like the light sea breeze caressing her cheeks. It's beautiful. Now Freya was completely sure he had to be hers. Tell me, what is your name? My name, I'm Belle, bellcranel. Bellcranel is a very nice name. He didn't seem as fascinated with her as he had been just a few minutes ago, but somehow he liked that. It didn't leave a good taste in my mouth that such a beautiful soul would fall so easily, so this was perfect. Tell me, Belle, would you be interested in having dinner with me tonight? A direct invitation. For the moment, she would not use her charm. She did not want to taint her pure soul with something like an abnormal effect. No, it wouldn't be like that with him. He was special. And it was because it was special that Freya did not expect such a response to her invitation. I'm sorry, miss, but I have to decline. You're not my type. Well, you're almost, but not quite. Besides, my aunt gave me 3 hours off. I only have half an hour of free time left. That certainly such a direct rejection was not expected, just as his invitation had been. Do you know what she'll do to me if I'm even a minute late? Me neither, but I don't want to find out. Seriously, she has very little common sense when she's angry. He continued talking about his aunt, standing up and making a face that showed terror at his fate should he anger that woman. He brushed the dust off his suit with his spare hand, then looked at her. That's why I can't. I'm sorry. Forget about me. It sounded somewhat comical. She had never received a no for an answer, and it was a new experience for her. Yes, she liked new experiences, but she definitely wished it was at a different time than this one where she was rejected. Are you serious? Oh yes, you see, I have certain requirements for falling in love, orders from my aunt. His constant mentioning of her aunt was bothering her. Focusing on another woman when she was standing before a goddess of beauty was a profound insult. I ask again. It was a shame, but it would instill a little of its charm in him. Just enough to make her accept, and even then he would fall in love with her as the days went by. You're sure? Her eyes flashed with a silvery gleam. Yes. He held his head in his hand, looking confused. Then he fell to one knee on the ground. The effect was done. Fufu, my cute otter, let's go inside. Freya extended her hand, waiting for Belle to take it. Slowly the boy stopped holding her head and moved his hand towards hers. Freya's cheeks turned a beautiful pink hue. The touch of his skin, so soft and fresh, captivated her. Good boy, I'm sorry, but I won't risk it. It'll be temporary, only until you're completely mine. A feeling of accomplishment was released from within him. Their long search had finally ended. XXX. I grabbed the back of my head, then I fell onto one of my knees. My body grew weak. I felt my judgment clouded. Everything around me turned a beautiful silver. In the center, in front of me, was the figure of the goddess. She was the ideal woman. Now, unlike before, he had one emerald green eye and one silver gray eye. My cheeks flushed. The beautiful goddess extended her delicate arm, granting me the honor of walking beside her. I slowly withdrew my hand from my head and brought it towards his. The feeling was indescribable. It was so soft, warm, and wonderfully enchanting. Her skin was beautiful. Think about it, you stupid rabbit. And then I felt a hard slap. Acha, I came out of the trance, my vision and judgment became clear. Trainee, why did you hit me? No, how on earth could you hit me? I was confused, my body felt strangely hot and my cheeks were burning. This is problematic. She's a goddess of beauty. Seriously, what a problem. A goddess of beauty. That was true, I remembered when he mentioned it. I was at the headquarters of the Freya family, waiting to be able to confront all of its dependents, but right now I found myself kneeling and holding the goddess's hand. What happened? Did I fall asleep? No, nothing like that. She used her charm. In short, she manipulated your feelings with her beauty to make you fall in love with her. But don't worry, luckily you have me. I can alter your altered state from within. That shocked me, my feelings being manipulated. What a joke, haha. I felt genuinely insulted. Nobody had the right to command my feelings, and having them manipulated so easily and blatantly ignited a spark in me. I got angry, similar to the feeling of seeing my aunt being attacked. You'll regret this. His confused murmuring only made me angrier. I removed my hand from hers, then looked at her with great irritation in my eyes. XXX. Otter, Hedin, and the Gulliver brothers all felt it. Their goddess was in danger. At the speed of the first classes, they positioned themselves between her and the white-haired boy, preparing all their weapons and ready to eliminate him. Fight eternally indestructible soldiers of lightning, Kalis Hilder. The first attack was by Hedin, conjuring his short song spell. Several orbs of powerful lightning formed in the air, launching their electrical currents towards Belle. He quickly dodged by taking a couple of steps back. Do you want to play too? He looked at his opponents. 4 hobbits, a white elf, and a great bows. Belle noticed the last one, who was carrying a large sword and looking at him with murderous intentions greater than the others. It was like a rock, a warrior who resembled a great rock. With a height that made you look up at him, he was a giant to the point that you could mistake him for a monster. His 4 limbs, woven from pure muscle, were thicker, firmer, and stronger than anyone else's in the city. The pressure released from his body was more bloody, abnormal, and intense than anything. That mass of brute force was evidence of someone absolutely powerful. It was proof of an unwavering will. His mere image made you understand, without saying a word, what a king was who could defeat even a dragon. The strongest one, who had rust-colored hair and eyes, looked at Belle with an immense thirst for blood. Reindeet. A simple demand. He didn't seem to be joking, and that's what enraged Belle. Ready to relinquish your throne, king. 1 meter apart their wills clashed. XXX. Of course, Otter knew it just by looking at him. The white-haired boy was ridiculously stronger than him. The strong recognized the strong. That was a very well-known phrase, in this case. The weak fear the strong. Such was the great difference in power between him and the boy who looked like a rabbit. But Otter wasn't someone who would defend his goddess because he knew he would win. No, he would defend his goddess even if death was what awaited him. He got ready. If there was an opportunity, it was to work as a team alongside the other executives. XXX. The weapons were pointed at him: a great axe, a great sword, a spear, and a hammer. The battle moved to a distance where Freya would not be affected. All the executives had gathered. We will defeat it together. Those were Otter's words. His command as captain was demonstrated when the others readily agreed. Even Alan and Hogni had returned to the battle after seeing their goddess in danger. We'll take care of you. Get ready, rabbit. You will wish you had not desecrated the throne of the goddess. This place will be your grave. The Hobbit quartet moved at great speed and with incredible coordination, trying to land a collision on Belle. But he dodged them with remarkable ease. Rabbit. And he was even angrier than he had been a moment ago. Using his intact arm to wield his short sword, Belle repelled all of the Hobbit brothers' attacks. I'll let it go because we just met, but I'll forgive him once, not twice. Understood. Sparks flew as the metals impacted. The Gulliver brothers were being easily manipulated. Then. Strike eternally, indestructible general of lightning Varian Hilder. A large and powerful lightning bolt was generated from above and fell towards Belle. Magical cancellation. It was resolved simply, but the attacks immediately continued. A greatsword, a cursed sword, and a silver spear all fell like attacks upon Belle, not even letting him breathe. Without one of his arms, it was a little difficult to handle them. The battle lasted for about 15 minutes. The sounds of metal clashing against metal, bones creaking, and painful groans filled the air. With all their strength, teamwork, skill, and battle experience, they managed to cut Belle's cheek. The distance between each side was increased to 10 meters. Damn monster, Alan blurted out. His body was covered in cuts courtesy of Belle's sword. The last son of lightning is powerful. Hogni, with his sword in hand, was panting from exhaustion. His body was burned, releasing trails of smoke due to Belle's magical lightning attacks. At this rate we'll lose. That human nullifies all the magic attacks I launch. It's useless. Shut up, you damned elf, we just have to kill him, that's all. Yes, the rabbit. Trail. At a speed they could not perceive, D. Valen received a blow to his face, being sent flying through the air. The sound of his skull cracking made his brother's heart stop. I told you, didn't I, that there wouldn't be a second time? Now he was in the middle of them, surrounded by them all. Ulfrig was the first to attack, but his weapon was stopped by the boy's fingers. Then he received an axe kick that sent him crashing to the ground. You all seem very carefree. Are you underestimating me? His irritated voice reached everyone, but his rubbered eyes were fixed on someone in particular. Why are you holding back, Otter? He looked at the great bows, who until now had remained on the sidelines after launching a few attacks. Do you think your subordinates are enough to defeat me? It wasn't simply that he remained on the sidelines, but that he merely analyzed it. That was somewhat insulting to Belle, who had already been hurt when his feelings were manipulated. Answer me, he demanded it with a sharp look. In response, Otter stepped forward. I was just looking for a way to kill you. Now that I've found it, there's no reason for me to stay out of it, he declared. The confidence with which he said it sent a shiver through Belle's body, which unconsciously formed a smile. Haha, how long has it been since I felt this? The feeling of possible death. He looked at the fist holding his short sword, then let out a soft sigh. Very well, I will forgive your goddess for the offense of manipulating my emotions. I will also let you live, though you will not be unharmed. Under the watchful and cautious gazes of all his opponents, Belle declared, if you can kill me, go ahead. It's very arrogant of you to think there's a chance, but I don't mind it. Her smile widened. It seemed that excitement was replacing the anger of before. Executives of the Freya family here and now. Raising his sword horizontally, he pointed it at them all. I will show them the great wall that they will not be able to overcome, no matter how great their efforts. At this point, things got really serious. Sauka. Her aura increased greatly, Creta de minus. His limbs seemed to gain a little extra muscle mass, and he gave the impression of being an impenetrable wall. Vidar Fenrir. Her legs were surrounded by a dense layer of magical power. Spiritual union. An astounding and absurd amount of magical power spread over the entire area, and at that moment his severed arm grew at an absurd rate. It had regenerated. The amount of magical power that rose above his body was immense, to the point of being suffocating and causing him to want to vomit from asphyxiation. Part of her white hair was stained with a beautiful light jade green, as was one of her eyes. The appearance was majestic like that of a great spirit. W. The beastman instincts in Alan told him to flee the place, but his will to protect his goddess overcame his fear. We're not finished yet. Having walked away from the boy, they admitted it had been a mistake. Now he seemed more invincible than before. The seraph's wings shine brightly, and the brilliant light is a pure white that reveals all sins. He began to conjure, don't let the spell end. Let's end it once and for all. Otter. Hedin, as an expert magic knight, immediately detected the large amount of mana being gathered. They all launched into the attack again, all except Valen, who still couldn't get up and return from the place where he had been thrown. Pure white is proof of purity. A brand is the result of one's actions. Cuts and blows were dodged. The concurrent singing was a problem for Freya's children. Otter joined the battle but could barely touch him. The result is the future is uniform time. Conformity is everything is created by the past is the cause is one. Even when they became beastified, there was hardly any difference. Now the boy was stronger than before. One is sin is humanity, humans fear is guilt resides within oneself. Just by waving his arms, he caused cyclones of air that unbalanced his movements, making them fail. Whirlwinds formed all over the place. If there is anything within yourself that you despise, the wings of the seraphim will reveal your sins and purge them from within. Roots emerged from the ground and clung to their feet, immobilizing them for brief moments. Twin wings, Edelweiss. The singing ended, and it was impossible to do anything to stop it. For the second time that day, a white dome enclosed the headquarters of the Freya family. Everything inside was filled by suffocating gravity. They were forced to fall to their knees. Being at higher levels, they had narrowly avoided fainting. There's still a while to go. And for them who were being driven to despair, Belle spoke. In his right hand he held his sword, his left arm glowed faintly white. The sound of bells rang. Mysteriously in this reality, I earnestly seek the great gate of the gods. Another chant was begun, and no, it can't be. You must be joking, you damned human. Alan and Hedin were speechless, trying to stand up against the oppressive gravity. Ulas, son of lightning. Hogni, with fatal wounds all over his body, looked weakly at the figure of that warrior. He admitted that they would be brutally defeated. Discreetly and respectfully, I beg you in this way, please listen to my plea calmly and serenely. It was like the song of death, a countdown that indicated its end. I speak to you with humility, gods surrender as fast as lightning. Again, it was a feeling similar to living through the apocalypse, heroes rise. A higher existence than them, and LV 8XXX. A tremor was felt throughout the city, XXX. Night reigned over the skies, a black cloak of darkness illuminated by the moon and its stars. It was a peaceful and tranquil night. Loss. Belle walked slowly through the city streets. Hey, are you okay? Trainee spoke. Contrary to his outward appearance, Belle was very tired. He had overdone it. His body, despite being that of an irregular LV-7, simply could not withstand all of Trainee's spiritual power and his own magic at the same time. Walking unsteadily as if under the influence of alcohol, he soon fell to his knees. Cough, 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 he coughed repeatedly. Hey, Belle, don't overdo it, you idiot. I'm fine. She covered her lips with one hand, then looked at her palm. It was covered in a dark red liquid. That doesn't seem right to me, you're spitting blood. It's nothing, everything's fine, really. He could clearly hear Trainee's exasperated sigh in his head, but he didn't pay any attention to it and got up. Once again, his slow and unsteady walk began. Hey, how long will you keep this up? You're worrying me. Huh, what do you mean? He slowly entered an alley that ended at the other end of the street. He was heading in the direction that would lead him home. Are you going to keep playing dumb? You're imagining things, Trainee. Perfect, that's fine then. How about I stop supplying my magic power to your body? What go her thud, cough, cough. Again his knees hit the cold concrete of the alley. He coughed violently, spitting up large amounts of blood. His limbs began to tremble and a cold sweat formed on his body. Will you tell me or not? At this rate, you'll die without being able to keep your promise. Spiritual union. It was the technique by which Belle had been brought back from the dead. As an absolute rule, his body was dependent on Trainee's spiritual power to survive. If the connection was severed, his body would wither and perish within minutes. Trainee, her body collapsed, twisting until she was lying on her back on the ground. The sight of the moon between the buildings was strangely terrifying. He was dying with a beautiful starry night as his backdrop. Tick-tock, Belle, life is slipping through your fingers. What will you do? I idiot, won't you die too since you don't have a container? Cough, cough. Belle didn't like being manipulated. It was one of the things that irritated him the most. If there was a way to refuse, I would use it, in this case. Do you think I'm afraid of death, Belle? I'm not tied to anything, whereas you have a promise to keep. There was no way. Trainee had the reins of the problem and controlled everything perfectly. Damn it. She clenched her teeth so tightly they looked like they would break. He had no choice. He couldn't die, not yet. The promise to her was still unfulfilled. Surrender was forbidden. What do you want to know? Convulsing with his own blood, he managed to formulate weak words. Heh, you see how difficult it was. An instant later, spiritual energy began to flow through Belle's body again, halting his death. Ha. He felt a lump in his throat, but once the effects of regeneration began to work, he was able to breathe normally. He didn't even try to get up. He just lay there on the ground with his limbs outstretched, watching the night with the moon and stars. Her eyes turned sad. Why are you doing all this, Belle? To be specific, I'm doing many things. What? He wanted to sound indifferent and carefree, all with the intention of lightening the mood of his spiritual companion. Okay, I'll be more direct. Why are you acting like the bad guy? It's not like you to go around hurting everyone left and right. But apparently his jokey side hadn't worked this time. Trainee continued to insist with determination. Her lips released a sigh. The breath was visible through the cold that invaded the atmosphere. I haven't been that cruel, have I? Are you serious? You ripped open a stranger's chest in the dungeon without hesitation. It had regeneration just like me. Just because someone is immortal, does that mean you can kill them? Don't mess with me. What about the Loki Familia? What about thems? You killed them in a fit of bloodlust, Belle. Do you know how traumatic that is? I'm sure they won't be able to sleep peacefully for months. They tried to attack my aunt. It was a deserved punishment, wasn't it? You could have broken their legs, but I'm sure the Belle I know would never be so cruel as to make someone watch their death. You've been acting strange ever since we arrived in town. Maybe perhaps you're right, but I don't really notice any difference. Weren't you completely different with the Freya Familia? You killed them, came back to life, and then killed them again. That's not the Belle I know. Tell me what you're trying to do, you stupid rabbit. Belle's lips formed a faint smile. You know I hate it when you call me rabbit, Trainee, he murmured gently. I'll call you rabbit forever if you don't tell me your true intentions, you fool. Her partner's voice was breaking. She seemed about to burst into tears. My true intentions, huh? He thought about it for a while. He felt it was time to be honest with himself. Do you remember the god who visited us 7 years ago? The one you said was a genocidal maniac. Yes, I remember him. What does he have to do with this? His plan, what he explained to my Aunt Alfia and Uncle Zald, his intention to turn them into the villains of an era. Belle still remembered word for word that macabre plan that the god wanted to carry out. It was a good plan to make the adventurers grow through desperation. It only had two problems. Two problems, what are they? 1. Many innocent people would die. 2. I wanted the villains to be my uncles. There was a short silence in his head, then a sigh was heard. Idiot. Haha, I've noticed. Seriously, you're an idiot. Something was different this time, and it was easily noticed by Belle. Trainee, are you crying? Her voice turned surprised as she listened to the small sobs flooding her head. Shut up. How can you ask me not to cry when I thought kind Belle had left? You fool, you've always been such a fool. I'm sorry, I see you understood the first time, thank you, obviously. Actually, it wasn't that hard to understand. Thanks to Trainee's power and his own, Belle could carry out the plan Erebus had proposed 7 years ago. Of course, it would be perfect without the two problems that the previous one had. Deaths would be avoided, and in case someone was killed, he could revive them if he treated them in time. In the case of his uncles, they would not be seen as antagonists of humanity, all thanks to the fact that he had taken their places. I would do it alone. It would strengthen the warriors of the city and prepare them for the great battle against that dragon. It wasn't a selfless act, but neither could it be called opportunistic. It was simply that both he and the world shared the same goal. First, there would be a tyrant who would force them to grow up so they could adapt and survive. Then they would go to war against the black dragon. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't it? He murmured. Yes, you're right. She smiled playfully, gazing at the stars in the sky. It was a beautiful night. Are you okay? And the most beautiful night was enhanced by the most beautiful voice. Tilting his head in the direction of the origin towards the entrance of the alley where he was standing. There was a girl there, silver hair, a beautiful porcelain face like that of a doll, 2 pairs of beautiful jewels, one emerald green and the other silver gray. Her clothing was white combined with purple tones, the style was gothic. It covered her entire body but retained the essence of that abnormal beauty. Her ruby red eyes lit up. He was lost in her beautiful face, her features were so delicate that they seemed fragile even in the slightest breeze. It was perfect. Are you okay? Her genuine concern for him was the final trigger. He had appeared, the ideal woman. When her aunt had described, please, all pain or any trace of it disappeared from Belle's body. He stood up and didn't hesitate to kneel on one knee. His right hand reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a beautiful ring with an embedded diamond. Marry me? He didn't hesitate for a second. She was the one. While her cheeks burned like hell itself, Belle patiently awaited her soulmate's response. Her breathing was ragged. A patch of her white hair was stained with blood, as was her right temple. I was nervous. Really, how long had it been since her heart had raced so fast? I didn't know and I didn't want to know. I was only focused on the present, waiting for a response. Waiting. Number chapter 13, Getting to Know the City. Sad rabbit. His body moved on its own. Please, He took a beautiful ring adorned with an inlaid jewel from the bag in his suit and extended it towards the woman in front of him. Sitting on one of his knees, he exclaimed his request. Marry me? He didn't hesitate for a second. She was the one. While her cheeks burned like hell itself, Belle patiently awaited her soulmate's reply. Her breathing was ragged. A patch of her white hair was stained with blood, as was her right temple. I was nervous. Really, how long had it been since her heart had raced so fast? I didn't know and I didn't want to know. I was only focused on the present, waiting for a response, expecting, no, perfect. Let's go to the civil registry and what? He didn't know why, but he was confident he wouldn't be rejected. He was so self-assured that he skipped the process and went straight to the marriage ceremony. Much knowledge instilled by his aunt, who had thoroughly trained him on matters of proposals and romance between a man and a woman, although that same information was taken from books that Alfia often read. Anyway, being rejected wasn't what Belle expected, so naturally he was surprised. The gleam on the rubbered surface of her eyes faded after she managed to process the answer. WI. He was exhausted from his previous battle, but not even the slightest symptoms of pain were present in his body. He simply wanted to know the reasons why the most beautiful woman in the world rejected him. To that she replied, I don't know you. He stated the obvious. Her face, as fine as porcelain and as delicate as a doll's, did not change in the slightest. But it was noticeable that now she looked at him with slight suspicion, not like before when she showed concern towards him. In fact, it was completely normal. If a blood-covered stranger lying in an alley suddenly asked you to marry him, a no as an answer was more than obvious. So she was being very kind by not calling the Ganesha family to have him arrested for being a stalker. You don't know me, Belle murmured. That made sense. He remembered the steps his aunt had taught him in the How to Ask My Aunt to Marry You classes that she gave him every Thursday. Yes, at no point had I spoken to her about starting a friendship that would later turn into a romantic relationship. So is the love of my life someone I already know? Impossible. The blood was being regenerated by his spiritual power, so reason was slowly returning. It was possible that she already knew her soulmate with the same descriptions that Alfia had given her, but she didn't consider that feasible either. If that was the case, so if we get to know each other, will you marry me? My name is bellcranel. It was easy to solve. If Alfia hadn't taught him that step, then he'd create it himself. Easy and quick. Your name? Would I have the honor of knowing your name? She continued to look at him from her standing position, observing him with the beautiful pair of emerald green and silver gray jewels. Look, I don't think I'd accept it even if we knew each other. Where have you been living all this time that you don't find this strange? What? I don't understand. It's normal to ask the woman you love to marry you. My aunt told me so. Was this turning into a therapy session? Belle felt that way, as if he were being judged. To the woman you love, you say. The beautiful young woman showed a blank expression, revealing her disbelief. Do you even know my name? He asked. Belle was left without a way to respond to that. Right now I wish I had the ability to read minds so I could answer him correctly, but he wasn't so lucky. And no. He shook his head weakly. I knew it, she said. Her perfectly balanced voice was enchanting, so much so that it made Belle's heart dance with joy. However, he had a bad feeling. I can confirm that you're okay. I assume your injuries have already been treated. Oh no, that's not it. This blood isn't mine, don't worry. That's even more worrying. Should I call the Ganesha family? I don't know who they are, but please don't call them. I swear the owners of this blood are alive. The topic was getting off track, and the fact that the girl of his dreams started to turn away only made things worse. Please wait, something very peculiar was happening to him. Let's ignore all the previous scenarios. Please agree to marry me. I was starting to panic. Her emotions shot out in all directions. Her heart rate, her blood temperature, the dilation of her pupils, the strangely chilling sensation on her skin. For him, who was still leaning on one knee and extending the ring, the girl's response was the same. No, the rabbit's heart was broken into 1,000 pieces. He could perfectly hear the high-pitched, booming sound of the same pieces fading away in the back of his mind. But I could make you happy. He wouldn't give up just because of a rejection. In fact, being rejected fueled his determination. She made up her mind, her eyes shone brightly. Whatever it was, he would win the heart of that beautiful maiden. I could show you anything you want to see and take you anywhere you want to be. I want you to be my luck and know that even if the sky is falling, I'll protect you. She had practiced with her aunt so many times in case this moment came. Yes, there were a few mistakes due to the unexpected encounter, but she could fix them. It's fine if you reject me, but I want you to know that I won't give up. I'll make you fall in love with me even if it's the last thing I do in my life. A complete novice when it came to matters of love, that's what he was. Her bright red cheeks and eyes glowing with embarrassment made it clear that she wasn't faking. In Trainee's opinion, it was fun to see Belle like that. I will win you over, beautiful girl whose name I don't know. He was genuinely stupid but also innocent. His first love. For a young man who since childhood had done nothing but have heated battles, it was a unique feeling. Love was the joy of the good, the wonder of the wise, the awe of the gods. For Belle, it was all of that in one package. To his determination, the beautiful maiden replied, "My answer is still no." A cold and indifferent reply. She sighed after his words, resuming her slow walk. "You should go home, you might catch a cold," he said before leaving the alley. On the cold floor of the street enclosed between buildings, Belle dropped the hand that extended the ring towards his side. "Huh." An excited sigh escaped her lips. She's hard to conquer. Inevitably, a smile formed on his lips. He was excited, eager, and above all, incredibly happy to have finally found her. She felt like a million butterflies were fluttering in her stomach. It was something interesting. Is this what love feels like? A slight tremor took hold of his body, but it wasn't because he was cold. It was more like a sentimental shudder. She's perfect. I'll take her home to my Aunt Alfia. She was exploring new horizons with her emotions. Hey, Earth to Belle. An annoying and irritating voice interrupted the scene of her and that girl getting married, so she inhaled a little air and asked, "Yeah, what's up? I'm busy here, you know." He sounded slightly annoyed. After all, it was normal, even though he didn't give up after a quick rejection that didn't lessen how painful it was. "I just wanted to let you know that it will only take 7 seconds for your 3 hours off to end." The roses, the butterflies, the lovely and adorable sensations of love abandoned him. His face turned pale. The silhouette of his aunt came to his mind, staring at him with dead eyes. "Why are you telling me now? Weren't you looking like an idiot admiring that girl a moment ago?" A fight was about to start, but Belle didn't have time for that. He had no choice but to use all his speed like a LV-7, bursting out of the alley in a split second and racing through the streets. The road he was traveling on was being attacked by a strong gust of wind. If I had to describe it in one word, that would be weird. He was on his way to his family headquarters after a long day of work. The night was young and just beginning to show its stars. She never expected that on her way back she would come across an attractive boy with white hair and red eyes lying in an alley. In addition, it had bloodstains. Naturally, she was worried. She walked up to him and asked how he was doing, receiving a marriage proposal in response. He had to admit it, he hadn't expected that. He even had a ring and everything, which only made it stranger. Who in their right mind would propose marriage to a girl they just met? What a strange boy. He continued walking through the city streets, sometimes observing the lively bars or listening to the crickets chirping. The last words of the young man with the appearance of a rabbit came to his mind. "I will win you over, beautiful girl whose name I don't know." She didn't know how to react to that, but something was wrong with him. It gave her a bad feeling. The doors were suddenly thrown open. I arrived. His breathing was heavy, almost irregular. There was sweat running down her cheeks and forehead, and her face was completely etched with despair. Facing him was Alfia with her arms crossed under her large cleavage. "1 second. He murmured, looking him up and down meticulously. Google. Belle swallowed audibly, staring with terror and nervousness at his aunt's perfect, chiseled face. "You arrived 1 second to 3 hours, Belle." The smile that Alfia gave him brought calm to his tormented heart, coming out in the form of a relieved sigh. "Thank goodness," he murmured. He closed the door with his left foot, then let his body fall onto the wooden floor, completely exhausted. "What a long day," he blurted out. Now that he thought about it, he had been putting too much pressure on himself. The 4 days in the dungeon, the encounter with Haruhime's friends, the small confrontation with the executives of the Loki Familia, and the pitched battle against the entire Freya Familia. It was simply insane. "What's wrong with my stamina? I've been getting tired too quickly lately," he thought. That worried him, but luckily for him, Trainee clarified things for him. "It's because the young master didn't control his power and my power. It's a miracle you can even move after exaggerating so much, you idiot." "Is that so?" He couldn't be entirely sure, but if she said so, then it must be true. He let out another sigh, leaning the front of his head back against the wall of the entrance hall. Soon his body was pulled to the right, his face drawn especially towards a pair of soft, firm pillows. "You did something crazy again, didn't you?" His aunt's soft voice acted like a lullaby. It was amazing how she could calm him with just the sound of her voice. "Maybe," he replied sadly. Her hair was brushed by Alfia's long, soft fingers, gently caressing it at a steady pace. "Let's go and rest, although you should take a bath first." "Would you like me to run the bath?" "Please, thank you very much, Aunt." He was received in the best possible way, so attentive, affectionate, understanding sometimes, and most notably so her. It was because of her that Belle felt so comfortable by her side. "Okay, I guess I'll take a second bath tonight." Huh. Well, the fact that he smiled mischievously while helping to lift him up and declared that he would bathe with him was not very pleasant, at least for Belle, who was no longer the child he once was. "Don't you think that would be embarrassing?" he asked. He wasn't going to lie. He had seen his aunt's naked body so many times that every inch of her skin and every curve of her body was etched in his mind. It was impossible for it to be any other way since she had bathed him since he was very little. Furthermore, she often slept naked while using him as a pillow. Embarrassing. In response to his question, she tilted her head in a tender way. His eyes showed confusion. But if we're family, there's no reason to be ashamed. It's normal for me to show my love for you just like it is for me to show my body, she said with a beautiful smile. It was strange. Certainly she was not wrong. They were family, and to consider it shameful to see your aunt's naked body simply implied that you viewed her as a woman and not as your family. In that case, Belle understood. You're right, there's nothing strange about it. He smiled, just like her, being guided to Alfia's room and then to the bathtub. They uncovered each other's bodies. Alfia washed her back, sometimes rubbing her breasts, and Belle washed her back as well. In the end, they ended up leaving half an hour later after spending a good amount of time cooling off, going straight to bed. Belle was used as a pillow, falling asleep immediately and forgetting to mention to his aunt about the encounter he had with his soulmate. Morning arrived before he knew it, and having escaped from the arms of a sleeping Alfia, Belle had begun his search. To find the maiden from last night, she walked through the streets, analyzing every inch in the hope of seeing that beautiful silver hair dancing in the air. But it was in vain. After searching for a long time, he could not find the slightest clue as to her whereabouts. I was starting to think about a possible hallucination due to his terrible physical-mental state last night. Trainee. Relax, it's real, it definitely is. A sigh escaped from between her lips. He was relieved, knowing that yesterday's predestined encounter was real and not a mirage. I think lifted his spirits. His face lit up, ready to continue searching. Then, Guru's Guru. His stomach growled, blush. What a shame. Her body turned to stone for a few seconds, then her cheeks turned red and she began to look around. I was checking if anyone had heard it. He was standing in the middle of the street with pedestrians hurrying by. Apparently no one was paying him any attention because of the above. Phew, thank goodness nobody heard. He sighed and took a breath to calm himself, regaining the polite composure of a gentleman. Once again he began his slow walk. I need to find a place where I can eat. I forgot to have breakfast. All because I wanted to go out and look for that girl. There are priorities, trainee. I didn't know the city completely, apart from the Love Square, the headquarters of the Freya family and the house where they were currently staying. In fact, the reason he hadn't attacked the Loki Familia headquarters first thing in the morning was that he didn't know its location, and it wasn't very polite of him to treat Haruhime like a tour guide. She looked so exhausted and content, making it clear that she had enjoyed herself with her old friends. Hey Belle, what's that place like? As he walked, Trainee pulled him from his thoughts, mentally pointing out a bar that had just opened its doors. Belle observed the business sign, identifying the name as the Lady of Abundance. It looks decent, was his opinion. There was a pale gray-haired waitress wearing a green outfit adorned with a white apron and a cloud-shaped headband, somewhat dejectedly sweeping the entrance of the place, giving soft, saddened sighs every 5 seconds. I wonder if something has happened to her. Belle wondered as he walked towards her. The place already seemed to be completely clean, but she continued to sweep lightly with the broom. She seemed to be in another world. A little afraid of being rejected by a grumpy waitress, Belle got close enough and spoke to her in a soft voice. Excuse me, miss, do you have service? The young woman's delicate shoulders jutted out noticeably. She turned around quickly, dropping the broom onto the cobblestones of the street and looking directly at him. Ryuu, she brought both hands to her lips, covering them in an attempt to hide her surprise. Her cheeks were flushed a lovely pink. Her eyes seemed to glow. This feeling. Belle was surprised by how familiar the look seemed. He didn't remember ever meeting the girl in front of him, although it gave off a mysterious atmosphere around it. Strange. A slight suspicion grew. Is everything all right? Ah yes, everything is fine. She had returned to reality, removing her hands from her lips and waving them in the air. Her behavior was very nervous. It's definitely not okay, Trainee added. Yes, she's definitely suspicious. He began to think about his actions, searching for a possible answer. Then you asked about the service, right? Yes, we have breakfast service. Would you like to come in? She suddenly adopted an extroverted personality as if she desperately wanted me to come and eat. Were sales bad and did you want to get customers? It was feasible, so he nodded in response. Please, I'm starving, of course, please follow me. She smiled radiantly, guiding him into the cafe/bar. She seemed very happy, nothing like the depressed look she'd had when he first saw her. He had to admit it, the place was incredible, nothing like a food stall in his village. There was a long bar with separate stools, perfectly arranged tables, and a large number of waitresses running around. Whoa, the atmosphere is nice, he commented. He found it interesting that there were strong women working as waitresses. He wondered if this was some kind of dark guild that handled the dirty work. Really, that's fantastic. Come on, I'll take you to the bar, a special seat just for you. The lively waitress took his hand without his consent, cheerfully leading him to the place where he would be served. I'll be right back and take your order. Thank you very much, I'll be waiting. He sat down, resting both forearms on the surface to support his chin. He was hungry, so he wasn't in the best mood. Furthermore, not having any clues about the mysterious girl from yesterday frustrated him. Where could it be? A love-struck sigh escaped her lips, closing her eyelids as she waited for the waitress to take her order. Then thud, 2 dishes, one with a large amount of spaghetti and the other with fish stir-fried in oil with garlic, were left on the bar in front of him. Apparently, he had already ordered and had already been served. Wait. Except that they hadn't even taken his order, sorry. He looked up, observing the woman on the other side of the bar, the one who had handed him the 2 plates. It's enormous, exclaimed Trainee. She appeared to be a dwarf woman with no dwarf genes. She was much taller than Belle, approximately 180 cm in total. What's up, kid? She looked back at him, watching him from above. She seemed irritated, or perhaps that was just the way her face looked. Belle explained gently and with a smile. It seems there was a misunderstanding. This isn't my order. In fact, I didn't even give it. Oh. She smiled brazenly, seemingly enjoying herself. Sir brought you right. That means you're a big eater. Don't worry, just eat while I take care of squeezing you dry. Belle's face went blank, staring incredulously at the dwarf woman. Squeeze my money. Mia, he's the only person you can't force to eat something he didn't ask for. Sir had gone to the dressing rooms to apply some lotion, fix her hair, and moisturize her face. Serious mistake. Crossing through the door that connected the dressing rooms to the service room, he saw Mia Grand interacting with Belle, with his otter. And it seemed that Mia was up to her old tricks again, getting money from the customers she brought to the establishment. How will he react? He became seriously worried, remembering how seriously his executives and the rest of the family had been left yesterday. Of all of them, only Otter had woken up from his temporary coma. Very nervous, she stood motionless, staring at the scene of the boy who carried the brightest soul and the former captain of the Freya family. There were 2 possible outcomes. 1, Belle was sweeping the floor with Mia and destroying this place with no one able to stop him. 2nd, Belle succumbed to the pressure exerted and accepted the food without saying anything. It's impossible that she's the 2nd one. Everything had ended before it had even begun. There was some discomfort in my chest. Yes, memories of my Aunt Alfia's advice came to mind. You are too kind, your kindness is like that of my sister Materia, that's why strength doesn't go hand in hand with kindness. I never really considered myself a kind person, but in my aunt's eyes I was. She often told me that I had inherited my mother Materia's kindness. Perhaps it was, but it was as he said. Strength did not go hand in hand with kindness. Never feel sorry for those who don't feel sorry for you. The scene of this dwarf woman, who was not dwarf at all, reminded me of those words spoken by my aunt. They could be interpreted in many ways. One of my favorites, giving back what you receive. I raised one of my eyebrows, looking with clear hostility at the woman on the other side of the bar. I wasn't going to let myself get scammed in this place. I forgot about my reputation. I didn't want to know what would happen to this place if my aunt found out, nor about the waitresses who suspiciously had strong warrior auras. So I was right, it would be me who would fix this in the most peaceful way possible instead of my aunt, who would do it in the most destructive way possible. I said, this is not my order, please withdraw it. She showed a surprised face. I didn't blame her, after all, I could perfectly conceal my presence, passing as just another normal civilian in the city. Even if she was roughly a level 6 by the end of her journey, it was simply impossible for her to perceive me as a danger. The atmosphere in the air had changed. This kid. It was as if he were mocking her, not intentionally but succeeding nonetheless. In an instant, he had unleashed his warrior presence. It's strong. It was an absolute conclusion. Mia seriously wondered how Sir had brought such a dangerous boy into her establishment. Even more worrying, was this a new member of his family? If so, then not even Loki's children would pose a problem for him in the power hierarchy. No, was it even possible for the entire city to oppose this rabbit-like tyrant? Mia sighed, taking both plates in her hands and carrying them to the kitchen. She quickly returned to the boy, who seemed irritated, and asked, "What do you want to order, brat?" As he finished his question, he smiled kindly. Its presence, which resembled the shape of a demon on his back, disappeared completely. I don't really know. What are those symbols you just removed called? Oh, spaghetti bolognese and sea bass in garlic sauce. Why, perfect. I'll have those 2, please, Madam Cook. What had he just said? He wished he had a problem with his ears, because otherwise he would really explode. You little brat, what did you say? Can I have those 2 plates you just removed, please? He smiled at me cheek to cheek as if he were mocking her. That was enough for Mia. Her anger was overflowing. A vein popped out on her forehead, standing out visibly. Do you think I won't kick you out of here just because you're strong? He asked. Come on, there's no need to resort to violence. This is a small payment for what happened before. You know, bossin, pressuring customers like that isn't exactly honorable. This is a life lesson, you understand. A brat giving me a life lesson. How ironic. She didn't look a day over 15, so Mia couldn't help but let out an annoyed huff at the life lesson she was being given. Besides, how on earth was he so strong at such a young age? The kind of training he underwent certainly wasn't light, there was no doubt about that. It sounds silly, but I've had very good tutors. They've taught me everything I know, including manners. This would lead nowhere but to a deadly fight, and one where she would lose in addition to the material damage. He let out a tired sigh. All right, and it was because of the food. He admitted that this time he had encountered an insurmountable mountain. Here you go, thank you very much, Chiefson. Call me Mamma Mia, that's what everyone calls me. Even now the conversation had become pleasant, eliminating the previous hostile atmosphere. Mamma Mia, I understand. I hope I'm not being rude, but can I ask you a question? Spit it out. Nothing mattered to him anymore. The boy seemed like a really good person. Apparently this time his ambition for money had blinded him to it. Aren't you a bit too big to be a dwarf? Okay, he was a good person who had an incredible lack of tact. Aren't you a little too young to be so arrogant? Yes, I am. The smile on her lips, which exuded a playful essence, was undoubtedly the most irritating thing about Mia's day. She had to retreat to the kitchen, not wanting to be further irritated by the human rabbit. After the dishes were delivered to him once again and he ordered something to drink, Belle was in a great mood. It's delicious. It didn't compare to Zald's food, but it was possibly on par with his. Clearly I wasn't expecting so much from a cafe bar. Belson, where are you from? Another thing to highlight was the girl named Sir whom he had recently met. She seemed unconcerned about her job as she sat to his right asking question after question. I'm from a village just outside Erario. Not close at all, by the way, he replied. Even so, his company was not annoying. She had a lot of charisma and a contagious smile. Without a doubt, a very pleasant young woman. A small town, huh? Now I know why I never saw you in the city. Is it nice there? Undoubtedly a good conversationalist, keeping topics alive and prolonging everything as much as possible in a very entertaining way. The eloquence of his words was the key to everything. But there was something. You've never seen me before. Did you know me from somewhere? The memory of his familiar gaze returned. That. Sir seemed slightly nervous, as if she had just realized what she had said. It couldn't be possible. Something clicked in Belle's head. She is. So you realized it, you took too long. Apparently Trainee already knew about this girl but didn't pay any attention to it. Is that the girl from last night? How? Is she using some kind of transformation magic? That's why I couldn't find her. Are you stupid? Trainee's exasperated shout echoed in her head, sounding incredulous at her conclusion. Apparently she had been wrong. You see, Belson, when I said I don't see you in the city, I meant there's no one else with your features, white hair and red eyes. Is that so? I see. He was able to confirm his mistake, which caused his mood to plummet. Sadly, he twirled the spaghetti around his fork and brought it to his mouth, eating slowly but steadily. Well, how about another question? Are you planning to stay in the city? Maybe, I'm not really sure. The conversation and food tasting continued without problems, with Sir doing her best to cheer up the downcast Belle. Wow, that was delicious. Are you finished? Absolutely, I already feel better. The dirty dishes had been removed by Sir, who politely handed him the bill. Will you come back? She asked. I had to admit it, she was good at asking questions. I hadn't been able to avoid answering every single one of her questions during breakfast. It's lovely and the food is great, of course I'll be back. I'll come with my family next time. Your family? Yes, my family. They're very nice, you'll like them all. Well, not so much my grandfather, but he's not a bad person. The girl's eyes seemed to sparkle with excitement and her cheeks turned a soft pink. I'll wait for you then, she said with a broad smile. Belle nodded, standing up and looking at the amount due on the bill. At that moment he remembered. He looked ahead to the other side of the bar. There stood the boss, arms crossed, looking at him seriously. She still seemed upset about what had happened before. Mama Myasin, he called. What's happening? What would happen if I didn't bring money to pay for this meal? Are you kidding me? Definitely not. I'm sorry. Sir, who was beside him, seemed surprised. It was normal after all. He wore a formal suit and maintained the appearance of someone who didn't suffer for money. And indeed, that was the case, only I had forgotten one small detail. I spent all the money Haruhime gave me on Jugamaru-kun. From a young age, Belle was never the type to obsess over money. After all, Alfia was the one who bought him everything he needed. Even now, at 14 years old, she was still like that. Idiot, now you'll have to wash the dishes. Trainee's negative comment didn't help the situation much, so she decided to ignore it and return to reality to negotiate with Mia. I don't care if you're strong, if you don't pay for what you ate, I'll kick you out of this place. I'll also ban you from entering. Apparently, negotiating would be very complicated. Ahaha, thunder and lightning. How many years had passed since he had last said that phrase? Undoubtedly many. Belson, I can pay your bill. Don't worry, you can pay me back whenever you want. An angel descended from heaven came to his rescue in the form of a pretty waitress with pale gray hair. It was tempting, but impossible for Belle. I'm sorry, I was raised to take responsibility for my mistakes. I can't accept your help, though I appreciate the thought, Citizen. Belson, so how will you pay? Mamma Mia is getting angrier with every passing second. She pointed towards the dwarf who was exuding a dark aura and making predatory eyes. Right, what can I do? It would be great if I had something that could act as a bargaining chip so I could get out of this serious problem. His reputation was at stake. Maybe yes, it will work. Hey, don't tell me that. At that moment something came to mind. A great idea, so how about this? He exclaimed, pulling an object from inside his suit. Mia raised an eyebrow, observing the object held in Belle's right hand. A wooden dagger. Brat, do you think life is a game? He sharpened his gaze, knowing perfectly well that it was impossible not to kick him out of here, even if it cost him an arm. Please look at her closely. However, he persisted. He moved closer to the bar, extending the dagger toward it. With extreme caution, he took it in his hand, then meticulously examined it. This is... I was surprised. The sheer quality of the blade rivaled or even surpassed the wooden weapon that Ryuu, one of her workers, used. You little brat, where did you get this? Do you even know its value? You could buy food every day for 3 months if you sold it. It was undoubtedly a top-notch weapon. The way its edge was shaped by the suppressed magical power within it was delicately mind-blowing. Too good to be true. Oh, don't worry, they're easy to make. I have a few more. Look. He pulled 7 more daggers from beneath his clothing. He apparently used them as secondary weapons since he carried a short sword at his waist. You seriously don't have any money, but you do have several top-off-the-line weapons. Who was this freak of society? He seemed to lack common sense. He smiled at her question. Haha, you see, I never used to carry money around, and I spent what little I had yesterday. I'm sorry, but please accept this dagger as payment. I see. She wouldn't get anywhere if she tried to understand it, so she stopped dwelling on the matter and put the wooden dagger in her apron pocket. Then there's no problem with your account, you can go. Oh, and next time you come, it's on the house. Really? That's great, I'll come with my family, so I hope you don't regret it. I never go back on my word, brat. This was fine. Money was money at the end of the day. That which had no monetary value actually had no value, so I wouldn't make a small investment for the future. I'd sell the dagger later, then I'll say goodbye. See you later, Mama Myasin. Bye-bye. The day began with a big sale. After waking up from her sleep, something very rare for her, she went down to the first floor of the place after changing. Going down the stairs, the first thing that came into her field of vision was a very flushed sir being mocked by the other waitresses. Naya haha, Sienya is after the white-haired Nya. You have good taste, sir. Yufufu, did you see her butt? It was a sight for sore eyes. Anya, Lunwar, and Chloe, the 3 of them attacked sir, her best friend, with comments. What happened while I was sleeping? He asked after approaching. Oh, Ryuu, Naya, you're finally awake. You see, sir fell in love with a customer here this morning. He just left not too long ago. Anya's complaint went unnoticed by Ryuu, who focused on the interesting information about a sir in love. Is that true? He asked the gray-haired girl. She simply looked away, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. That was more than enough confirmation. Are you serious? Ryuu was genuinely worried. She needed to know what kind of person the man who stole her friend's heart was. What's he like? She asked. It would be difficult, but if I got a description of his appearance, I could start a search so I could examine him and decide whether or not he approved. Chloe answered his question. She has a great butt, Naya. Bam, she was immediately beaten. He'll be easy to spot if you run into him around town. He has white hair and red eyes like a rabbit. Oh, and he's wearing an expensive-looking suit. That. Upon hearing Lunwar's description, who had hit Chloe, who was lying on the ground being poked by Anya's finger to see if she was still alive, Ryuu froze. A rabbit-like appearance. An expensive-looking suit. Her mind was flooded with thoughts of the events of a few days ago, where her body had been desecrated by the eyes of a stranger. Yes, his name is bellcranel. Apparently, he's new in town. That's all we could get out of sir before he became it. He said, pointing at the gray-haired waitress who was as red as a tomato. That guy. Ryuu's cheeks took on a pinkish hue, as did the tips of her long, thin elf ears. It'll find him and kill him. Everything had started badly. Her best friend, the pure sir, had fallen in love with the man who had seen her naked on the 18th floor of the dungeon. She had fallen in love with the guy who was the cause of her waking up so late. She had fallen in love with the man who had subdued her with just the movement of his fingers. Tell Mamma Mia I'm out. Rushing up the stairs to his room to grab his weapon and then jumping out the windows, Ryuu began the rabbit hunt. The city air was fresh, something that brought a smile to Belle's face. Ah, what a peaceful day. It would be perfect if only I could find her. Of course, there were always ups and downs. In this case, the drawback was that she still didn't know the whereabouts of the love of her life. Maybe he should have followed her without her noticing last night. He'd seem like a stalker, but at least he'd have her address. At that moment, his shoulder was touched. Excuse me, young man, wouldn't you like some potions? He turned around, observing the person who was speaking to him. He was a god. Unlike the gods I had known until now, this one exuded an aura of peace and contagious kindness. He held in his hands 2 balls filled with potions, implying that he was conducting a street sale. Potions? The kind smile on the god's lips was genuine, nothing like the fake ones most people wore. Yes, they are perfect for regaining energy or healing wounds. Very kind and friendly, that was the impression I got just by looking at him. Belle had a problem. He didn't need such things as potions, after all he had his regeneration pass and spiritual healing magic. However, I couldn't give her no for an answer. No, it was wrong, it wasn't that I couldn't, it's just that I didn't want to say no thank you. He observed the god's clothing which looked like old garments covering his body. Of course, although there's a problem. He smiled and worried, remembering that he wasn't carrying any cash with him. A problem? The god tilted his head, showing his confusion. Yes, I don't have any cash right now, but I have this. Without delay, Belle pulled out one of the many wooden daggers he owned. That is. Yes, it's a wooden dagger. It doesn't look like much, but believe me, it's excellent quality. What do you say? Will you accept this as payment for a potion? The god seemed surprised, opening his eyes wide as he stared at him with disbelief on his face. You're not lying, he whispered. Are you sure, young man? The potions I sell are worth 300 volleys. If your weapon is worth that much, it will be a loss for you. Loss? It was too much consideration. There was something about him that made Belle completely relax. Yes, he smiled kindly. I'm absolutely sure. Please give me a potion, good Sama. The god seemed undecided, but it only took a few dozen more devils to convince him to accept the exchange. My name is Mayach. Young man, may I know your name? Of course, it's a pleasure, Mayach-sama. My name is bellcranel. I'm new in town. Bellcranel, I'll remember that name. Thank you so much for your help. His gentle smile and kind gaze were a rare sight among the gods who had descended to the underworld in search of amusement. I hope to see you again, Belle. I agree, Mayach-sama. Watching the god's back slowly walk away, Belle asked his companion, Hey trainee, what's with this feeling of wanting to serve that god? I don't know, I feel the same way. I see. Trainee seemed just as moved as he was. And in fact, he didn't blame her, since even he who knew the dark side of the gods had been captivated. Ah. A faint groan from Trainee could be heard. How about you stop using daggers as currency, you idiot rabbit, making one took you a whole week. Come on, I brought wood from the big tree, I can make more at any time, don't exaggerate. And deciding to ignore her friend's complaints, Belle began her tour of the city. Today was Saturday, so Alfia would surely wake up late as she took this day to rest her body. Well, first let's go get some of the money from the dungeon. If I keep this up, I'll run out of daggers. Finally, something that makes sense. Fate had changed again. Before continuing the search for the mysterious girl, he would collect some money. He still hadn't registered with the guild, but it wasn't something that worried him enough to be considered of utmost importance. He had better things to do, and one of those was to continue with his plan after finding his soulmate. Excuse me, are you Bellcranel? Huh, of course it wasn't in his plans to be intercepted at the entrance to the dungeon by a beautiful woman with short blue hair. And it wasn't just her. Belle could perfectly sense a large number of presences around her hiding from her sight. Furthermore, there were no civilians around. Was I ambushed? These people are insane, imagine ambushing you. She didn't understand anything, so she simply nodded in confirmation to the woman with short blue hair. Yes, I'm Bellcranel. Is there something wrong with me, miss? In Belle's eyes, she was strong, a level 5 maybe. It wasn't a bad number and it seemed to be nearing its end. Perfect. I ask you to please accompany me. You will be placed in the custody of the guild until your trial and sentence are handed down. That she didn't remember committing a crime, so she let the surprise show on her face. A little confused and thinking this was a misunderstanding, he asked. Didn't you mistake me for Bellcranel? I'm sure I haven't done anything wrong since I arrived in town, miss. Waiting for the response, he felt the presences around him increasing their fighting spirits, as if they were ready in case he opposed the arrest. No, I'm sure. The charges against you are related to an encounter with the Loki Familia and yesterday's assault on the Freya Familia. Furthermore, you are the prime suspect in the unusual presence of magic stones scattered throughout the dungeon. Was that even considered a crime? Belle didn't see it that way. It was more like free training on his part for the main families of the city. I did do that, yes, but it was in self-defense. Please don't arrest me, miss. I need to find someone. Can't you arrest me in about 3 days? Oh, and about the stones, well, they were a gift for the adventurers. His attempts to beg only resulted in a confused expression on the woman's face. Was this the boy who tamed the strongest families in the city? I couldn't believe it. He didn't exude any kind of warrior-like pressure. He just seemed like an awkwardly animated noble boy. I was nervous, even with the entire Ganesha Familia around. Knowing that the person we were going to arrest had defeated the Freya Familia was overwhelming. I did not want the city to be damaged, so we moved the civilians far enough away. But this boy, Bellcranel, was not a bad person. While he seemed to want to cry as he pleaded that he was innocent, I couldn't help but show my disbelief. Somehow her actions brought back memories of my late sister. Funny, friendly, pleasant, cheerful. Yes, he wasn't a bad kid, I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Even so, despite my impression of him, orders were orders. It could not be ignored that this person had trained the strongest family in the city. completely destroying their headquarters and leaving all members in critical condition. Your future will be decided by the higher-ups. I'm just doing my job. I extended a pair of anti-state handcuffs towards him, who stopped pleading and looked at me after taking a breath. Please don't resist, you'll only complicate things further, I said, hoping he would accept the arrest calmly. As he looked at me now with calm eyes, I swallowed a little. I was beginning to sense his presence as a warrior. What can you do? It's fine. Here, come on, put the handcuffs on me, miss. He extended both hands, indicating that she should put the handcuffs on him. I could swear a sigh escaped my lips, relieved that everything ended well. Thank you. I thanked him and handcuffed him, ensuring that his status was incapacitated. Magical cancellation. Click, excuse me, did you say something? I had heard him mutter something before the handcuffs were locked, so I asked to confirm. He nodded with an empty smile. That's a shame. Did he mean being arrested? I couldn't say for sure, but seeing him so discouraged, a feeling of responsibility fell upon me. Don't worry, the trial will be fair. You could be released within a few days after you receive the fine. I smiled as I said that, trying to calm him down. The last thing I wanted was for him to regret it, even if he was restrained. I didn't know what someone with the strength to attack an entire family and get away with it could do. A fine, you say? I'll have to prepare a lot of daggers, it seems. I didn't understand that perfectly, but I assumed it had something to do with his job. Was he some kind of fighting blacksmith? I felt bad asking, so I just led him to a cell after giving the signal to retreat to my family comrades. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Some time later, Guild Underground cell section. Well, the place isn't so bad. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the wall. He sighed, analyzing the cell he was in. Some things can be improved, like a bank or a bit of the weather. She had already been in this place for about 2 hours, and according to the young lady who identified herself as Shakti Varma, captain of the Ganesha family, her family would be informed to attend the trial. Will they even be able to reason with my Aunt Alfia? She might attack them all and come to rescue me. Well, that would be kind of fun. Being rescued like a princess by his aunt somehow reminded him of his childhood where he had been overprotected by her. Oh, Anishin, why are you here? A female voice pulled him from his thoughts. He turned his gaze toward the source, seeing a small beastman girl with golden hair. Beside her stood a brown-haired boy and a light yellow-haired elf. The latter was of dubious gender. Well, I attacked a couple of families and committed a serious offense in the dungeon, he explained with a smile. He had no idea why 3 children were in the same cell as him, but he wasn't going to complain about the lack of company. Although I would be careful, they were possibly serial killers, and that's why they were serving a sentence down here. If that was the case, he seriously wondered what was happening to Shakti when he was left locked up with such dangerous people. Did you attack some families? Which ones? The second serial killer child, the one with brown hair, spoke to him, seeming intrigued by his story. The Freya family and the Loki family, do you know them? He could clearly see the jaws of the 3 serial killer children drop to the floor of the cell, showing their surprise. You attacked the 2 strongest families in the city. How are you still alive? You see, I have my tricks up my sleeve. It was fun spending time with the trio of child serial killers, so he told them about his encounters with those big families. After half an hour of detailed verbal accounts of their fights and the astonishment of the 3 children, Belle finally made up his mind and asked them, "And why are you here? Don't tell me you're actually murderers." Huh. Apparently that wasn't the case, as their confused faces made it clear that they had no idea what was keeping them talking. I see, that's not it. Then why aren't they too young to even be arrested? When he asked the question once more, they looked away with great guilt. Maybe they stole something, Trainee said. It was possible, so Belle patiently awaited the answer. About that, Anishin. Finally, the beast girl named Falna spoke. She seemed embarrassed, however. She looked him in the eyes and answered, "This is our punishment for not obeying Mother Mary." After it was explained to him that they had gone out to play without permission from the person who was taking care of them, Belle felt a deep terror towards them. "Trainee, there are some very bad people here." "I know, I have chills." I really couldn't find it possible to meet people who were capable of disobeying their mothers. For him, ignoring Alfia was a sign of certain death. And here were these child cellmates, no older than 10 or 11 years old, receiving punishment for their sins. You are malevolent, but who am I to judge? She stopped thinking about that and looked at the 3 of them, giving a smile before speaking. "Hey, don't you want some from here? I'll buy you an ice cream." She stopped thinking of them as the meanest people she had ever met and smiled at them as she extended an invitation. She was already bored, and it would definitely be more interesting to go for a walk with these little ones. What are they saying? He stood up while easily breaking the handcuffs that restrained his hands. The children looked at each other, hesitating, but eventually agreed. The ice cream was irresistible to them. "All right, then let's get out of here. This place isn't suitable for children like you. It would be best if I accompanied you to ask forgiveness from your mother, Mary." He quickly broke the mini handcuffs that restrained the 3 infants, then kicked the solid iron bars and knocked down the door. Now they were free, deep floors. Crack. A web of cracks formed on the rocky surface of the wall. A new monster was being created. First his arm, then his head, and then his entire body emerged from his mother's womb, falling face down onto the cold floor of the room. He was disoriented, his mind being assaulted by numerous memories. To be born, to die, to be reborn, and to die again, a fairy with a wooden sword, and a rabbit god, teacher. Unlike that dream, this time he could speak. I'll call you Pep. He didn't understand anything. He hadn't been born or reborn that long ago. But he was certain of one thing, the rabbit god was real. He still vaguely remembered his teacher's amused smile and aura of absolute strength. Finally, an oath he had made in his past life flooded his mind. If I am reborn, I swear, I will live up to my master's expectations. A flame ignited in his chest. The feeling of yearning for strength consumed him. He looked around. His vision was higher than in the past, so possibly his height had increased. He looked at his arms, noticing that they were muscular and quite sculpted. I will be strong. With enough confidence in himself, he began his journey. He killed all the monsters he encountered along the way, devouring the magic stones and increasing his strength. One day, he hopes to meet his master again, longing for his praise. Chapter 14, Consequences. Aunt ex-nephew equals heterosexual love, Twilight Mansion. It wasn't common knowledge, but the mere fact that it was known by the executives of the family suggested the seriousness of the matter. It was even more so if the same executives, brave and strong adventurers recognized throughout Aurario, remained on high alert and completely paranoid about the arrival of that dreaded being. That young man with white hair who with only a thirst for pure blood had made them see their own deaths. That boy who had said he would come to visit them for a friendly fight. Don't sleep, and if necessary, take up your weapons even if you're eating, Finn had said. The tension was high, and it only increased with each passing second that bellcranel did not appear. It was this afternoon when they had for them the unfortunate encounter with Belle and Alfia, and the former made it very clear that he would visit them for a friendly fight. It was a fight they clearly couldn't refuse. The only answers were yes or yes. Because of that, every executive of the Loki family stayed awake even when the clock struck 00:00 a.m. In the end, bellcranel did not besiege the Twilight Mansion. 4:33 a.m. Finn damned his room. An absolute silence descended upon the room. Amidst the upholstered decorations and weapons, Finn, aka Braver, maintained a seated posture on the front edge of the bed. His right hand firmly held his large golden spear, and his left hand carried a small obsidian dagger. He's not coming, he thought. Finn was entering a stage of anxiety. His face, distorted by the suspense of not being attacked, served as the main evidence. The day had changed to the next, however. Finn didn't even dare to blink. His senses were as sharp as those of a gazelle in the middle of a green and vast meadow. Why isn't he coming? Their thoughts returned to questioning the absence of the boy who had overwhelmed them with nothing but bloodlust. It wasn't possible that he had forgotten about it. After all, he himself had seriously declared that he would visit them and challenge them to a 1-versus-all match. The fact that he was standing next to Alfia while she had her arm around his gave him enough certainty that he wasn't bragging. Did something happen? No, only a miracle could stop that boy. Finn never thought he'd get a headache just from thinking about one person, if that boy could even be considered a person. In complete silence, time passed slowly. Seconds turned into minutes and minutes into hours, and still Belle never arrived. However, Finn didn't close his eyes for any reason. He remained alert, waiting for an ambush, one that never came. That long, endless night, nobody could stay mentally stable or even sleep for a couple of minutes. Aizu was still suffering the aftereffects of an imagined death, which put her in a trance within her thoughts. Her trusty rapier, despair, remained firmly in her grasp. Something she couldn't believe was that the tip of her weapon was trembling slightly. She lay awake, standing by her bedroom window, gazing outside as she thought about the strange yet familiar feeling she experienced when she was in front of that boy. While she waited, she wondered if the spiritual power she had felt was just her imagination. Mother. It had to be, otherwise she couldn't find a way that there was anyone else, apart from herself, who could use spiritual magic. In the most remotest chance, if that boy possessed spiritual magic like hers, then. Who are you? Why had he only appeared now? Where had he been all this time? How did he become so strong? Aizu wanted to know and, if possible, acquire a strength like his. If that were to happen, then. Mother. There was a possibility of seeing her again. The feeling of not wanting to sleep, not being able to sleep, and sleeping but waking up instantly, all at the same time and moment, was a feeling that Telogo would not wish on his worst enemy. Even after several hours had passed since his encounter with that hunter of his species, his beastman instincts remained alert. Its fur was bristling and its ears twitched at any sound they could hear, even if it was just a simple breath slipping through the window. Damn, Betek cursed with great rage imbued in his words. He was not only tormented by the natural fear that his instincts felt in the presence of that hunter, but also by the helplessness he felt it being subdued and used as a doormat so easily. Betek let out a trembling sigh. It was around 4:00 a.m., but the hunter still hadn't appeared. The thought he must have forgotten never crossed her mind. Actually, it's obvious if you think about it. Belle knew very well what was happening. The reason why the hunter hadn't shown up, the hunter is hunting. Creating tension, suspense, and terror without even being present, that was what the hunter was doing. Therefore, for Belle, it was not an exaggeration to have his phosphor equipped and to have various magic daggers in his pockets. His beastman instinct screamed at him that he was clearly the prey, and despite knowing this beforehand, he was ready to fight the hunter, even if he was the prey and in the end died like one. What are you waiting for? Show yourself already, you bastard. The natural fragrance of the flora adorned the room, however. It was not enough to eliminate the anxiety that Reveria Eljas Alf was experiencing. She, unlike her paranoid colleagues, was not suffering because of bellcranel's absence. No. In a way she herself didn't understand, she knew that bellcranel wouldn't do something as low as putting them in a false state of alert. No, please. That is why she showed no distress at the fact that the white-haired boy did not arrive. Please stop. She, unlike the others, could sleep. No more stop. She, unlike the others, was not experiencing something as mild as paranoia. I beg you, please. Lying on the soft mattress of her bed, Reveria's face showed light drops of sweat. Stop killing me. Her thoughts raced the moment her eyelids opened. The room was dark, and the only thing her eyes could blurrily focus on was the varnished wooden ceiling. Her jade-green pupils trembled wildly. I could feel heavy, frightened gasps emerging from between her soft, refined lips. And okay, please stop. Her body was trembling. He had woken from that nightmare for the 100th time. Once again, his head had been cut off by that boy. She was beheaded again and again as if she were in a loop with no escape. Blood gushed from her neck like a fountain in the middle of a park at sunset. Everything was a dark red, a red that rose and fell over her head, rolling on the cobblestones of the ground. Her eyes, wide open, focused on the cold, indifferent face of the boy who was looking down at her from above. Eyes the same color as the blood that stained her beautiful jade-green hair. Please. Reveria sobbed silently, clutching the sheets that covered her as her body trembled. I beg you, stop. She didn't think it was pathetic to wake up scared 5 minutes after falling into the world of dreams, even if in that raw awakening her eyes released crystalline drops that slid down her cheeks. I must see him. Only then will these terrifying nightmares stop. What she did believe was that the nightmares that were currently tormenting her would not stop until she had a conversation with the one who caused them. She needed to talk to him, to make his weak and tormented heart understand that the white-haired young man was not a threat to her. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep for the rest of my life. Reveria placed both hands on her chest, trying to dispel the sharp pain. She took a breath, just enough to control the trembling that plagued her. Then he tried once more to fall asleep. 5 minutes later, he woke up in the same way, terrified, trembling, sobbing. The pale blue light of the moon filtered through the window, accompanied by the breeze, giving a cool atmosphere to the Amazon twins' room. Tayoni, who was leaning against the wooden window frame and looking outside, let out a trembling sigh. How cold. It was 6:00 a.m. Tayoni found it strange that her breath was visible, showing that her body was freezing cold. It was odd, she was supposed to be at level 5. It wasn't normal to get chills from a simple breeze slipping through the open window. What's wrong with me? It's like I'm afraid. While watching and thinking, Tayoni traveled to the past. Many years ago in the territory of the Great Telskura, the land of the Amazons. That memory, bloody and desperate, was compared by his subconscious to the one he had recently experienced at the hands of that boy. The sensation of her insides spilling out of her stomach and falling onto the concrete cobblestones made her shudder. Damn, how can I be trembling about that? Tayoni tightened her grip on her jaw. She felt her teeth might crack if she didn't stop, but the mere fact that she would start trembling even more intensely when she did stop didn't allow her that luxury. There was something called the survival instinct, and that illusory death caused by a thirst for pure blood triggered that survival instinct in a prolonged way. The memory alone was enough, just that, and Tayoni's body would begin to tremble. Sometimes I envy you, silly sister. Still trembling slightly, Tayoni glanced back over her shoulder. The back of the room came into view. He ignored any decorations or anything else other than the right side of the wall where a sleeping Tiona lay on her bed. Her face was so serene and she seemed to be having a great dream. How can she be so calm? Tayoni thought. I had no idea what kind of death my younger sister had experienced because no one had the willpower and mental stability to explain it in words, but I was sure it was anything but pretty. After all, even Tiona didn't want to talk about the death she experienced. She remained calm and smiling but never dared to mention anything about her illusory death. Looking at the sweet and tender Tiona, Tayoni curved her lips into a slight smile. I guess you're trying hard not to think about it, right, little sister? She couldn't be sure what was going through her sister's retarded mind, but the mere fact that Tiona was sleeping while hugging her trusty Urga proved that she wasn't taking the proverbial visit of that human-shaped monster lightly. And it was just as she thought, Tiona was simply trying hard not to think about the encounter with that boy. Don't worry, whatever happens, I will protect you. Whispering softly, Tione turned her attention back to the outside of the mansion, awaiting the rabbit's attack. One that never arrived, B-bastard, let me go. Lefia's voice swam through the room. It was 6:30 a.m. and she was currently lying on the comfortable, soft mattress of the bed, muttering while frowning. Don't tie me up so tight, you stupid rabbit. Elfie, who shared a room with Lefia, hadn't the slightest idea what to do. Her cheeks remained hot and flushed a lovely pink from the outrageous things the elf was constantly shouting. You can have my body, but you'll never have my heart. Not even the god of wisdom could imagine the kind of dream he was having. But one thing was certain, a certain white-haired boy was highly connected. There was a grinding sound. It wasn't the one from the door, much less the one from a window being opened. It was that obsolete and ancient creaking sound, similar to wood creaking from the passage of time. What a torment you're causing us, kid. Gareth, rocking back and forth in the old rocking chair in his room, took a long swig from his mug of beer. The curtains in her room were held up on both sides, allowing the outside to be visible. The dwarf's tired eyes gazed at the tranquil starry night beyond his window pane. The chair continued to rock. Finish this once and for all, this old man doesn't have patience as a privilege. With a dry smile and one of his hands in his bushy beard, Gareth blurted out with great simplicity, "Stop torturing us, just do it already." That long, agonizing night, Gareth finished off all his alcohol. It was the same alcohol that helped him clear his mind and avoid dwelling on the illusory death of that afternoon. However, no matter how much alcohol he consumed while waiting, dawn came and that boy did not. The next day, 6:00 p.m., why isn't he coming? Both of Finn's hands slammed their fists across the surface of his desk. All the executives were in the captain's office, rolling their eyes at Braver's extreme paranoia and panic. He said he'd come, he said so. He said so, didn't he, Gareth? Well, if you. Then why isn't he coming? He's driving me crazy. My brain keeps strategizing against an enemy who hasn't even bothered to show up. I haven't been able to sleep a wink. What's with sending the entire Freya family to bed and then disappearing without a word? Is he doing this on purpose, or did he take pity on us and settle for beating up the Freya family? I don't understand. Gareth, Reveria, Aizu, Bite, and the Amazon sisters remained completely silent. Even as they were witnessing it, they couldn't believe that Finn, nicknamed Braver and worthy captain of the Loki Familia, had lost his sanity. Of course, they didn't blame him. After all, they were just as traumatized, or even more so, than the poor paranoid hobbit. Besides, what's with escaping after being taken into the custody of the Ganesha family? Do you think this is all a game? It can't be true, can it? Finn continued ranting, venting every last complaint he had about that carefree young man. Without any executive noticing, in addition to the lack of soundproofing in the captain's office, a large part of the lower levels in the Loki family heard their leader's paranoia. Besides, I fell asleep. A sweaty Lefia woke up. She quickly assumed a sitting position on her bed mattress, turning around in search of her roommate. Elfie, what are you doing in that corner? And why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Hey, I'm talking to you. Lefia was ignored. She didn't understand her friend's strange behavior, which made her tilt her head slightly with a large question mark above it. The fact that Elfie hugged her knees, her eyes were red and irritated from not being closed, and the lower part, the dark circles, were very marked while she murmured inaudible things, increased Lefia's confusion. How strange, she murmured. Why are my pajamas torn? The afternoon ended with a dismayed cry from the beautiful fairy, asking her companion why the straps of her pajamas were broken. However, he received no response. How pleasant silence is. Alfia was resting her body on a comfortable sofa placed on the balcony of her room, which was also Belle's, while she drank some tea and thought about her future relationship with her nephew. The dilemma that flooded his thoughts was not of recent or unexpected origin. It was something he had been thinking about for years and years. Am I a degenerate for loving Belle, materia, in a non-familial way? For a long time, Alfia had felt too guilty. Her sister, Belle's mother, had entrusted her son's care to her with her last breath. Instead, Alfia had fallen in love with her sister's own son. She had loved him from the first glimpse she gave him, or the first exchange of glances she had with the small, newborn. Am I that stupid and shameless? She wondered. Of course, Alfia had initially denied those feelings, ignoring Materia's request and disappearing for a couple of years. He fought against the pounding of his unstable heart caused by the memory of little Belle, whose smile on his lips was genuinely beautiful, a being that is pure in its entirety. The Alfia of that time and the one of today firmly believed that Belle was some kind of incarnation sent just for her. The embodiment of kindness and gentleness, one that rivaled that of her sister. Oh, angel sent from on high. Alfia smiled with love. From the balcony, he turned his eyes towards the sky stained by the orange color of the sunset. Most likely, beyond the clouds, lay the explanation for the love she held for Belle. Yes, that's right, Belle, I love you because. He had illuminated her world. When she was depressed, when she was hurting from her sister's departure, Belle acted like a beautiful ray of light that swept away all the darkness that surrounded her. When I sleep with you. Her cheeks turned a lovely pink. Memories came to her mind of the many times she shared a bed with Belle, using him as a pillow that calmed her deepest fears. I could stay there, close my eyes, and feel that you'll be there with me forever. Her workouts, the hours of showering where she washed every part of her body, the times Belle used all the bath foam and covered every part of her body, saying with a cute and innocent smile that now she had become a snow woman. You and me together, there's nothing better, Belle. The slight smile widened into a beautifully charming one. It was, in its purest essence, the smile of a woman completely in love. You're on my mind all the time, and I don't know why, but the feeling is right. Can't you see that, Belle? Baby, you're the one for me. Alfia no longer worried about the past, much less questioned her feelings towards her nephew. Yes, she might feel a sense of shame at the memory of her sister, but she had decided long ago that she would prioritize the desires of her heart. That's why Alfia was sure of one thing. We are meant to be together. No matter what obstacles stood between her and Belle, she was sure that one way or another she would overcome it. Finally, that wedding and honeymoon she so longed for would come true. Just a little longer, I'll continue to be patient a little longer. Suddenly, her beautiful, differently colored eyes shone with determination. When the time comes, Belle, I hope you'll be ready. I won't hold back, you're going to fall in love with me, I promise. Her sweet smile transformed into a fiercely attractive one. Her fair skin, tinged with the pink of her blush, added an extra touch to her already incredible beauty. Alfia-sama. At that moment, Haruhime entered the balcony. What, Haru, I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting you. Have you been there long? Alfia was brought back to reality, entering a light trance before answering the newcomer. Oh, don't worry, Haruhime, on the other hand, smiled warmly and kindly. With a light step, she positioned herself just to the right of the sofa where Alfia was resting. With the same kind smile adorning her lips, Haruhime murmured, I was thinking about Belle-sama, weren't I? That's why there's no problem. Belle-sama causes that effect, I suppose. There was a short silence, one where Haruhime focused her gaze on the sunset beyond the bedroom balcony, and where Alfia looked slightly embarrassed and blushed. After that short silence, Haruhime spoke once more. Speaking of Belle-sama, Alfia-sama, I'm afraid I bring bad news about him. What is it? You sound slightly annoyed, you see. The happiness that once radiated from Alfia's entire being gradually disappeared, as the story of Belle being arrested by the Ganesha Familia progressed. When Haruhime finished recounting the information she had gathered on the city streets, the warm and comforting atmosphere turned into an icy and hostile one. Alfia's expression changed. The surface of her eyes took on an empty, emotionless tone. In a dry and sinister tone of voice, he murmured, Haru, bring my weapon and get ready, we're going to eradicate a family. Fufu, it will be an honor to keep you company, Alfia-sama. Thus, with a terrifying countenance surrounding them, Alfia and Haruhime led a massacre towards the headquarters of the Ganesha family. Alfia, walking slowly, thought grimly, let it be clear that if I see a single tear touch your cheek, I will bring 1,000 hells into your lives. Evening was falling. Beyond the walls, behind the mountains to the west, the sun was beginning to set, giving life to a beautiful sunset. Under the rays of the setting sun, bellcranel walked the streets of the big city. He wore his usual suit, and in his right hand he carried a bag of chips, a Jugamaru-kun. His appearance, a suit similar to that of the nobility and a short sword at his waist, gave him the resemblance to a royal knight. But in reality, despite having a noble aura around him and attracting the attention of many young women, Belle was a phenomenon of society. Someone very polite but lacking in common sense. With calm eyes and chubby cheeks from Jugamaru-kun, Belle murmured softly, Hey trainee, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm forgetting something important. A strange feeling gnawed at him. He had the slightest feeling that he had overlooked something on his to-do list, however, he didn't remember it. Therefore, turning to her trusted and friendly spiritual secretary, she consulted a reminder of the week. I don't know, but hey, if you forgot it, it means it wasn't that important. Belle remained silent for a short time. He had also forgotten that his partner was a complete idiot, one whose seriousness was found in rare moments. In fact, he couldn't recall a time when Trainee had spoken seriously since he had trained him to handle spiritual power. Belle thought for a moment about his partner's idiocy, then a slight smile formed on his face and he commented, You're right, the fact that Trainee was an idiot didn't mean she was wrong. His answer was essentially correct. If that important thing that he felt he had forgotten he did forget, it only meant that it wasn't as important as he thought. That's why he dropped the subject and brought up one of much, much greater importance. Well, despite searching half the city, I still haven't found her. How strange, did she just vanish? If so, I hope she's prepared to face the consequences for hurting my future beloved. Belle, what the hell are you saying? If Trainee had a physical form, her face would definitely be flooded with disbelief as her jade green eyes turned completely white. Belle responded to their disbelief. I'm just saying, why can't I find it yet? We've visited so many places I can barely remember them. Perhaps you scared her too much and she's running away from you. What? Trainee spoke with complete nonchalance, dropping the bombshell without even wondering if Belle could handle it or not. And as expected, the innocent rabbit's heart creaked in loose harmony as his knees collapsed against the cobblestones of the street. WWHAT. Belle was shocked by the shocking information he received from Trainee. He couldn't believe it, or rather, he didn't think he was capable of doing it, scaring his soulmate. Cutting off his head and offering it to the gods wasn't enough of an apology. But what have I done? Belle murmured. The lament was noticeable in her voice, however. What was most present in it was regret. Now that he was reflecting on it, it was quite clear that he had been rather intense when he was in front of his long-awaited soulmate. To the woman who would keep him company for the rest of his life. Why am I so stupid? He scolded himself. Her heart ached. The mere thought of doing something wrong to her soulmate broke her heart. I need to be more careful and discreet. I can't ruin this opportunity, not after waiting more than 10 years. Belle, perhaps you. I've decided I'll take things more slowly. Rushing will only lead to terrible failure. I must start with simple things, giving her a bouquet of roses, for example. Yes, I need to act calmly and win her heart the way bellcranel would. Trainee couldn't believe what he was witnessing. It was, in essence, pure. This character development, beyond words, Trainee was amazed. An incredible growth in maturity and reasoning regarding matters of love. Belle's coefficient had adapted to the irregular situation of an unscrupulous Belle, causing it to evolve as it had in the past when faced with life-or-death situations. This was bellcranel, a prodigy in every sense of the word, from techniques in magic to impeccable manners and matters of love. Let's go first. Let's return to my trial. The conquer my soulmate plan will begin after I serve my sentence. Belle, I haven't told you this, but seriously, you never cease to amaze me. Thank you, I know I'm truly impressive. Please remind me not to praise you again. The boy got up from the cobblestones of the street and once again resumed his walk. He had ignored all the intrigued stares above him, as they were probably calling him weird for having made a melodramatic scene in the middle of the street and then returning to normal as if nothing had happened. He paid no attention to the young women who were looking at him with flushed cheeks. At that moment, he was only focused on reaching his destination, the headquarters of the Ganesha family. By the way, Trainee, what do you think of my soulmate? Don't ask me, Belle, I'm Team Alfia to the end. Well, that? Run, they're monsters, run for your lives. Hey, idiot, where are your manners? Can't you see they're beautiful? What the hell are you saying, Jose? The headquarters is on fire. Just because they're beautiful doesn't make them any less terrifying. What? Sergio shouted furiously at his dark-skinned friend. Right, Ryuu. The headquarters of the Ganesha family was ablaze in the scorching flames. Walls falling, rooms collapsing, discordant screams imbued with terror and agony, everything blended together in a deadly harmony. At the center of that chaos. I'll ask one more time, where is Belle? Alfia's silhouette emerged from the curtain of smoke and dust. His eyes were dull, displaying an icy, emotionless surface. The silver saber he wielded in his right hand only intensified the fear in his victims. Stop it. Joaquin Nuuo. Agonized screams sounded from another side, one completely far from Alfia's position. Jose and his family colleagues turned for a moment in that direction, seeing the second beauty responsible for the current state of their headquarters. A priestess of death. Where is Belle-sama? I want him back now. The pair of golden fans stained with blood sent a shiver down the spine of Jose and his companions. The priestess of death had been so cruel as she cut them without any emotion on her beautiful and calm face. Her eyes, like Alfia's, were devoid of any feeling. The priestess walked slowly until she stood beside the embodiment of talent. Both emissaries sent by the harbinger of death, her feelings towards Belle, looked coldly at Jose, Joaquin, Sergio, and their companions before torturing them. The screams of the last members of the Ganesha family echoed through the sepulchral atmosphere of the place. Ha ha ha. I panted wearily. My body was covered in cuts, some deep and some superficial, so my resistance, like my blood, was slowly leaving me. Not bad for LV5. Indeed, Alfia-sama, Miss Shakta-sama is very strong. Of course, she was sure that the superficial cuts had been intentional from the beginning. The only reason my head was still attached to my neck was because, according to the invaders, I hadn't yet released the information. I weakly moved my broken and bleeding lips. Me too. I could barely form words. The mere act of exerting force on my vocal cords caused a burning pain in my throat. I don't know where Belson is. At that moment, a fist slammed into my abdomen. My body was thrown into the air, curving before landing and rolling over the rubble. I coughed up blood, the same blood that I doubted I would have left. Belle, why are you talking about me, Belle, so freely, brat? I lifted my body and as best I could stood up. Even after I stood up, I occasionally staggered from side to side as if I were nothing more than a simple drunk walking through the dark alleys of Arario. I'm sorry, of course you feel it. Call him by his name again and I'll make sure to appear in your dreams and turn them into nightmares. I looked up, fearfully observing Miss Alfia's furious face. The prominent vein on her forehead made it abundantly clear how possessive she was of Belle. My whole being trembled at the icy gaze he gave me. Oh damn it, did you really have to escape? We had dug our own grave by arresting him, but I couldn't deny that I was forming a little resentment towards bellcranel for having gone on the run hours after being put in the cell. And to make matters worse, he took away the children who disobeyed their mother. What kind of revolutionary do you think you are, bellcranel? Even I didn't believe that even in my thoughts I stopped calling him by his name. I had a feeling that Miss Alfia would find out. I didn't know how, but my survival instinct told me so. Alfia-sama, a voice sounded. It was such a graceful and kind tone covered in goodness and generosity. I turned my tired, tormented eyes toward the source of that voice. When I caught it in my field of vision, I trembled again. Yes, Haru. I'm beginning to think that Shakta-sama truly doesn't know Belle-sama's whereabouts. If that's the case, there's no point in wasting time with her. I see, I certainly thought the same thing. What do you suggest? Let's knock her out and look for Belle-sama in the city. Knowing him, he's probably playing with whatever caught his attention. Despite witnessing it, I couldn't believe it. That girl, Haruhime, was almost as terrifying as Miss Alfia. I never even considered in my deepest thoughts that someone could smile like that while suggesting breaking up with me. Kind, gentle, sincere, attentive, her appearance screamed all that and more. An embodiment of innocence. However, the icy surface over her jade-green eyes caused immense terror in me. She was subtly more ruthless than Miss Alfia when it came to inflicting harm, for she made sure not to cause fatal blows with the intention of prolonging the pain. You're right, that's something Belle would do. I wouldn't be surprised if he were lost in some alley in the city or playing with a butterfly. Fufu, yes, Belle-sama is very cute when he's distracted. You spoil him too much, Haru. Alfia-sama, I don't think you're the right person to tell me that. I no longer understood anything at all, only that my consciousness would soon be extinguished by the two young women who smiled as they commented on bellcranel. I tried to grip my sword, but it slipped through my fingers. My strength had finally reached its limit. My lips moved. I guess it's over. I watched the slow walk of Miss Alfia and the priestess named Haruhime. My senses captured everything as if the world were moving in slow motion or slowly freezing. Okay, it's time. Take a nap, Shakta-sama. The last thought I had was the memory of my sister giving me a lovely smile. I inevitably smiled weakly. Burn. It was just as I closed my eyes that... What does this mean, Alfia, Haruhime? He arrived. A great flame rose towards the heavens in front of me, who was a few meters from the headquarters of the Ganesha family, or what had once been its headquarters. What the hell happened? I thought. There were civilians moving away from the place, and I could clearly hear the panic screams increasing among the onlookers in the distance. Unable to properly process the unexpected scenario, I wondered. My brain analyzed the few possibilities that could have caused a headquarters to be destroyed and on fire. A conflict between families. If so, would it be okay for me to get involved? Another possibility is an internal armed uprising. I don't think it's right to choose a side at random and help them. What should I do? I didn't have time, but at the same time, I had no idea how to act. I couldn't just leave and pretend I didn't see anything. I didn't have the nerve to do that. Hey, idiot, if you think about it for a bit with that brain of yours, the answer is obvious. Hey. I was pulled from my thoughts by Trainee's irritating voice. She insulted me freely while demanding to know the background of the current situation. Trying to hide my irritation, I asked, "Oh, really? And what's the correct answer, genius girl?" I meant to be nice, but my performance was terrible. Trainee would be incredibly stupid if she didn't pick up on the sarcasm in my tone of voice. HMPH, idiot, it's not which one, it's who. Just let it happen and you'll know, try not to get upset. I wasn't understanding her very well, as usual. Trainee tended to give answers that weren't really answers, something very difficult that I had to deal with. However, ignoring my sincere thoughts, I followed his suggestion. I slowly walked into the burning building. During my journey, I came across many bundles of meat lying on the sides of the road, if they could even be called a road, and if they could even be called bundles of meat. They were, in reality, unconscious people in very bad shape. Wait, I recognized this type of attack. Midway through my advance, I quickly knelt down and examined the wounds of a black-haired human. The identification tag on his chest spelled out the name Joquin, but that wasn't what worried me. Superficial cuts focused on bleeding the target dry don't tell me that. My thoughts started connecting the dots, and an unpleasant feeling took over my body. I got up and at great speed headed towards the place where I could sense three presences, one of those three just a few centimeters from the gates of death. Anything but this, please. If my fears came true, it would truly be the worst possible scenario. What does this mean, Alfia Haruhime? The usually kind and charismatic tone of his voice disappeared. Alfia and Haruhime's shoulders jumped when they noticed it. Without even turning to look at him, just by hearing the dryness of his voice they knew. Belle was annoyed. He had very rarely been seen upset. The aforementioned women hesitated to turn around. Belle-sama. Alfia and Haruhime did not turn their gazes towards him. If there was anything they hated to death, it was seeing the emotionless surface in his ruby eyes when he was annoyed. Even so, both of them had to turn around and look at him. Turning slowly, their eyes showing nervousness, they faced the boy whose face showed irritation at the scene. Piled up bodies, blood spatter, rubble, and broken weapons. What does this mean? Belle asked again. He looked at both of them. Alfia and Haruhime could only swallow slightly. They felt no fear of the suffocating pressure emanating from his body, nor of the coldness with which he intoned his words. They felt fear, or rather dread, about how he would react. We came to find you, Belle. Finally, after hesitating a bit, Alfia answered cautiously. They had turned their backs on the almost unconscious Shakti, who by a pure miracle was still standing with the help of her injured body. Looking for me. Yeah, I never thought that looking for someone would lead to the destruction of a family. Both kept their mouths shut. They wanted to explain to him, to tell him that they had come to his rescue after learning that he had been imprisoned by the Ganesha family. But they both knew the answer they would get from Belle, and it wasn't one they liked. They won't say anything, I see. When Belle said that, they lowered their gaze. Their eyes focused on the scorched, debris-strewn ground, and they didn't dare look at him even as he walked toward them. Slowly the footsteps echoed. Sometimes you could hear the creaking of concrete being crushed, other times the sound of burnt grass being crushed. The footsteps stopped, and Alfia and Haruhime's eyes caught sight of Belle's boots. That indicated that he was right in front of them, just centimeters away, but even so they didn't dare look up. They looked like a couple of scolded little girls waiting for their father to punish them. Alfia, the woman's shoulders jerked slightly. Just as she'd suspected, she'd be the first to get a lecture. Why, yes. If the circumstances were different, many would find it comical how one of the strongest women who ever lived would show such a fearful side while waiting for her scolding. But Alfia wasn't stupid. She knew she had gone too far with the Ganesha familia, and she also knew that Belle would use the words she had once told him as advice and courtesy. Do you remember? Remember what? Only then did Alfia look up and meet Belle's gaze. The boy, rather than being annoyed, seemed to be suffering. Alfia felt a pang in her heart at that expression on Belle's face. The young man murmured, "Those who are born with more talent than others should use their power for the good of others." It was exactly as I had imagined. Belle was repeating one of the many pieces of advice and teachings that Alfia had instilled in him since he was little, and she could do nothing but open her eyes wide. Her lips trembled. You should not use the power that the neck grants you to hurt or take advantage of others. Even Haruhime, who had been staring at the ground, reacted to Belle's words. She hadn't dared to say a word, knowing her lecture would come right after Alfia's. It is the duty of the strong to help the weak. It is a duty they must fulfill. Don't forget it. Alfia's pupils pulsed repeatedly. The words spoken by Belle, which she had said to him at the time, reminded him of the scene from the past, where Belle had declared with great determination to cure her of her illness. Do you remember? Belle asked again. He didn't seem interested in explaining much or asking many questions. It was more of a state akin to disappointment. I just wanted to make sure of something. Yes, I remember. That Alfia would remember. Often memories were the source of the greatest suffering. For Alfia, that was exactly right. That's why she lowered her gaze once more, trying to hold back the urge to cry. Good. Belle turned his attention to Haruhime without saying another word to Alfia. Haruhime. The beautiful Renard assumed a straight posture. Even his fluffy golden tail remained motionless as his tearful eyes fearfully gazed into Belle's. I am very disappointed. For Haruhime, it was as if her world had fallen to pieces. Even when she tried to hold back her tears, it was impossible. Without even a trembling moan coming from her lips, lines of crystal-clear water ran down her cheeks. The tears streamed from Haruhime's unfocused eyes, reflecting the expression on Belle's face. Belle-sama, I didn't know what to say, and even if I did know what to say, I was pretty sure I wouldn't be able to give voice to the words. Her throat felt dry, and tears kept wetting her cheeks. The dripping of crystalline drops falling from her chin to the ground caused Haruhime to go into a trance-like state. With both of them silent and having received their lectures, Belle walked between them. His eyes focused on Shakti's battered body, who was looking at him with only one eye. The other one appeared to be damaged enough to open. There was no obstruction from Alfia or Haruhime, so Belle quickly arrived in front of her. It seems I've caused you a couple of problems, Shakti-san, she said with a nervous smile. Shakti was very weak, so she could do little to respond. However, she managed a dry smile with her cracked and bleeding lips. Belle understood that and acted. Forgive my boldness, he said. Shakti didn't understand the reason for the apology, but it was enough to feel Belle's soft hand on the skin of her abdomen. Her face turned as red as a tomato and an embarrassed expression appeared. What are you doing? Now the normal reaction would be to slap him, but his exhaustion was such that he couldn't even lift his arms. I didn't think Belle would take advantage of his weakened state. I didn't think he was that kind of degenerate sick man. But the fact that he was pressing the palm of his hand against her abdomen didn't give her much protection. Hey. At least that was the case until the pain, exhaustion, and numbness began to disappear. She was sure that she could now move both arms with complete ease. Moreover, her wounds were slowly disappearing one by one. What did you do? By the time he realized it, he could already speak. Her throat didn't hurt or burn. That surprised her too. Ah ha ha, is this a way of apologizing on their behalf? Belle said, pointing his thumb over his shoulder. Shakti looked where Belle was pointing, and there she spotted the backs of both women who had attacked her headquarters. Both kept their heads down, like a pair of puppies who had just been scolded for taking something that didn't belong to them. I see. She didn't know what else to say. Honestly, more than resentment, she felt fear towards those girls surrounded by a depressing aura. Yes, Belle felt uncomfortable about Shakti's relationship. One more thing, could you tell me how many members are at the headquarters? You mean what used to be a headquarters? I'm sorry, Shakti let out a sigh. Her cheeks had already cooled down, and with the embarrassment gone, she could now think rationally. If only you had stayed in your cell, bellcranel. Shakti remembered what Alfia had told her at the last minute, so she made sure to correct it. Of course, Belle's presence right now didn't eliminate any future danger. It was never known if he would always be there to stop Alfia. Yes, I feel that way too, Belle murmured. Shakti narrowed her eyes. He carefully studied the repentant white-haired man. He seemed to be shrinking like a scolded rabbit, ashamed of his actions. I'd like to say don't worry, but... She looked around. She remained deeply worried about the condition of her unconscious comrades. This, coupled with the ruined headquarters of her family, only added to her anxiety. Tell me, would you let everything go after seeing this? She wasn't being demanding, much less authoritarian. Shakti was simply speaking the truth. He knew that if it were up to Belle, he might not care about him as much as an insect being squashed and would just go on his way. After all, he was the strongest person in the city, according to reports. Well, certainly not, I wouldn't. Yes, you wouldn't. It seems your sentence will be much longer than it would be, bellcranel. Deep down, she knew that the memory she saw in Belle of her sister was not at all her imagination. I was very sure that Belle wasn't a bad person. That inevitably brought a gentle smile to her face. Shakti, what if I said there was a way I could reduce my sentence? Being pulled from her trance in which she was gently gazing at Belle's repentant and ashamed face, Shakti raised an eyebrow in confusion. I'd ask you to listen to her. Of course, if such a way exists. Can you rebuild the headquarters in less than a minute or cure all my colleagues at once? The sarcasm in his tone was noticeable, as was his amused, dry smile. Not with the first one, but with the second one. The disbelief on her face was also very noticeable. Shakti opened her eyes wide, filled with confusion. What do you mean? I'm not in the mood for jokes, so I really could hit you, you understand? Haha, calm down, I'm very serious, just watch. Belle turned his back on him, walking towards the center of what was supposed to be a headquarters. Passing through the still depressed Alfia of Haruhime, Belle widened his lips in a cheeky smile. Trainee, don't you miss taking a nap? Son of... 2 days later, I'm leaving. Wait, Belle, wait, I'm telling you. The scene where Belle opened the front door and Alfia clung to one of his legs brought a dry smile and nervous sweat to the quiet Zald, who was quietly focused on reading in the living room. Auntie, let me go. I have to find Grandpa. I haven't seen him since I came back to the surface. Who cares about that old man? Only you and I matter, don't you understand? Belle paid little attention to the whimpers of a tearful Alfia and continued walking until he reached the front garden with Alfia still clinging to one of his legs. Belle sighed. He stopped his slow walk and consequently Alfia also stopped being dragged along. The 14-year-old boy, almost 15, looked down indifferently. The tearful face of his pretty aunt entered his field of vision. Let me go. I remind you that you and Haruhime are still grounded. Have you forgotten? You're so cruel. I understand not letting me go out for a week, but I don't understand why you stopped sleeping with me. This wasn't part of the deal when I agreed to let you come to Arario. Don't you keep your word? Auntie, you're being very dramatic. Grow up a little and accept the consequences of your actions. Do I need to mention that because of what you and Haruhime did to the Ganesha familia, I'll face even more charges? Alfia looked away, trying to whistle but failing in the attempt. Belle sighed again. He had lost count of the sighs he had given over the course of these 2 days filled with Alfia's tantrums. Not to mention that I'll almost certainly have to pay for therapy for all the members of the Ganesha family. I heard from Shakti that some of them are even afraid of women now. Poor Jose, Sergio, and Joaquin. Alfia continued with her attempt at whistling. Belle understood very well that she would continue like that until he compensated her or pampered her a little, but as he himself had mentioned, he had to look for his grandfather, who was obliged to appear in court where Belle would be tried. For that very reason, and thinking rationally, Belle sighed once more and offered. Okay, how about we have another date when my trial is over? Of course, it'll only be if you let go of my pira, Aunt Alfia. Belle looked all around and Alfia was nowhere to be found. But what happened? He was surprised that Alfia caught him off guard and disappeared without him noticing. Hey, look in the grass, rabbit. The grass? A little confused and slightly annoyed by how he was called, Belle turned his gaze toward the grass looking for an irregularity. Of course, he found her instantly. On a section of the grass, previously in very good condition, was written deal. In slightly distorted handwriting, perhaps due to haste. Sometimes I think my aunt is a child in an adult's body. That's one of the things you're right about, Belle. You don't say. Belle, having been freed from his aunt's iron grip, continued on his way. He went out through the gate into the city streets and began his search for his grandfather. Soon his spiritual companion spoke. Hey rabbit, can I ask you something? Sure, dwarf bored. There was a short silence. Now that Belle remembered, Trainee was still a little indignant about having been used to heal the 100+ members of the Ganesha familia. Because of that, she had been unconscious for a whole day, which did nothing to quell his anger. I'm going to ignore that, she said. His childlike voice, yet imbued with a gentle wisdom, echoed through Belle's head. Don't you think you were a little harsh on Alfia and Haruhime? I mean, Haruhime hasn't left her room since I woke up. I miss seeing her in her maid outfit, you idiot. Are you? Belle rolled his eyes. I understood Trainee's point, but at the same time I didn't understand his reasons. After all, he occasionally showed his attraction to women. Such was the example of Ryuu naked on the 18th floor or Revis's erotic attire on the upper floors. In this case, Haruhime is dressed as a maid. It's not that I'm upset, it's just that. Even so, putting aside her partner's preferences, Belle answered Trainee's question. I didn't bring them to the city to be seen as villains, that's my role. It wouldn't have made sense to have rejected Erebus's proposal if what I'm going to do is the same as him. Oh then. Yes, the only one who will be hated, feared, and despised here is me. I don't want to be everyone's hero, only my aunt's. So it's okay to be a villain to the city, it's kind of fun. I see, I was right, you're crazy, Belle. Haha, thanks. Anyway, for now, let's look for my grandfather. Any idea where he might be? What? I don't know, a perverted old man lost in a city that has a night district especially for perverted old men. It's hard to imagine where the great Zeus-sama could be. What? The search was narrowed down to a single location thanks to Trainee's sarcastic help. Belle, without Alfia or Haruhime's consent, ventured into the pleasure district in search of his lost grandfather. Mission name, searching for Zeus. Chapter 15, Enigmas of Pleasure, Rabbit just for Alfia. I let out an exasperated sigh as I gazed at the vast sky. The clouds were beginning to be painted with the crimson color of sunset. I'll die of boredom. It was getting late, and since I had left home this morning, I had been standing in front of the entrance to the pleasure district. Apparently, as silly as it sounded, they weren't open during the day. Anyway, why are they only open at night? These guys lack an entrepreneurial mindset. I don't think you're getting the point of pleasure district, Belle. Oh really, yes, I'm very sure. Given the absolute confidence in Trainee's voice, I sighed. It seems there are still things beyond my extensive knowledge. I remembered the many classes taught by my aunt, and among them there was something related to pleasure. That was the shortest lesson she had given me because she said that in due course she would personally show me the fantasies of pleasure. Trainee, do you have experience with pleasure? What, are you a degenerate, Belle? What, not at all, I'm just curious. I've experienced various pleasures throughout my short life, but apparently none of them are what you and my Aunt Alfia are referring to. I see, certainly the pleasures you have experienced are different from the one Alfia refers to. So what kind of pleasure is that? What differentiates it from the pleasure of tasting a delicious meal, from fighting a fierce and powerful rival, from discovering new horizons in this vast world, from experiencing the little things in life that give meaning to suffering and existence? First, calm down, I don't want to philosophize. You see, the more you search for its meaning, the less you'll find it. The pleasure your aunt is talking about is very common and earthly. It's not a big deal, but at the same time, for many it's the height of experimentation. Is that so? I looked at the sky once more. The way the clouds moved along an invisible path following a trail unexplored by humans. White and painted with a deep crimson, the clouds were beautiful. I immersed myself in that beauty while thinking about Trainee's words. If it's so common and down to earth, why did my aunt seem so fascinated while talking about it? She told me so little and she promised to explain so much later. It seemed as if she were visualizing her greatest dream and longing. It wasn't normal. My Aunt Alfia rarely smiled with that beauty and happiness that brought me so much peace. Like the time I declared I would defeat the draconian monster. A pure and sincere smile. That was my goal in life, to make her smile like that every day from sunrise to sunset and the end of nightfall. It's my dream, my goal. Listen. Trainee's words echoed in my head, and I continued watching the wandering clouds across the sky. It's called carnal pleasure, and I'm sure Alfia has absolutely no experience with it, well, at least not in the real world. I'm sure that in her fanciful dreams she's abused you in ways I can't even imagine. Carnal pleasure abusing me. I got lost halfway through your words. I don't understand. Don't worry, like your aunt said, she'll show you carnal pleasure when the time comes. I sighed. It seemed I wouldn't get any more words from my spiritual companion. Anyway, I just had to wait, and when the time came, let my aunt guide me in that unknown pleasure. After all, she is a great teacher. Hey, why are you talking to yourself? Are you crazy? Before I knew it, a voice came from behind me. I turned around and faced the person whose presence I had overlooked. There my eyes met a pair of beautiful sky-blue eyes. Ah, it's you. I quickly let out another sigh, longer and more tired than usual. Why do you look so irritated and tired just from seeing me? And don't ignore my question, why were you only talking about pleasure? Are you planning something to do to my friend, sir? Here we go again. This crazy stalker was a very beautiful elf woman named Ryuu Lion, and for the past few days she has been stalking me and accusing me of crimes that I clearly did not commit. To begin with, seeing her naked on the 18th floor was a complete accident, and I apologized profusely for it. Wasn't piercing my heart enough. Elves sure are intense. I looked at her wearily. His eyes exuded hostility towards me as always, and his ears were colored a lovely bright red. I have no idea who sir is, but please stop pairing me up with people I don't know, okay? Don't play dumb. She told me you went to the fertility hostess, and the girls told me you talked to her for quite a while. Besides, sir is definitely in love. I showed slight surprise. He was referring to that waitress girl whose longing way of looking at me reminded me of someone else. I didn't think they were friends or even knew each other. Sure, I knew of elves who lived very well alongside other races, but the vast majority were arrogant, narcissistic, and xenophobic. Who does this remind me of? I ignored Trainee's words and answered Ryuu, who was about to explode at me. I confess I went, and the food was delicious, by the way, but I never started a romantic relationship with Siasen. We're just friends. I'm not interested in her at all. Did I make myself clear? You're not interested in her, not even a little bit. Phew, this is getting good. I observed Ryuu's surprised and confused expression as he ignored Trainee's malevolent whispers. I decided to put an end to this search and escape that had developed a few days ago. Besides, I'm in love with someone else. If your friend has feelings for me, well, like the gentleman I am, I'll listen to her and reject her the next time I see her, okay? Will you reject her? Yes, to sir. I don't think there's another one, is there? Because you're already in love with someone else. You're intelligent, you impress me. Ryuu seemed to be processing everything, so I decided to give her some space. She froze, lowering the sword she held in her right hand. I looked at the clouds again, noticing that the sky was already turning dark. Night was coming, and with it, the opening of the pleasure district. I just had to go in, find my grandfather, and leave. I would keep a low profile and avoid causing any trouble. I see, so you're not interested in my friend. Hey, you're still here. I turned around again and faced Ryuu, whom I thought had already left peacefully. She pressed her palm to her chest and sighed, then he looked at me with cold, tempered eyes. That doesn't change the fact that you defiled my body, and besides, why are you at the entrance to the pleasure district? How many times have I sighed today? I've lost count. In exasperation, I looked directly into the sky-blue eyes that wanted to see my head roll. First of all, I already apologized for seeing you naked, and I even said I was sorry. I'm free of guilt, and it's not like I looked at you with perverted eyes, is it? I even gave you a nice bikini. And secondly, I've come to find my grandfather. I haven't seen him for days, and the clues led me to this place. That's why I'm waiting for it to open its doors. Are you happy? I understand. I thought you came to that. I didn't understand what he was talking about, but I nodded and turned around once more. The place beyond the entrance was beginning to light up. The time was approaching. I'm glad we finally cleared up the misunderstandings between us. I'll be much more at ease. I had a brief conversation with Ryuu, and she seemed a little embarrassed. Perhaps she was reflecting on her actions these past few days. Ah, yes. She lowered her gaze, and as I suspected, she was embarrassed. I truly understood her, for that was the nature of the elves. They may have been arrogant, narcissistic, and xenophobic, but they kept their pride high and apologized when they made a mistake. That was the only thing I respected about them. Well, this is where we say goodbye, goodbye. I turned my back on him after saying goodbye, standing and waiting for the pleasure district to open. And once again, I heard his voice. I can accompany you and help you look for your grandfather if you want. I glanced at her over my shoulder, and it seemed she wished to atone for her sins. I, like a true gentleman, refused thanks, but no, I want to get out and back in quickly. Are you implying that I'll be a nuisance? You're quick to understand. Die, you idiot. And so Ryuu and I went our separate ways. I watched his back recede, disappearing slowly into the distant darkness down the street. She looked angry. I sighed. I didn't really consider her a nuisance, but two people would attract more attention, and I wanted to keep a low profile. Besides, being a very beautiful elf would attract unwanted attention from other men. I didn't intend to hit anyone today. I already had enough to deal with the charges against me that I would soon face. Okay, let's go. Let's kick some ass, Belle. Keep your composure. We'll just look for my grandfather, and that's it. I waited a while longer when they finally opened the doors and I entered the place with complete peace of mind. I only came for my grandfather, nothing more. A man's back hit the wall of an alley. Gotcha. The blow caused cracks in the reinforced partition, and the crunching of several bones resounded at the same time as blood shot out of the unfortunate man's mouth. Seriously, how much of a piece of trash does he have to be to try to assault a lady? Tell me, why shouldn't I rip your arms and legs off? Peepity, please, I was just playing. Yes, I really wasn't going to hurt you. Please, I beg you, let me go. Ah, I was playing, so I'm playing too. Belle repeatedly kicked the man's emaciated body, making sure he remembered the sound of his bones breaking even in his dreams. Go for it, Belle, with more force. Trainee encouraged his friend. From a distance, someone murmured, thank you very much, young man. A beautiful human girl with brown hair and a large body looked with teary eyes at Belle's silhouette bathed in the shadows of the alley. He kept kicking his attacker, the same man who had tried to grape her after she had rejected him and who was now crying pitifully. The woman watched and Belle continued kicking the man for several minutes. He only stopped when he noticed the man was no longer moving. How annoying. Belle smoothed his hair and after dusting off his suit, looked at the sensual woman. He walked over to her and offered her a hand, helping her to her feet. The young woman looked embarrassed, staring directly into her savior's pair of rubbered eyes. He's very handsome. She never thought she would experience anything like being saved by a gallant and handsome Prince Charming, not her, who was nothing more than a simple prostitute. Belle watched her silently and then asked in a charming tone of voice, Miss, tell me, are all the men in this city abusers? Not all of them, but the vast majority are adventurers, young man. I see so adventurers and I respected them. The woman glanced at the man turned to mush in the alley and then looked at Belle again. He looks like a nobleman, but... She knew the beaten man and understood from her companions that he was a level 3, much talked about among adventurers. If he had been massacred so easily by the handsome young man who held his hand delicately, then he was not an ordinary person. Excuse me. With weak words and a noticeable blush, she asked, May I know your name, young man? Of course, miss, my name is bellcranel. May I have the privilege of knowing yours, fair lady? Be beautiful, lady. Blush, the young woman felt as if her chest would be torn apart by the wild beating of her heart. My name is Cavern, she replied in a soft, embarrassed whisper. Cavern is a beautiful name. Thank you, yours too, Cranel-sama. Cavern looked down, trying not to act so nervous. Her cheeks burned, her chest heaved, and her lips were pursed tenderly. When she felt Belle release her hand, she looked up once more. There she saw the kind smile of her savior who gazed at her with gentle eyes. I'm looking for someone, so I have to go. Are you safe here, or would you like me to accompany you somewhere safe? Cavern thought she didn't want her savior to just leave and she didn't want to be a burden to him either. However, if he was looking for someone here, it meant he was a regular customer. In that case, she wouldn't mind spending the night with him. The person you're looking for, what's their name? If you'd like and I'm sufficient for you, I can replace them tonight, Cranel-sama. He eagerly awaited Belle's reply. However, he tilted his head and replied. I think there's a slight mistake. I'm not looking for a woman, I'm looking for my grandfather who has been missing for several days and this is where he would be. Cavern looked confused and a second later her face turned so red she couldn't believe it. I'm sorry, it seems I misunderstood a few things. Don't worry. Anyway, I have to look for him, so this is goodbye, Karenson, goodbye. Yes, Cavern was thrown into a vortex. She went into a trance and the mere thought of never seeing this handsome boy again made her heart ache. She didn't want him to leave just like that, and of all the things she could think of, she suggested the only thing that would allow her to be with him a little longer. I can help you look for your grandfather. I work here, so maybe I'll recognize him. She never in her life thought she would be so ashamed by the mere fact of working as a prostitute. Of course, it wasn't as if it had been her dream. She had been through several hardships and tragedies that had chained her to this unlucky place, but she understood that this was better than starving to death. Really. Actually, since I don't know this place, I could really use some help. But all that misfortune had allowed her to meet the charming young man before her. If all her suffering served to guide him through this unlucky district, then she no longer lamented as much as before. Cavern smiled sweetly. I will gladly help you, Cranel-sama. I appreciate that, Karenson. When Belle offered his arm to walk side by side, Cavern trembled with delight. She quickly realized that her savior was very polite, which only added to his charm. They both left the alley and walked through the crowded streets. Men and women stared, but Cavern shrugged them off as she rested her cheek on Belle's shoulder. So much suffering for a little happiness, what a cruel and charming treatment. Could you tell me what your grandfather is like, Cranel-sama? Well, he has electric blue eyes, a beard and white hair and is about 180 m tall. Cavern stopped resting her cheek on Belle's shoulder and stared at him bewildered. Belle felt her gaze and asked, Is something wrong? You seem to know him. They both stopped, and the people passing around them acted as a distorted background in Cavern's field of vision where Belle was the center of attention. A little nervous, she murmured. I think he's the man who was locked in the dungeons with the god Hermes for incurring a huge debt and not paying it. That. As you heard, a large number of my colleagues were summoned by those two, and they told me that after several days without stopping, even Ishtar-sama herself was summoned, but apparently from what I heard, when they finished with Ishtar-sama, they confessed that they didn't have the money to pay the whole bill and were taken into custody in the dungeons under Babyl. I'm afraid to ask, but how much is the debt? I think it was over 9 figures. Damn it, did we come to this city to go into debt? Trainee understood the gravity of the situation. Belle felt dizzy, and in an attempt to contain the migraine, he held his head with his right hand. Grandpa, what stupid thing did you do? He ignored Karen's worried look, who had her arm around his and thought seriously about the whole situation. The situation was very serious, and besides, he didn't want to imagine the beating Alfia would give Zeus. This time he doubted he could save him. That's when he asked, "Wait, you said they were taken to an underground dungeon." "Yes, that's what I said, Cranel-sama, so what are they doing to them there?" If I go by the rules, they're being tortured, but in the worst-case scenario. In the worst-case scenario, Friend-sama will be the one to punish you, and believe me, Cranel-sama, there is no worse hell than being tortured by her. She has broken many men, and she is very violent in the act. Demons. Belle didn't quite understand what kind of act Karen was talking about, but just by seeing her terrified face, he understood that it was no joke. While she was thinking about what to do, she heard Trainee's voice. "Oh great Zeus-sama, I pray for his eternal rest." You're not helping, Trainees. The situation was very serious, and since his grandfather was an exiled god, he would not be treated well by other gods in this city. That is why he had to protect them, or at least that was how it should be, since he had already failed to protect the one who needed protection the most. I didn't think there was anyone in the city who could beat Alfia or Zald, and Haruhime was a specialist in stealth and escape. Understanding this, Belle bit his lower lip in irritation and made up his mind. He looked at the woman beside him and spoke. "Karenson, what I'm about to ask is very selfish of me, and I won't force you to do it if you don't want to, but..." Karen looked surprised when Belle moved his arm away from hers and knelt before her, pressing his head to the ground. "Please help me rescue my grandfather." "See, Cranel-sama, please don't do that." She panicked, not knowing what to do to make her savior lift his head and stop humiliating himself in front of so many people. After a few seconds, Karen decided to take Belle to her quarters, so she took his hand and made him stand up, then led him towards the red light district. "Where are we going?" "To my chambers, please follow me." Thus, under the gaze of others, they both disappeared into the crowd. Later in the following days, the rumor of a certain nobleman with white hair and red eyes kneeling before a prostitute begging for a night's service would spread through the city. When we arrived at my quarters, I closed the door and locked it. I let Cranel-sama take a seat and I sat opposite him. I asked him for an explanation, mainly about how I could help in rescuing his grandfather. He just said, "Tell me its location." I hesitated at first because I knew that if Ishtar-sama were to find out about my betrayal, execution would be the most adorable fate. I didn't want to become an empty shell when he used his charm on me, so I showed my fear to Cranel-sama. He noticed that and smiled gently. "Don't worry, as long as I live no one will hurt you. I swear it on my honor." Cranel-sama. He was so charming, handsome, and chivalrous. The man of my dreams without a doubt. Seeing the seriousness in her beautiful rubbered eyes, I nodded slowly. "They are located in." After giving him all the information and the way he could leave, Cranel-sama thanked me with a charming smile and hugged me tightly. I almost fainted from excitement. "I'll never forget this, Karenson. I understand more or less, and if you want to leave this place, you just have to. Nobody will chase you, I assure you. You can start a new life from scratch without worries." After uttering those captivating words, Cranel-sama left my chambers and embarked on the rescue of his grandfather. It was only now that I was able to react, and I stared at the entrance to my room. I would have at least kissed him. My lips longed to know the sweetness and warmth of Cranel-sama's, but that longing was nothing more than a simple dream. I stayed in my rooms for the rest of the night, not receiving any clients under the pretext that I wasn't feeling well. When I heard several explosions, I decided to take all my savings and leave the pleasure district in search of a new life. The infiltration into the underground of Babyl was a complete success, and being careful not to be seen, I walked along the torchlit path. I kept going, following Karenson's directions. "It's here." Finally, after walking through this underground labyrinth for a while, I found the dungeon area. It was a long corridor at the back, and on both sides there were barred rooms that functioned as torture cells. I walked slowly, looking left and right for my grandfather and Hermes. I didn't find them in the first few places, nor in the middle ones along the path. I stopped and peered with difficulty into the last cell. There were my grandfather and Hermes chained by their 4 limbs in an X shape. Are they still alive? From my point of view, they looked more like corpses than anything else. They were pale, had various wounds, and their lips were split. More than just being alive, they seemed traumatized, Belle. "Oh really?" I looked at both of their faces. Hermes looked like a ghost, lifeless and with no emotion in his eyes, which stared fixedly at the stone floor. My grandfather, on the other hand, seemed like a lost soul reliving atrocious events from the past, similar to those retired adventurers with severe psychological trauma. I stood silently before the iron bars that separated me from the inside of the room. They still hadn't noticed me, and in a way I didn't know if they could even hear or feel the things of this reality. "This is serious," I murmured. I had never seen my grandfather like that, not even when he was being beaten by my Aunt Alfia. Hermes, on the other hand, was a shadow of the old, super-cool, smiling Hermes. "So, are you going to get them out of there or not?" Yeah, I dismissed their condition and kicked the iron gate. The bars echoed as they fell inwards and hit the ground. I stepped over them and reached my grandfather, taking hold of the chains that bound his wrists. It only took a little pressure for the iron to break. I repeated the same with the chains that restrained his legs and left my grandfather's body on the floor. Then I released Hermes. "I must say their bodies are pitiful, Belle. They're no match for yours." "Stop saying strange things, trainee." I searched the torture room, and after a few seconds I saw some ragged black blankets on the table against the wall. On that same table there were a large number of torture tools, some of which were possibly used on my grandfather and Hermes. "This will do, it's time to go." I took the black blankets and covered the naked bodies of my grandfather and Hermes, then I carried them on my shoulders and began my retreat. "Belle, is that you, Belle? Am I hallucinating, my good friend Belle?" "Oh, I think I've died, for I see the sky." During the retreat, I heard the ravings of the grandfather and Hermes, who were not far from the edge of madness. Poor people. This was serious, and I needed to get them medical attention as soon as possible and put them to rest for at least a week. "Belle, someone's coming." I know. I stopped my advance, waiting for the presence that didn't bother to be stealthy to reveal itself. I could feel that he was strong, but the vibrations of his footsteps were grotesque and insensitive. He must be an enormous, tiny man, or so I thought. Hehe, a cute little bunny wandered into my love nest. Before me stood the greatest abomination I had ever seen in my short years of life. What the hell is that thing? It's a toad, it's a bell toad. It's a mutated toad that speaks human language, kill it. I stood there confused, staring at the distorted, chubby silhouette of the thing in front of me as Trainee screamed fervently. Hehe, a cute little bunny wandered into my love nest. By the time Phryne's gruff voice echoed through the damp walls of the underground dungeon, the unconscious Zeus and Hermes awoke. Their faces took on an expression of pure terror, and their dilated eyes were adorned with veins about to burst. Their throats roared with lament and unbridled hatred. "Belle, kill that thing. Erase that existence from this mortal plane. I beg you, no, I implore you, crush its head. Belle, my friend, my dear brother, please, please, get rid of that abomination, do it. She corrupted my body." Whoa, poor things, they look traumatized. "Belle, what are you going to do?" There was a short silence. Belle ignored the requests of his grandfather and Hermes as well as Trainee's intrigued question. He kept watching Phryne. His facial features showed a certain repulsion and slight irritation. He pointed his index finger at Phryne. The surface of her eyes remained imperturbable and cold. "Don't you ever call me rabbit again, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." His cold words traveled on the air until they reached Phryne's ears. The atmosphere turned serious, and Belle continued to glare hostilely at his target. Seconds passed, and Phryne's lips twisted into an unpleasant crescent-shaped smile. His grotesque, salivating tongue moistened his thick, cracked lips. "Little bunny." The voice, similar to the croaking of a frog, echoed through the walls of the passageway that led to the surface. There was another short silence, and not even Trainee dared to ask what would happen. Zeus and Hermes remained silent, knowing that justice would be done for the crimes committed against them. Sometimes I wonder if people are just stupid or if they're pretending. When Belle said that in a light tone, he left Zeus and Hermes on the ground. He snapped his fingers, and before Phryne could grab the sheathed axes on his back, his grotesque body was sent flying. She felt no pain until after 3 seconds. His brain wasn't as quick to process the electromagnetic waves that activated the sense of pain in his body. Her body went numb and she lost all feeling. At this point, she might even consider it the best fortune she could have had, to feel no pain or to have no sensation at all. Phryne could hardly think whether it was good or bad. Similar to a cannonball, his body pierced the ceiling of the corridor, passing through the next and the next until it reached the first floor of Babyl, the surface. The sound of concrete being shattered and debris falling like rain resonated to the rhythm of a harmony of terror. The impacts shook the very foundations of Babyl, and by the time they stopped, Belle was already on the first floor, 3 meters from the shattered body of Phryne. "Tell me, will you call me that again?" Phryne shed tears. Numerous parts of his body bled through his burst skin, and his already horrifying face looked even more disgusting. By the time he tried to speak, it was clear that a large part of his teeth had been destroyed. And no. Phryne was confused. Even now, she couldn't process or deduce what had happened. She only knew that in the blink of an eye, her body had passed through several levels and that she was now dying on the first floor of Babyl. She knew that the Berbera would soon arrive because of all the chaos, but her poor understanding told her that no one could stand up to the young man in front of her. I see. Then I have nothing more to do here. Belle turned his back on her and walked until he reached the hole through which Phryne had come to get here and jumped in. Only a couple of seconds passed before Phryne saw him emerge from the hole again, this time with two bodies wrapped in tattered blankets. She recognized them. They were the customers she was punishing for having acquired an impossible debt to pay. And no, you can't take them. Even she didn't know where she got the courage to speak to that absolute king, but she continued. There is evidence of his debt, witnesses. Every word she uttered made blood spill from her mouth, but she ignored all common sense. By the time her words reached Belle, he turned and looked at her with contempt. Then he declared, there can be no witnesses if there are no witnesses. Before Phryne could understand the meaning of those words, Belle left through the main door of Babyl after kicking down the large door. What do you plan to do? I think a 9-figure debt is a huge exaggeration. Even if Grandpa and Hermes were here for days, it's still an exaggeration. I wouldn't be surprised if they were actually scammed. That's possible, so what do you plan to do? Belle observed the great tower called Babyl. He was very clear that no matter how much he claimed that the debt was a clear scam, nothing mattered in the face of the statements of so many people. Let's make that debt worthwhile. What do you mean? Belle's lips curled into a wicked smile, one that revealed his intentions as he continued to gaze at the great tower. He knew that in a few seconds he would be surrounded by all the members of the Ishtar family, and yet he still showed a carefree face. Trainee, create a cyclone that acts as a shield. Hey. Make the air currents so strong that they can cut through a level 4 if they try to pass through the wind. Okay. Okay, when I give you the signal, use your sensory powers to get everyone out of the tower with drafts. Take them out. Why would I wait? Hey, you must be kidding me. I'm counting on you, partner. No, don't drag me into your shit, you bucking lunatic. The seraph's wings shine brightly, and the brilliant light is a pure white that reveals all sins. You bastard, I'll punish you for this later, you hear me. In a fit of rage, Trainee controlled her magical power and created a cyclone around Belle. Just then, they were surrounded by the Berbera. A barrage of attacks rained down on Belle, but all were repelled by the strong currents of cutting wind. One is sin, sin is humanity. Humans fear, fear is guilt. Guilt resides within oneself. Without any concern, Belle continued to conjure his gravity magic without taking his eyes off Babyl. His eyes focused on the top of the tower, and thanks to his dynamic vision, he could see the figure of a dark-skinned goddess looking at him with doubt and confusion. A couple of minutes passed and his spell was broken. Neither the screams nor the attacks, nothing could penetrate the shield of wind around him. Twin wings Edelweiss, it sealed the end of his magic. A great magical power concentrated on Babyl, distorting the space around it. Now Trainee. The moment he gave the signal, the great mass of magical power was condensed and covered all of Babyl. The effect emerged after a second, exerting an absurd condensed gravity that cracked the foundations of the tower. When a crack was heard, followed by another and another, Trainee broke the gush of wind and controlled the air currents to direct them into the tower. The Amazons who were attacking Belle were blown away by the strong blizzard, which swept through every corridor and floor of the tower and expelled anyone. Belle silently observed the fall of Babyl. Huge debris as big as houses fell beside him and caused a rumble along with a thunderous sound, but Belle did not even flinch. He stood motionless, with Zeus and Hermes on his shoulders, watching as everything fell to pieces. The Amazons who had previously attacked him and had been sent flying now ran in terror, screaming in panic and trying not to be crushed by the rubble. You're crazy, seriously. Belle remained silent from beginning to end. He didn't care that Trainee criticized him, and he also ignored the pale faces of Zeus and Hermes who were just returning to reality and stopped delirious. He just remained silent, watching the Amazons limp away from the place. Analyzing all the devastated terrain, he could only think of one thing. Is this what you guys were expecting? Mass destruction, terror, horrified faces, fear. Faced with all that, Belle let out a tired sigh. Deep down, he wondered if being a villain was his calling because he felt not the slightest guilt for his actions. Deep down, he thought that perhaps it was an excuse similar to methods don't matter, only the result matters. He just wanted everyone to get stronger because he understood that he couldn't kill the draconian monster without anyone's help. Rise up, true heroes. He turned around and walked towards the exit of the pleasure district. Days later, while at home awaiting his trial, he would receive notification of more charges against him. There were no deaths, but the goddess Ishtar demanded either his head or his absolute devotion to her. The next day, did you go to the pleasure district? Yes, I had to rescue Grandpa Hermes. Why? Your eyes are scary, Auntie. I see, I see. I was on my knees on the floor of my room. My pitiful self looked with some anguish at the lifeless face of my aunt, who was wearing a nightgown to cover her body. The fabric was almost transparent, so I could see the silhouette of her body, as well as the whiteness of her skin. My Belle, my sweet Belle, went to that seedy place. It's not so bad, is it? Silence, at your service. Well, there was nothing I could do. There were few times when my aunt was as scary as she was now, such as when she went out to play with the girls in the village where we lived. One single death glare from my aunt and my friends would never come near me again. Sad, yes, but she must have had her reasons. Having me, you choose to go to that place. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? The main problem was that now my aunt was delirious, muttering to herself words whose meaning I could barely understand. Well, it was somewhat normal. I wasn't old enough, nor did I have permission to visit that place, which is a brothel. Aunt. I looked directly into her eyes, so beautiful and delicate, but which right now exuded hostility and an immense thirst for blood. I didn't know if I was his target or just some other unfortunate soul, so gathering a little courage, I asked him, "What can I do to make you forgive me?" I didn't forget that she was grounded, but there was nothing I could do when she acted like that. If he decided to beat me until he was exhausted, I could only remain still while receiving his blows. Rebelling was not an option, and I preferred to die than fight her. My aunt remained silent, and while I waited for her response, she began to move her body. After a short time, I looked at her with a blank stare and an irritated expression. "Hey, why are you undressing? This will be my compensation." Her delicate fingers unbuttoned her camisole from top to bottom. By the time she finished, her breasts acted as a crutch for the ends of the fabric, preventing her from revealing everything. "You'll give me a massage and sleep with me again, but you're still grounded. That was in the past, the moment you stepped into that place without my permission." Our eyes met. I could feel sweat slowly forming on the back of my neck as nerves took over. I didn't want to give in to her whims, but the gleam in her eyes made it clear that she wouldn't accept no for an answer. Her lips formed a smile that made her look very pretty, but the coldness in her eyes dampened that cuteness and turned it into an unbridled torrent of resolve. Could I call it a nice resolution? No, terrible name. Huh, okay, I'll do whatever you ask. Hee, now take off your clothes. What, that won't happen now? Okay. Losing all my dignity and pride, I took off my suit until I was left in my boxers. I could feel my aunt's gaze on my every move, but I tried to ignore it. I also dismissed that wet lip licking as something caused by my imagination. With my body half-naked, I sat on the mattress where my aunt patted lightly, indicating that this was my place. "You've gotten stronger, your body has grown too." "Yes, I suppose." I felt her fingers caress my body, and she pressed hers against mine as closely as she could. She was beside me, slowly bringing her face closer to my cheek. I could feel the touch of his lips on my cheek and then his nose sniffing and smelling my hair. "Belle, I'm sorry, but I'm going to disconnect for a while." "Are you abandoning me?" "Don't look at it that way, take this as a bit of privacy." "I see." "Yes, well, I'll be back in a day, goodbye." "Bye-bye." "Belle, you smell so good." Actually, I understood my aunt. Yes, she was very strange, and her way of showing her love for me was even stranger, but I didn't see it as something unhealthy. Many times, on repeated nights when I shared a bed with her, she murmured words of lament in a low voice as she slept. It wasn't unusual for her to have nightmares from time to time, and when I heard her murmur, "I'm sorry, sister," with such sadness and tears coming from her closed eyes, I easily knew that it was my biological mother. "Belle, yeah, who is your aunt's cute little bunny?" I received a completely unexpected surprise attack. I could feel my cheeks burning with embarrassment, and my own silence only increased my nervousness. The sensation of his soft hands caressing my body while he looked at me with bright, excited eyes made it impossible for me to ignore the current situation. "Oh." She flashed a playful, mischievous smile, then whispered in my ear, "Where is my cute bunny?" I started sweating cold. Right now, I was grateful that Trainee had gone to her personal space, because it wouldn't be pleasant to be hearing her mocking laughter inside my head. My aunt showed a sad and depressed expression, beginning to cry. I looked at her with concern. My pride was being shattered by her cute and tender eyes of different colors, and the scent of her silver hair falling down her sides like silver waterfalls enhanced her beauty. "Isn't my bunny here?" she asked, almost sobbing. I bit my lips, trying to resist the dangerous situation. "You are my bunny, where's my bunny?" "Ah, it can't be, did my bunny abandon me?" Impossible. It was a mystery to me how she managed to shed tears at will, and her depressive performance while looking around left me speechless. "Zen, no." I wanted to speak, then I noticed that my voice was trembling. Now I wanted to cry, and unlike my aunt, these would be real tears. "Hey bunny, is that you?" She looked at me with eyes moist with anticipation, showing a lovely smile full of hope. My will was shattered by that smile. "Why, yes, it's me, here's your bunny." Even if I used my high-level dynamic vision, I couldn't find my pride. "Yay, bunny!" My aunt let out a cute, excited squeal, hugging me and rubbing her cheek against mine. Her breasts were also pressing against my arm, making it feel like a sandwich. He stayed like that for 5 minutes, giving me light kisses on the cheek and caressing my hair while rubbing his naked body against mine. It was then that he stated his next wish. Hey, before the massage, do you mind if I hug you until you fall asleep a little? Not at all. I no longer had any pride to protect, so I surrendered completely to his whims. Hee, thanks, Belle. Seeing her so happy and excited made me smile. My aunt was a lonely person whose sadness disappeared when she was with me. I wasn't an idiot, and I knew perfectly well that she saw me as some kind of beacon pointing the way for a ship lost at sea. I lay down and she leaned her body against mine. I didn't even realize she had taken off her nightgown and that now nothing covered her nakedness. I didn't say anything, and neither did she. I felt her breasts rubbing against my skin, as well as her hands roaming over my abdomen and my cheek. The warmth of his lips giving light kisses and caresses on my neck made me sigh, and soon I felt sleepy. Just as I gave her peace and joy, she gave me the same. When I was with her, I felt safe and could let my guard down, so much so that it made me sleepy and gave me inner peace. I let out a yawn. I think I'll take a nap, Auntie. Go ahead, I'll take care of your defenseless body. Yes, thanks. My eyelids grew heavy and slowly I closed my eyes. As I was about to fall into the world of dreams, I could feel his breath hitting my face as well as a light, warm touch on my lips. Then I heard the murmur of his voice. I love you so much, Belle. Yes, my aunt wasn't strange. I was strange for feeling so comfortable with her. Without knowing why, I turned off my consciousness. The moment Belle fell asleep, Alfia closed her eyelids and rested her head on the young man's chest. Her large breasts flattened Belle's toned abdomen and her slender legs intertwined with his. I'm sorry, sister, he let out a murmur. Her cheeks maintained a lovely pink tint and her heart rate increased more and more. Resting on Belle's chest and listening to his heartbeat, Alfia murmured with a beautiful smile, I really love him. Each caress she gave to Belle's naked body caused a rush of pleasure and joy in her, making it harder to resist the temptation to kiss him. I wanted it. More than anything in the world, I wanted to kiss Belle. To feel the warmth, moisture, and softness of his lips against my own. Sharing their saliva, connecting their tongues in a harmonious dance, and sealing their love in that way until their oxygen ran out. But what would be the point if I stole it while you were sleeping? It wasn't the first time Alfia had fought against her impulses. At some point, he lost count of the times he won over his desire to steal a kiss from her while she slept. I wanted it to be romantic, to be unique, and more importantly, to be by Belle's own free will. Nothing would make her happier than for Belle to take the initiative and claim her lips as his own, and in an act of love, take her body and make her his wife. That's why while caressing Belle's body, he slid his body down until he reached her neck and was able to whisper, "Hurry up, realize my love for you." Then he kissed Belle's neck. She gave light, gentle caresses with her lips, making sure that the next day her marks would appear on Belle's white skin. You're already mine, and I won't give up until you make me yours, darling. After a few minutes of rubbing her naked body against Belle's, Alfia was also overcome by sleep, and slowly her eyelids closed. They both fell asleep wrapped in blankets while hugging each other. Morning arrived, and as the sun's rays filtered through the window, Belle slowly woke up. After verifying that Alfia was still hugging him while he slept, he freed himself from her thin arms and began to get dressed. Today was his day of judgment, and although it was midday, he couldn't just lie around in bed. She had to prepare breakfast for her aunt and the others because she didn't want Zald to do that forever. Okay, let's go. By the time she had finished dressing, she observed the naked and defenseless body of her sleeping aunt. The white sheets covered most of her skin but did little to conceal the size of her breasts. She seems happy, Belle murmured with a smile. He carefully observed Alfia's face. She was filled with peace and adorned with a lovely smile. Her disheveled silver hair as well as her sleepy expression made her look incredibly sweet. I'm glad to hear it. After smiling once more, Belle turned around and walked to the bathroom to rinse his mouth and wash his face. It was when she saw her reflection in the mirror that she noticed the numerous red spots on her neck. What the heck did mosquitoes bite me? There were too many of them, and Belle was worried about the size of the mosquitoes that did that to him. She ran her fingers over her neck, touching each hickey. After doing so, she noticed there were 14 in total. I'll use insect repellent from now on. With a sigh, she brushed her teeth and washed her face to shake off the sleepiness. Then she went downstairs and started preparing breakfast. Chapter 16, Judgment and Penances. Success is like pregnancy. Everyone congratulates you, but they don't know how many times you got bucked. The first thing I saw upon entering this so-called chamber of prayer was the very exaggerated and impractical stone throne in the center. Being so high up, only accessible by climbing stairs, was silly. Was this a form of intimidation? As I looked up at the old man sitting on this ominous, foolish throne, I thought, he's not scary. More than anything, he'd give me a stiff neck from staring up there for so long. Bellcranel, your trial will begin. He couldn't deny the fact that her voice was deep and wise, but he still looked silly up there. Understood. I looked around momentarily, feeling everyone's eyes fixed on me. On one side stood the goddess Freya and her executives, who looked like mummies recently unearthed from their coffins. Only Otter managed to maintain a barely decent appearance. His gaze is still familiar. I questioned the familiar gaze of the goddess of beauty and love, but I didn't dwell on it and looked to the left. There was the Loki Familia, giving me complicated looks mixed with fear and caution. They look at me like I'm a monster. Did I do something wrong to them? As I pondered that lack of respect, I glanced to my right. There stood my aunt, my grandfather, Uncle Zald, and Haruhime. Aunt Alfia appeared dignified and calm, yet an aura of death surrounded her beautiful body. She, more than anyone, found the whole thing disturbing, and I could barely persuade her not to interfere in my hearing. Finally, the people behind me. I looked over my shoulder, and at the only exit from this place stood the entire Ganesha family. In the center sat Shaktasan, an old acquaintance, the one who had captured me a few days ago. "Are you aware of the crimes you're accused of?" The ominous voice of the old god echoed. I would like to jump straight to penance, but I must ask, why do you bring a plant with you? This. I looked at the flower pot in my hands, which contained a small, bright green plant. Turning my attention back to the old god, I replied, "It's just a plant." He didn't seem entirely convinced by my answer, but he couldn't blame me for it. I had told him the truth, that it was just a simple plant. However, the reason for bringing her with me was not that simple. "I see," the god seemed to relent in his curiosity. "Then I will list your crimes." Forward, I remained calm in the middle of the chamber of prayer while God dictated the atrocious events carried out by me. He mentioned the fact that I had left countless magic stones uncollected in the dungeon, but in reality I was against that accusation. After all, hadn't the Loki Familia collected those stones and claimed their value? If they wanted to blame me, they should give me my money back. Any objections? None. However, that was annoying. I have no interest in money, and I consider those who fight over it to be ungentlemen. Next, the indiscriminate attack on the Loki family and the Freya family. I took a look at the aforementioned families. The Loki Familia showed no physical injuries, but for some reason their dark circles were noticeable, as if they couldn't get any sleep. The Freya family, on the other hand, did stand out. Apart from Otter, the others looked like newly discovered mummies with bandages covering every part of their bodies. Okay, I agreed. The god listed the many rules broken by attacking these families, the main ones being the panic caused in the city and the invasion of property. I did not protest against it. Next, the attack on the Ganesha family and your escape from the holding cell along with the 3 orphaned children. I had completely forgotten about the 3 child serial killers who were my cellmates. Had they been captured again? If so, I should help them once my trial was over. I thought about it while God talked non-stop, going from this crime to the most recent one, the destruction of the Pleasure District. Those were the longest 3 hours of my life, and I could feel sleep creeping in. I choose to destroy them all. You're not helping, trainees. By the time the enumeration of my crimes was finished, God moved directly to the penance I would have to perform. Wait a moment, old man, that. He seemed offended by my abrupt interruption. However, I ignored him and spoke without hindrance. I agree to do whatever penances they give me. However, if they don't stop right now, they will regret it. What are you taking about? I sighed in disappointment. I had to admit that I was good at keeping up appearances. However, I had never met anyone who was able to escape my ability to detect magic. I raised the flower pot in my hands above my head and applied spiritual magic. Trying to put me to sleep with magic is insulting, God Uranos. Suddenly, the small plant was imbued with my magic power and spread greatly. That W8. There was panic in the room, but that didn't stop me. The vines and branches of my little plant spread throughout the place, turning the prayer chamber into some kind of forest greenhouse. Jiga, let me go. I turned my attention to the source of the voice, but there was no one there. The vines of my little plant tangled around something invisible and began to drain its energy through tiny roots. So it's you. Do you have a magic similar to Haruhime's specter, or is it just a magical artifact? If it's the latter, I want it. I'll take it as an apology for such disrespect. The place fell silent, and I could feel my family smiling with amusement from the stands. After a few seconds, the vines of my little plant absorbed enough energy from its prey so it ceased to be invisible. Oh, this is a surprise. Before my eyes appeared a person, or at least what was a person. It was covered by a dark cloak, but I could clearly see the whiteness of its bones. At first I thought it was a living dead. However, I remembered the story of a legendary magician hailed as a legend. I smiled with excitement. Okay, I grabbed his cloak, which was an artifact capable of granting invisibility. Now it's mine. I pulled him toward me, but I didn't leave the wizard exposed. Just as the cloak was in my possession, the green vines completely enveloped him. It looked like a caterpillar about to hatch, but that way it could keep its identity hidden. You're welcome, and thank you for the cape. It will come in handy in the future. As I said that, the vines that had captured him pulled him out of my sight. His body, covered in vines, crashed through one of the walls, sinking into the rubble and darkness. And now, I turned my attention back to the god on the stone throne. His face showed displeasure as well as nervousness. I looked at the others, and although I wanted to do something, they didn't move. Old man, explain yourself. Is there any reason why I shouldn't destroy you for trying to knock me unconscious? I warn you, if you don't convince me, I'll cripple you all. My body got hot. I didn't really come here intending to cause any more trouble, but I couldn't ignore the lack of respect. I exuded pure hostility, and I could feel everyone except my family bristling because of it. I have no excuses, said the god. I consider you dangerous and uncontrollable, so it is necessary to seal your state. Look. I laughed. From atop his throne, the god looked pathetic as he made excuses. Hold me back, dangerous, uncontrollable, foolishness. I'll let it go this time, but there won't be a second. Now, while I'm being accommodating, dictate the penance, old man. I spoke harshly, and I had no interest in showing respect to those who didn't show it to me. Being submissive and pretending nothing had happened was for weak people, and those kinds of people ended up dead. While you're being complacent, there was a change in his voice. Bellcranel, are you aware of your position? The truth is no, and are you aware of yours? A tense atmosphere settled over us, and I could feel the divine fury of God. With dignity and severity, he declared. Do you think you can bear the weight of all of Arario, boy? You may be strong, but you're still just one. Even if gluttony and silence are on your side, do you think they'll prevail against the might of the masses? Don't make the mistake of thinking that Warlord is the only level 7 in the world besides your uncles. There's one more, one who. Haha, this is funny. I couldn't hold back my laughter. Watched by countless people, I laughed openly. I looked so funny that tiny crystalline tears welled up in the corners of my eyes. Hugging my stomach and holding back laughter, I asked, are you talking about that idiot Leon? I kicked his ass a while ago. I can freely say he's no big deal. You're not lying. Of course not. Why would I? I smiled brazenly at the sight of the god's pale face as well as the faces of the others. At that moment, a figure stood up. What you're saying, is it true? I looked with disinterest at the captain of the Loki Familia, who showed disbelief all over his face. Yes, I replied, crossing my arms. That useless narcissist tried to woo my aunt, and he had the nerve to propose. What else was I supposed to do but have him hospitalized? I shifted my attention from the palm and looked at my aunt. She gave me a lovely smile, but for some reason her cheeks were tinged with a pretty pink. Why, I clearly remember Leon bothering her about marriage when we were sightseeing at the academy looking for worthy opponents, so I had to intervene. That guy was annoying to beat, I had to admit. After all, I was still only a level 6, and thanks to that fight, I managed to reach level 7. Any nephew would intervene at the slightest sign of discomfort in his aunt. But for some reason, my Aunt Alfia had said, I didn't know you were so jealous, Belle. Fufu, relax, I'll only accept one person's marriage, while looking at me with great love and pressing her body to mine in a tight hug. That was fine, but I couldn't think of anyone who could make my aunt fall in love with me. Ah, haha, this is a joke. I looked at Palom once more. His face turned hopeless as he dropped his rear end into the seat that had been assigned to him and let out a hollow laugh. It was almost as if I had seen a ghost. So I stopped paying attention and looked once more at God. Will you say the penance? Uranos understood that the current situation was complicated. With Fells captured and the mission to put bellcranel to sleep failed, the options had been greatly reduced. He still didn't believe that the other level 7 had been defeated by the boy, however. He understood very well that it had not been a lie. You cannot lie to God, that was an absolute law. What about the public? If your actions, real or imagined, come to light, will you be able to withstand the world's criticism? Everyone will hate you. From witnesses with testimonies to evidence, everything is set up to make the world think badly of you. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to do anything about it. The only thing on their list was resorting to defamation. People, no matter how strong they were, tended to protect their reputation. The criticism was annoying, and somehow it gnawed at everyone's peace of mind. Criticism, hatred, Belle was unfazed. He remained calm, raising an eyebrow. The reflection in his eyes showed disinterest in the subject. One might even say he was bored. Even so, the faintest smile could be seen on her lips. What's so funny? Uranus asked. You're a buffoon and an idiot. Do you think something so insignificant will stop me? Belle placed his hand on his forehead as if to say, you don't understand anything. Letting out a tired sigh, he recited firmly. I do not walk, nor will I ever walk, a path of righteousness, nor a path of wickedness. I simply walk my own path. He flashed a cheeky grin as he pointed at the god atop the throne. If you want to blame me for all the sins and mistakes in the world, I accept it. But you know what? Nothing will change. I'll just do what I have to do. Are you saying you don't care about making enemies of everyone? That's nothing but arrogance, bellcranel. A short silence ensued. The people listening could hear the sound of their own breathing. They knew it. They were nervous. In that suspenseful atmosphere, Belle declared, Then come and destroy my arrogance. Uranus was furious. It wasn't like him to openly display so many emotions, much less talk so much. That alone spoke volumes about the seriousness of the situation. Bellcranel was a danger that, if not contained, could cause chaos and destruction in the city. All right, however, he had no options, or at least none that wouldn't result in an all-out war. He knew that even if all the adventurers in the city went against this boy, the vast majority would end up dead before they could defeat him. Silence and gluttony could not be ignored either, as well as the young priestess who had apparently dealt with several members of the Ganesha familia. You will be saddled with a debt of 2 billion volleys. Also, I deem a change of Falna necessary. I cannot allow you to bear Zeus's blessing while you are in the city. Find a new god, bellcranel. Belle glanced toward the stands where his family was sitting. Zald nodded, making it clear that, considering the trouble he'd caused, he wasn't doing too badly. Zeus and Haruhime gave similar expressions, saying that Falna's change was not as serious as it sounded. However, my aunt doesn't seem to agree, Belle thought. Does it seem so? Her eyes scream hostility, Trainee agreed. Alfia displayed restrained fury on her beautiful face, trying with all her might to comply with Belle's request not to interfere in the trial. In truth, she didn't care if she kept Zeus's idiot's Falna. What her mind abhorred was the fact that the new blessing came from a goddess. The mere thought of a woman touching her nephew's bare back, Alfia might as well destroy the world before that happened. Okay, I'll find a new god, anything else? Your wrinkled face seems to want to pronounce something more. He let the mockery slip out of his words, hoping it would serve as a message. The only reason he was facing the consequences and accepting the sentences was because of his desire to be a decent, civilized citizen. However, it was more than clear that he would not hesitate to act if they tried to take advantage of him or his family. Yes, Uranus nodded. 6 months of community service. You'll have to pay for the public disturbance you caused with your own hands. Okay, they reached an understanding more quickly than he expected, but he wouldn't complain. Belle just wanted to get home and go find that mysterious young woman after a good rest. Then, if you'll allow me, Freya raised one of her long, delicate hands. A glamorous and seductive smile graced her lips, and as she gazed longingly at Belle, she suggested, I offer myself as the new goddess of bellcranel. New goddess my ass, you want to take advantage of power, you bucking nymphomaniac, I will kill her. Loki jumped up from his seat muttering complaints left and right. Alfia, on the other hand, unleashed such bloodlust that the atmosphere in the place turned gloomy and sinister. A chill ran through everyone present. I'm sorry, but I must refuse, Goddess Freya, Belle interjected amidst all the chaos. I will find a god on my own, in fact, I already have one in mind. That's a shame, I could help you pay off that debt. Oh, is this the famous sugar mommy? Belle, what are you doing standing there so quiet, come on. Belle refused lightly, ignoring both Freya's offer and the advice of her spiritual companion. He couldn't call himself a man if he let someone else deal with his problems. He fully understood that even if he ignored reality, he couldn't ignore the consequences of ignoring it. He was up to his neck in debt and it was up to him to get out of it. Thank you, but I'll deal with my problems myself. Now, if everything has been resolved, I'll take my leave. There was no opposition to their retreat, and after going with Alfia and the others, they ascended the stairs that led to the surface. The first thing to do would be to find a decent and honest god. Trainee, do you remember? Of course, how could I forget? Belle flashed an eager smile, ignoring the fact that at some point Alfia had already put her arm around his as she walked beside him. 2 days later, I managed to find a small wooden house. Calling it a house was an exaggeration since it looked more like a goblin's hut than a real house. The battered, almost collapsed sign read, Blue Pharmacy, Potions and More. Is this it? If my research was correct, then the god's situation was precarious. That's without even mentioning the fact that the place was deep in an alley. They can sell everything here except potions, Belle. I feel the same way. I feel uneasy about the idea of doing something illegal. With doubts piling up to my neck and Trainee's words echoing in my mind, I walked to the front of the door and knocked. It's open. A female voice reached my ears from the other side. I had assumed the pharmacy would be open, but there wasn't even a sign. After opening the door and going inside with the sound of the bell in the background, I made eye contact with the receptionist. Her sleepy eyes scanned me from head to toe, and after seeing my clothes, she flashed a radiant smile that shone brighter than the sun. What would you like to take, dear customer? This girl was dangerous. I never imagined I'd run into a top-tier classist dogman, emphasizing the state of the store that denoted irony. I am searching for the patron deity of this place. Mayach-sama. Huh, so you're not here to buy anything, huh? Hospitality turned into indifference in an instant, and the smile, along with the sparkle in her eyes, faded simultaneously. Belle, I like this girl. I was surprised that Trainee didn't issue a warning against classism, but I made sure that surprise vanished. Isn't he here? I asked, trying to ignore how strange the situation had become. The dogman girl rolled her eyes and after a silent sigh nodded. I'll call him. Wait here, thank you so much. I waited a couple of minutes, and after that time the dogman girl returned with a young man with navy blue hair and eyes. The rags that served as clothing did not diminish the divinity that radiated from her, nor her striking appearance adorned with a kind smile. You are. She seemed to recognize me because her eyes widened in surprise and then they crinkled as she smiled. I returned that smile. We meet again, Mayach-sama. Hello, handsome god. Trainee let out a high-pitched scream. Bellcranel, right? I didn't think I'd see you again so soon. We greeted each other, and after a brief exchange of words, he invited me to take a seat while he poured some tea. So how can I help you? He asked. I looked at the dilapidated interior of the pharmacy. This god, calm and kind, didn't hesitate to ask what goodness was for. I was faced with a dilemma, and I couldn't stop thinking about the main problem of good people. Kindness is a double-edged sword. Well, I smiled slightly, and lowering my head, I asked, please let me join your family. I heard the crackling sound of breaking glass. I looked toward the source, and a potion had slipped from the Dogman girl's hands. Did I ask for something out of the ordinary? I wondered. I glanced at Miyach-sama, but he didn't seem uncomfortable or annoyed. On the contrary, he displayed a gentle and kind smile. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. I had never been told no while smiling like that. Someone desired by the strongest families in the city was rejected by a god whose family was unknown. It was a refreshing feeling as well as unexpected, because Belle didn't seem offended or upset. He simply asked with a confused expression. Miyach might have his reasons, and once he knew them, he would accept it and not insist on it. Miyach smiled at her question. Look, there are better familias for someone like you. I read the news. You were the one who defeated the Freya familia and faced off against Loki's right. I'm up to my neck in debt. I only have one dependent, and my house can hardly be considered a home. Belle, my familia isn't right for you. Belle remained silent. She thought about Miyach's words as she sipped her tea. Its quality wasn't remarkable, but it was still tea. Finally, he pointed out, does your debt exceed 2 billion volleys? Miyach went pale. He didn't understand Belle's point, but just the mention of the number made him break out in a cold sweat. He shook his head quickly from left to right. No, it's not even close to that figure, he clarified. How bad did he look for Belle to think he was that deep in debt? Only an idiot would have that much debt. Looking at Belle and noticing the fearless smile on his lips, he understood. Oh. Exactly. 2 days ago, I was fined 2 billion volleys for the trouble I caused in the city. Miyach-sama, I won't be the one incurring debt if I join your familia, you will. Miyach struggled to avoid a mental breakdown. His kind heart and his rational mind fought a fierce battle which would decide whether to kick this walking, lifelong debt out or receive him in a warm, welcoming embrace. Of course, I was just joking, Belle said, cutting short Miyach's fierce emotional outburst. My debts are separate, and of course, I'll help with yours as a member of the family. Miyach-sama, I don't know of a god as kind as you, so please reconsider my request. The reality, at least for Miyach, is that he really could not refuse the young man who had given him a high-value dagger for a simple potion. He remembered that day, night had fallen and Naza suddenly fell ill from the toxin in an experimental potion. The cure itself cost a fortune, not to mention the treatment services at Armid's clinic. Without that top-off-the-line dagger, Miyach wouldn't have been able to cover the expenses. He was deeply grateful to the young man sitting opposite him, awaiting a response. Okay, Miyach smiled. It's no big deal, but welcome to my family, Belle. She had a feeling, or a sudden surge of emotion. She knew instinctively that this boy's heart was as pure as water. Thank you so much. He confirmed it when he saw the wide, toothy grin Belle gave him. He looked like a child, one that didn't match the noble attire he wore nor the image of a strong adventurer. That reminds me. Thinking about it, Miyach asked, what level are you, Belle? Given the information about his victory against the Freya family, I deduced that it would be quite high. I am LV7 crash. There was the crackling sound of glass shattering into 1,000 pieces. Naza had dropped a glass. Whoa, you're incredibly strong then. Ah haha, Belle scratched his hair with slight embarrassment. Oh, and my Aunt Alfia and Uncle Zald are LV7, and Haruhime is about to reach LV4, although she could very well beat LV5 at the beginning. What? Why you're talking about silence and gluttony? By the way, Miyach-sama, pack your things, we're moving to my house. You can set up the pharmacy there, being a central area, there will be more people than in this alley. What? W8. I'll also raid the 50th floor to gather funds. I can bring you the scale of the sleeping dragon and water from the spring it guards so you can make higher quality potions. Belle, wait, let me tell you. Oh, and Grandpa Zeus will get along very well with him. Zizu-sama, crash. While Naza was picking up the broken glass from another glass, Miyach could barely process all the unexpected information. He could only conclude that his family was now the strongest in all of Arario, from nothing to everything. Time flew by, and before I knew it, 2 weeks had passed since my trial. I spent my time exploring the dungeon, gathering as much money as I could to pay off my debt. However, I was aware that it would take me a few years. 1 billion volleys was no small matter after all. I'll have a regular one, please. Leaving, looking back on the past few days, I thought about Miyach-sama and Naza settling into the house given by Hermes-sama. They had fit in very well with my family, and Grandpa seemed eager after having the opportunity to corrupt such a kind god. But Miyach-sama has remained steadfast. It was fun in a way. Naza spent most of her time locked in her studio creating new formulas to improve the quality of potions. Even with her sleepy personality, she had gotten along very well with Haruhime, who helped her. Haruhime possessed a high-level healing magic, so her knowledge was of great help to Naza. One with extra cheese, please, leaving. Meanwhile, Uncle Zald had been gone for a week. One day he simply said, I'm going to get some money, and then he vanished completely. Perhaps he was in jail or perhaps he left town. One that's spicy, oh, and very, very crispy, please, leaving. However, the most worrying was my Aunt Alfia. Her usual behaviors as well as her exhibitionist tendencies while sleeping calmed down considerably. Even yesterday, strange as it was, he slept in his own room, leaving me alone for the first time since our arrival in Arario. Does he have anything? I wondered. It must have been serious, judging by the effect it had on her personality when she was with me. Strangely, hearing about my aunt's reputation in the city, I wondered if they were talking about the same person. Cold, heartless, inhuman, and indifferent. The Aunt Alfia I knew didn't fit any of those words, so I took them as just people saying things. I'll ask him tomorrow. I remembered the event at family that was scheduled for tomorrow morning. My Ichsama suggested we all get together, so I proposed visiting Lady of Abundance and taking up Mama Mia's promise. Good day, bellcranel, MH. The greeting surprised me, so I looked up at my customer. Normally, they would arrive and order one of the many Jugamaru-kun dishes on the menu. As I locked eyes with the person on the other side of my Jugamaru-kun community booth, I raised an eyebrow and asked, 9 hell. How unexpected, it's usually the golden girl who comes. Are you talking about eyes? I'm sorry if she upset you, she seems to have a crush on you. Okay, I'll ignore her anyway. Miss Reveria, a high elf whose beauty was in my top 2, showed a nervous expression as if she were embarrassed by the behavior of her family companion. Anyway, what can I get you? If you're here for a Jugamaru-kun, please order. The line is long. Oh. She glanced behind her, observing the long line at Jugamaru-kun's community stall. Turning back to me, she flashed a classy smile as she said, Actually, I'm here for another reason. Forming a line was the only way I could think of to have a conversation with you. I see. I remained indifferent, crossing my arms, whose hands held a spatula and tweezers respectively. The chef's hat on my head gave me an air of self-importance. And what is that other thing? Well. He seemed hesitant, and in his eyes I could sense a slight hint of fear towards me. I thought about it, and it would be a nuisance if I came asking for the same thing as the goldfish. Ever since the day I opened Jugamaru-kun's community post, 10 days ago, she hadn't stopped bothering me by asking me to train her. His stubbornness was admirable, but my answer remained the same. If you're not going to tidy up, leave. My community post, the way I chose to do the community service sentenced by the old man underground, became quite famous, so many people crowded around it daily. People were saying things like, they're the best in town, the guy has culinary talent, or he's very handsome, queuing up isn't a problem. My clientele was mostly female. Are you a spiritual contractor that? After a few seconds of silence and after appearing undecided, Miss Reveria finally asked. I looked confused, unable to understand his question. Spiritual contractor, did they even exist? Noticing my doubt, Miss Reveria explained. They're people who can use a spirit's powers through a contract. 2 weeks ago at your trial, you made that plant grow with spirit energy. Based on the element, is it a dryad? The spirit forest in my homeland doesn't have any, and they're believed to be extinct or estranged from humanity. Tell me, is it a dryad? If so, can I see it? I've always wanted to make contact with one, so I'm dying of curiosity. If you really are a spirit contractor, it's incredible. Even the spirits in the spirit forest refuse to form contracts. The only person I know with a spirit contract is my mother. Oh, and Miss Reveria, please breathe. I can't keep up with you. Oh, I'm sorry. I cut short his torrent of words. Her excited face and her cheeks flushed with a lovely pink hue gave her the image of a little girl visiting an amusement park. After I stopped her, she seemed embarrassed. It appeared that the subject of spirits truly fascinated her because despite the fear in her eyes, she came to me seeking to shed light on her doubts. Regarding being a contractor, after sighing, I replied, I'm not, at least not by my own choice. Your own free will. You say the dryad forced a contract. Impossible. According to the scriptures, they are kind and pure beings. I shook my head slightly. In truth, Trainee was quite vulgar, but she didn't want to tarnish the dignified image of the dryads that Miss Reveria held. Perhaps Trainee was something of a black sheep of the family. She didn't force me, I explained. As a child, I found myself in a life-or-death situation, and she linked her soul with mine, thus saving me from death. Incredible. The high elf's eyes shone like jade stars. She seemed truly intrigued, but then she looked behind her again. I'm in the way, he whispered dejectedly. I agreed with his statement, confirming that I was indeed in the way. Even though we were being patient, my clients were already starting to show signs of displeasure. I know it's bold of me, but if you don't mind, could we have tea sometime? There's so much I want to know about the spiritual magic of a dryad. Honestly, I wasn't expecting an invitation. I considered it cautiously, wondering if I could find the time to see her. After all, I couldn't neglect my debt and my community business. Besides, I had to go find her once I'd finished fixing my mistakes. Her, my destined soulmate, The mysterious young woman in the middle of the night under the light of the moon and its stars. The mere image of that memory motivated me greatly. I have no problem with that, however, I should be careful. My aunt is a bit blunt with the invitations I receive. Are you talking about Alfia-sama? Don't worry, I'll contact her to ask for her approval. Then I will take your answer as a yes. Bellcranel, I look forward to our next meeting. Ah yes, of course. After giving me a gentle smile, Miss Reveria left after taking one of the Jugamaru-kun dishes on display. I could only look confused, wondering if I'd heard correctly, asking my aunt for permission. What difference was that to suicide? I was very clear that my Aunt Alfia would misunderstand things, and being firm in her decision to only give her approval to the perfect woman, she would kill Miss Reveria. May the god of luck be with you, brave warrior. I clasped my hands together and quickly prayed for her well-being. After that, I went back to serving the customers. It wasn't long before a familiar face appeared in front of me. Good day, you again. I blurted out desperately. I already told you I'm not going to train you, so get lost. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. Wait, you've been doing this for 10 days, 10 days. This is harassment, don't you think? I'm going to file a complaint, say something for God's sake. Seeing the expressionless face of the sword princess was as torturous as the days I spent being drowned in that river. My hair fluttered in the wind. I was currently on a wall, bathed in the light of the setting sun. I'll only say this once. Standing about 4 steps away from me was Aizu Wallenstein, the persistent stalker who, after 10 days of rejection, finally managed to convince me. She nodded, her face indifferent. After letting out a sigh, I reluctantly explained. You say you want to be trained by me, and I'm telling you right now that's not going to happen. The point is for you to strengthen yourselves, not for me to help you. People under my tutelage are useless to me for the battle that's coming. An upcoming battle, which one? That's none of your business, not right now. Anyway, I won't train you, but I'll give you some advice in exchange for you leaving me alone. Once again she nodded. I hesitated, unsure whether to believe her or not, since she would likely revert to her bullying ways once she mastered what I was about to teach her. Even so, with that risk on the table, I spoke. I can sense spiritual blood running through your veins. What surprises you? It's not like I'm going to say, and I don't care either. Anyway, seeing as you have an affinity for spiritual magic, try this. I stopped watching her and focused my attention on the distant mountains, those that hid the setting sun. Magical power accumulated in the palm of my hand. Its amount was small, almost negligible, but when it shot forward, great tornado-like blizzards formed. How did you do that? I felt the disbelief reflected in their eyes as well as in their voices. Our eyes met again and I explained. I used minimal magical power to create maximum destructive power. Think of it as a high-level condensation. Normally, magicians unleash a spell after reciting an incantation or enchantment. That incantation is the conduit, and the energy is the magic itself. You see, that's a process we can call 2 phases. 2 phases. But that process is obsolete and outdated. It's obvious we can't ignore the law of reciting the chant to activate magic, but depending on the conductivity, it will be stronger or weak. To make your magic much stronger, I will teach you the condense process. I explained it in more detail, doing my best to ensure she didn't die trying. I didn't tell her that fact because if she considered the possibility of dying, she would only hold herself back out of fear. After a period of theory, it was time for practice. Okay, try it. Don't conduct the magic before reciting. Unleash it at the same time as you recite. I could feel her body becoming brimming with magical power. From the sensation, I concluded it was spiritual magic of the wind element. Judging by its quality, it definitely came from a high-level spirit. At that moment, when his magical power doubled. Jiga, her skin burst, and from these fissures, blood gushed out. Aizu Wallenstein's body fell onto the concrete, and her blood formed a lake around her in a matter of seconds. Her limbs were trembling, and I could see her eyes becoming distant. Oh darn, his body couldn't withstand the overload and burst. His organs likely did the same, so he must have been suffering from severe internal bleeding. At this rate, he's going to die in 20 seconds, more or less, trainee warned. It seems so. I walked over to the dying sword princess and pressed my palm against her belly. The blood trickling from her body stained me, but I paid it no mind and treated her wounds with trainee's healing magic. In just 1 minute she was as good as new, making the previous gaunt and dying image seem like just a vague and invented memory. What was that? He asked. Her voice trembled, and it was no wonder. It was the reaction of facing death and escaping by the skin of her teeth. This training, one I underwent during my childhood to heal my aunt, was a game where you bet your life in exchange for power. Why do you seem so surprised? Don't think that power is obtained by asking for it. I helped you this time, but no more. I've shown you a way to strengthen yourself, so the rest is up to you. What if this happens again? Act at your own risk, though I recommend you seek out someone quite capable with healing magic. Miss Reveria, for example. I turned around and started walking down the wall, leaving Aizu Wallenstein behind. I just hoped she would be able to handle this, since, after all, she would be an important piece in the battle against the draconian beast. I'm starting to have doubts. About what? This generation is very weak. I wonder if I can kill the black dragon with their help. Well, don't dwell on it too much. Things will come out when they're meant to. Walking under the rays of the setting sun, I slipped through the alleyways as I made my way home and was comforted by my faithful companion. When I arrived, I noticed that my aunt didn't come out to greet me. I went up to my room, but she wasn't there either. This is worrying. It was night and I could sense Belle's presence approaching the house. I didn't go out to greet him, of course. I was angry with him and I wouldn't speak to him until he apologized properly. Besides starting to sleep in my room, I didn't even say good morning to him. I wanted to and to sleep with him again, but my chest ached when I remembered the reason for my anger. That stupid community post, I muttered. It was one of the penances he had to endure for his actions, which he fully understood. However, large numbers of women went to that post for the sole purpose of flirting with him. Flirt with him, ragged harpies. I genuinely wanted to skin them alive, but that silly rabbit had gotten annoyed the first time I tried. How could he even think of that? My heart was shattered from that day on and I still couldn't find the pieces. More specifically, he had them. The worst part isn't having your heart broken, it's when they take those broken pieces with them. That way you're left incomplete for life, and I won't be whole again until he comes and apologizes. My cheeks formed a resentful pout, my eyes burned and I didn't know if it was from tears or sleepiness. Belle, you fool. Before I knew it, I was completely asleep. My chest ached, the pain was so intense that even in my dreams I suffered the agony. The next day, the blue sky shone brightly over the group walking through the city streets. A head of white hair led them while a silver one lagged just a couple of steps behind, lost in thought. He hasn't apologized. Alfia's nerves were eating away at her skin, and she was even beginning to feel slight aftereffects of the panic. He glanced at the others who were engaged in cheerful conversation. Seeing Haruhime's angelic smile helped calm him, but seeing Zeus's unpleasant grin brought back his bad mood. He hasn't even looked at me, Alfia said sadly. Instead of throwing an adorable tantrum like a little girl, she felt a sharp pain settle in her chest. I don't like this feeling. She looked at her nephew's back, but he, despite being sensitive to glances, did not turn to look at her. Alfia's spirits plummeted and she even felt like bursting into tears. She couldn't understand her current feelings. Normally, seeing Belle gave her butterflies in her stomach and a feeling of floating on a soft white cloud. Now it was the complete opposite. She felt uneasy and her stomach churned just looking at him. Alfia fought back tears and continued walking with her head down. The cobblestones of the street seemed more cheerful than she was, which made her give a self-deprecating smile. Hey, aren't you going to do anything? I was watching you. What do you want me to do? I'm afraid to ask what he has right now. While leading the walk, I thought about what Trainee had said. I could perfectly feel my aunt's gaze fixed on my back, but I didn't have the courage to look at her. First of all, if I made a mistake, it would all end in a catastrophic argument. I didn't show it, but my aunt was so scary when she got angry that even Trainee would completely shut down and abandon me. We've arrived. As I thought about it and felt chills run down my spine, I announced our arrival to the Lady of Fertility. A pretty elf was waving a broom in the entrance, dusting the stairs. When she sensed people, she looked in our direction. Welcome, you will be attended to immediately. By the time her eyes met mine, her lips stopped and her face became rigid. Shame as well as anger was etched on her beautiful sky-blue eyes. I smiled at this and greeted her naturally. Hello, Stalker Elfson, table for 6 people, please, Stalker. She ground her teeth, barely containing the urge to throw the broom she was holding at me. Blushing to the tips of her ears, she lowered her gaze as she led us to a table inside the restaurant. Wow, I thought it was going to explode, Trainee commented. I nodded in complete agreement. I never imagined he could control his temper so perfectly. However, it was enough for me to see the enormous dwarf, Mamma Mia, to discover the reason for her submissive attitude. How scary, I murmured. After a very short time, almost no time at all, a cheerful Catwoman arrived to take our order. Everyone ordered, and after making eye contact with the owner, I made it clear that I was there to collect on her words. She nodded, flashing a beastly grin that made me sweat. Apparently, she hadn't expected me to actually bring my family, but there was little I could do about it. I turned my attention back to the table, and the conversation turned to my grandfather's amusing stories. Haruhime smiled at Naza's dry expressions, and Mayach-sama frowned at my grandfather's hexist jokes. I could feel the hostility in the waitress's eyes directed at him, but I sent them back to their posts with the same bloodlust. I understood that Grandpa sometimes crossed the line, but he was still a father figure to me. If someone insulted him, it meant they were insulting me. He hasn't said anything. I glanced to my side where my aunt sat with her head bowed. Her complete silence made me think that the alias she'd been given in this city suited her very well. He never came back to see me, but he didn't distance himself from me either. He maintained a verbal distance, but not a physical one. She's upset, she definitely is. While I was thinking about it, the waitresses arrived with our order. The dishes were entered into their computers, and soon they began to enjoy them. It's delicious. Yes, it tastes good. Haruhime spoke joyfully as her cheeks flushed, and Naza sitting beside her agreed with her words. Watching them act like friends while they ate gave me a comfortable sense of peace. I'd long felt that Haruhime was missing out on a lot by not having a large circle of friends. During these last few years, his only contact with another woman was my aunt, so I felt joy to see how he gradually became familiar with the people around him. This leg. Meanwhile, the grandfather held a large turkey leg in his hand. His electric blue eyes surveyed the leg with the wisdom of a great philosopher. Waiting for his culinary diagnosis, he spoke. It looks a lot like that of a young woman who was with me in the past. After saying that, he took a strong bite out of the leg, tearing through the well-cooked meat. Everyone ignored his words, and even I couldn't do anything to defend him. Having been one of the main reasons for my current debt, his reputation wasn't exactly stellar right now. Gahaha. However, that didn't affect him in the slightest. The grandfather burst out laughing, and his loud, joyful laughter was joined by Miyach-sama's light chuckle. Zeus-sama certainly has a rather strange sense of humor, he remarked. His face showed discomfort, but he didn't seem to hate his grandfather's company. The atmosphere remained like that, and before I knew it, a couple of hours had passed. Beer mugs were being passed around at Grandpa's request, and even Miyach-sama had a couple. Haruhime was enjoying various desserts with stars in her eyes next to Naza, who was ordering the most expensive item on the menu while giving Mamma Mia a malicious smile. This is refreshing, don't you think? I glanced to my side, and my aunt's plate had barely been touched. Her eyes seemed distant, and although she was present, she didn't seem to be truly there. Auntie, what's wrong? I asked. I showed my concern as well as my nervousness. I had drunk a little after my grandfather's insistence, so I had the slight courage to face my aunt's silence. She didn't answer. No, there wasn't even a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Her gaze remained fixed on the wooden surface of the table, and nothing else seemed to capture her attention. I understand. I understood his message. When he didn't want to talk, he didn't. Usually it passed after a few hours, but that was all in the past by the time the first day of not speaking to me had passed. Her attitude was vague and her gaze seemed so sad. I'm sorry, I don't know what I've done, but I'm sorry. Actually, my chest hurt. I've never liked seeing my aunt downcast, and seeing her like this made a pang settle in my chest. I stopped seeing her, and just when I thought this hell would drag on any longer, my hand was taken. I was perplexed. She still wouldn't look at me, but her warm, soft hand took mine, intertwining her fingers with mine. When I lowered my surprised eyes upon her, and when I faintly saw the redness of her cheeks, she let her beautiful silver hair fall over my shoulder. Then he began to eat slowly. In complete silence, he didn't stop eating or holding my hand. It smells good. The scent of her hair reached my nose, and the perfumed sensation made me smile. I didn't quite understand, but this was a small step as he was preparing to speak to me again. Leaning against my side and resting her head on my shoulder, she murmured with a cute and adorable disdain. Silly. I closed my eyes, unable to stop a smile from forming on my lips. As I basked in his warmth, I replied, I'm sorry for being a fool. HMPH. Evening fell, bathing the streets in a reddish-orange hue. The rays of the setting sun dimmed the light of the Lady of Plenty, signaling to Belle and the others that it was time to return home. I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be right back. Before that, Belle stood up. Even though Alfia was reluctant to let go of his hand and lean her body against him, she understood that there was little she could do about biological needs. I'll be right back, she said with a smile. He walked down the hallway, but instead of going to the bathroom, he went past the back door of the establishment. After passing through the door, he stepped out into the alley and waited for a few seconds. Belson, sir, came out carrying a couple of trash bags. What are you doing here? The cute and innocent smile on her lips, as well as the blossoming expression on her face, made Belle hesitate slightly. However, he did not back down. You can stop pretending, Goddess Freya. Sir, no. Freya trembled at the unexpected situation. She looked at Belle with trembling eyes, and trying to shake her head slightly, she blurted out, Goddess Freya. What are you saying, Belson? Are you drunk? I wasn't sure, but judging by your reaction, you definitely are, Belle said, a curious smile spreading across his face. How did you do it? Is it some kind of magic? I think I heard Grandpa talking about something similar. Freya clasped her hands, thinking of the 1,000 questions that swirled in her mind. Of all of them, she could only bring one to life. As she gave up trying to deny everything, since the trust in Belle's eyes was absolute, unless she could charm him, which she couldn't, it was all over. Belle smiled with a noble mischievousness. Your gaze, she said simply. Thanks to my aunt, who's been spying on me while I bathe for years, I can sense gazes perfectly. Yours, Season, is very similar to that of the goddess Freya. That Freya looked perplexed. She seriously wondered what the relationship was and how strange it was for an aunt to spy on her nephew while he was bathing. Rather deep down, she found it somewhat amusing to know how she had been discovered. She never imagined that her aunt's harassment would escalate into such a cause. Is that really all? He asked after coming out of his daze. Well, actually, Belle crossed both arms. The fact that Vana Freya was watching the place was a very good clue. What did you do to him? I didn't see you leave the premises until now. Come on, I'm not heartless. Freya grew nervous. She still longed for this boy more than anything in the world, but the fact that her faithful assistant Catman hadn't come to her rescue worried her. She knew she couldn't do anything against Belle, but she was distressed by the thought that he might do something to her without her realizing it, even Alan himself. There are several plants in the bar. I just used one that has calming effects to put him to sleep after enhancing the effect with magic, he confessed casually. You say it like it's nothing out of the ordinary, Freya praised. Being able to control the essence of a plant and enhance its effects with magic was only possible for mages with years and years of experience. Even now, he hadn't heard of anyone who could do anything at the level of bellcranel. So what will you do? As she asked, she couldn't help but get nervous. She thought she would betray her and that would end her life as a city girl, but if Belle wanted that, he wouldn't have waited for her here. I don't know, Belle thought. He didn't intend to blackmail the goddess as he considered it to be in bad taste, at least not to do it to a woman. She had many problems to solve, but those were her problems. If she had to ask for something, it would be a favor. Could you authorize me to borrow one of your dependents? Even before his arrival in the city, bellcranel knew about the reputation of a certain member of the Freya family. If what Hermes had told him was true, then he would be the perfect teacher for the one thing Belle was inexperienced in. All right. Thank you, Goddess Freya, or should I say Season. The second option is fine, Belson, she said with a playful smile. After that, she returned to the bar while Belle stayed a little longer in the alley. Looking up at the sky visible between the opening of both buildings in the alley, he thought about his mission for tomorrow. Today I was heading to the Lady of Abundance, arriving almost on my turn to replace Alan in the goddess's escort. He was usually the one who always took care of protecting her, however, due to what happened in the not-distant past, none of the executives were in their best shape. Even after being treated and cured, the aftereffects of the invisible wounds continued to throb with a phantom pain. That bastard. The image of that young human came to my thoughts. I felt a chill. The mere image of the memory, one where there was so much magical and spiritual energy condensed covering her body, made me shudder. He was a force without limits, and the thirst for battles written on his face left a bad taste in my mouth. Damn monster. There was no other word to describe it. The memory of that day turned into dreams, and those dreams turned into nightmares that tormented me at night, keeping me from sleeping. Phew, I sighed, forgetting my heavy, pessimistic thoughts. I walked confidently toward the Lady of Abundance, and just before that, Maga something or someone captured me. My mouth was covered by a strong, steady hand, and somehow I was dragged into the dark alley. Besides, I can't break free. The fact that even at my level 6 status I was captured by a slender arm left me terribly confused. And so, without anyone noticing, I was dragged deeper into the dark alley. Since I was covering my mouth, I couldn't even scream. After watching the landscape blur for several seconds, I was finally thrown into an alley with no human presence. How what was that? Having fallen on my bottom and while my eyes rolled back, I lifted my face and was speechless. Standing before my eyes was the criminal who kidnapped me. He wore an elegant suit that made him look like a young nobleman, and his face gave the clue that he was just a child. However, I trembled. Seeing this youthful figure, no more than 15 years old, my soul, as well as my entire body, trembled. The aftereffects of nightmares that had haunted my nights for weeks flashed by like unwanted memories. Ryuu. I opened and closed my mouth like a fool, seeing that it seemed he would scream even now. That young man spoke. It's been a while since we last saw each other, head in Selland. I paled, knowing I was no match for this monster. It was only natural because the person before my eyes possessed a power that currently ruled the city. You will come with me, you have no right to refuse. Your goddess has already given me permission. What? The image of Freya-sama saying, I offered you Belson in exchange for a date. My bad flashed into my mind. I a sacrifice to the goddess, trembled pitifully. From now on, you will help me with the one thing I'm not good at, but you are. The only thing you're not good at, that I am. My curiosity got the better of me, as I couldn't imagine anything I could do to beat this monster. He nodded and said, Exactly, women. Chapter 17, Seduction Classes. I hate waiting, but if waiting means waiting with you, I'd wait forever. Alfia, deep inside the dungeon, on the floors where monsters lived en masse and the danger was much greater than in other areas. The Master is our savior. Judgment Day will come and only believers will receive the grace of our Lord. In one of the many hidden areas, a talking monster stood amidst a group of other monsters. Hey, it started. Yes, tell Lid we need him to calm Pepe down. Many monsters, called Xenos, stared blankly at the goblin who was preaching some kind of religion. Although describing him as a simple goblin was inaccurate, he was around 2 meters tall and boasted a muscular physique. Golden eyes flashing with strength and fangs protruding from his mouth like saber daggers. The description Goblin King was more fitting for him, although he lost all dignity when he started preaching about some kind of god. Ignorant fools, Pepe shouted. There was a hint of annoyance at seeing how his fellow members of his species despised the word of their lord, but he couldn't kill them either. He understood very well that ignorance could not be judged as a sin and that they themselves would surrender their faith when their master descended. The teacher is the path to salvation, remember that. He roared loudly, making the hidden part of the dungeon tremble. He received incredulous and weary glances, but he didn't care at all. Pepe knew it. He was sure that the day would come when his master would descend from the surface to the depths of the dungeon. That was why he was getting stronger, so that at their next meeting he would never again be the weak goblin he once was. At that moment someone screamed, "Hey Pepe, what have I told you about bothering others with your religion? Go back to training, man." Pepe turned toward the source of the voice, and there he saw a lizardman. It was Lid, one of those in charge of the entire Xenos village. Did Asterius return? Pepe asked. Lid could only sigh as she shook her head. No, and I don't know when he'll be back either. You should be used to it. It's normal for him to disappear for a couple of weeks down in the basement. I see. Pepe climbed down from the rock he was on and then walked towards his designated room, which was a small rocky cave. Inside the cave there was only the bare necessities, a miniature statue of his master and a blanket spread on the floor serving as a bed. He paid no attention to Lid's gaze and slept for a while. Then, after waking up, he too went down to the lower floors. I'll see you soon, teacher. It was time for their training, I see. So when a woman says she has nothing, it's because she actually does have something. What the hell, that doesn't make any sense. My dear disciple, women themselves are meaningless. I see, very wise of you, master. 2 weeks had passed since Hedon's forced abduction to become Belle's teacher, and despite remaining reluctant in the first few days, he gave in faster than expected. Not because he liked her. In fact, he hated the existence called bellcranel. She could only endure it because her beloved goddess entrusted her with the task of making Belle see that she herself was the best choice as a life partner. It was a task she couldn't fail at, even at the cost of her own life. With that goal in mind, he forced himself to call him disciple and endured being called master. Having said all that and returning to reality, Hedon observed his disciple. He looked at the stupid face he had, and with a vein throbbing at his temple, he instructed. The time has come to put all my teachings into practice, dear disciple. Yes, teacher. Hedon was certain that every time he called him dear disciple and was called master, a year was subtracted from his life. At this rate, he would die in a couple of weeks. You must make a maiden fall in love with you. Will I be able to, master? Of course, you fool. You've won the heart of my goddess. Any mortal woman will fall for you without a doubt. Hedon kept his thoughts to himself behind a calm face, similar to that of a wise master watching over the safety of his pupil. Instead, he nodded slowly. Trust in your abilities, dear disciple. I have instructed you as best I could in these 2 weeks. I am sure you can do it. Master. Seeing bellcranel's moved face made Hedon want to vomit. He was indeed wasting years of his life on every interaction with this tyrant. He appeared to be the master and have power over his actions, but the reality was different. Bellcranel was a free spirit and he did whatever he pleased. This sick role-playing was something he called fun. Belle didn't respect him at all, Hedon was sure of it. He only referred to him as teacher out of mere whim. All right, Belle pounded his chest, his expression resolute. His eyes blazed with fiery determination. I will meet your expectations, teacher. Die, you damned lunatic. Yes, I know you will, dear disciple. Thus, concealing his true feelings, the master dismissed the disciple, wishing him good fortune in the mission entrusted to him. God Apollo. Outside the Apollo family headquarters, Belle banged on the golden gate, shaking it to its foundations. Come forth, God Apollo. He stepped onto the ground beneath his feet, and that single action caused the earth to tremble. The rumblings shook the mansion's garden, and several guards rushed to their defensive positions. An intruder, white hair and red eyes, and no way. So he finally came for our family. There was panic everywhere, and although everyone displayed a defensive posture, their bodies trembled with fear. Everyone knew. They knew what had happened to the Freya Familia and the Loki Familia at the hands of the young man waiting on the other side of the gate. Belle said nothing about it and just stood there in the sun, silent. Not many minutes passed before the so-called god came out to confront the invader. His face made it clear that he was quite nervous. Damn it, what did we do to get their attention? He was nervous, but he flashed a confident smile. Ahia, what an honor to have the renowned bellcranel, the one who holds the wishes of the gods. He walked slowly, slow enough to maintain a safe distance. His face, previously nervous, gradually relaxed. His eyes also showed a calm expression. Wow, he really is handsome, just like the rumors say. Rather, it was resembling Belle's defined face as well as his sculpted body. Hey Belle, he gave you those eyes. Trainees, shut up. Belle sighed wearily, so much so that he almost forgot the reason he had come to this place. He shook off his thoughts and with a determined face declared to the god who looked at him with depraved eyes, God Apollo, I challenge you to a war game. He pointed and threw a white glove at Apollo's feet, who could only freeze to death. He wasn't even breathing, he didn't even blink, it was a perfect poker face, going back 1 hour before Belle declared war on the Apollo family. I am so sorry. A beautiful young woman bumped into him while he was out searching for a maiden to woo. She had beautiful dark blue hair that reached her waist, covering one of her light green eyes. The visible eye showed embarrassment and nervousness. Excuse me, miss, it's also a shame. Belle was an expert when it came to reading feelings in people's eyes. Why yes. Even his way of speaking was oppressed, as if he didn't have a real voice despite speaking. Are you in trouble? How strange, Belle thought. He seemed oblivious to his own feelings, almost as if they didn't exist, or perhaps they didn't exist and it was actually fine and Belle was wrong in his conclusions. But ask if you're okay, was a person with those dull eyes really okay? Belle couldn't accept it because he instinctively knew that the young woman wasn't well. Helping the weak was something his aunt instilled in him from a young age. She told him to use his heavenly strength to help those in need. The young woman shyly looked away. She seemed to have finally noticed Belle's peculiar appearance as well as his beauty. It's him, she murmured softly. The one from my dream. He bit the tip of his thumb and the surface of his eyes showed conflict. His murmuring increased, almost shifting to another existential plane. Is she talking to herself? Belle, this woman is crazy. Trainee, what did I tell you about judging people hastily? Belle sighed. Excuse me, would you accept a cup of tea from me? It was early morning and the sun was just beginning to warm things up. It was cool, so a cup of tea was perfect. AAT. Yes, let me buy you one. Cassandra stammered, incredulous and astonished. She had never imagined that someone would invite her for tea. She was ignorant of her own beauty. That fact took away his courage to accept, and when he was about to decline and run away because of his nerves, an unexpected attack came. It can't be done. Have you ever had a lamp turned on right in front of your eyes? For Cassandra it was something similar. It was blinding. A question uttered with both tenderness and certainty. She wasn't begging, but she wasn't demanding either. I was just asking. Oh, of course I'll go. I'll accept that tea. Great, then take my hand. The situation overwhelmed her, and unable to refuse, Cassandra took the hand of a stranger, a handsome stranger. See, I told you I was crazy. Yes, perhaps you're right. I'm sorry, Cassandrason. I can't defend you from Trainee this time. Belson, do you believe me? Ah, yes, of course. Oh, really, I'm sorry, but this is absurd. I nodded in agreement, but the truth is I couldn't accept it. After all, it was impossible for me to appear in this person's dreams when we didn't even know each other. I understood the most important thing, which was the fact that her current god had harassed her to the point of leaving her no choice but to join his family, the Apollo family, but I couldn't understand the part. I have seen you in my dreams. You are the sun that rises after the eternal night plagued by darkness. You are the light that will unify minds and hearts. I saw it. Even Trainee, who was ruthless, began to feel sorry for Cassandrason, who claimed to have visions. So I subtly changed the subject. Haven't you thought about leaving the Apollo family? Cassandrason lowered her gaze. Her eyes seemed distant from the present moment, filled with sorrow and anguish. They were empty, very different from the bright eyes when he explained what happened in his dreams. Can't, she bit her lips hard, so hard that I was afraid they would bleed. He won't let me go or anyone else. His conflictive nature made me wonder one thing. Was the city I so longed to visit really like this? The city where heroes are born, was it really like this? Don't worry, Belson. As if she sensed my thoughts in a rather silly way, she smiled. A faint, fleeting smile. I see, I smiled back. If you say so, Cassandrason. We finished our tea and went our separate ways shortly after. She had mentioned something about meeting up with her friend Daphne. I went to war. Did you call me Freya-sama? Hedden, at the top of the Tower of Babyl, top floor. Freya's chiseled figure settled comfortably on an armchair resembling a queen's throne, and her eyes surveyed the city beneath her feet. Her eyes, a beautiful silvery gray, remained serene throughout. Only a tiny hint of emotion showed. Do you know what my cute Belle is doing right now? What? Hedden tilted his head, confused. If I remembered correctly, the being called Bellcranel should be on his mission of conquest right now. Noticing that, he knelt down with his head bowed. I apologize, my lady. Bellcranel is engaged in seduction training, purely for practice. I assure you that he will be completely dominated by you in no time. Oh, Freya's voice sounded surprised, and at the same time with a hint of amusement. She offered a slight smile, but her eyes didn't smile at all. So you give him those kinds of tasks? Her smile was frightening. I thought the plan was to make him understand that I'm his ideal woman, but you send him to flirt with others. Well, well. One wrong move and he'd be kicked out of the family. That's how capricious Freya was when something displeased her. Silently, Hedden remained on his knees. He didn't dare face his goddess, much less offer useless excuses. Fu, you should be more careful next time, Hedden. Yes, Freya-sama. Hedden sighed in relief. He had narrowly escaped, and the strange, numbing pressure in his chest was gone. Her shoulders relaxed, and at that precise moment, Freya spoke once more. Belle declared war on the Apollo family. Hedden blinked. He thought he had misheard, so he raised his head to look at his goddess. There, Freya's dazzling smile confirmed that indeed he had not misheard that. The surprise was so great that he momentarily lost the respect in his voice, sounding purely incredulous. Fufu, he certainly does funny things. I wonder, is the impending destruction of a family your fault? Hedden did not respond. She didn't know what to answer. She only noticed that her forehead was beginning to sweat cold and that a sharp thud resonated in her chest. Stupid disciple, what have you done? I'm an extra, a background character. That's how I see myself, and that's how I'll see myself until the day I die. Yes, I'll be an extra because the main characters were like him. The castle was completely destroyed. I was stunned with a dry throat and unable to blink or breathe. He watched the war game between the Apollo family and the man called bellcranel, the one who was called the Absolute by the citizens of the city. There's no one left standing. It's a crushing victory for bellcranel. Not just me, I could feel that all of Aurario held its breath. The silent harmony was only disturbed by the racing hearts of those who gazed through the divine mirror of the gods. They saw only one person standing, powerless yet dignified. His eyes overflowed with confidence and serenity, and his impassive face showed no weariness whatsoever. Despite having so many disadvantages, he had crushed his opponent. Monster. Someone murmured. I couldn't turn around to see who it was, and even if I tried, I wouldn't have known. It didn't take long for several murmurs to echo in the cantina where I was. Everyone saw bellcranel as an invincible monstrosity. My hands were shaking. I couldn't even grip my beer mug properly, and I was terrified I might drop it. We are about to end the broadcast. Dear viewers, I hope you enjoyed the show. A spectacle that was a one-sided massacre. 2 days ago, the war game between the Apollo family and bellcranel was reported, which shocked the city. The game was a siege, and given his disadvantage, the god Apollo demanded restrictions. He could not refuse the war, so he did not yield to his demands. In the end, according to rumors, bellcranel accepted with a carefree smile. The restrictions were that he could not use weapons, much less his fists. He also could not attack hand-to-hand, but only from a distance. Basically, I couldn't move from the starting point. In theory, he should have lost after 3 days without being able to bring down the fortress designated to the Apollo family, so the god was sure of his victory. The wager was exile for the god Apollo and submission for bellcranel. If the latter lost, he would be Apollo's plaything. The results were written in ink, impossible to erase. However, he didn't move. He didn't advance or retreat. He just stood there, observing the castle he was to besiege from a distance. I remember it well. It happened just 5 minutes ago. The fight started and ended in just 5 minutes. I remember it well. Bellcranel smiled. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. He conjured in a soft voice, and even through the divine mirrors, the magical power could be felt. I got goosebumps and my hair stood on end. I felt like my stomach was a whirlpool. The wave of magical power enveloped him, and a second later, the entire castle was crushed by a gravitational pillar. The site of the battle was far from Aurario, but even at that distance, the rumblings shook taverns and houses. It was a rumble. Like a divine punishment descending to the mortal plane, extinguishing any possibility of victory or hope. Were there people that strong? It wasn't a force that motivated you, it was one that robbed you of any glimmer of hope. An absolute force that told you directly, surrender, you cannot match me. That happened in a minute, just 1 damn minute. At that time, the only thing that could be heard everywhere was the sound of swallowing saliva. No one could accept the fact even after seeing it, no one. The scene where a castle was crushed like an aluminum can made everyone's heart stop. The remaining 4 minutes were spent with the medical team checking that everyone was alive and confirming that no one could continue fighting. It was then that bellcranel's victory was announced, and the moment of the fastest war game in history emerged. That's why I'm an extra and that person is the protagonist. Master, how are you? Did you like how I applied your teachings? I see. He's speechless, isn't he? He wanted to hit him, one so hard it would leave him on the brink of death. But he knew he was no match for him. What would you like to drink, teacher? This time it's on me. Hedon's eyes were dead as he stared at his disciple's stupid grin. They were in a place where they met to share the progress of the classes, but now more than confirm, Hedon wanted to protest from the depths of his heart. Dear disciple. Yeah, 1 year less to live, but Hedon stood firm and asked. Your task was to make a woman fall in love with you, so how did you end up eliminating a family and banishing a god back to heaven? Your master is curious. Oh, that, you see, you're not going to believe this, but... Belle recounted in detail his chance encounter with Cassandra, a former member of the now-defunct Apollo family. He mentioned little detail about his unconventional visions, but went into detail about the fact that Cassandra was forced to join that family. I can't just turn a blind eye to something like that. What's the difference between that and slavery? Don't you think so, teacher? I see, certainly the peculiar personality of the god Apollo gives us much to talk about. Exactly. I was taught from a young age that the strong are there to help the weak. I can't go against my beliefs, as you can see, I see. He said that, but Hedon was barely able to keep his anger in check. The bartender brought some black tea, and hoping it would calm him down, Hedon took a small sip. Even so, every day I get closer to finding the mysterious girl from that day. I have a feeling, and it excites me. I might even ask him to marry me a second time. PPFFFFF. All the tea was scattered on the table, and Hedon, beyond his own surprise, turned a pair of murderous eyes on Belle. Marriage. The barman approached with a rag, but his presence went unnoticed by Hedon, who glared hostilely at Belle, who smiled sheepishly. Ahaha, yes. Like a child, he nervously scratched his hair, remembering the night he was brutally rejected by that woman. Hedon's murderous intent was not something that posed a danger to him, so he didn't think of it as anything more than a cool breeze. Then, I see, Hedon said, regaining his composure, and while wiping his lips he announced, classes are cancelled for the next 2 weeks. That don't look at me like that. I have some business to attend to, so use this time to put what you've learned into practice. But what follows in the Master's wise teachings is the power to pick up on hints. I really want to learn that. My dear disciple, don't lose sight of what's essential. Remember, practice makes perfect. Don't practice 1,000 movements, practice one single movement 1,000 times. Whoa. Hedon stood up. He didn't much care whether Belle swallowed his words or not, because he knew that even if he didn't, Belle would play along if he found it amusing. It was the technique he developed to be able to handle the monster that was Belle, to show him something fun. Of course, it was Belle who decided whether it was funny or not. In the end, it was just him playing along with Hedon, going along with his actions. How unpleasant. Hedon couldn't think of a more twisted personality than that. What will you do? I'll spend some time with my aunt. She seems to be in a bad mood lately, so I'll take her a present. I see. Then see you in 2 weeks. Understood. I wish you good luck, teacher. The same for you, dear disciple. Belle stood up and bowed in farewell. It wasn't until Hedon left that her lips curved into a smile. Not bad, Hedon Selland. Hey, this is in bad taste. It gives me the creeps to see you acting like a good boy, Belle. What the hell are you saying? I'm a good boy. Joe. What? Trainee's cheeky taunt echoed in his mind, but Belle took it in stride as he placed a couple of coins on the table and said goodbye to the bartender. As she stepped out the door, she was greeted by a cloudy day and light gusts of fresh air caressing her white hair. A perfect day. 2 days had passed since the war game, and thanks to the live broadcast of that day, there was no one who didn't recognize it. She received all sorts of looks whenever she went for a walk. The vast majority were fearful, some were admiring, and there were even a few envious ones. His name was the most mentioned in the city. What should I bring him? A little rabbit wouldn't be bad. I mean, how about a dessert? You say strange things. For starters, rabbit dishes aren't common in Arario. Let's go for a better dessert. Belle visited a couple of shops, buying various desserts and sweets that caught his eye. He wasn't a big fan of sweets, but he knew Alfia had a soft spot for them. He finished his shopping and went straight home, where he was greeted by Haruhime. Belle-sama, welcome. Did you enjoy yourself? Haruhime showing a smile. Belle gave her a hug. Yes, it was fun. And you, did you have fun with your friends? Belle-sama. Oh, I'm sorry, my fault, and no. Haruhime gave an embarrassed smile. Her cheeks flushed a lovely pink, and her eyes held a pure and beautiful shyness. She was happy to see Belle after so long, just a few days. Lately, she'd been spending all her time with Makoto and the others, catching up on what they'd been doing with their lives since their tragic separation. Mikado-sama and the others send their regards. I had an amazing time too, and I learned so much from them. I see. Belle smiled. It was pleasant and incredibly comforting for him to see Haruhime smile like that. He often felt he was taking away her freedom since she didn't show interest in many things. That's why it made him happy to see her doing different things and living with people different from him, Alfia, Zald, or Zeus. Is my aunt there? He asked, and Haruhime's expression changed. It went from being gentle like a sunrise to complicated like a freezing night at the foot of a mountain. Yes, but... Perfect, I've brought you some gifts. Belle-sama, I don't think it's a good idea to see her right now. Huh, why do you say that? Belle raised an eyebrow, confused, and Haruhime looked away with dull eyes. She seemed to be having a hard time explaining the situation, and her cheeks were as red as freshly washed strawberries. It's that day of the month, he said. Her hesitant voice betrayed her embarrassment, and now it wasn't just her cheeks. Her entire face was bright red, but Belle didn't understand the message. That day of the month. Only the gods know what it means. Whatever. Completely embarrassed, Haruhime exploded in a bundle of nerves as she turned around and escaped at high speed. Just don't visit her. He shouted from a distance, but it didn't really make much difference. Belle looked down the hallway she had disappeared into. Haruhime's room was on the first floor, so he assumed she had gone to her room. Even if you say that, I can't let all this go to waste, right? She looked at the bag containing the desserts, and after thinking for a while, she decided that she absolutely had to see it. She couldn't let her freshness fade the next day, so with all the courage in the world and despite Haruhime's warnings, she went upstairs and knocked on Alfia's door. Auntie, it's me, may I come in? There was no response, only silence, a cold and heavy silence. Aunt, a little nervous, he called her again, but the response was still silence. There were 2 options. She was either fast asleep or in a deep bad mood. I'm going to pass. With all the faith in the world, Belle hoped it would be the first. He turned the doorknob and went in. The room was incredibly tidy with only the necessary furniture. At the far end, against the wall and to one side of the balcony, was the bed, and in it lay Alfia. Her half-naked body rested on the quilted white sheets. What do you want, miscalculation? I wasn't sound asleep. Alfia was curled up in a fetal position with the sheets, and her bare legs shone perfectly in the dim light of the room. One of her eyes peeked out to look at Belle. She seemed annoyed. Hey, did I bring you some desserts? Alfia buried her face in the sheets, declaring that she no longer wanted to see Belle's face, however strange it might be. Normally, her eyes would have been filled with stars as she ran to hug him, but not today. Her face showed a strange mix of complicity and suffering. "Auntie, are you okay? Do you want a massage?" Her semi-naked body reacted slightly. She was wearing nothing but pastel pink underwear, and while it wasn't revealing, her voluptuous figure didn't help much. "I love you," he said in a whisper. Her lips twitched tenderly beneath the sheets, and lowering them enough to reveal her lovely eyes, she spoke softly. "But I don't feel well. My body is very sensitive." Only half of her face was visible, but that was enough to see that she was red all the way to her ears. With shy and adorable eyes, she continued. "Yes, if I get a massage now, I won't be able to control myself. I don't know what's wrong with me, Belle." What? Belle tilted his head, completely confused. Was Alfia feeling sensitive? She hadn't yet arrived at the classes on women's moods with her beloved and respected teacher. Even so, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing like an idiot when his beloved aunt seemed to be suffering so much. "Don't worry," he said with a kind smile. "I'll be gentle." Alfia covered her face with the sheets, completely embarrassed. Her body was a bundle of nerves combined with her altered state. More specifically, she was on her period. But it was one of those days when pheromones were in chaos and her body was sending a clear signal of sexual attraction. In short, she was in heat. "And no, don't come near me. I won't be responsible if I do anything to you." "Hey, are you going to hit me?" "Haha, don't worry, I can take 1 or 2 hits from my lovely aunt." "You're not helping, you silly rabbit." Enveloped beneath the dome of sheets, Alfia trembled at the thought of a massage. She longed to feel Belle's hands caressing her skin, but she feared losing control and doing something irreparable. Then, good, Belle sat down on the edge of the mattress and Alfia trembled all over. She was tucked in, trying not to look at her cute nephew, so she couldn't say exactly what he was doing, but... "It's been a tiring day. I'm sorry, Auntie, I'll take off my suit." Alfia began to sweat profusely. She didn't think she had enough willpower to stay out of it after seeing Belle's naked bod. Of course, she knew he wouldn't get completely naked. He'd just take off his jacket and keep his shirt on, but that was more than enough to make him look irresistibly sexy. "Come on, I can't give you a massage if you're covered in sheets." "And no." Come on, Belle's soft, gentle tone was lethal. Alfia had no choice but to loosen her grip on the sheets and let herself be uncovered. Her body was exposed, and as expected, she had beautiful curves. White skin painted with reddish hues in the indicated areas that matched the pastel pink lingerie. Her thighs and legs were well proportioned, and her skin was heavenly soft. Her breasts appeared both firm and smooth, and their round shape was incredibly alluring. This is embarrassing," she murmured tenderly. It was a body that bordered on the divine. "Why, you're beautiful, Aunt." Belle smiled at the sight. He wasn't looking at her lustfully or anything like that. He simply admitted that Alfia was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Riveria was in second place. But my soulmate is a special case," he thought smugly. He couldn't reconcile general beauty with romantic beauty. For Belle, that mysterious young woman was the epitome of beauty. "Can you turn around? I'll start with your back." "Okay." Alfia turned her body around, revealing her back. Besides being straight and flawless, her round bottom was incredibly beautiful. It made you want to bite it. "Okay, I'll get in. Relax, I'll make all the pain and stress go away." Belle acted nonchalantly and climbed astride Alfia. However, his careless action posed a great danger to Alfia. What? A faint groan was heard. It wasn't strange. Alfia was overly sensitive, and the slightest touch from Belle filled her with pleasure. Worse now that he was on top of her and Belle's crotch was right above her butt. "See, calm down, Alfia, calm down. It can't be like this, impossible. It has to be romantic with a sweet and yearning atmosphere. Don't let lust control you." His thoughts were in chaos, and he was barely able to remain steady. Her heart pounded desperately, and a strange sensation gripped her body. It wasn't just excitement. Alfia was immersed in a state of love and desire. If it were someone other than Belle, she wouldn't hesitate to blow their head off if they came within 3 meters. She was certain that his condition was solely due to her nephew's touch. "Auntie, you're trembling a lot." "As I thought, you really are sick, aren't you?" Alfia lowered her face, red as washed strawberries, and nodded shyly. She imagined that telling him the truth would be very embarrassing. She couldn't just go and declare, "I'm horny," so casually. Even if it was something she shouldn't say, she was still a modest woman, proud of herself and her chastity. "I know it's embarrassing to like my own nephew." Feelings were a separate matter. The heart decided for itself, and things like reason lost their meaning from the start. "I love him. Is this sinful feeling so ugly?" The reality was simple. It always boiled down to people's needs, or sometimes the sad abundance of desires. It all came down to whether people accepted that reality or punished themselves by creating and accepting the lies. I don't want to live pretending or ignoring the existence of this feeling. The truth was absolute. It was up to each individual whether to submit to it and accept reality or to be a slave to a lie. Belle. Yes, thinking about it, Alfia really hoped that day would come. I love you. I didn't know when, but I held out hope that it would absolutely come. I love you too, Aunt. The day Belle understood the true meaning of love. Yes, I suppose it should be that way. She felt sick, useless, and sad. She was in love with him. A sad thought overwhelmed her. She glanced over her shoulder and longed for Belle's noble and sincere smile, which seemed to profess its love for her. The concept itself was the same, but the meaning of I love you between the two held completely different feelings. Alfia loved him as a man while Belle loved her as family, a mother. She felt that he was looking at her with great love, a love that she herself had surely invented. At that moment when she least expected it, her lips let out a sweet moan as her body suffered an electric spasm. Oh, sorry, I used too much force. And no. That wasn't the point. Belle had pressed both thumbs against Alfia's waist, very close to her buttocks if not directly against them. Caught off guard, it was impossible for Alfia to contain her cute and erotic reaction. Me too. Rather, it was already considered a miracle that she was acting normally throughout the massage. Belle was so good with his fingers. Well, sort of, his sanity was hanging by a thread about to snap. I can't take it anymore, Belle. What does that mean? Confused, Belle tilted his head. He found it strange that Alfia moved her body and tried to turn around amidst tremors and spasms while he was still straddling her. And it was even more confusing when he saw her eyes. They were still as beautiful as the most precious gems, but they harbored a strange excitement and madness. Are you okay? Ha ha. Furthermore, why was his breathing so erratic? Belle even thought it might be due to a fever. Oh no. Fully aware of the abnormal events, Trainee screamed in an alarmed voice. Belle, run. Run, get away, flee the city if possible. The shrill screams echoed in Belle's head like echoes off the walls. It was a little annoying, but he was more interested in why Trainee seemed to be going crazy. Belle. The answer came to her like a whisper coated in honey, a sweet, seductive, and gentle voice. Slender, delicate fingers grasped the back of her neck and back simultaneously. They seemed like caresses, but they acted like chains. Wait, when did he turn around? His body was pulled down, and he noticed that Alfia was now lying on her back and not face down. He was able to see her face more closely and concluded that this expression was not usual for Alfia. No, beyond being unusual, it was strangely familiar. Belle, your danger level has exceeded 9,000. Run, flee, escape. It wasn't that Trainee disagreed with what was happening. As a loyal Belk's Alfia fan, she supported it all. Run. However, he was not pleased that it happened this way. It seemed so dry and simple to him besides being forced. That's why even if he later regretted it, he would prevent that from happening. On the other hand, Alfia and Belle looked directly at each other, one with eyes overflowing with confusion and another with eyes overflowing with love, desire, and lust. They were such beautifully seductive eyes. Belle. Do it for me. What did he mean by that? Belle didn't know, but he felt his skin prickle and his hair stand on end. It was a sense that alerted him to danger. Auntie, I think you should rest. Following his hunch, he tried to get off Alfia, but the arms that were gently caressing him wouldn't let go. She was so strong that Belle began to suspect that she wasn't actually sick. No, she smiled. It was a dazzling smile, tender but suggestive. I want you to do it for me. With a statuesque figure clad in nothing but pastel-colored underwear, Alfia demanded. There was no trace of sanity in the seductive gleam of her eyes, especially her voice. He boasted a calm tone that made you forget about everything and want to obey him in everything. All day, all night long. Why you're scaring me, haha. Cold sweat broke out. Belle couldn't fully understand, but his instincts warned him of the danger. Therefore, even though his heart was pounding, he had to force his escape. He backed away with force and managed to break free from Alfia's gentle embrace. Hey, where are you going? Do you want to play cat and mouse, Belle? I think you should rest, Aunt. Alfia's playful tone of voice made Belle crawl back in bed. He couldn't shake the bad feeling in his body nor Trainee's incessant shouting. He backed away further, and when he finally tried to get out of bed and leave the room, Alfia lunged at him. Like a cat trying to catch a slippery mouse, the room turned into a war zone. Belle jumped from here to there, and Alfia followed him from here to there. Hey, stop moving. You're breaking your furniture. The wardrobe and coffee table were destroyed in the process, but Belle managed to avoid being caught by Alfia. Soon it looked as if a tornado had passed through the room. She lunged for the door, knocking it down and falling into the hallway outside. She ran to her room, but since it was next to Alfia's, it was actually quite useless. Don't run away. You're acting strange. She had closed the door and leaned her back against it to prevent Alfia from knocking her down, but even simple blows with her bare hand made the shackles creak and the wood groan. It almost seemed like a nightmare where a ghost was pointing at the victim's neck. In this case, Alfia was aiming for Belle's lower neck, or that Belle reached her cervix. Belle opened the door. And no, I'm sorry, but I can't. In any case, it was truly fortunate that there was no one else at home but Haruhime and that she was in her room. That way no one would see Alfia's undignified and unpresentable appearance as she was wearing only pastel pink underwear. Beyond being undignified, it was simply too erotic. The perfect combination of an adorable outfit and a breathtakingly seductive body. Please. I won't do anything to you, please don't you trust your sweet, kind aunt. You'll make me cry. Belle, don't open that damn door. By Zeus beard, whatever happens, don't open that damn door. Trainee, what exactly is going on? This is starting to get scary. You see, there are times when women experience certain mood or personality changes. Let's just say Alfia is going through that right now, and her sanity is non-existent at the moment. Are you saying that he's not acting of his own volition, but on instinct? Something like that. Anyway, if you don't want to be swallowed by that predator, you'd better not open the door. And if she stops asking permission and destroys the door, you'll have to hold her in a hug until tomorrow. I see. At that moment, a fist pierced the reinforced wooden door just to the right of where his head was. It would be a lie if Belle said he wasn't scared because he really was afraid. A slight feeling made him stop leaning on the door, and at that very moment the door itself flew off. Fufu, it's very cruel of you to treat me like this, Belle. Despite how much I love you, you're just like that, huh? Auntie, let's talk about this like adults. Huh, adults, Fufu, of course, that's what we'll do. He seemed to have misunderstood, since the smile on his lips was not one that a serious adult would wear. She was very beautiful, but at the same time so dangerous. Her soft-looking pink lips glistened with an erotic moisture. Come on, let's settle this like adults. He walked toward Belle, and Belle backed away as far as he could. He backed so far that the backs of his knees hit the edge of his bed, and he fell sitting up on the mattress. Alfia smiled at that, and showing off her curvaceous body that would outshine most goddesses, she lunged towards Belle. Now attack. Thud. It was the perfect moment where Belle took the opportunity to confine her in a bear hug. Alfia looked slightly confused, and even more so when she tried to break free but couldn't. Soon she gazed tenderly at Belle. Belle, can you let me go? Your aunt won't be able to do what she wants to do if you have me like this. I'm sorry. That was all Belle said, and no matter how much Alfia tried to get away, he didn't loosen his grip and hugged her tightly. He buried Alfia's face in his chest, embracing her with his body heat. He could feel that his aunt's body was very hot, so much so that a severe fever seemed almost unheard of. Time lost all meaning, and when Alfia regained consciousness, it was already night. The moon illuminated the room with its pale blue light through the window. It was silent, and the only sound was their soft breathing. I'm sorry, she whispered regretfully. Her fingers trembled as her hands rested on Belle's chest and back, who continued to hug her. Don't worry, you didn't hurt me. Alfia wrinkled her nose, fighting back tears. Her pursed lips trembled slightly, and the surface of her beautiful eyes glistened with moisture. She felt so pathetic for having succumbed to her lustful desires. I'm a real mess, don't you think? If we're talking about disasters, don't I fit in better? Don't change the subject, idiot, Belle smiled. He felt relieved to see Alfia acting shy, very different from what happened recently. You're not a mess, Alfia murmured. And if you are, I wouldn't mind dealing with that mess. Belle stared at the ceiling, thinking. He imagined the scenario that would unfold sooner or later. There was something superhuman about him that wouldn't let him stop. He kept moving forward despite all the odds being against him. Aunt, yeah, am I strong? Alfia's expression softened into a kind one. She was comforted by the rhythmic, calming beat of Belle's heart, and then she answered confidently, You are. Belle continued staring at the ceiling without showing any remarkable expression. His gaze looked beyond. In a soft voice, she sang. The worst thing about being strong is that nobody asks you if you're okay. Alfia felt a pricking in her chest. It hurt and left a slight feeling of nostalgia. After the pain, she smiled sadly. Yes, I know the feeling. She could understand what Belle meant, as she herself had experienced the same thing in the past. Belle, yeah, are you okay? No, it was gratifying that they were both strong. Only someone who knew the loneliness of power was capable of offering comfort to someone suffering from the loneliness of the strong. Only someone strong could catch up to someone strong and not fall behind, offer them support, or listen to their sorrows. Are you okay, Aunt? No, they both smiled. It was okay not to be okay. That's why the reality is that they were a perfect match. All it took was a little push. I see, that's right. Yes. They closed their eyes, snuggled up in bed and wrapped in the sheets. The night was cool, but their bodies stayed warm from the rubbing of their skin against each other. Oh right, I have to look for someone tomorrow. Is it a woman?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.